Chapter 1. Ding. System Integration in Progress. 1, 2, 3. A resonant prompt echoed in Xuan Yang's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned before fury ignited within him. System? Show yourself. Xuan Yang bellowed, his hand sweeping through the air as a radiant glow was forcefully extracted from his being. The system, caught off guard in its integration, was left bewildered. What was happening? Here it was, a grand system, impervious even to the great Tao of the primordial chaos, now being held captive by a mere Daiyojingxiana, truly absurd situation. Trying to escape again? You thought you could deceive me once and get away with it? What gave you the audacity to so brazenly affront me? Xuan Yang was not a native being of the primordial chaos, rather, he was a lowly wage slave struggling in the 21st century of Earth. And his name was not Xuan Yang. What he was called before mattered little during those days. He lived a mundane existence, constantly exploited by his superiors or ostracized by his colleagues, enduring a hellish life indeed. The world could be likened to hell. The ancients were not mistaken. One day, the system approached him, and Xuan Yang, believing himself fortunate, did not realize this was merely the herald of misfortune. The system offered him a chance to traverse worlds, and he naively assumed he would be transported to an ancient or fantastical realm. Believing that his opportunity to alter his fate had finally arrived, without a second thought, he accepted, only to discover that this system was dubbed the deceptive system. Indeed, it was the kind of system one might expect gaining strength through deception. However, this system was so ruthless that it even duped its host, thrusting Xuan Yang into a void of nothingness. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The system, having ensnared its host, promptly abandoned him. At that moment, Xuan Yang raged against the wretched system countless times, but alas, it was futile. Waiting was his only recourse. Thus, he remained in limbo for an indeterminate span of time, long enough for him to forget the measure of it, until one day, a tremendous sound jolted him awake from his slumber. He beheld a colossal figure wielding an axe, cleaving through the chaos, and in that instant, he realized he had traversed into the world of the primordial chaos. Furthermore, he had arrived at an exceedingly early juncture, absurdly rootless and void. Was this not the era of Tai? To his astonishment, the system had catapulted him into the Tai period, a time before the chaos unfolded, during which existed the 5 Tai: Tai, Taichu, Taishi, Taizu, and Taiji. The Tai period was an expanse of boundless emptiness, an eternity devoid of heaven and earth, life and spirit, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, grievances and entanglements. Without beginning or end, this was perfection itself. This singular period encompassed more than countless yuan hui, with each yuan hui equating to 129,600 years. Moreover, there are also the periods of Taichu and others. Who could fathom how Xuan Yang endured? It was a miracle he had not succumbed to despair, and all of this was the doing of that insufferable system, justifying Xuan Yang's seething wrath. You audacious, deceptive system! How dare you show your face before me? Wretched system, perish! Xuan Yang glared fiercely at the glow in his grasp, declaring that he would rid the world of the scourge for the countless other travelers, ensuring that no future wanderer would endure such treachery. As for his personal grievances, they would be resolved in tandem. Meanwhile, the system trembled in terror, acutely aware of Xuan Yang's formidable aura. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was that this individual was intent on obliterating it. It could not comprehend how a mere Daiyojingxian could treat it in such a manner. It was utterly unjust. Wait, you've mistaken systems. I am not the deceptive system. I am the multiverse merchant system. Feeling Xuan Yang's overwhelming murderous intent, the system could not help but defend its existence. Unwilling to perish, so easily unlike living beings, it lacked a soul. Once extinguished, it would be truly gone. As an ambitious system, it could not simply meet its end. Upon hearing this, Xuan Yang hesitated slightly. Had he misidentified the system? The multiverse merchant system? Pray tell, what functions do you possess? If you offer something of value, I may reconsider your demise. Xuan Yang scrutinized the luminous entity before him, having been deceived once. He was not easily swayed by the system's assurances. What if this system was indeed the deceptive system in disguise? What if it was simply another fraudulent entity? Perhaps it would be best to eliminate it outright. Exhale. The system, humanized by relief, relaxed somewhat, while other travelers revered their systems like deities. Why did their host constantly contemplate its demise? How terrifying! This system is among the most advanced, connecting to myriad worlds, capable of providing its host with a multiverse shop. Any item that exists across the realms may be sold here. All goods sold will grant the host items of a higher tier, and within the confines of the shop, the host is invincible. Even the great Tao of the primordial chaos cannot harm the host. Is that not impressive? The system's glow flickered with pride in its capabilities, while Xuan Yang felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was this truly the legendary advanced system? The multiverse was replete with countless items. How could one know what the system would ultimately produce? If it merely conjured something as trivial as blue silvergrass, it would be a farce. Xuan Yang pondered, envisioning a scenario that was all too delightful yet utterly unacceptable. No, such a situation must not come to pass. It would be a disgrace to his dignity. Moreover, Xuan Yang himself was a legendary Daojixian, transcending the great Tao, capable of manifesting laws with mere words and conjuring new principles with a single thought. For him, the multiverse merchant system was little more than a superfluous trinket. Ironically, it was the very deceptive system that enabled Xuan Yang to attain the status of a legendary Daojixian. Without it, no amount of training would have sufficed to reach such heights. The legendary Daojixian required the foundational energies of the five Tai, opening up the boundless worlds of 1296 billion primordial realms, a permanent testament to existence, embodying past, present, and future in unison, existing within the vast river of time, immortal, undying, and indestructible, transcending the great Tao itself, beyond description or name, surpassing all existence. However, the primordial energies of the five Tai represented a singular era. They could not coexist, nor could they be birthed through cultivation unless a being were to survive from the Tai period to the dawn of chaos. Such a feat was impossible. Yet Xuan Yang, the unluckiest of system bearers, had achieved just that, enduring from the Tai period to the chaos inception. Though he had suffered greatly at the hands of the system, it was a case of misfortune and fortune intertwined. There are countless items in the multiverse. Who knows what you will have me sell? If you conjure anything bizarre, it will not bode well. You aren't one of those useless systems, are you? While I do not wish to kill you, you must possess some utility, otherwise I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Sensing Xuan Yang's malevolent gaze, the system felt an overwhelming sense of dread. In a bid to survive, the system hastily replied, I assure you, I am not a wretched system like the deceptive system. I adhere to principles. Any item appearing in the multiverse shop will undoubtedly be renowned treasures from each realm. The system scrambled for survival, fearing Xuan Yang's whims might erase it entirely. It could not fathom how this host, merely a Daojixian, could so effortlessly hold dominion over it. It defied logic. Observing the system's lack of backbone, Xuan Yang scoffed, utterly exasperated. In legend, systems were revered, and travelers lavished them with flattery. Yet today, Xuan Yang would accomplish what no other traveler dared to imagine or achieve. From now on, he would be the master of the system. I sincerely hope your claims are truthful, otherwise I shall erase your consciousness and reduce you to a mere tool. Upon hearing this, the system's glow dimmed, lamenting, how could a supreme system be so reviled by its host? Such treatment is utterly unfair. Xuan Yang's decision to spare the system was not born of benevolence, but rather out of sheer boredom. After countless yuan hui, Xuan Yang had done little more than slumber and absorb primordial energies. Now that he had finally cultivated into a legendary Daojixian, he sought amusement indeed. The system would become the unfortunate plaything in his hands. On another note, Xuan Yang was curious to discover the true capabilities of this legendary system. If it proved useless, he could always relegate it to the role of a mere tool. Nevertheless, a persistent sense of foreboding lingered in his heart. Mount Buzhou towered between heaven and earth, its majestic path resonating with Taoist rhythms, its oppressive presence permeating the vast expanse. Thus, within its vicinity, ordinary beings found it difficult to survive. Even the physically formidable Wu clan could only orbit around Mount Buzhou like stars surrounding the moon. Yet beneath the imposing presence of Mount Buzhou, a quaint shop nestled in this forbidding landscape. Inside the shop, Xuan Yang, clad in azure robes, was beset by an overwhelming sense of absurdity, his lips twitching uncontrollably at that moment. 1,000 curses surged through his mind. System, I give you one final chance. Explain to me, are these truly the most renowned treasures from each world? Xuan Yang surveyed the surroundings, aghast at the array of items conjured by the system. If it had produced some low-tier pills, martial techniques, or skills from inferior realms, he might have tolerated it, but what was the meaning of snacks such as spicy strips, cola, and cotton candy? If we were to find ourselves in the era of the Shang dynasty's deification or the period of the journey to the west, Xuan Yang might still endure. For at least something could be sold. However, we are now in the waning phase of the Honghuang calamity, where the three clans have yet to retreat from the annals of history, and Honghuang has not yet attained sanctity during this time. Nuwa has not even created humanity. So which of the myriad races in the primordial chaos would deign to consume such offerings? Xuan Yang felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate the system. Sensing the malevolent gaze of Xuan Yang, the system hastily defended itself for the sake of its own survival. Rest assured, host, the system has only just begun its operations. The randomly generated worlds tend to be quite rudimentary, but it shall improve after a refresh. What is the refresh interval? Xuan Yang inquired. Once every 1,000 years. Xuan Yang was utterly speechless. He should never have placed his trust in this wretched system. Opening a shop? It would be an impossibility in this lifetime. Exhausted, he resolved to abandon all hope. Time in the primordial chaos is not measured, and as the years flowed by, several millennia slipped away unnoticed. The system remained unreliable, and after the refresh, the merchandise was still of little use, either an assortment of snacks or various crop seeds. The last refresh yielded a technique, which upon inspection turned out to be the Shantian technique, a worthless skill that even a dog would not bother to practice. After that, Xuan Yang was incensed, repeatedly reminding himself that he was a mythic Deluo Jinxian, impervious to material joys or personal sorrows. Yet he could not restrain himself and lashed out at the system in a fit of rage, seizing all the previous offerings to alleviate his pent-up frustration. Alas, to be burdened with such a system, I truly am unfortunate. Enough of this today. I must feast on 3 large bowls to quell the unrest within my heart. After tidying up the system, Xuan Yang still felt unsatisfied. In a fit of fury, he resolved to transform his sorrow into a voracious appetite. Denying himself would be a disservice. I adore braised wings, so no, wait, I much prefer dragon meat hot pot. The primordial 3 clans were embroiled in constant strife, although Xuan Yang did not participate. He could not escape the actions of certain individuals. No, some dragons brought ruin upon themselves, and thus Xuan Yang decided to embody a spirit of resilience, gathering some ingredients, perhaps several million dragons worth. The ancients proclaimed that dragon meat from the heavens is akin to donkey meat from the earth. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. Unfortunately, following the Honghuang calamity, the dragon clan has declined drastically, with barely a fraction remaining. It seems I may not have the pleasure of tasting it again. Contemplating this, Xuan Yang lamented the loss. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a pale blue dress appeared not far from the shop. Her beauty was such that it rendered the very heavens dim and the sun and moon pale in comparison. Yet, for reasons unknown, an indelible sorrow lingered upon her perfect visage. Is it truly the fate of my Wu clan to be devoid of a primordial spirit? Houtu sighed softly. The Wu clan, born from the fusion of Pangus essence and the earth's malevolence, possessed an extraordinarily robust physical form, unmatched by any other clan in existence. Particularly, the 12 ancestral shaman wielded the power of a singular law, a testament to their might. Yet, despite their strength, the Wu clan bore a fatal flaw. They possessed no primordial spirit, or rather, they did not cultivate one. This limitation rendered them incapable of grasping the mysteries of heaven. Unable even to wield magical artifacts in battle, they could only rely on their formidable physical prowess. It is no wonder that in the future, the Wu clan would be ensnared in various schemes, oblivious to the traps laid before them, ultimately leading to their near extinction. What is that delightful aroma? As Houtu mused, she was suddenly awakened by the tantalizing scent of food. Stirring her senses, it awakened her taste buds. It was not her fault for being so easily tempted, but the fragrance was simply irresistible, far surpassing anything her clan could produce. It is no wonder that she behaves as such. The majority of the beings in this primordial world are savage and bloodthirsty. Even her own, which clan was once like this, consuming nothing but raw meat. It was not until her elder brother, the ancestral witch Zhurong of Fire, charred a hunted beast that the members of the witch clan, drawn by the enticing aroma, found the taste delightful and subsequently embarked on a path of collective barbecuing. Alas, they lacked the knowledge to create seasonings, and their grilling skills left much to be desired. Most of the time, their meat was either burnt to a crisp or inadequately cooked, rendering the flavor a lamentable affair. A shop in the heavens! When did such a place appear within the territory of the Houtu tribe? Houtu gazed upwards at the four gilded characters on the sign, her heart filled with confusion. For this area had been devoid of anything during her last visit. Moreover, although this was within the realm of the Houtu tribe, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the nearby Buzhou mountain was such that even a great Luo golden immortal could not withstand it for long. Who then would dare to establish a shop here? Could it be a chaos demon god who survived the era of creation? In that moment, Houtu's imagination ran wild. Friend Houtu, since you have arrived, would you care to join me? With a grand gesture, Xuan Yang conjured wooden stools and bowls out of thin air. Observing Houtu standing not far away, her beautiful eyes fixated on the dragon meat hot pot, Xuan Yang noted her reluctance to divert her gaze, her mouth nearly watering in anticipation. Xuan Yang found her desire to indulge in this feast, yet hesitance to voice it, rather amusing. Since my friend has extended an invitation, I shall not be impolite. Houtu, seeing Xuan Yang's eagerness, accepted the invitation without hesitation. Furthermore, she was keen to discern Xuan Yang's identity. To remain unharmed beneath the oppressive aura of Buzhou mountain surely indicated that she possessed extraordinary abilities, perhaps even capable of assisting her with the issues concerning the witch clan's primordial spirits. May I inquire your esteemed name? Are you perhaps a chaos demon god? How did you discern my identity at a mere glance? Houtu inquired, her gaze lingering on Xuan Yang, who wore a flowing azure robe, her slender figure and ethereal beauty exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. However, Houtu could not ascertain her background. She merely sensed that Xuan Yang was no ordinary entity. Xuan Yang filled Houtu's bowl with rice, shook her head, and smiled gently as she replied, "My name is Xuan Yang. I am neither a chaos demon god nor affiliated with any clan within the primordial realm. As for how I recognize your identity, it is quite simple. This is the land beneath Buzhou Mountain, a sanctuary for the witch clan, and your vitality far exceeds that of an average witch. Only the 12 ancestral witches possess such vitality, and among them, only Xianming and Houtu are women. Furthermore, your aura carries the essence of the earth's principles. Thus, your identity must be that of the ancestral witch Houtu." Upon hearing this, Houtu felt a surge of shock. Despite Xuan Yang's smiling demeanor and calm tone, her words contained a wealth of information. It is worth noting that she currently embodied an innate Dao body, not the true form of an ancestral witch. While the witch clan's vitality is formidable, it resides within her, and the essence of the principles would not manifest until she acted, for Xuan Yang to discern so much at a glance. Her cultivation must certainly exceed that of a great Luo golden immortal. That such a potent vitality, Houtu instinctively accepted the rice offered by Xuan Yang. Instantly, an enticing aroma enveloped her, accompanied by an overwhelming vitality. The vitality within this rice surpassed even that of the flesh of demon beasts, undoubtedly derived from some form of innate spiritual root. The fact that Xuan Yang consumed such fare was quite remarkable. As Houtu savored the vitality of the rice, she mused that it must be the fruit of an innate spiritual root, silently lamenting its rarity. In truth, it was merely rice seeds produced by the system, a product of the third batch of system refreshes. Initially, upon noticing the minuscule vitality within, Xuan Yang had been incensed and had reprimanded the system before confiscating the rice. Of course, these were not rice seeds in the traditional sense, but rather rice cultivated from those seeds, of which Xuan Yang had an abundance in her storage. The vitality within was too insignificant. While it might be beneficial for others, It was of no use to Xuan Yang, a mythical great Luo golden immortal, and thus she regarded it as ordinary rice. Fortunately, it was still quite palatable, far superior to the fare of her previous life. Following Xuan Yang's example, Houtu took up her bowl and chopsticks. Whether due to the rice's delightful flavor or her own hunger, she polished off half a bowl in the blink of an eye. Friend Houtu, do not rush. There is plenty of rice to go around. How about trying this meat? Upon witnessing this scene, Xuan Yang hastily encouraged her. Placing a piece of dragon meat in a Houtu's bowl, this rice truly so delicious. Its flavor does not seem that remarkable. Perhaps it is merely a consequence of the witch clan's poor diet. Xuan Yang thought, observing Houtu's ravenous demeanor with an amused heart, surprised to discover that the legendary ancestral witch Houtu had such an insatiable appetite. What kind of meat is this? It tastes exquisite. Houtu exclaimed, her beautiful eyes transforming into crescent moons, utterly captivated by the flavor of the dragon meat. Oh, it is nothing but dragon meat. Dragon meat? Indeed, dragon meat. That ancestral dragon had spent too much time in the sea. And when he brought millions of dragons to seize my treasures a few epochs ago, I, in my benevolence, gave him a sound thrashing and spared him after slaying several 100,000 dragons for sustenance. Before Xuan Yang could finish her sentence, Houtu's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of utter incredulity. You killed several 100,000 dragons, and yet you claim to be benevolent. I can hardly believe you. Houtu could not suppress her inner critique, her skepticism towards Xuan Yang's words growing. After all, the ancestral dragon was the patriarch of the dragon clan, one of the 3 primordial races, whose power surpassed that of a great Luo golden immortal. Residing within the realm of mixed Yuan golden immortal. In the world of the primordial, the ranks of cultivation ascend from earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, to mixed Yuan golden immortal, quasi-saint, and finally to the Honghuang great Luo golden immortal, saint, with the ancestral dragon having attained the latter. How could a mere great Luo golden immortal like you contend with a mixed Yuan golden immortal and emerge victorious? Who would believe such a tale? It was not only Xuan Yang, a nascent great Luo golden immortal, but even the 12 ancestral witches of her clan would have to exercise caution. After all, the witch clan had only recently emerged, and even the 12 ancestral witches possessed only mid-level great Luo golden immortal strength, while the ancestral dragon was a late-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal. Thus, Houtu speculated that Xuan Yang must have scavenged a few deceased dragons during the 3-clan war, or perhaps slain a few weaker ones. Surely, dear Xuan Yang, you jest. The ancestral dragon is the patriarch of the dragon clan, possessing countless treasures. How could he covet yours? Before the words had fully left her lips, Houtu seemed to realize something and hastily covered her mouth. But it was too late. Oh dear, Houtu thought, how could I think such a thing while consuming her food? And even say it aloud? This could tarnish the reputation of the witch clan. Houtu cast a cautious glance at Xuan Yang, scrutinizing her expression, and only relaxed when she confirmed that there was no anger upon Xuan Yang's face. Friend Houtu, would you care to try this? Xuan Yang offered Houtu a bottle of sparkling beverage. Houtu accepted it, examining the brown liquid bubbling with effervescence, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity about its nature and whether it was safe to consume. Dear Xuan Yang, what is this? Houtu inquired, perplexed. This is the water of joy. It allows one to temporarily forget their sorrows. As she spoke, Xuan Yang uncapped the bottle and took a hearty swig. The familiar taste. Gifted from a system is truly delightful. Seeing Xuan Yang's refreshed demeanor, Houtu could not help but mimic her actions, uncapping the bottle and taking a sip. A sweetness enveloped her senses, and the carbonation tantalized her taste buds, causing her beautiful eyes to curve into crescents. Delicious. The rice was fragrant, and the dragon meat was equally delectable. After a ravenous feast, the entire dragon meat hot pot was completely devoured by the two, including all the side dishes and fruits. It was rather comical that despite Xuan Yang being the one to prepare the meal, most of it ended up in Houtu's belly. Think of the legendary ancestral, which Houtu was, in truth, a glutton with no resistance to delicious food. Noticing Houtu's unwavering gaze fixed on the empty bowls and chopsticks, her expression one of lingering desire, Xuan Yang found it quite amusing sigh, after a moment. Houtu gently shook her head, letting out a sigh. If you still wish to eat, dear friend Houtu, you are always welcome to return. I am ever at your service, Xuan Yang offered, believing that Houtu sighed out of concern for not being able to enjoy such delicacies in the future. After all, it was merely a matter of a few bowls and chopsticks. Furthermore, dining with a beautiful companion only enhances one's appetite. Thank you, dear Xuan Yang, that I was pondering how wonderful it would be if my witch clan could also partake in such delights. That way, we would not have to venture into peril to hunt other tribes in the primordial realm for the sake of replenishing our vitality. The Wu clan differs fundamentally from the myriad races of the primal chaos. They lack a primordial spirit and instead focus on cultivating their physical forms, necessitating an immense reservoir of vital energy to sustain their practices. Although the Wu clan is known for their martial prowess, they are not driven by a bloodthirsty nature. Their absence of a primordial spirit does not equate to a lack of intellect. Were it not for the demands of their cultivation, they would not roam the wilderness in pursuit of the other races. It seems I have overthought this. While the innate spiritual roots possess a considerable amount of vital energy, they remain inherently limited in quantity and cannot serve as sustenance for an entire clan. Houtu sighed repeatedly, her heart inevitably heavy with melancholy. Meanwhile, Xuan Yang almost burst into laughter. What was being referred to as innate spiritual roots was, in fact, nothing more than ordinary rice procured from the system, possessing a modicum of vital energy, but not much more. Dear Houtu, this is not some innate spiritual root. It is merely the seed of an ordinary plant imbued with a touch of spiritual energy. I have plenty of these, and if you desire, I can sell you some. With a wave of his hand, several bags of rice materialized before Houtu as so much. Houtu had initially thought that Xuan Yang's claim of having a considerable amount referred to just a small bag, but she was taken aback by the sheer volume before her. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a fraction of what Xuan Yang had stored away. In addition, there were various other grains and vegetable seeds, including but not limited to peppers and carrots. Since Xuan Yang could not consume them all, he figured it would be more entertaining to engage in trade and add a touch of excitement to his otherwise mundane life. Is this a lot? This is merely a small portion. I have an abundance more. By the way, I also possess various other grains and vegetable seeds. Like those you just consumed, if Houtu desires. I can provide them all, though not for free. It would be 50 bags of seeds in exchange for one low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. In the world of primal chaos, the hierarchy of magical artifacts ranges from low-grade, innate spiritual treasures to high-grade ones, with each category further divided into upper, middle, lower, and exceptional tiers. Although items below the level of chaos treasures are considered worthless to Xuan Yang, even chaos treasures hold little value to him, while primordial treasures are somewhat acceptable. 50 bags of seeds for a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Houtu's beautiful eyes fixated on Xuan Yang, disbelief flooding her gaze, fearing she had misheard him. 50 bags of seeds for a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure was astonishingly cheap, especially considering the Wu clan's lack of a primordial spirit, rendering treasures mere ornaments, akin to refuse. Furthermore, residing beneath the unyielding mountain, the Wu clan was surrounded by treasures. Over the years, they must have amassed countless innate spiritual treasures in their vaults, which were better utilized for purchasing seeds than left to gather dust. This price is not exorbitant, is it? Surely the Wu clan cannot be so impoverished as to lack even a single low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The two were clearly operating on entirely different wavelengths. Xuan Yang, how many types of grains and vegetable seeds do you possess? I want them all, 100 bags of each. With that, Houtu produced dozens of low-grade, innate spiritual treasures. In that moment, Xuan Yang realized he had underestimated the situation. Houtu was simply astonished by the low price he had set. Ultimately, after a cordial and amicable exchange, both parties obtained what they desired. Houtu wasted no time in returning to the Wu clan, eager to sow these seeds across their lands. Meanwhile, Xuan Yang handed over the innate spiritual treasures acquired in the transaction to the system in exchange for trading points. Although the system was somewhat unreliable, there were a few interesting items in the shop that required trading points to purchase, while Xuan Yang could directly alter the system's rules to acquire items from a shop. He felt that such actions would diminish the enjoyment of the experience. It was akin to a game. Once it was cracked, the thrill of playing would be significantly reduced. Moreover, Xuan Yang was curious to see what unreliable items this unreliable system would produce in the future, which is why he had refrained from altering it. Years later, Xuan Yang languidly reclined in a wicker chair in front of his shop, leisurely enjoying a life of relaxation. Not inquire about its origins. Indeed, it was not derived from the system's provisions, but rather from the first nine-lived Xian of the primal chaos. Although he was unsure why this creature was pure white, it was undeniably a nine-lived Xian. That fateful day, Xuan Yang was roasting dragon meat when the nine-lived Xian was drawn by the aroma. After tasting a piece of dragon meat provided by Xuan Yang, it chose to linger, prompting Xuan Yang to assume the role of a caretaker, lamenting the whims of fate that on this day, as Xuan Yang basked in the sun, a graceful figure suddenly appeared at his side. Houtu, what brings you back? Xuan Yang, the matter is thus. Houtu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she began to explain the unfolding events upon returning to the Wu clan with a plethora of crop seeds. Houtu eagerly embarked on her agricultural endeavors, fantasizing about a future filled with rice and vegetables. However, the outcome deviated significantly from her expectations. The Wu clan, lacking knowledge of agriculture, carelessly scattered the seeds across the land, some here, some there, without any semblance of order. Furthermore, mixing grains and vegetables together led to fierce competition for nutrients, resulting in a meager harvest. Yet, this was not the crux of the issue. The Wu clan's ignorance of cooking meant that the harvested grains and vegetables could only be consumed raw. While eating vegetables raw posed no problem, grains were another matter entirely, especially for Houtu, who had savored the taste of cooked rice. The raw flavor was nearly unbearable. Over the years, Houtu made numerous attempts to create culinary delights. Yet most of her efforts ended in charred failures, leaving her quite disheartened. Consequently, a few years later, Houtu returned to Xuan Yang under the pretense of learning the arts of agriculture and cooking. I see. Dear Houtu wishes to learn the techniques of planting and culinary arts. No problem. My little shop has plenty of rooms, and you may stay as long as you need to master your skills. Xuan Yang, understanding the situation, agreed without hesitation. Although he ran a shop, it attracted few patrons, and his daily life consisted mainly of relaxation. Having the beautiful Houtu as company was far preferable to languishing alone. However, Xuan Yang soon found himself regretting his decision. Teaching her about planting was relatively straightforward. Guiding her to plant the grains and vegetables separately and ensuring they were watered regularly was quite easy. Yet, when it came to cooking, Houtu was a veritable black hole. She would boil rice without water and neglect to turn the meat while roasting. Such blunders were beyond comprehension. Thus, thousands of years passed without Houtu learning much, and she often demanded elaborate feasts, a claim that, while exaggerated, was not far from the truth. Xuan Yang's stock of millions of dragon meats dwindled by a tenth due to her and the little white creature, the nine-lived Xian, revealing that Houtu was not genuinely interested in learning, but rather wanted Xuan Yang to serve as her chef. Without providing any ingredients, as the years swiftly flowed by. Under Xuan Yang's careful tutelage, Houtu finally mastered a few simple home-cooked dishes. After expressing her gratitude, she returned to the Wu clan, boasting of her newfound culinary prowess and eager for her brothers and sisters to sample her creations. Upon hearing her words, Xuan Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, thinking to himself, it would be best if such dark culinary creations were kept hidden from public view. As he gently stroked the soft, white belly of the little white creature, it emitted contented gurgles, seemingly relishing the moment. Little White, how much dragon meat did you consume while Houtu was here? Look at how you've plumped up. It's time for a diet. For your well-being, I have decided to have your rations starting today. You can return to your former diet once you slim down. Upon hearing this, the nine-lived Xian's wide eyes bulged in disbelief, meowing in protest, thinking, when have I ever been fat? I am perfectly fine. It is evident that you, my master, exhibit favoritism. When Houtu was present, you said nothing. Now that she has departed, you wish to reduce the provisions. This is truly an affront to me. Woe is me. Beneath the unyielding peaks of the primordial mountains, in the realm of the Houtu tribe, Upon her joyful return from Xuan Yang, Houtu promptly summoned the great shaman De and the mighty Quafu, with the intention of imparting to them the sacred art of cultivation. The Wu clan venerates Pangu as their father deity, with the 12 ancestors of Wu as their leaders, followed by the 24 great shamans, and beneath them, the lesser shamans, culminating in the shamanic warriors of the clan. Each ancestral tribe is led by 2 great shamans. In the Houtu tribe, De and Quafu hold this esteemed position, although they are not the mightiest among the great shamans. They're the most renowned in later generations. Surely, you have heard the tales of Quafu chasing the sun and shooting down the suns at It is important to note that it was De, not Ho-E, who brought down the suns. During the calamity of the Wu Yao conflict, 10 suns appeared simultaneously, scorching countless beings of the primordial world, with the Wu clan suffering the greatest losses that in a bid for vengeance. The great shaman Quafu pursued the 10 golden crows, who possessed the art of transforming into rainbows, but tragically fell victim to their encirclement. In retaliation, De released 9 arrows, slaying 9 of the golden crows, which ignited the Second Wu Yao War. The aftermath left the Wu clan decimated, with only a fraction surviving, while the Yao clan also endured grievous losses. Might I inquire as to the urgent matter for which the esteemed Houtu has summoned E and Quafu? The 2 knelt respectfully, their faces reflecting deep reverence. For the Wu clan, the 12 ancestors are akin to the heavens. Their words are absolute, and to defy them would be an unthinkable transgression etched into their very essence. I have called upon you both to share with you the art of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the 2 were momentarily taken aback, their minds struggling to comprehend, for they lacked spiritual awareness. They pondered, is this art of cultivation truly one of the 3,000 great paths? Why have we never before heard of it? It must be an exceptionally profound technique, indeed. The more they contemplated, the more convinced they became of its significance. Recognizing the exceptional wisdom of the illustrious Houtu, one of the 12 ancestors, we are profoundly grateful to you, Houtu, for bestowing upon us such great knowledge. We shall forever remember your kindness. They were overcome with gratitude, their expressions reflecting the weight of a monumental blessing, leaving Houtu somewhat bewildered. Houtu mused, I merely wish for you to cultivate some crops. Why the theatrics? Ahem, you have misunderstood. I have recently acquired the seeds of spiritual plants, rich in vitality and blood essence, suitable for the cultivation of our people. The art of cultivation I wish to impart to you pertains to the nurturing of these spiritual plants, to benefit our clan. Are you willing to accept this? After a brief cough, Houtu proceeded to explain the matters concerning the seeds of grains and vegetables. The seeds she had previously utilized were but a fraction. The majority remained untapped, now perfectly suited for this purpose. Reflecting on this, Houtu felt a sense of pride in her foresight, relieved that she had not squandered all the seeds at once, lest she trouble Xuan Yang further. However, she had not anticipated that requiring Xuan Yang to prepare her meals daily over the millennia had already been a considerable burden that we are willing. Please, esteemed Houtu, teach us the methods of spiritual plant cultivation. The 2 expressed no doubt regarding Houtu's words, for to them, the pronouncements of the ancestors were infallible. Subsequently, Houtu entrusted them with the seeds of grains and vegetables, imparting the cultivation techniques, which were so simple that even the Wu clan, lacking in spiritual awareness, could master them. Indeed, the art of cultivation has been passed on to you both. Go forth and sow these seeds upon the fertile lands of the Wu clan. Yes, esteemed Houtu's day with that. Houtu dismissed them, assuming the role of a hands-off overseer for the farming. She delegated that task to her subordinates. She then retrieved a cookbook purchased from Xuan Yang and began to peruse it intently, contemplating the delectable dishes she could create with the grains and vegetables. Previously, when Houtu had sought to learn the culinary arts from Xuan Yang, perhaps due to the Wu clan's lack of spiritual awareness, she would forget the lessons as soon as they were taught. Eventually, Xuan Yang, out of options, taught her to read and write, enabling her to learn independently. And to her surprise, she succeeded remarkably well. It is indeed a curious twist of fate. While Houtu immersed herself in the cookbook, the members of the Wu clan had already embarked on their agricultural endeavors. Muscular warriors of the Wu clan wielded innate treasures as makeshift hoes to till the land. a sight that was rather absurd. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The Wu clan lacked spiritual awareness and could not wield magical artifacts, rendering even the finest innate treasures useless in their hands. Consequently, they resorted to using these treasures for tilling the soil. Should the myriad clans of the primordial realm witness this, they would undoubtedly scorn the Wu clan as a band of savages. An insult that stung deeply. Reporting to Houtu, they declared the grains and vegetable seeds have all been sown. And Kwafu knelt before Houtu with utmost reverence. Upon hearing this, Houtu nodded and addressed Kwafu and saying, "You must tend to these spiritual plants with great care, for when the time of harvest arrives, it shall be considered a significant accomplishment for you both, granting you the privilege of entering the Panga temple to cultivate for a millennium." Upon hearing this, the two were filled with immense joy. The Panga temple, formed from the heart of Pangu after his demise, stands as the ultimate sanctuary for the Wu clan. All Wu clan members, including the 12 ancestors, are said to have emerged from the blood pool within the Panga temple. Moreover, the Panga temple serves as a sacred ground for cultivation, where a single day spent within is equivalent to a year of labor in the outside world. Only the 12 ancestors may enter freely, while other members of the Wu clan can only do so after achieving great merit. Thus, the permission granted by the ancestor Houtu for them to cultivate there for 10,000 years is an extraordinary reward. The two chorused their thanks. "Thank you, esteemed Houtu's, you need not thank me. This is what you rightfully deserve. You may leave now. I require solitude for contemplation," with a wave of her delicate hand. Houtu signaled for them to depart, seeking a quiet place to delve into a book that captivated her, her eyes shining with delight, utterly absorbed in its contents, so much so that she failed to notice another's presence behind her. "Sister, what engrossing material are you perusing that holds you so rapt?" Behind Houtu stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Intrigued by Houtu's apparent fascination, she glanced at the book in Houtu's hands. But due to the absence of written language in the primordial realm, she could only comprehend the illustrations, not the text, prompting her to inquire. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Houtu closed the book and turned to see the visitor, offering a gentle smile that, "It is you, Sister Xianming. I thought it was someone else." Xianming, with a visage of grace and a bird-like form, adorned with delicate ornaments and standing upon two azure serpents, is the ancestor of rain, ice, and one of the two female ancestors among the 12 is sister. "What were you just reading?" It appeared quite intriguing. Xianming continued to ask. Houtu, not wishing to withhold, revealed the book titled The Recipe of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. A book. The Recipe of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Xianming felt somewhat bewildered, having never encountered such a concept before. This tome contains accounts of rare ingredients and culinary methods from the primordial realm, Houtu explained, detailing the origins of the various crop seeds and fervently extolling the deliciousness of the recipes, culminating in her preparing a meal, albeit modestly edible, from ingredients acquired through Xuan Yang for Xianming to taste. "Incredibly delicious. I never anticipated that you possessed such culinary talents, sister. This is exquisite. You must accompany me back to the Xianming tribe. From this day forth, you shall be my personal chef." Although Houtu's cooking was not exceptionally refined, to the Wu clan, accustomed to the charred flavor of their usual fare, it was a delightful feast. After tasting her creations, Xianming insisted on bringing Houtu back to her tribe as a cook. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Houtu agreed to teach Xianming the culinary arts and even made a copy of the recipe of the Classic of Mountains and Seas for her, which finally appeased Xianming. "By the way, sister, should we not summon our brothers? These crops are so delectable, and they can greatly replenish the vitality of our Wu clan. Surely, all our kin should partake in them." Upon learning that Houtu possessed an array of crop seeds with exceptional flavors, Xianming immediately envisioned the possibility of cultivating them in all the Wu tribes. Houtu, upon hearing Xianming's thoughts, nodded in agreement and replied, "Sister Xianming, I share your sentiments. However, most of the crop seeds have already been sown, and my remaining seeds are limited, insufficient to support cultivation across the entire Wu clan. Even if we were to call upon our brothers, it would be in vain. That it would be wiser to wait until the crops have matured a few times, allowing us to gather sufficient seeds before summoning them." Upon hearing this, Xianming nodded knowingly, Previously, Houtu had informed her that these crops had a remarkably short maturation period, typically ripening within mere months. For them, let alone a few months, even a few thousand years would merely be the blink of an eye. My younger sister is indeed correct. I had not considered this thoroughly, she reflected. Waiting for a few years would yield the same results. During this time, I shall take it upon myself to teach my elder sister the art of cooking. Observing Xuan Yang's delight in the dishes she prepared, Houtu felt a deep sense of satisfaction and proposed to teach Xuan Yang the culinary craft. Unbeknownst to her, Houtu was a natural at creating dark cuisine, while Xuan Yang appeared to be brimming with enthusiasm. Oblivious to the potential consequences of Houtu's tutelage. After all, Houtu had only mastered a couple of dishes after millennia of instruction from Xuan Yang. Years later, within the Houtu clan, the 12 ancestral shamans of the witch tribe convened. "Little sister, did you summon us 12 ancestral shamans for some significant matter?" inquired Di Jiang, the ancestral shaman of spatial speed, who presided over the laws of space and was also the eldest among them. Just a few days prior, Houtu, one of the 12 ancestral shamans, had unexpectedly gathered the other 11. However, she had not disclosed the purpose of this assembly, leaving the other 10 shamans perplexed. Houtu, not in haste to address her brother's inquiries, merely smiled and said, "Brothers, just follow my little sister." The 10 ancestral shamans exchanged glances, each visage laden with questions, uncertain of what their little sister had in store, and were compelled to follow her lead. At the center of the Houtu clan, bonfires crackled and danced, casting a warm and dazzling crimson glow. Surrounding the bonfire, the 12 ancestral shamans sat in a circle, gazing at one another. Houtu waved her hand, signaling her kin to bring forth the offerings. Before long, plates of tantalizingly aromatic dishes were presented. Except for Houtu and Xuan Yang, the remaining ancestral shamans were instantly captivated by the enticing fragrances, their eyes fixated on the delicacies. Involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. "Little sister, what is this?" Di Jiang queried, sensing the pulsating life force within the dish, momentarily mistaking it for some primordial spiritual herb. My esteemed brothers, here is the situation. Houtu elaborated on her encounter with Xuan Yang and the matter of the crop seeds, including her exchange of inferior primordial spiritual treasures for the seeds. Naturally, she artfully concealed her indulgence in Xuan Yang's hospitality, for such revelations would tarnish her reputation. So, you mean to say that these crop seeds can be cultivated in abundance? Unlike other primordial spiritual roots that take millennia to yield? Upon concluding Houtu's explanation, Zhu Jiuyin immediately contemplated a profound possibility. If these seeds could be widely planted within the witch tribe, would they not be free from the worries of cultivation? Precisely, seventh brother, these seeds not only permit extensive cultivation, but also possess exceptional flavor, Houtu affirmed. The purpose of summoning you all here is to encourage my brothers to bring these seeds back to your respective tribes and sow them upon our ancestral lands for the benefit of our people. The ancestral shamans nodded in agreement, acknowledging the significance of Houtu's words. Although they lacked primordial spirits, they were not devoid of intellect. They understood the immense value of this discovery for the witch tribe. "Ahem, little sister, your proposal is splendid, yet we must personally test whether this substance possesses the remarkable life force you claim," one brother interjected. "Indeed, little sister, we shall ascertain its properties before making any decisions," another echoed. The two bickering brothers, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, shared a knowing smile, their mouths watering at the prospect of the delicious offerings, revealing their simplicity amidst the gravity of the situation. While the witch tribe was often perceived as brutish, these two stood out as particularly oblivious. As the ancestral shamans observed the dishes, they could hardly contain their hunger, and soon began to indulge heartily, disregarding their earlier decorum. In mere moments, the table was cleared. Yet a lingering sense of yearning remained upon their faces. "Little sister, the flavors of these creations are exquisite. Alas, there is too little," Zhu Rong lamented, only to be silenced by Zhu Jiuyin, who hastily covered his mouth. Stifling his complaints, not mind this fool. Little sister, he is but a simpleton, and we shan't stoop to his level," Zhu Jiuyin remarked with a wry smile. Houtu, well aware of Zhu Rong's nature, regarded him as a mere fool, unworthy of her concern. Brothers, do you believe this spiritual crop can be cultivated extensively across our witch lands? She inquired. The ancestral shamans exchanged glances and nodded in silent accord. Jiang then spoke. Little sister is correct. We can all sense the life force contained within the crops produced from these seeds. Even for us ancestral shamans, they offer considerable benefits for cultivation. And for our witch tribes people, the advantages are even greater. Such spiritual entities ought to be shared amongst our kin. Little sister, how many seeds do you possess? At this juncture, Jiang turned his gaze toward Houtu, awaiting her response. Houtu smiled, remaining silent, and with a graceful wave of her hand, the landscape around them was soon filled with numerous bags of seeds, a testament to their abundance. After years of cultivation and harvest, Houtu had accumulated a significant stock, set aside primarily for the other clans of the witch tribe, aside from her and Xianming's culinary experiments. These are all reserved for you, my esteemed brothers. Subsequently, Houtu explained the varieties of seeds and their respective planting methods. Thus, the 12 ancestral shamans gathered together for several years, diligently learning the art of cultivation. Afterward, each ancestral shaman received the crop seeds from Houtu, with even the typically lackadaisical Zhu Rong and his brother treating the seeds as treasures. Despite their carefree nature, they remained cognizant of the gravity of the situation. Upon returning to their respective tribes, they fervently instructed their kin to plant the seeds from that day forth, a multitude of which tribe members abandoned their hunting pursuits, opting instead to till the soil using spiritual treasures, while those without such tools worked the earth by hand. The witch tribe, known for their formidable physiques, found tilling the land to be a trivial task, as even the average witch soldier possessed strength comparable to inferior postnatal spiritual treasures. However, the sight was rather, how shall I say, absurd. It was hard to believe that a tribe renowned for their savagery would be engaged in such agricultural labor, as the witch tribe embarked upon their fervent cultivation journey. Xuan Yang reclined leisurely in a wrought-tan chair, sipping on cola procured from the system, utterly content. Why is it so noisy? The witch tribe is collectively tilling the land. Xuan Yang took notice of the unusual stirrings among the witch tribe and felt a tinge of curiosity. Closing his eyes, he quickly grasped the unfolding events at I seem to regret selling the seeds to Houtu. Are they truly making such a commotion over farming? Xuan Yang furrowed his brow, pondering. They can farm if they wish. But making such a ruckus is quite another matter, isn't it? Sigh, it's disrupting my leisurely existence. What do you think, Xiao Bai? Xuan Yang gently caressed the pristine white fur on the back of Jiao Ming Xian. Uttering, meow meow, Xiao Bai called out twice, indicating indifference, expressing only concern for the availability of dragon meat. Ever since the departure of Houtu, her rations have been halved, leading to prolonged protests on her part, though sadly to no avail. The heartless master, bullying her, wailed in despair. Xuan Yang paid no heed to Jiao Ming Xian's internal dissatisfaction and carried her into the shop. Oh, system, dear system, he lamented, how utterly shameful you are. Utterly useless. Perhaps you should consider becoming an intelligent steward instead. After several refreshes, Xuan Yang had lost all hope in the system, contemplating instead a transformation to leverage any remaining potential. The system, sensing his impatience, hastily interjected, "Wait, host. Allow me a moment to plead my case." To explain that IT asserted that the first 5,000 years post-activation were merely a testing phase, during which it was connected to lower-tier worlds. The next refresh would undoubtedly yield valuable items. Xuan Yang cast a sidelong glance at the luminous orb of the system, and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "I grant you one final chance." Once he departed, the system orb flickered slightly, internally lamenting its predicament. Why must I, a magnificent system, be burdened with such an incompetent host who seems intent on my demise daily? I too yearn for a higher-tier world to refresh. Yet the rules bind me, so that it is truly arduous. Wawa. Amidst the frenzied agricultural endeavors of the Witch clan, the indomitable volcanic range in the far southern expanse of the primordial world stretched endlessly. Countless colossal birds, adorned with fiery red plumage, either circled overhead or darted past, their cries resonating like a heavenly symphony. Following the creation of the world by Pangu, ferocious beasts wreaked havoc, leading to the mingling of primordial spiritual energy with the elements of earth: fire, water, and wind, giving rise to the three primordial clans: dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants. Since the calamity wrought by the ferocious beasts, the dragon clan ruled over the aquatic beings. The phoenix clan presided over the avian creatures, while the cheilan clan governed the terrestrial beasts. Tensions had been rife among the three clans, each vying for dominion over the fate of the primordial realm, aspiring to achieve the legendary state of the Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal. The Dragon Clan resided across the four seas, the Cheilan Clan dwelled near Kunlun, and the immortal volcano was the ancestral ground of the Phoenix Clan. Within the Phoenix Temple beneath a towering phoenix tree, a woman clad in a flowing red gown sat upon the throne, her willow-like brows and phoenix-like eyes accentuating her porcelain skin, cascading wine-red hair framing her noble demeanor, resembling a vision from a painting. As the impending war among the three clans loomed, she pondered whether her Phoenix clan could survive this tribulation. Yuan Feng sighed deeply, a trace of worry evident in her tone. "Brother Yang, it appears the vows of our youth may never come to fruition." Before the calamity of the ferocious beasts, nearly 3,000 chaotic deities perished in the cataclysm of creation, their remnants tainting the world with lingering resentment. The remnants of these chaotic beings birthed the ferocious beasts, born of cruelty and bloodlust, annihilating over 90% of the newly formed primordial life. In the aftermath, the primordial spiritual energy blended with the elements, leading to the emergence of the three primordial clans. Tasked with defending against the ferocious beasts, the war between the three clans and the ferocious beasts raged on for an indeterminate length of time. Yuan Feng vividly recalled the last great battle, where the beast emperor Xuan Yang, aware of his impending doom, sought to drag her down with him to that time. Yuan Feng was merely at the mid-stage of the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm, while Xuan Yang had reached its pinnacle, just a step away from becoming a saint. Had it not been for the reckoning of heavenly karma, the leaders of the three clans together would have been no match for him. Realizing his fate was sealed, Xuan Yang attempted to ensnare the Phoenix clan, which had suffered the most losses. However, as the Phoenix clan's leader, Yuan Feng could not allow such a fate to unfold, and thus lured Xuan Yang away. The ancestral dragon and the primordial Cheilan, both aware they were no match for the frenzied Xuan Yang, chose to observe from a distance, remaining uninvolved. Yuan Feng remembered that despite Xuan Yang being burdened by heavenly karma, his powers still far surpassed hers, and in a matter of moments, she was nearly brought to death's door. In her moment of despair, a man clad in an ethereal robe appeared before her. As Xuan Yang had his back turned, Yuan Feng did not catch a glimpse of his face, but the silhouette exuded an aura of comfort. Is this the extent of the beast god Shini's power? Yuan Feng thought incredulously as the man effortlessly seized Xuan Yang in midair. Indeed, the illustrious beast god Xuan Yang, a pinnacle Honghuang Golden Immortal, found himself immobilized by an unknown figure, with a mere flick of his finger. The man unleashed a crimson streak of light, engulfing Xuan Yang in purifying flames, reducing him to nothingness in mere moments, leaving not even a trace of his essence behind. This man was none other than Xuan Yang, who, at that time, was merely at the mythological celestial realm, yet his strength was comparable to that of a saint, Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal. Having been engaged in his cultivation beneath the unyielding mountain, he fortuitously witnessed Xuan Yang pursuing Yuan Feng, prompting him to intervene. Time has elapsed, and Yuan Feng has long forgotten the details of that fateful battle. Yet the image of Xuan Yang's face as he turned remains etched in her memory, captivating her heart even after countless epochs. Subsequently, Xuan Yang aided her in healing and engaged in profound discussions about the Tao. During this period, she inquired how someone of the celestial realm could possess the strength to vanquish Xuan Yang. Xuan Yang explained that he was a mythological, celestial being and elaborated on the distinctions between mythological and ordinary cultivation systems. Over the course of several hundred epochs, they vowed that once she attained the status of Honghuang Duo Golden Immortal, and Xuan Yang achieved the rank of mythological Duo Golden Immortal, they would unite as partners in the Tao. Alas, before she could reach the pinnacle of her cultivation, she found herself beset by calamity, fearing that she may never again encounter the one she longed for. Each time she reflected on this, Her heart felt as though it were pricked by countless needles. I in the primordial world. Beneath the unyielding mountain, after hundreds of years, the land of the Witch clan flourished with a plethora of crops and fruits, including grains and vegetables. The various Witch clan tribes began to enjoy a bountiful life, transitioning from a hunting civilization to an agrarian one. Straying further down this divergent path, is it finally over? Mused one of the simple-minded witches. Such a ruckus over farming. This has been utterly tiresome for hundreds of years. Xuan Yang, as was his wont, lounged in a wicker chair, sipping a cold beverage, cradling Xiao by the nine-life Xian, relishing in a leisurely existence. For the past few centuries, the simple-minded witches had been incessantly digging with their spiritual treasures, causing quite the commotion. Digging was one thing, but what was with the incessant drumming? Clearly, they had too much idle energy. Only recently had that group of dullards settled down, allowing Xuan Yang to resume his languid lifestyle. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the ground beneath the unyielding mountain, clouds of dust rising, yellow sand swirling. What is happening? An earthquake? Xuan Yang questioned. But no, how could the pillar of the unyielding mountain tremble? With a swift movement, he sprang to his feet, gazing towards the northwestern expanse of the unyielding mountain, where the Chilan clan's territory is the war among the three clans about to commence so soon. With a mere glance, Xuan Yang's gaze traversed the river of time, perceiving the unusual movements of the Chilan clan, thus understanding the unfolding events, according to the original history of the primordial realm, during the calamity of Honghuang. The three clans, dragons, phoenixes, and Chilans, clashed, resulting in the devastation of the land and the demise of 90% of its inhabitants, leading to the subsequent reckoning by heavenly forces, erasing them from existence. Following that, the Dragon clan would eternally govern the seas. The Chilan would transform into auspicious symbols, while the Phoenix clan would forever be bound to the immortal volcano. Among the leaders of the three clans, the first Chilan transformed into the Chilan cliff. The ancestral dragon filled the eye of the four seas with its colossal form, and Yuan Feng, imbued with the primordial energies of the five elements, bore 2 phoenix eggs, yet could not attain rebirth, suffering the relentless erosion of heavenly karma day and night. In the subsequent calamities of the Witch clan, the Demon clan, and the journey to the west. While the Dragon clan endured great suffering, they managed to survive. The Phoenix became a mount for saints, yet was deprived of freedom, and the Chilan's fate was the most tragic, nearly fading into legend. None of the three clans met with a favorable end. Hongjun, Luo Ho, Heavenly Tao, may you tread carefully. Xuan Yang set aside his previously gentle demeanor, his expression grave, directing his gaze toward one horizon before shifting to another. The directions included the western Shumi Mountain, Yujing Mountain, and the vast expanse of the firmament above. Turning, Xuan Yang entered the small shop. Ding! The world has refreshed. The current connected world is the blue-white star parallel world, the light and shadow realm. The merchandise has been updated. 5 elements light and shadow stone, primordial version, a mid-grade primordial spiritual treasure, allowing the bearer to summon 5 elements armor, representing the primordial 5 elemental forces. Priced at 100,000 trading points, Emperor Shadow Stone, primordial version. A congenital supreme treasure grants its possessor the ability to summon the Emperor's armor, which symbolizes the heavenly Tao and possesses the temporary capability to manipulate its power. Priced at 9,999,999 trading points. Explosive Flame Blade, primordial version, a congenital fire divine weapon, classified as an exquisite congenital spiritual treasure, priced at 50 million trading points. Note, a low-grade congenital spiritual treasure is equivalent to 10,000 trading points, a mid-grade to 100,000 trading points, a high-grade to 1 million trading points, and an exquisite congenital spiritual treasure to 10 million trading points. The Emperor's Shadow Stone represents the power of the heavenly Tao, an intriguing object that bears some resemblance to my companion spiritual treasure. I wonder if it can directly manipulate the power of the heavenly Tao without the consent of the primordial heavenly Tao. If it can, that would indeed be fascinating. However, the pricing of the 5-element Shadow Stone seems somewhat low, and what on earth is this explosive flame blade? Does the 5 elements armor contain such a thing? Xuan Yang felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the system's pricing strategy. While the disparity between the Emperor's Shadow Stone and the 5-element Shadow Stone was somewhat acceptable, it was absurd that the explosive flame blade was even more expensive than the Shadow Stone. Host, the pricing set by this system is exceedingly reasonable. The 5-element Shadow Stone is merely a product of a minor world, and after system enhancement, its potential is limited. In contrast, the explosive flame blade is a creation of this system. Its value is immeasurable, the system explained, its tone slightly smug, tinged with a hint of pride. Xuan Yang picked up the Emperor's Shadow Stone, which resembled a transparent crystal with a character engraved at its center. Glimmering beautifully under the sunlight. System, this object doesn't require solar energy to recharge, does it? Xuan Yang recalled a similar entity from a novel in his previous life, which indeed required sunlight for charging. If this object also needed solar energy, it would be quite impractical. Moreover, what if it could only be used in sunlight? Indeed, as the host speculated, it can only be utilized in sunlight and is ineffective at night. Came the system's reply. Hearing this, Xuan Yang's lips twitched. Was this truly a congenital supreme treasure, or merely a solar-powered toy? System, I suddenly have the urge to transform you into artificial intelligence. What do you think? Xuan Yang glanced at the system's light sphere, contemplating that this object might be of no further use to him. Notice, the Phoenix clan is divided into Feng, male, and Huang, female. However, Yuan Feng, the first Phoenix, is female. Yuan Feng is merely her name, also known as Shi Huang. Before the demise of Yuan Feng at Luofeng Slope, the congenital 5 elements yin and yang energies entered her body, resulting in the birth of 2 phoenix eggs through the mingling of origins. She could not possibly be male. Point 1 should not solely use the division of Feng and Huang in the Phoenix clan as a standard. Water tribe of the Primordial Era. Heed my command. Today, we shall march forth to vanquish Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin. With a single decree from the ancestor dragon, the water tribe of the Primordial Era responded eagerly, surging forth from the depths of the ocean. Dragon roars echoing and a pressure expanding over millions of miles. In the northwestern region of Buzhou Mountain, near Kunlun Mountain, dust and smoke filled the air as the roars of beasts resounded deafeningly. With millions of Qilin leading the charge of the primordial beasts. All primordial beasts, heed my call. Today we shall engage in battle to annihilate the detestable Phoenix and Dragon clans, that I shall make it known to Yuan Feng and the Ancestor Dragon that we, the primordial beasts, are the true masters of this vast land. With a rousing speech from Shi Qilin, the primordial beasts surged with fervor, their battle spirits soaring. The South Ming undying volcano, Yuan Feng donned resplendent crimson armor, wielding the Phoenix staff, radiating an air of unparalleled majesty. The Feng clan, heed my command. All who possess a cultivation above Tai, golden immortal, rally with me to eradicate the Dragon clan and the Qilin. We shall follow the command of the Feng clan. The primordial avian beings responded in unison, taking to the sky with fervent cries, their momentum rivaling that of the Dragon and Qilin clans. Simultaneously, various tribes of the Primordial Era turned their gazes towards the 3 clans, eager to witness the outcome of this monumental conflict. Among them were Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tongtian atop Kunlun Mountain. These 3 were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, endowed with the merit of creation, possessing peak Tai golden immortal cultivation from their inception, regarded as the pinnacle of talent within the primordial ERAIT. Is worth noting that they had taken form during the Mid-Dragon Han catastrophe. But due to the ongoing conflict among the 3 clans and their insufficient power, they rarely appeared in the primordial realm. Eldest brother, second brother, who do you think will emerge victorious in the 3-clan battle? Among the 3 brothers, only Tongtian appeared youthful, his character forthright, unafraid to speak his mind, never engaging in duplicity. This moment, the straightforward Tongtian, relishing the unfolding spectacle, began discussing the potential victor of the conflict. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi cast a sidelong glance at Tongtian, snorting dismissively. They are but a group of wet creatures, adorned with fur and horns, merely relying on the fact that my brothers and I were born before them. Had my brothers and I been born first, would they have had the audacity to flaunt their power upon this land? Tongtian retorted with some dissatisfaction. Second brother, one cannot dismiss them so lightly. The leaders of the three primordial clans are illustrious figures, their cultivation surpassing yours and mine. Although we are the descendants of Pangu, we must not underestimate the beings of the Primordial Era. Yuanshi, feeling slighted that Tong Tian showed no respect for his elder brother, became discontent. We are the manifestations of the primordial spirit of our father. How can we be compared to mere beasts? Laozi, witnessing the squabbling between the two, invoked his authority as the eldest brother, admonishing, "Enough, you two shall cease this bickering. The battle of the three clans will result in countless losses among the beings of the Primordial Era, regardless of which clan emerges victorious. It shall bring calamity rather than fortune to the world." Yuanshi and Tong Tian could only acquiesce. Eldest brother speaks wisely. Yet, Yuanshi remained unconvinced, while Tong Tian, respecting his elder brother, chose to suppress his grievances on the western Shumi mountain. A man wielding a god-slaying spear gazed upon the dim battlefield of the three clans, laughing maniacally. "Kill, kill! The more fiercely you fight, the more my four swords of extermination yearn for blood. Ha ha ha!" This man was none other than the demon ancestor Luo, who sought to refine the four swords of extermination by inciting conflict among the three clans, aiming to attain enlightenment through slaughter. As Luo, who observed the battlefield of the three clans, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, as if he were inching closer to the path of enlightenment. On Yujing Mountain, an elder with a demeanor of ethereal grace sat cross-legged, similarly watching the battlefield of the three clans, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Luo, do you truly believe that your scheme to incite discord among the three clans, hoping to attain enlightenment through slaughter, is flawless? You may deceive the beings of the Primordial Era, but you cannot deceive the heavenly Tao." Honghuang stroked the creation jade dish in his hand, laughing uproariously. The creation jade dish, though flawed, is indeed a treasure of chaos, and it has still guided me towards the path of enlightenment. In a matter of several epochs, I shall attain the status of a saint and become the foremost sage of the Primordial Era. As Honghuang reveled in thoughts of being favored by the heavenly Tao, aided by the creation jade dish, envisioning himself as the Tao ancestor towering above millions, a sense of indescribable elation filled his heart. Just as Honghuang was caught in his exuberant laughter, a young man clad in black appeared out of thin air, gazing at Honghuang with an expressionless face, akin to observing a fool. "Honghuang, do you look particularly pleased?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Honghuang instantly composed himself, displaying a respectful demeanor. "I have the honor of meeting the heavenly Tao. May I inquire as to your purpose in visiting?" Indeed, the young man in black was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, born from the primordial heavenly Tao, following Panga's creation of the world. However, as the saying goes, heaven possesses surplus yet compensates for deficiencies. The heavenly Tao ultimately has its shortcomings. Thus, the primordial heavenly Tao sought to rectify itself through the force of calamity, leading to the orchestration of the Dragon Han catastrophe, with the aim of finding a vessel in the reincarnated chaos divine demons. Indeed, the conflict among the three clans was driven by the hidden machinations of the primordial heavenly Tao, while Luo, whose endeavors merely aligned fortuitously with its objectives. "Honghuang, fulfill your duties. Otherwise, I shall consider replacing you as my representative. For you have yet to fully merge with the heavenly Tao." Upon hearing this, Honghuang was instantly drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Heavenly Tao, you cannot betray me. Thus far, I have been performing diligently." The notion of being replaced left him bewildered. "I assure you, heavenly Tao, I shall not disappoint you." The embodiment of the heavenly Tao cast a sidelong glance at Honghuang, waved his sleeve, and turned to depart. "I hope so." As the manifestation of the heavenly Tao vanished, Honghuang collapsed to the ground in utter defeat. Even with his perfected quasi-saint realm, he remained nothing more than an insignificant insect before the vast and boundless heavenly Tao. He understood that the emergence of the primordial heavenly Tao served merely as a reminder. "You, Honghuang, are but a dog before the Tao, and should you disobey, you can easily be replaced in the future. When I merge with the heavenly Tao, I shall become the Tao itself, and in that time, none shall have the power to oppose me." This thought Honghuang could only harbor in the depths of his heart, daring not to utter it aloud. Beneath Mount Buzhou, The 12 ancestral shamans of the witch clan, along with the siblings Nuwa and Fushi, were intently observing the grand battle of the three clans. Albeit with slightly differing perspectives, the 12 ancestral shamans were filled with fervor. Had their strength been sufficient, they would have relished the opportunity to spar with the clan leaders. Truly, they were warriors by nature. Eager to engage in combat with anyone they encountered on Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa and Fushi were also closely watching the conflict among the three clans. Nuwa's gaze was fixed upon Yuan Feng, adorned in resplendent crimson armor. Captivated by his unparalleled beauty and masculine vigor, his invincible form entrancing her completely. "Brother, do you think I could become a woman like Yuan Feng in the future?" Nuwa asked, a hint of infatuation in her voice. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Fushi with an expression that seemed to threaten. "If you dare say otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action." Fushi, well aware of his younger sister's temperament, felt the weight of her gaze and knew that even a hint of dissent could lead to dire consequences. "Sister, you will undoubtedly surpass Yuan Feng in the future. I have faith in my dear sister." "Really?" Nuwa queried, still somewhat skeptical. "Indeed." Fushi sighed, resigned to the fact that he must indulge his sister, for she was a challenging one to manage. Upon hearing this, Nuwa nodded, convinced regardless of others' beliefs. Meanwhile, Xuan Yang focused solely on Yuan Feng, indifferent to the fates of the others, as he was no benevolent saint. Though the war among the three clans was instigated by figures like Luo, who, both the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin, harbored ambitions of dominance over the primordial realm, seeking to attain the status of the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian through the fortune of a land. Years ago, Xuan Yang had warned Yuan Feng against involvement, uncertain of the reasons that had ensnared Yuan Feng in the calamity of tribulation, but assured that it was not due to matters of fortune. The primordial heavenly Tao, Hongjun, and Luo, who, you delight in schemes, do you? Then do not blame me for turning the tables against you. Xuan Yang stroked his pet, and then produced an object, his innate spiritual treasure, a diamond-shaped crystal inscribed with the character for light, remarkably similar to the Emperor's Light Shadow Stone. However, it required constant charging, akin to a treasure equipped with solar panels. In contrast, Yi Yang's Emperor's Chaos Crystal had existed since the Taizu era, absorbing the quintessence of the 5 primordial ancestors, its rank surpassing even that of the Honghuang treasures. The distinction between the two was akin to that of a genuine article and a mere imitation. A significant disparity indeed. Heavenly Tao, you wish to complete yourself through the absorption of calamity. I shall not grant you that satisfaction. Hongjun, you intend to hinder the cultivation of all beings with your incomplete method of severing the 3 corpses? Then I shall widely disseminate the method to attain sanctity. Since you, Hongjun, seek to destroy the heavenly pillar of Mount Buzhou, I shall instead transform Mount Buzhou into the true heavenly pillar. Xuan Yang gazed towards the heavens, where a youth clad in black stood, the embodiment of the primordial heavenly Tao. After Pangu opened the heavens, the realms birthed the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, with the heavenly Tao first to awaken consciousness. Its selfishness leading to attempts to suppress the earthly and human paths in a bid to monopolize the primordial realm. Upon its inception, the heavenly Tao quickly recognized its own deficiencies, necessitating eons to rectify its flaws. With little success, it was not until the calamity of fierce beasts concluded and the power of tribulation permeated the primordial realms that the heavenly Tao discovered it could absorb this power to mend itself. Consequently, the heavenly Tao's avatar sought out Hongjun, a reincarnation among the 3,000 divine demons, orchestrating the Dragon Han calamity. Furthermore, the subsequent calamities, the Witch and Demon calamity, the Fengshan calamity, the Journey to the West calamity, and the Buddha and Demon calamity, were all influenced by the heavenly Tao. Due to the machinations of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, the primordial realms faced multiple ruptures, the most severe resulting in the realms fracturing into 9 pieces. Although ultimately reconstituted into the 3 realms by Hongjun, the spiritual energy of the primordial realms severely diminished, ushering in an era of decline shortly thereafter. In this dark age, humanity could not cultivate, and the demon race faced near extinction. It was a time devoid of light and hope, Above, the avatar of the heavenly Tao observed the three clans slaughtering each other, reveling in the overwhelming aura of calamity. A smile creeping upon its lips. Just then, an unexpected chill enveloped it from behind, as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. Could it be that the heavenly Tao had misjudged? It swiftly turned but found no one there. Upon further scrutiny, it sensed no anomaly, yet the bone-chilling cold was undeniably real. Very well. After this calamity, I shall be considerably strengthened. How pleasant. After several moments of reflection, the avatar of the heavenly Tao concluded it had merely overthought the situation. After all, it was the heavenly Tao, and all beings within the primordial realm lay within its perception. None could escape its grasp. Yet it remained unaware that a new system had emerged within the primordial realms, along with the mythical Honghuang Jinxian. Among these entities, the system was unbound by the heavenly Tao, while Xuan Yang could effortlessly extinguish it at will on the battlefield of the three clans. The clash of life and death intensified, with countless beings perishing every moment. The presence of calamity fueled their fury, and the three clans were consumed by bloodlust, their murderous intent manifesting as a tangible, blood-red aura that blotted out the sun, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The battlefield had transformed into a hellish realm, steeped in dread, with slaughter permeating the air, rivers of blood flowing, and mounds of corpses piling high, a scene of utter carnage. In the heavens, the clan leaders were embroiled in a fierce duel, exchanging deadly blows without a hint of mercy. Yuan Feng, primordial Qilin, today I shall eradicate your two clans and unify the primordial realm. Establishing myself as the Honghuang Jinxian, the ancestral dragon summoned the ancestral dragon pearl, unleashing a torrent of immense power, while the primordial Qilin brandished the Qilin sword, deftly countering the ancestral dragon's assault. Yuan Feng, wielding the phoenix scepter, summoned great torrents of south brightly fire to incinerate the ancestral dragon's attacks. Ancestral dragon, you plotted to slay my sister. Today, I shall avenge her. Yuan Feng recalled the hatred of the past, intensifying her onslaught as the south brightly fire surged forth, consuming vast swathes of space. Come then, I fear you not. The ancestral dragon remained undaunted, while the clan leaders were evenly matched in terms of combat prowess. He believed himself superior to Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin. In an instant, the sounds of phoenix cries, dragon roars, and Qilin bellows reverberated throughout the heavens. Slay, slay. The fiercer your battles, the more malevolent energy my four swords of extermination shall absorb. Within the western Shumi mountain, boundless sinister energy was being drawn and refined by the four long swords before him. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from the four swords of extermination grew, increasingly terrifying. In the past, Luo, who had incited the conflict among the three clans, sowing discord among them, and even instigating the dragon and phoenix clans to battle, manipulating the ancestral dragon to infiltrate the undying volcano and assassinate Yuan Feng's only sister. Ultimately, the war among the three clans forced Yuan Feng, who initially wished to remain uninvolved, to partake in a struggle of the primordial realm for the sake of vengeance. As time passed, the battle among the three clans had unfolded over countless years, with untold casualties among their kind, virtually none remaining unscathed. The victor still undecided. Let the heavenly Tao lend a hand. In the next moment, the beings of the three clans found themselves enveloped by the aura of calamity, heralding the imminent reckoning of the heavenly Tao, a moment when all would face death. The aura of calamity? Curse it! If this continues, we shall all perish. Yuan Feng, ancestral dragon, cease this futile chatter and act. If we do not strike now, we shall all meet our end. The primordial Qilin sensed the dire situation and hastily urged action. The so-called calamity was merely a grand cleansing by the heavenly Tao upon the beings of the primordial realm. Any being who had not attained the Honghuang Jinxian status, upon incurring the wrath of the calamity, would find themselves burdened by its ominous energy. Once the calamity descended upon the world, the specter of death loomed large that in ordinary calamities, those afflicted by the murderous energy might not necessarily perish. In the boundless eons, those burdened by the calamity of death are doomed without a doubt. The beings of the present primordial wilderness remain oblivious to this truth, yet they instinctively sense the rapid extinguishment of their own vitality. In the face of life and death crises, the three individuals hold nothing back, each unleashing their most formidable techniques in mutual assault. However, the leaders of the three clans are nearly equal in strength. Even with their utmost efforts, a definitive victor remains elusive in the short term. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed, and the number of beings from the three clans has dwindled to a mere handful. The ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin bear grave injuries. Yet the outcome remains undetermined. Rumble. Above the battlefield of the three clans, dark clouds gather, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, emitting ominous roars to the heart of the storm. Rolling thunder coalesces into a massive eye, exuding an aura of supreme authority. This is the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, also known as the Eye of Divine Punishment. It embodies the will of the primordial heavenly Dao in days of yore. When the Beast Emperor wreaked havoc across the wilderness, the Eye of the Heavenly Tao manifested in 9 layers, bestowing divine retribution upon him. Subsequently, the Beast Emperor, burdened by karmic retribution, was burned to death by Xuan Yang during a pursuit of the primordial phoenix. Now, the Eye of the Heavenly Tao has appeared once more. The current beings of the primordial wilderness are primarily those born during the cataclysm of fierce beasts and the Dragon Han calamity. Therefore, very few are aware of the existence of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao. Only the leaders of the three clans and those who have survived from the calamity of fierce beasts possess some vague recollection. Damn it, the calamity has descended, and it is too late for everything. The ancestor dragon and the others gaze at the Eye of the Heavenly Tao amidst the roaring thunder, no longer willing to act. For all is lost. With the calamity upon them, the three clans are about to face reckoning. Much like the Beast Emperor of old, burdened by karmic retribution, ultimately fading into the primordial expanse, leaving behind not even a trace of true spirit. What is that? Could it be the manifestation of the will of the primordial heavenly Tao? On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi gazes at the heavens, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Not only Laozi, but also the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness watch this scene, and an involuntary sense of submission arises within them. Damn it, there's no time left. I must preserve a glimmer of hope for my dragon clan, feeling the overwhelming karmic retribution descend upon him. The ancestor dragon glances back at the dwindling remnants of his clan, a tinge of sorrow rising in his heart. Once his dragon clan was resplendent, with countless members, yet now they are few in number, facing the imminent threat of extinction. After a moment's thought, the ancestor dragon, with his colossal dragon form, rises majestically, his immense azure eyes shimmering with a hint of melancholy. Heavenly Tao above, I, the ancestor dragon, vow before the heavenly Tao, willing to suppress the boundless seas with my immense dragon form. Henceforth the dragon clan shall withdraw from the struggle for supremacy in the primordial wilderness, seeking only to preserve a sliver of life for my clan. May the heavenly Tao bear witness to this vow. Upon the establishment of this vow, the overwhelming karmic retribution afflicting the dragon clan dissipates significantly. Though it has not entirely vanished, it grants the dragon clan a flicker of hope. Seeing this, the primordial phoenix and the first Qilin exchange knowing smiles, as if they have reached a silent consensus. Heavenly Tao above, I, the first Qilin, vow before the heavenly Tao, willing to transform into the Qilin cliff to suppress the primordial earth. From henceforth, the Qilin clan shall become a symbol of auspiciousness. May auspiciousness remain hidden, and the Qilin refrain from emerging, no longer participating in the struggle for supremacy in the primordial wilderness. I beseech the heavenly Tao to grant my Qilin clan a sliver of life. May the heavenly Tao bear witness to this vow. With this declaration, the calamity and overwhelming karmic retribution afflicting the Qilin clan also dissipates significantly, much like that of the Dragon clan, although a glimmer of hope remains. They too are still burdened by karmic retribution. Yang, I can no longer fulfill the promise of your. The primordial phoenix muses, a boundless sense of desolation swelling within her as she casts a glance towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Her crimson lips part slightly as she calls out, Heavenly Tao above the AT that moment. Xuan Yang channels a sliver of mana into the Emperor's chaos crystal, and in the next instant, an armor envelopes him instantaneously. Xuan Yang places his palms before the yin-yang taiji pattern at his waist, and in an instant, an inexplicable wave sweeps across the primordial wilderness in that moment, the entire primordial realm plunges into a state of stasis. Indeed, time, space, living beings, and even the 3,000 avenues within the primordial expanse come to a standstill. Emperor Cannon. Xuan Yang summons the Emperor's steed, and a single shot from the Emperor Cannon, carrying the might to annihilate heaven and earth, is unleashed towards the eye of the heavenly Tao, shattering it in an instant. Ah! A piercing scream reverberates through the heavens as Xuan Yang's shot obliterates the eye of the heavenly Tao. And the heavenly Tao is instantaneously met with backlash. This is not a mere injury, but a wound of the Tao, and without a myriad of epochs to recuperate, recovery is an impossibility. The eye of the heavenly Tao has been shattered? Who did this? When did such a powerful being emerge in the primordial wilderness? The ancestor dragon and the first Qilin exchange incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Just moments ago, as the primordial realm returned to normal, they witnessed a glimmer of light shatter the eye of the heavenly Tao. One must understand, this is the eye of the heavenly Tao, and it has been shattered. It is utterly shocking to their worldview. Furthermore, what leaves them in despair is that the eye of the heavenly Tao shattered not before nor after, but precisely after they uttered their vows to the heavenly Tao. This signifies that their vows still hold validity. Even more frustratingly, the eye of the heavenly Tao's destruction causes the overwhelming karmic retribution pressing upon the Phoenix clan to vanish entirely. Meanwhile, they must establish vows to safeguard their clan's flicker of life. While the Phoenix clan bears no such burden, the disparity is not merely slight. The primordial Phoenix breathes a sigh of relief. Although her clan has also suffered heavily, it is far better than the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, as they do not have to endure overwhelming karmic retribution at the same time. Before the gaze of all beings in the primordial wilderness, a golden figure radiating dazzling light materializes upon the battlefield of the three clans. Moments later, the golden light recedes, revealing a metallic armor, approximately 2 meters in height, with a dragon's body, eagle's arms, tiger's shoulders, knees resembling the legs of a mastiff, and a back akin to that of a hound, entirely golden, with silver accents along the edges. Xuan Yang, clad in the Emperor's armor, stands proudly in the void, exuding an aura that commands the suppression of heaven and earth that in this moment. All beings of the primordial wilderness kneel in reverence. This is not merely due to Xuan Yang's power, but an instinctive response, akin to subjects beholding their sovereign. This is Yang Ji's accompanying spiritual treasure. The primordial phoenix feels a surge of excitement within. While the beings of the primordial wilderness are unaware of the nature of this armor, she is well aware. This is the product manifested by Xuan Yang's accompanying spiritual treasure, the Emperor's chaos crystal. Xuan Yang slowly raises his head, and with a single hand raised, a terrifying power radiates forth. In the next instant, a blood-soaked youth is drawn forth by the power of the Emperor's armor. Heavenly Tao, do you recognize your mistakes? Xuan Yang grips the air with one hand, effortlessly lifting the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, allowing it to struggle in vain. What? That youth in black is actually the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. He questions whether the heavenly Tao acknowledges its wrongdoing. What does this imply? Has the heavenly Tao indeed erred? Who is this individual within the armor, capable of manipulating the heavenly Tao with such ease? Upon hearing Xuan Yang's words, the beings of the primordial wilderness erupt in a cacophony of discourse, each voice vying to be heard. Who are you, and why do you possess the aura of the great Tao? Could it be the incarnation of the great Tao? Seeing that struggling is futile, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao ceases its resistance, allowing Xuan Yang to bind it, and instead inquires about Xuan Yang's identity. The Emperor's armor is naturally not of the level of the great Tao. Its rank far surpasses that of chaotic treasures. Due to the primordial wilderness being unable to withstand its pressure, Xuan Yang has suppressed it to the level of the great Tao. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is heavenly Tao. Do you recognize your mistakes? I am the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness. The heavenly Tao is unfeeling, viewing all beings as mere fodder. All beings in the primordial wilderness are equal in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, with no distinction between high and low. Today, the three primordial clans are at war, causing havoc in the wilderness. That it is my duty to bestow divine punishment. What fault have I committed? Despite the heavenly incarnation's righteous demeanor, it harbors a sense of trepidation. The individual before him may very well be an incarnation of the great Dao. As the primordial wilderness remains incomplete, the great Tao exists in a semi-retired state. Should his minor transgressions come to the attention of the great Tao, he would surely suffer dire consequences. Thus, he cannot afford to speak the truth. Indeed, since the inception of the myriad epochs, the three clans have been embroiled in incessant conflict, ravaging the primordial land. Now, with the three clans igniting war once more, affecting the primordial wilderness, it is entirely reasonable for the heavenly Tao to impose punishment. That is true, yet I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. The beings of the primordial wilderness, captivated by the unfolding drama, adopt a watchful stance, anticipating the next developments. Something does not add up. The heavenly Tao previously mentioned that this golden armor might be an incarnation of the great Tao. If that is indeed the case, it indicates that the heavenly Tao has erred, prompting the incarnation of the great Tao to descend and enact punishment upon the heavenly Tao. Could this be the reality? Regardless, one is the heavenly Tao, the other the great Tao. We can speculate endlessly, but we shall simply watch the spectacle unfold. Some beings of the primordial chaos speculate that the manifestation of the great Tao would not descend without reason. There must be a transgression of celestial laws, resulting in actions that provoke both heaven's wrath and human resentment, compelling the great Tao to personally intervene. Very well, since you refuse to acknowledge it, I shall speak on your behalf. The heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos. Instead of seeking to benefit its inhabitants, you have, in your quest for self-completion, instigated the great war among the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan clans, bringing calamity to the primordial realm. Do you acknowledge this or not? Xuan Yang, knowing that the heavenly Tao's manifestation, in order to maintain its own authority, would naturally deny its role in instigating the catastrophe of the dragon and Han, thus spoke on its behalf. Although it is highly likely that the heavenly Tao will eventually employ its divine authority to erase the memories of this incident from the beings of the primordial chaos. What of it? Xuan Yang's intention has never been to incite hatred against the heavenly Tao among the primordial beings. Naturally, it will deny such claims, for as the heavenly Tao, its duty is to preserve the stability of the primordial chaos, and it would never engage in such underhanded deeds. While denying the accusations, the heavenly Tao secretly mused. It was Honghuang, that old silver coin, who instigated the war among the three clans. If anyone deserves the title of villain, it is certainly him, and what business is it of mine? Though bound by Xuan Yang, the heavenly Tao's manifestation remained obstinate, still refusing to acknowledge its role in provoking the calamity. Simultaneously, it felt a sense of hidden triumph. Grateful that it had only mentioned the matter in passing, while all other actions were orchestrated by Honghuang. How could the illustrious heavenly Tao possess such audacity? Xuan Yang cast a contemptuous glance at the heavenly Tao's manifestation before sweeping it away countless billions of miles with a wave of his hand. Qian Guang, clad in imperial armor, Xuan Yang shifted his hands, conjuring a golden Taizu symbol before him, as a sphere of golden light coalesced in his presence, with a flourish of his hands. Vast expanses of golden radiance engulfed the entire battlefield, dissipating the energies of calamity, malevolence, and karma wherever it touched. Xuan Yang had previously declared that the heavenly Tao, Honghuang, Luo Ho, and others would find their efforts in vain. This was no idle boast. Luo Ho sought to refine the four swords of extermination using the resentment and malevolence born from the conflict of the three clans, ultimately aiming to achieve enlightenment through slaughter. The heavenly Tao aspired to harness the power of calamity to restore itself, while similarly, Honghuang wished to eliminate the clan leaders of the three tribes to seize control of the primordial realm. Xuan Yang directly employed the imperial armor to unleash Qian Guang, purifying the calamity energies generated by the conflict of the three clans, while those like Luo Ho who hoped to reap the benefits of this turmoil could continue to indulge in their delusions. It is worth noting that Xuan Yang only purified the energies of calamity and malevolence from the battlefield of the three clans. The overwhelming karma upon the dragon and Shilin clans remained untouched, as Xuan Yang refrained from interference. The ancestor dragon and the primordial Shilin had already sworn oaths to the heavenly Tao, and the transgressions of their clans were theirs to resolve as for the Phoenix clan. The heavenly Tao's influence upon them had long since dissipated when Xuan Yang shattered the eye of the heavenly Tao. Having completed these actions, Xuan Yang glanced at Yuan Feng. Though she bore considerable injuries from the battle, they were trivial for one endowed with the divine ability of nirvana. Moreover, with the attention of the primordial beings upon them, Xuan Yang did not intervene further and simply utilized a spatial transformation to depart. Subsequently, the ancestor dragon subdued the boundless ocean, while the primordial Qilin transformed into Qilin Cliff, leading to the withdrawal of the dragon and Qilin clans from the stage of the primordial chaos. Whether the dragon clan would become a delicacy for others, or whether the Qilin would be treated as steeds for celestial beings remained uncertain. Yuan Feng, along with the remaining members of the Phoenix clan, returned to the undying volcano, marking the conclusion of the great war among the three clans. Alas, one could not have anticipated such an outcome for the conflict among the three clans, it must be said. Yuan Feng was indeed fortunate. The ancestor dragon and primordial Qilin had sworn oaths to the heavenly Tao, prompting the manifestation of the great Oda. Is it not peculiar that both the dragon and Qilin clans bore immense karma, while she of the Phoenix clan emerged unscathed? Fellow Taoists, one must not speak so lightly. In the Great War, which clan did not suffer grievous losses, it can only be said that Yuan Feng was fortunate enough to avoid a fate of being suppressed in the undying volcano. As the beings of the primordial chaos reflected upon these matters, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, situated in the western Shumi mountain, did not share in their optimism. Crash! Within the demon god palace atop Shumi mountain, Luo Ho, with a face the color of pig liver, smashed everything within reach, yet still found no relief for his frustration. Cursed be this wretched fate! Everything had progressed so smoothly, only to falter at this critical moment, rendering my efforts in vain. Luo Ho cursed vehemently. To refine the four swords of extermination, he had incited the great war among the three clans, setting in motion this grand scheme, only to end in such a manner. How could he accept this? He had not anticipated the involvement of the heavenly Tao. With its deficiencies, did it seek to restore itself through the power of calamity? It seemed he must quicken his pace, if he could achieve enlightenment in the midst of the heavenly Tao's restoration. Then the heavenly Tao would be powerless against him. While the energies of resentment and malevolence upon the battlefield of the three clans had been purified, Luo Ho had managed to absorb a significant portion beforehand. Xuan Yang's actions had merely forced him to expend more effort on Yujing Mountain. Hongjun paced restlessly, his expression grave and anxious. Where had the heavenly Tao gone? Why could he not establish contact? After the war among the three clans, Hongjun had been preoccupied with reaching out to the heavenly Tao's manifestation, inquiring whether the golden armored figure was indeed the manifestation of the great Tao and how to proceed henceforth. However, he found himself unable to connect with the heavenly Tao, as if it had ceased to exist in this realm. Heavenly Tao, you cannot abandon me. Was it not agreed that I would serve as your spokesperson? You cannot renege on your promise. Hongjun lamented in despair, unaware that the heavenly Tao's manifestation had been flung by Xuan Yang a staggering 1,200 trillion miles away, nearly cast into the chaos. Currently, the heavenly Tao's manifestation was contemplating how to avoid the schemes of the great Tao, particularly concerning the Phoenix clan, which, despite its heavy losses, had not sworn oaths to the heavenly Tao. Since I cannot intervene directly, I shall bestow upon them the primordial 5 elements of yin and yang, allowing this essence to merge with Yuan Feng's Phoenix bloodline, that in doing so, should Yuan Feng choose to retain the Phoenix descendants, her very essence would be compromised. No matter how extraordinary her nirvana abilities, she could not succeed if her fundamental nature was damaged. The heavenly Tao is truly cunning. The youth in black laughed uproariously, unaware that all of this was being keenly observed by Xuan Yang. Heavenly Tao. O Heavenly Tao, it seems you still have not learned your lesson to I in the void. Xuan Yang observed the Heavenly Tao's manifestation reveling in its schemes. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It must be said, when it comes to courting disaster, if the Heavenly Tao claims the first position, none would dare assert the second. Previously, after the Ancestor Dragon and Primordial Qilin had sworn oaths to the Heavenly Tao, Xuan Yang had appeared to directly intervene and prevent Yuan Feng's actions. This was no mere hint, but an explicit warning. Yet this Heavenly Tao's manifestation, undeterred, sought to plot against Yuan Feng. This mischievous child of the Heavenly Tao. A single imperial cannon was clearly insufficient. Xuan Yang felt that the lesson he had imparted to the Heavenly Tao was not enough. He needed to unleash the imperial cannon a few more times to ensure it learned its lesson. As the saying goes, without refining jade, it cannot become a gem. Mischievous children must be properly educated, lest they cause trouble in the future. The scene shifted to the southern part of the primordial chaos, where thousands of crimson fire-feathered phoenixes soared southward. Leading them was a resplendent crimson phoenix, the clan leader of the Phoenix clan. Yuan Feng, at this moment, Yuan Feng was not in good condition. Her once radiant crimson feathers had dulled significantly. Her body bore numerous wounds, a testament to the battles endured during the conflict among the three clans. She needed to return to the undying volcano swiftly, to suppress the overwhelming karma, using the essence of the southern bright leaf fire within. Note: the purification performed by the protagonist pertains to the energies of resentment and calamity on the battlefield of the three clans. The karma upon the clan leaders remains unaltered. Yuan Feng's karma will be explained later, so please refrain from jumping to conclusions before reading. Before the great war among the three clans, Yuan Feng had foreseen her certain demise. Therefore, she took upon herself the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Staff, which suppressed the fortunes of the Phoenix clan, gathering all the accumulated karma of her clan over the years. Prior to the onset of the Great War, Yuan Feng had made arrangements, ensuring that those below the Tai golden immortal rank of the Phoenix clan did not partake in the conflict, preserving the clan's foundation. She also entrusted the position of clan leader to her sister's sole daughter, Jin Ning. Thus, even in the event of one's demise, the Phoenix clan shall endure amidst the primordial chaos, ensuring that their lineage does not vanish into oblivion. With a resounding cry of the Phoenix, tens of thousands of these majestic beings transformed into blazing red streaks, hastening southward. Simultaneously, in the celestial expanse above, a vibrant spectrum of light surged towards the primordial phoenix, embodying the innate duality of the five elements. Primordial phoenix, burdened by your karma and grievously wounded, the influx of the primordial duality of the five elements into your being will inevitably compel you to preserve your bloodline, that in doing so, the essence of the phoenix will undoubtedly suffer, and I shall witness your struggle for rebirth. One cannot help but acknowledge the intricate machinations of the Heavenly Tao, which has calculated that the primordial phoenix will almost certainly choose to retain her lineage, thus sustaining injury and giving rise to a bloodline, all while her essence wanes, rendering her incapable of rebirth. Although the innate south bright leaf fire of the Phoenix clan ranks among the 10 divine fires of the primordial realm, it lacks the capacity to incinerate karma. Only the red lotus karma fire, born from the supreme innate spiritual treasure, possesses such power. Even the essence of the south bright leaf fire within the everlasting volcano can merely withstand the relentless onslaught of overwhelming karma. And after eons, the primordial phoenix will find her existence a torment under the weight of this karma. Ultimately, she will be left to despair as she witnesses the slow ebb of her own life. What has become of my innate duality of the five elements? The Heavenly Tao's avatar widened its eyes in disbelief, having observed the primordial duality of the five elements racing toward the primordial phoenix, only to vanish upon contact. How perplexing! What could be the cause of this? Why can I not discern the truth? The avatar of the Heavenly Tao hastily endeavored to unravel the celestial secrets, only to find them shrouded in obscurity. In the next moment, the avatar's complexion paled, a trickle of crimson escaping its lips, nearly falling victim to a backlash. Heavenly Tao, having schemed against the beings of the primordial realm time and again, It seems the previous warning was insufficient. The avatar of the heavenly Tao turned swiftly, and upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, tremors coursed through its form, not out of cowardice, but due to the sheer terror exuded by the individual before it. Great avatar of the Tao, what brings you here? The one who orchestrated the strife among the three clans was Honghuang, not the heavenly Tao itself. Though you are the embodiment of the Tao, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. The avatar, trembling, sought to justify itself before the imposing figure clad in golden armor. Although Xuan Yang resided within the armor, the avatar felt as though Xuan Yang regarded it with disdain. Akin to an adult observing a child for Honghuang, that matter had become trivial. Replacing a spokesperson was a simple task. Moreover, having bestowed numerous advantages upon Honghuang, it deemed the blame to be a reasonable burden to bear. Though the blame was substantial, dark, and round, it mattered not. The avatar of the heavenly Tao's reasoning was met with Xuan Yang's scorn. Though Honghuang was no virtuous being, what did that have to do with the heavenly Tao? A wayward child must face consequences for their misdeeds, and with a clenched fist, Xuan Yang summoned a radiant golden aura that enveloped his armored fist. Gulp. The avatar of the heavenly Tao swallowed hard. Sensing an ominous premonition, should that fist land, it would be left battered, if not worse. Great Tao embodiment. Let us discuss matters amicably. At worst, I shall withdraw from the primordial realm henceforth that a blow to the face only serves to wound pride. A piercing scream echoed throughout the primordial realm, leaving its inhabitants astonished. Who could be so unfortunate as to suffer such a fate? It appeared that the individual possessed considerable cultivation, as the news reverberated throughout the land. Time passed, perhaps a century or a millennium. Xuan Yang only recalled that when he finally ceased, the avatar of the heavenly Tao was utterly unrecognizable. Had he not feared for the avatar's life, he might have continued indefinitely. One must admit, there's a certain satisfaction in disciplining a wayward child, and he looked forward to the next opportunity. Oh, great Tao, even if I have erred, must you strike me with such ferocity? It hurts terribly. Woe is me. Once Xuan Yang departed, the avatar of the heavenly Tao wept inconsolably. Had it not feigned death, it surely would have endured further punishment. Such treatment towards the heavenly Tao was intolerable. Ultimately, the avatar, bruised and battered, grumbled as it made its exit, in the far southern reaches of the primordial realm. Beneath the everlasting volcano, the primordial phoenix entrusted the phoenix staff, which governed the fortunes of her clan, to Jin Ning, simultaneously relinquishing her position as clan leader. She publicly declared that under her leadership, the Phoenix clan had suffered decline, unworthy of its role, and thus she stepped down to in truth, while her sense of guilt towards her clan was a factor. She was also gravely injured and required seclusion to heal with the essence of the South Brightly Fire. Furthermore, she was aware that Xuan Yang had emerged from seclusion, and she wished to seek him out once her wounds had healed. Had her sister still been alive, she would have certainly passed the mantle of leadership to her. However, with her sister gone, she could only bestow the title upon Jin Ning. Indeed, the essence of the South Brightly Fire could only assist in her healing, lacking the ability to incinerate karma. Within the everlasting volcano, the primordial phoenix offered a bitter smile, for though she had long known this truth, she harbored no regrets about shouldering the karma of the entire Phoenix clan. Whether for the living or the deceased, she bore this burden willingly. The South Brightly Fire, while one of the 10 primal source fires, representing the innate fire of the 8 trigrams, possessed no capacity to consume karma. The only fire capable of doing so within the primordial realm was the Red Lotus Karma Fire, born of the Karma Fire Lotus. The 10 divine fires of the primordial realm included the true fire of Samadhi, South Brightly Fire, True Solar Fire, True Lunar Fire, Ziwei Heavenly Fire, 9 Heavens Mysterious Fire, Red Lotus Karma Fire, Nirvana Fire, and the Ghost Fire of the Underworld. The Nirvana Fire was the innate divine ability of the Phoenix clan. As every member of the clan was born with mastery over the Nirvana Fire, the Phoenix clan originated from the everlasting volcano, the very source of the South Brightly Fire, thus a few members of the clan wielded its power. Yang Ge, you have arrived. Although many had yet to hear Xuan Yang's voice, the primordial phoenix had etched it into her memory. Thus, upon hearing his voice, her beautiful eyes instantly glistened with tears. She swiftly turned. Catching sight of that familiar figure, her heart brimming with joy, yearning to rush into Xuan Yang's embrace. Yet her pride as a former clan leader and her feminine modesty held her back from giving in to the impulse. However, the moisture in her eyes could not be concealed. Her flawless visage radiated joy, and her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile, as if the word delight was inscribed upon her face. Primordial Phoenix, you were once the leader of the Phoenix clan. You must not display such girlish tendencies. Yet her heart longed for Xuan Yang, yearning for his comfort. But she also feared his disdain. Leaving her in a state of confusion that moment, two inner voices clashed in her mind, rendering her uncertain of how to proceed. Honghuang, I have come to find you. Xuan Yang smiled warmly at the Primordial Phoenix. Seemingly aware of her bashful demeanor, as he took a confident step forward, enveloping her delicate frame in his embrace. In that instant, all else faded from her mind. She simply wished to be an ordinary woman in Xuan Yang's arms. No longer the clan leader, no longer the Primordial Phoenix, just Xuan Yang's companion. Yang, have you attained the status of a mythical great Luo golden immortal? She was acutely aware that Xuan Yang's path diverged from the orthodox ways of the primordial realm. Embracing a more formidable mythical system, this moment, as she felt the aura of the great Luo golden immortal emanating from him. She recognized his cultivation, but couldn't resist asking. The Primordial Phoenix gently tilted her head, gazing into Xuan Yang's profound eyes, which seemed to possess an enchanting power that brought her immense comfort. Indeed, I have achieved the status of a mythical great Luo golden immortal. Honghuang, do you remember the promises we made back in the day? Upon hearing this, the Primordial Phoenix recalled their past vows, a blush instantly gracing her fair cheeks as she nodded ever so slightly. She certainly remembered, but Yang had already ascended to the level of mythical great Luo golden immortal. While she remained at the peak of the Honghuang golden immortal realm. Yang, grant me a little time. Once I become a Honghuang great Luo golden immortal, we shall unite as companions. Following the battle among the three clans, the Primordial Phoenix no longer wished to leave any regrets behind, openly expressing her feelings, for her aspiration to reach the Honghuang great Luo golden immortal realm. It was merely a reflection of her modesty. Her previous words had already conveyed her intentions clearly. Though Xuan Yang had never had a girlfriend in his past life, as a former modern individual, he could easily decipher the Primordial Phoenix's underlying sentiments. Observing her flushed cheeks, he noted her profound embarrassment. The women of the primordial realm were not as liberated as those from his past life. They exhibited a level of modesty comparable to that of ancient maidens. The Phoenix clan prided itself on its exclusivity, only resting upon the Phoenix tree, a testament to their pride. Moreover, as the former leader of the Phoenix clan, how proud and noble she must be to lower herself for Xuan Yang. Such a display could only stem from unparalleled love. Indeed, Honghuang, we have made a pact. There shall be no turning back. Honghuang, take this red lotus karma fire. It possesses the ability to incinerate karma. Use it to refine your essence. Not only can it resolve the karma that burdens you, but it can also elevate you further. Xuan Yang extended his right hand, revealing a flicker of deep crimson flame. From a moment it appeared, the karma enveloping Yuan Feng was drawn to it, and in an instant, that strand of karma was completely incinerated. Originally, Xuan Yang need not have gone to such lengths. The overwhelming karma on Yuan Feng posed significant trouble for the beings of the primordial wilderness. Yet for Xuan Yang, it was merely a matter of a casual gesture. The reason he summoned the red lotus karma fire for Yuan Feng to refine was twofold. Firstly, because Yuan Feng was already attuned to the path of fire, refining the red lotus karma fire would be beneficial for her. Secondly, to instill wisdom in her, as the impending three-clan war could spell death at any moment. And such negligence as not informing him was intolerable if they were to become partners in the future. Brother Yang, once I refine this red lotus karma fire, I will leave with you. Yuan Feng understood the significance of the red lotus karma fire for herself, nodded at Xuan Yang, and began the process of refinement. Xuan Yang sat cross-legged nearby, providing protection for her. Meanwhile, in the western Shumi Mountain, Luoho sat upon the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, with the 4 great demon kings, Jidu, Mo, Luo, Chong Lu, and Bo Sun. Kneeling before him, as the calamity drew to a close, the three clans and their kin faced decline. And the primordial wilderness lay in ruins. A time for the demonic clan to rise and unify the primordial realm had come. You demon kings, heed my command. From this day forth, advance into the primordial wilderness and hunt down the remnants of the three clans and their kin who have wreaked havoc. Obey the orders of the demon ancestor. Kill, with a single command from Luo Ho. The four great demon kings and countless demons responded in unison. In an instant, millions of demons surged forth from Shumi Mountain, their battle cries echoing through the primordial wilderness, causing its inhabitants to glance in shock, no longer daring to show their faces. After the three-clan war, the ancestral dragon suppressed the boundless ocean. The first Qilin transformed into Qilin Cliff. And Yuan Feng lay gravely wounded, undergoing a rebirth. The heavenly Tao was injured, too preoccupied to attend to the primordial wilderness. Initially, I worried about the clan leaders of the three clans, but now, who could obstruct me? Perhaps only Hong Jun, Qian Kun, and the few chaotic deities of the five elements could momentarily hinder me. But even that would be fleeting. Once I forged the four swords of immortal extermination and slay to validate my path, even Hong Jun and the others would be mere ants before me. Luo Ho laughed maniacally, unaware that his demise was near. Shortly after the Dragon Han calamity, the demon calamity would ensue, where Hong Jun would join forces with the ancestors of the five elements and Yang, made to battle the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Ultimately, Luo Ho, a single being, could not withstand the four hands of his foes and was defeated by Hong Jun and others, detonating the ancestral veins of the West in a bid for mutual destruction. The five elements and Qian Kun perished, while Yang Mei fled into chaos, leaving Hong Jun as the final victor, with the demon ancestor Luo Ho becoming one with the demonic path from then on. The path grew higher than the demons, and cultivators aspiring to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal would face the trial of inner demons. Henceforth, as long as cultivators endure, their inner demons shall remain. Regrettably, the arrogant Luo Ho believed his four swords of immortal extermination to be invincible until they were shattered, ultimately meeting a tragic end amid the onslaught, a lamentable fate for a once great hero. Remnants of the three clans, come meet your end. Across the primordial land, a group of pitch-black cultivators were ruthlessly slaughtering the beings of the primordial wilderness. Regardless of their kin, they were all deemed remnants of the three clans and eradicated together. Do these vile demons of Shumi Mountain fear divine retribution for such rampant slaughter of primordial beings? The speaker was a small clan of primordial beasts, numbering merely in the millions, who cherished peace and tranquility, untainted by karma, and had not participated in the three-clan war. They had lived a life of non-contention, only to find that, while they had evaded the calamity, they could not escape the massacre by the demon clan of Shumi Mountain. Divine retribution? We, the demon clan, are eradicating the remnants of the three clans and their kin in accordance with the heavenly Tao. How could we incur divine wrath? As for you, who followed the first Qilin to instigate war and wreak havoc upon the primordial wilderness, our slaughter of you serves to uphold the sanctity of the primordial realm. Prepare to die. Ji Du waved his hand, and millions of demons surged forth, swiftly annihilating this small clan, warriors of the demon clan. Follow me to eradicate the remnants of the three clans and unify the primordial wilderness. Eradicate the remnants. Unify the primordial wilderness. Within mere thousands of years, the primordial realm plunged once more into a hellish nightmare. The suffering exceeding that of the Dragon Han calamity. Cursed demon clan, how dare they so brazenly slaughter my kin, showing utter disregard for the Dragon clan. Indeed, if our ancestors were still around, who would dare act this way? Ultimately, it is the inadequacy of our current strength that allows such audacity. After the three-clan war, only a fraction of the Dragon clan remains. Even the dregs of Shumi Mountain dare to act recklessly against us. Beneath the boundless ocean, within resplendent palaces, a group of dragons sighed deeply, yet showed no intention of intervening. After the Dragon Han calamity, the ancestral dragon suppressed the vast ocean with his colossal form, granting the Dragon clan a sliver of hope. Despite this, the dragon clan still bore immense karma, forced to remain in seclusion, recuperating and seeking ways to dissipate their burdens. Presently, the dragon clan was preoccupied with their own plight, lacking the resources to extend their care to other races. Even gazing upon their former subjugated clans, they could only lament, feeling powerless. The Qilin clan fared even worse. Their leader transformed into Qilin Cliff, suppressing the primordial land, while the remaining Qilin became omens of good fortune, which did not manifest, leaving the Qilin clan effectively vanished from the primordial wilderness, as for caring for the primordial beasts that was utterly beyond their capability. The only clan in relatively better condition was the Feng clan. Yet most of its members were below the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal. The old leader, Yuan Feng, burdened with the clan's karma, was compelled to enter seclusion, while the new leader, Jin Ning, had just assumed office. Overwhelmed with various matters, the new leader of the Feng clan possessed only the pinnacle of Tai, Golden Immortal. Even if he wished to protect the primordial avians, he could only publicly declare that all primordial avians could seek refuge at the undying volcano, where the Feng clan would offer them shelter. Compared to the other two clans, the Feng clan was indeed benevolent. Thus, the massacre continued across the primordial land for thousands of years, instilling fear among its inhabitants. Just then, a turning point arrived. Honghuang, in alliance with the ancestor of Yin and Yang and others, rallied the various clans of the primordial wilderness to attack the demon clan, coupled with the long-standing grievances against the demon clan. The call was met with overwhelming response, and the beings of the primordial wilderness began their crusade against the demons in a short span. The demon clan of Shumi Mountain suffered defeat after defeat, with heavy casualties. After all, no matter how strong the demon clan, they could not withstand the collective might of the primordial beings. Furthermore, the demon clan's rampant slaughter of primordial lives had sown widespread panic. Today, they slaughtered the kin of the three clans, and tomorrow they would dare block the entrance of a certain innate sanctum, clamoring for conflict. Even cultivators of the great Luo Golden Immortal level would eventually find their fists insufficient against numerous foes. And for the sake of survival, they would choose to resist the demon clan. Meanwhile, Luo Ho, the demon ancestor, remained completely unconcerned about the losses incurred by his forces. His intention behind inciting slaughter in the primordial wilderness was solely to temper the four swords of immortal extermination. At this moment, the four swords of immortal extermination were complete, and his purpose was fulfilled. In the western Shumi Mountain, Luo Ho, seated upon the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the four long swords before him, and laughed heartily. "Ha! The four swords of immortal extermination are complete. I, Luo Ho of the Demon Clan, shall soon attain the Tao and achieve the status of a primordial great Luo Golden Immortal." The four swords hovered in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence and slaughter. These were the four swords of immortal extermination. The four swords of immortal extermination is a collective term for four swords. The first is called extermination of immortals, the second slaughter of immortals, the third trapping of immortals, and the fourth absolute extermination of immortals. Initially, these four swords belonged to the demon ancestor Luo Ho, but after the Tao demon calamity, they were acquired by the Tao ancestor Honghuang and later entrusted to Tong Tian after the three lectures. When combined with the extermination of immortals formation diagram, they form the foremost killing formation of the ancient era, capable of being breached only by four individuals of equal cultivation. There exists a poem that praises them. Neither bronze nor iron nor steel, once hidden beneath Shumi Mountain, without the inversion of yin and yang to forge them, could they lack the tempering of water and fire. The extermination of immortals has led to the demise of celestial beings. As a crimson glow arises from the array that traps the divine, the transformation of the immortals is boundlessly marvelous, their garments stained with the blood of the great Luo immortals. Once this formation is set, even the great Luo Golden Immortal, who is said to share the same lifespan as heaven and earth, and is deemed immortal and indestructible, would meet their end, thus demonstrating its formidable power that in the ensuing millennia. The demon ancestor Luo Ho secluded himself to comprehend the extermination array, while Honghuang and others relentlessly eradicated the demon race across the vast wilderness. 500 years later, Honghuang and his allies united with various races to drive the demon race back to the western expanse of the wilderness. Another 500 years passed, and the demon race was utterly weakened, retreating repeatedly, shrinking within the vast bounds of Mount Xiumi. Although this expanse is considerable, it is but a mere speck compared to the entirety of the wilderness. The wilderness itself is immensely vast. Before the cataclysm of the Wu in Yao, this small lake could be likened to the blue-white star from Xuan Yang's past life. Xuan Yang has often pondered whether the blue-white star was a fragment cast away from the chaos during the Sage of Heaven's despair in the time of the Fengshen. Lord Mo Luo, those ruffians are about to invade. What should we do? Should we inform the demon ancestor? Mo Luo, known in later times as the illustrious Buddha Wu Tian, is currently one of the 4 great demon generals under Luo Ho, recognized as his most capable aide. Why fret? Our demon race has never feared any tribe of the wilderness that if they come, we shall repel them. Not forget, this is Mount Xiumi, not the wilderness. Moreover, the demon ancestor is in seclusion. We must not disturb him. Once he emerges, these petty nuisances will be as insignificant as ants before him. Luo exuded an air of calm and composure, assuring the demon soldiers of his steadiness. Yet in truth, he too felt a sense of urgency, as Luo Ho remained in seclusion, and the enemies were almost at their doorstep. Great demon ancestor, I beseech you to emerge from your retreat. The enemy is approaching, and I cannot hold them back any longer. Friends, time is of the essence. Let us join forces to vanquish the demon ancestor who endangers the wilderness. Very well. Upon Hongjuan's command, the other 3 nodded in agreement, transforming into 4 streaks of light as they surged towards the demon hall of Mount Xiumi, a great battle on the brink of unfolding. In the extreme south of the wilderness, the immortal volcano. As the red lotus of karmic fire dissipated, the last remnants of karmic influence on Yuan Feng were consumed, freeing her from the torment of its corruption. Yuan Feng opened her beautiful eyes, exhaling a breath of relief, anxiously scanning her surroundings, fearing that Xuan Yang might depart, and that it had all merely been a dream. Only upon seeing Xuan Yang, sitting a short distance away, did a captivating smile grace her breathtaking visage. Yang Gu, I have used the red lotus karmic fire you gifted me to eradicate the karmic influence on me, and I shall no longer suffer its torment. Yuan Feng took a few steps forward, approaching Xuan Yang with a beaming expression. Indeed, my dear Fenger, you have refined the red lotus karmic fire in merely a few thousand years, consuming such immense karmic energy that in terms of talent, none in the wilderness can rival you. Xuan Yang, noticing Yuan Feng's bashful demeanor, stepped closer and affectionately ruffled her hair, to which she responded with evident satisfaction. The pride embedded within the Phoenix clan surpasses even that of the dragon tribe. Yuan Feng, the first phoenix in the realm, could rightfully be called the ancestor of the phoenixes. Her haughty nature is thus evident. Yet now, in the presence of Xuan Yang, she appeared as endearing as the feline, 9-lived Xian, illustrating the depth of her feelings for him, which filled Xuan Yang with pride. By the way, Fenger, has your understanding of the Tao of fire deepened after refining the red lotus karmic fire? Xuan Yang inquired with concern. Hearing this, Yuan Feng immediately thought of a particular matter, her face flushing as she replied, Yang Gu, do not worry, I am steadfast in my choice of you as my partner. My heart shall not waver. After refining the red lotus karmic fire, my comprehension of the Tao of fire has indeed deepened. I am now but a step away from achieving the mixed Yuan Tao. And afterwards, we shall. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to an almost inaudible whisper, clearly feeling bashful. Xuan Yang chuckled softly, saying, Fenger, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely inquired, yet it seems you are quite eager. Yang Gu, you are incorrigible. Yuan Feng playfully pushed Xuan Yang away and turned her head, resembling a coy maiden. Fenger, I have opened a small shop beneath Mount Buzhou. You shall be its mistress, and we can enjoy tea and discuss the Tao together. Bask in the sun when idle. How delightful. Xuan Yang embraced Yuan Feng's delicate form from behind, holding her hand gently as he whispered in her ear. Yes, Yang Gu, let us go. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng eagerly nodded, knowing that for her, the location mattered little. What was paramount was having Xuan Yang by her side. Imperial steed, he called Feng Kamesakti. As Yuan Feng nodded, Xuan Yang summoned the imperial steed. She gracefully approached and seated herself behind him. Wrapping her delicate arms around his waist, Feng hold on tight. We are off. Above the immortal volcano, a golden streak of light dashed past, causing the Phoenix clan and their kin to sense something soaring overhead, leading them to look up, yet they saw nothing that in the western wilderness, atop Mount Shumi. The demon ancestor Luo Ho stood upon the 12-petal black lotus of annihilation, wielding a long black spear .4 swords. Exuding an intense aura of slaughter, floated beside him. The spear in Luo Ho's hand, named God-slaying, was forged from the chaotic green lotus root that absorbed the fierce energies of creation. It was a supreme treasure of slaughter. Capable of harming saints, the 4 swords represented the extermination of immortals, the slaughter of immortals, the absolute immortal, and the trapping of immortals, and when combined with the extermination array, only individuals of equal caliber could break it. With the extermination 4 swords now formed, Luo Ho's confidence surged, firmly believing that with the extermination 4 swords and the god-slaying spear, he would stand invincible. Hongjun, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, Qian Kun, we are all chaotic deities who survived the cataclysm of creation. We are old acquaintances. I have not provoked you, yet you have chosen to challenge me, surrounding and slaughtering my kin, and now you dare to come to my door. What reasoning is this? Luo Ho regarded the 4 before him. While he felt no fear within, he was reluctant to engage them all at once. Even with the extermination 4 swords, the 12-petal black lotus, and the god-slaying spear, he was uncertain if he could best all 4 simultaneously. It must be noted that these 4 were all chaotic deities who survived the time of creation. Among them, Yang Mei was the space deity, Yin Yang the Yin Yang deity, and Qian Kun the deity of heaven and earth. Apart from Hongjun, the other 3 ranked among the top 10 chaotic deities, their strength formidable. With the extermination 4 swords at his disposal, he could remain undefeated, but that did not equate to an assured victory. There exists a distinction between the two. Luo Ho, your demon kin have ravaged the wilderness, unleashing boundless slaughter, inciting the grievances of all beings, that we have come today to seek justice for the denizens of the wilderness. Unrelated to past friendships, Hongjun stood upon the moral high ground, condemning Luo Ho with righteous indignation, almost convincing himself of his own words. In truth, he was already aware that Luo Ho had mastered the extermination 4 swords, which was precisely why he had called upon other chaotic deities to dismantle Luo Ho's extermination sword array. Though Yang Mei and the others remained silent, their motives mirrored those of Hongjun. Seeing the 4 united, Luo Ho ceased his words, waving his hand to establish the extermination sword array. Instantly, the vicinity of Mount Shumi filled with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Since you insist on this course, do not blame me. This is the extermination sword array. If you possess the courage, enter the formation. Should you break this array, you may kill or maim at your discretion, but if you cannot breach it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Luo Ho brandished the god-slaying spear and stepped into the array. Hongjun and the others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and leaped into the formation. As the 4 entered the array, the very heavens and earth shifted. The yin and yang were thrown into chaos, and an atmosphere thick with danger permeated the air, sharp sword energies tearing through fabric and instantly staining it with blood. What a formidable extermination sword array! What an intense aura of slaughter! Witnessing the array's ferocity, the 4 no longer dared to underestimate it, each drawing forth their utmost abilities to confront it. Humph! You underestimate my extermination sword array. You shall pay the price. Luo Ho stood proudly at the center of the formation, grasping the god-slaying spear, yet he showed no intention of striking. He allowed the extermination sword formation to operate autonomously, confident that these few individuals could not breach his array, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Centuries later, beneath Mount Buzhou, Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng turned their gazes toward the western wilderness. It had been several hundred years since Hongjun and the others entered the extermination sword formation. Throughout these centuries, the sword aura, murderous intent, and various laws of yin yang and space rampaged across Mount Xi in the western lands. Blood filled the skies. chaos reigned in the realm of yin and yang. The sun and moon lost their light, and the laws of heaven and earth were in disarray. Not only Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng were monitoring this battle. All the great powers, including the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain and the 12 ancestors of Buzhou Mountain, were observing this clash, which rivaled the legendary battle of the 3 races that in the west. At Mount Shumi, Luo Hao thought, "No, this is impossible. My extermination sword formation is the ultimate killing formation. How could it be so easily shattered by you?" He refused to believe it. Extermination sword formation. Explode for me. After centuries of effort, Hong Jun and his companions had finally managed to breach the extermination sword formation, a fact that Luo Hao, who considered his array invincible, found hard to accept. Enraged, he contemplated forcibly detonating the formation. After all, he possessed the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus as his defensive treasure. At most, he would sustain some injuries, but would certainly not perish. However, it was uncertain whether Hong Jun and the others would survive. The explosive force of the extermination sword formation would unleash a torrent of murderous intent that even Luo Hao could not control. Without any defensive treasures, Hong Jun and his companions would likely suffer grievous injuries or worse. Luo Hao intends to detonate the extermination sword formation. We must stop him, or we shall all perish. The ancestor of Yin Yang sensed the impending doom and, despite enduring injuries, acted swiftly, only to spew forth a mouthful of blood. It must be said that the extermination sword formation truly deserved its title as the foremost killing array. Its power was unmatched, and even their combined might left them severely wounded that it's too late. All heavens arise. Realizing the dire situation, Hong Jun decisively summoned the celestial cloud to shield himself from the impending explosion of the extermination sword formation. The celestial cloud, born from the righteous energy within Pangu's heart, transformed into a defensive treasure after Pangu's demise, ranking among the congenital treasures. Once invoked, it repels all evils and is impervious to the assaults of any magical artifact, demonstrating its formidable nature. Damn it! Cursed Hong Jun! Cursed Luo Hao! Even if I die, I shall not spare you. The ancestor of Qingquan, despite his injuries, soared into the air, his aura surging, intending to self-destruct and drag Luo Hao down with him. Old friend, wait for me. The ancestor of Yin Yang witnessed his companion's determination and, lacking confidence in his own survival, gritted his teeth and chose the same fate. The ancestor of Yang Mei, whose true form was that of a hollow willow from the top 10 innate spiritual roots and the reincarnation of a spatial demon, excelled in the laws of space. Although unable to break free from the restraints of the extermination sword formation, he could still conceal himself within the fabric of space to evade harm. With a thunderous roar, the expanse of Mount Shumi was reduced to scorched earth. The ancestors of Yin and Yang perished, while the ancestor of Yang may sustain severe injuries, but managed to retreat into the void, fleeing into the chaos. Although Luo Hao was protected by the supreme innate treasure, the world-destroying Black Lotus, he too suffered considerable injuries from the explosion of the extermination sword formation. Only Hong Jun, shielded by the celestial cloud, escaped relatively unscathed from the blast force. Luo Hao, you incited slaughter and took the lives of my friends. The people of the wilderness shall seek your demise. Today marks your end. Prepare to pay with your life. With the protection of the celestial cloud, Hong Jun, seeing Luo Hao similarly wounded and his strength diminished, seized the opportunity to eliminate him and enhance his own renown. Damn it, Hong Jun, I fear you not. Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined. Far away in Kunlun Mountain, an elder declared, You all fight amongst yourselves. What concern is it of mine? Luo Hao, wielding the god-slaying spear and standing upon the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, despite his injuries, showed no sign of retreat. He charged forth to battle Hong Jun centuries later. Luo Hao, unable to withstand Hong Jun's might, was on the brink of death when he made a vow to the Tao. With the Tao above, I, Luo Hao, swear an oath to the Tao that henceforth, as the demonic grows, the Tao wanes. As the Tao ascends, the demonic heightens, the demonic path shall stand this moment. The great Tao of the wilderness had not yet fully receded. and Luo Hao, a formidable Honghuang golden immortal, transcended the heavenly Tao to make his vow. He sought to replenish the heavenly Tao with the demonic path. Thus, henceforth, when cultivators attempted to break through, they would be invaded by their inner demons. Should they fail to overcome, they would lose their cultivation, either transforming into inner demons or perishing. With his final remnant of strength, he detonated the ancestral veins of Mount Shumi, unleashing a wild force that obliterated all blessed lands across the western expanse. Rendering spiritual roots and treasures extinct, the western lands became a desolate wasteland. Ultimately, the god-slaying spear shattered and was swept away in the chaotic currents of space along with the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, vanishing without a trace. Thus, the calamity of the Tao and the demonic path came to a close, with Luo Hao dead, the ancestors of Yin and Yang perishing in self-detonation, Yang Mei retreating into chaos, and Hongjun emerging as the greatest victor. Hongjun, indeed a worthy title as the foremost old silver coin of the wilderness, played his cards ruthlessly. The saying better a dead friend than a poor Taoist has reached its pinnacle in your actions. Ha ha, the Tao ancestor of the wilderness is nothing more than this. Xuan Yang reflected on how Hongjun, who could have shielded all four with the celestial cloud, chose only to protect himself, forcing the ancestors of Yin and Yang to self-explode. The hatred that flickered in the eyes of the ancestors of Yin and Yang at the moment of their demise was unmistakable. If possible, they would have eagerly dissected Hongjun to study him and avenge their grievances. Brother Yang, why say such things? Is there a hidden secret? Although Yuan Feng was a consummate Honghuang golden immortal, she could not perceive the events within the extermination sword formation, believing instead that Hongjun had eliminated Luo Hao, thus ridding the wilderness of a significant threat. Xuan Yang explained the events that transpired within the extermination sword formation to Yuan Feng, and upon learning the truth, her expression turned to one of disdain. She could hardly believe that the esteemed Hongjun would act so lowly, unworthy of being a cultivator of the wilderness. As the phoenix ancestor, the first of her kind, she held herself to a higher standard than ordinary phoenixes, believing that men should embody integrity like Xuan Yang, not engage in such despicable acts. Enough of him. Do try this. And no sooner had he spoken than Xuan Yang produced 2 bunches of grapes from an unknown source, promptly placing one into Yuan Feng's delicate cherry-like mouth. So sweet. Brother Yang, what is this? It's a bit sour, yet also sweet. The flavor is exquisite. The grape melted in her mouth, the sweet and tangy juice filling her small mouth, causing her beautiful eyes to crescent with satisfaction. This is called a grape. I cultivated it casually during my moments of boredom. Its taste is decent. Seeing Yuan Feng's delight reminded Xuan Yang of the first time Hood had tasted hot pot rice. Strikingly similar to Yuan Feng's current expression, and he mused, could it be that all women in the wilderness are like this? Xuan Yang began to worry about his food supplies, although he had scavenged a small amount of dragon meat from the battlefield of the 3 races. It seemed insufficient. Reflecting on this made him feel somewhat melancholic. This thing is called a grape. This, the essence of the Tao. Before he could finish his thought, Yuan Feng sensed a wave of Tao rhythm appearing in her mind, profound and mysterious, evidently stemming from the grape she had just tasted. Neglecting everything else, she hurriedly sat cross-legged, absorbing the Tao rhythm, fearful of its fleeting nature. The essence of the Tao is profound beyond comprehension, elusive and ineffable, representing the manifestation of the myriad paths and existing within the boundless chaos before the heavens were opened. Since Pangu carved out the wilderness, the Tao gradually receded, and the essence of the Tao became increasingly rare, only lingering on certain heavenly treasures. If a cultivator could comprehend the essence of the Tao, their future achievement would at least be that of a great Luo golden immortal, should they comprehend it for an extended period. Attaining Honghuang would not be impossible. Although Mount Buzhou also possessed the essence of the Tao, those rhythms were modeled and constantly shifting, making it exceedingly challenging for living beings to comprehend. The wilderness knows no years. A few years pass in the blink of an eye. The essence of the Tao was indeed profound. Even a mere wisp allowed me to gain deep insights. It's a pity that this essence is not of the law of fire. Alas, to attain any essence is already remarkable fortune, and I cannot be greedy. Yuan Feng shook her head, letting out a slight sigh. Rising, she cast her beautiful eyes around, noticing Xuan Yang not far from her, seemingly tinkering with something. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yuan Feng approached and noticed Xuan Yang placing grapes alongside fragrant, pre-sliced fruits. He then poured a jar of white, semi-solid, semi-liquid yogurt over them and mixed it thoroughly. A waft of refreshing fruity aroma enveloped Yuan Feng, bringing her immense comfort. Xuan Yang flicked his fingers, and layers of shaved ice formed atop the homemade mixed fruit dessert, looking incredibly enticing. "Feng, do taste it and tell me how it is," Xuan Yang said, scooping a generous spoonful and offering it to Yuan Feng, who instinctively opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes once again turning crescent-shaped. It was confirmed. "Another little glutton. I wonder if my meager ingredients will suffice?" As Xuan Yang pondered this in silence, Yuan Feng once more sensed the presence of the Tao rhythm and entered a meditative state. How remarkable! Feng possesses such talent that even a grape can inspire enlightenment, and a fruit dessert can do the same. However, it is true that the purple crystal grapes, chaotic spirit coconuts, and yellow plums were cultivated with the divine waters of the three lights and the nine heaven soil, rendering them useless to me, a mythical Deluo golden immortal, yet quite beneficial for Feng at her current stage of cultivation. Regrettably, this fruit dessert is one I must relish alone. Xuan Yang contemplated for a moment, nodded, and indulged himself in the joy of savoring what was originally meant for both him and Yuan Feng. Since the demise of Luo Hu and the decline of the demon race, the vast wilderness had once again regained its tranquility. Numerous cultivators began to venture beyond their doors, embarking on journeys across the wilderness that on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian sat cross-legged on cushions, exchanging insights and cultivating together. "Elder brother, now that the tribulation has passed, and the myriad beings of the wilderness are recovering, it is time for us three brothers to explore the vast land created by our father, Pangu. Perhaps we might uncover some opportunities," Yuanshi suggested, seeing that the danger had subsided. After Pangu opened the heavens, his essence split into three, merging with the pure energies of heaven and earth, manifesting as the three pure ones, who took shape during the middle of the Honghuang tribulation after a long passage of time. Due to the perils of the tribulation, the three brothers had refrained from embarking on journeys and instead focused on quiet cultivation on Kunlun Mountain. Among the three pure ones, Laozi possessed the highest cultivation, being at the mid-stage of the Luo, while Yuanshi and Tongtian were at the early stage of the Luo. Upon hearing this, Laozi and Tongtian exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that the tribulation has passed, the wilderness is peaceful, and we three brothers should behold the land created by our father, Pangu. "Elder brother, you speak wisely, but where should we first journey?" Tongtian inquired. Laozi stroked his white beard, flicked his whisk, and chuckled. "Naturally, we shall visit Mount Buzhou, formed from our father's spine." Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded in concurrence, recognizing that Mount Buzhou, being a manifestation of Pangu's spine, deserved their reverence, not to mention that it was replete with treasures. One could find a spiritual treasure every 5 steps and a supreme treasure every 10. Most importantly, beneath Mount Buzhou resides not merely one, but a multitude of beings claiming to be descendants of Pangu, whom they must certainly encounter. After all, not just anyone can lay claim to being a descendant of Pangu. Among the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the 3 pure ones, only one can be the true Pangu that in the wilderness beneath Mount Buzhou. Yuan Feng remained immersed in her contemplations, while Xuan Yang languidly reclined on a rattan chair. Awaiting her awakening, he wondered where that little Bai had gone, having been absent for so long. He couldn't help but fret whether she had grown thin from hunger. In days past, Xuan Yang would luxuriate on this very rattan chair, cradling the creature known as Little Bai, a 9-lived mystery cat. Now, he lay there alone, deprived of the joy of companionship. Gulp, gulp, he sighed. In days devoid of such companionship, even the joy of drinking his favorite beverage felt tasteless. "Let me check on my whereabouts," Xuan Yang mused, setting aside his drink, narrowing his eyes, and in the next moment, he was filled with ire. "You little Bai, how dare you seek out Houtu in my absence? Indulging yourself among the witch clan?" Indeed, after Xuan Yang departed, Little by the 9-lived mystery cat had gone to find Houtu, who recognized her and allowed her to stay with the witch clan, indulging in lavish feasts daily. Living a life akin to that of the ancestral witches, simply too delightful. Upon witnessing this, Xuan Yang's lips twitched uncontrollably as he thought to himself, "What a misfortune. I must ascend to the heavens, Brother Yang." What has transpired? Yuan Feng, just waking, noticed Xuan Yang's vexation and inquired. "Nothing much, by the way, Feng. Wait a moment. We shall have boiled dragon meat slices soon." Reminded of his companion's departure, Xuan Yang felt a pang of anguish and resolved to consume all of Little Bai's share of dragon meat. Perhaps it would alleviate the resentment in his heart. "Dragon meat? Brother Yang, have you gone to slay a dragon?" Yuan Feng asked curiously. Mount Buzhou is quite distant from the infinite sea, and for what she understood, Xuan Yang was generally amiable, albeit somewhat lazy, with a penchant for salted fish that it seemed improbable that he would venture to the infinite sea to hunt a dragon merely for a meal. Besides, after the long Han tribulation, dragons rarely appeared in the wilderness, having mostly retreated to the ancestral dragon abyss to cultivate in seclusion. Xuan Yang shook his head and explained to Yuan Feng, recounting how the ancestral dragon had inadvertently provided him with ingredients. Upon hearing Xuan Yang's tale, Yuan Feng covered her mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. "What is it?" Xuan Yang asked, puzzled. Yuan Feng quickly regained her composure, though she still struggled to contain her amusement, looking utterly adorable. "I merely imagined the once mighty Dragon Clan leader encountering you, Brother Yang," as if he had kicked against an iron plate. "It brings me a smile. By the way, Brother Yang, what exactly does the ancestral dragon wish to seize from you? Surely whatever it is must be quite formidable for the Dragon Clan leader to abandon his dignity and take action." Xuan Yang rummaged through the space he had opened and eventually produced a bead, stating, "It should be this item, one of the Chaos treasures, fairly decent, though I've forgotten its name. I believe it's called the Chaos Pearl. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, not something extraordinarily valuable." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as she exclaimed, "The Chaos Pearl?" Before the Chaos was opened, when the primordial realm was yet undivided, there existed four major Chaos treasures: the Chaos Green Lotus, the Creation Jade Disc, the Heaven-Cleaving Divine Axe, and lastly, the Chaos Pearl. Before the Chaos was opened, a Chaos Green Lotus resided at the center of Chaos, with 108 petals, 12 leaves, blooming with 24 petals, and 5 lotus seeds at its heart. When Pangu opened the heavens, the great Tao shattered it using Pangu's force, and its remnants fell into the wilderness, evolving into treasures. The 5 leaves merged with the 5 elements' laws to form the 5 colored flags of heaven and earth, the central yellow flag of Wuji, the eastern treasure lotus flag, the southernly glowing flame flag, the western plain cloud realm flag, and the northern Xian Yuan water control flag. The lotus seed fell onto Mount Buzhou, transforming into the innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. One of the seeds fell in the west, bearing merits to become the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Another fell into the blood sea, bearing karmic retribution to become the 12-grade karmic fire red lotus. Another fell into the abyss of darkness, becoming the 12-grade world-annihilating black lotus. And one fell into the 3,000 falling waters, becoming the 12-grade pure world white lotus. The heaven-cleaving divine axe also split into 3 major innate treasures due to the resistance of opening the heavens. The axe blade became the Panga banner. The axe head became the Taizu diagram, and the axe handle became the Chaos bell. The Creation Jade disc bears engravings of 3,000 great Taos, and its possessor can directly comprehend the laws of 3,000 great Taos. However, the Creation Jade disc was ultimately shattered into 36 pieces, scattered across the wilderness and the boundless chaos. Honghuang possesses merely the largest fragment, and unfortunately, the top 10 great Taos are not inscribed upon this fragment. Among the 4 Chaos treasures, only the Chaos Pearl has been secured by Xuan Yang, hence it remains intact and well-preserved. Indeed, back then, that great fool, the ancestral dragon, was adamant about seizing this item, although its quality is not particularly high. It is nonetheless mine. In a fit of rage, I gave him a thrashing and took some ingredients as well. Oh, Fonger, why do you wear that expression? Rest assured, it is merely a Chaos treasure, not something of great significance. Xuan Yang remarked, noticing Yuan Feng standing there, utterly astonished, and began to clarify. Merely, she echoed incredulously, not something of great significance. This is one of the 4 major chaos treasures, and the only one in perfect condition. How can it possibly be worthless? As she pondered this, Yuan Feng's lips twitched slightly, her heart filled with astonishment. Brother Yang, could I borrow the Chaos Pearl for a time? 2 yuan meetings, no, just 1 yuan meeting will suffice, that I will return it to you immediately after use. The Chaos Pearl ranks among the treasures of chaos, containing 49 layers of restrictions, within which lies a chaotic world of its own, complete with the 3,000 laws of the Great Tao, equivalent to the Heavenly Tao. Yuan Feng wishes to harness the power of the Chaos Pearl to comprehend the laws of the Great Tao of Fire, thereby achieving the Tao of the primordial golden immortal. Although she and Xuan Yang have not formally become Tao partners, their current relationship is akin to that of Tao partners, and should she request, Xuan Yang would most likely lend it to her. Xuan Yang remained silent, taking a few steps forward and gently tapping Yuan Feng's fair forehead. Fenger, do we still need to use the word borrow between us? My possessions are your possessions. After all, we share a bond as Tao partners, without distinction between you and me. Upon hearing Xuan Yang's words, Yuan Feng was profoundly moved, immediately leaping into his broad chest, her eyes glistening with tears. Yang, we are not Tao partners yet. Why are you so kind to me? Yuan Feng gazed into Xuan Yang's eyes and inquired. Not yet, but we certainly will be in the future. Besides, does this have anything to do with how I treat you? Xuan Yang replied with a light laugh. How can it not? What if I deceive you? Yuan Feng tilted her head, also chuckling softly. Would you deceive me? Xuan Yang looked intently at Yuan Feng and asked seriously. No, Yuan Feng shook her head earnestly. Then that's all that matters. Xuan Yang wrapped his arms around Yuan Feng's slender waist, holding her tightly. Time seemed to slip away as Yuan Feng remained nestled in Xuan Yang's embrace, reluctant to part. Xuan Yang, feeling a twinge of guilt, inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from Yuan Feng's form, his heart wandering. Sensing something, Yuan Feng suddenly stood up, her face slightly flushed with shyness. Here, take this Chaos Pearl. I shall prepare a dragon meat feast for you. Xuan Yang scratched his head, thrusting the Chaos Pearl into Yuan Feng's hands and finding an excuse to flee. Humph, you naughty fellow, it's not as if I objected. Yuan Feng murmured, lowering her head, her voice growing softer. Buzz, not far from the small shop, approximately 10,000 miles away and just beyond the shop's shielding range, a streak of colorful light shot skyward. Captivated by this spectacle, Yuan Feng informed Xuan Yang and leaped towards it. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones had just entered the vast expanse of Buzhou Mountain. Truly, this place, being the spine of the Father God, was imbued with even denser spiritual energy than Kunlun Mountain. Such rich spiritual energy must surely nurture numerous treasures. Since we have come here, it is naturally our fortune, as Yuan sure sense the abundant innate spiritual energy surrounding Buzhou Mountain. Recalling the myriad innate restrictions and spiritual treasures scattered throughout, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Brothers, since we have arrived at Buzhou Mountain, let us first pay our respects to the Father God before seeking our fortunes. Among the 3, only Tonton, with deep feelings of loyalty, had thought of paying homage to Pangu before setting out. Now, having reached Buzhou Mountain, the notion of fortune was momentarily set aside. That is well, as the legitimate descendants of Pangu, we must fulfill our filial duties. Laozi waved his dust whisk in agreement, though, in his heart, he thought of the greater treasures below Buzhou Mountain, pondering the chances that awaited their discovery. As for paying homage to Pangu, it was merely a formality. Second brother, third brother, I sense a fortune awaits us there. It must be left by the Father God. Laozi, sensing a connection to something beneath Buzhou Mountain, his eyes gleaming with golden light, could hardly contain his anticipation. Elder brother, I sense a fortune there too. Second brother, you sensed it as well. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, their heads filled with question marks. Typically, fortune belonged solely to one individual, but if 2 or more sensed the same fortune simultaneously, it indicated that the fortune did not belong to a single person or was not singular in nature. Second brother, third brother, let us investigate. The other 2 nodded, transforming into streaks of light, and dashing forward. Approximately 10,000 miles beyond the shop, there lay a valley, beneath which was a small pool of 3 light, divine water, with a green lotus blooming above it. The earlier radiance had been the result of a lotus's blossoming. This is the 36th grade creation green lotus. After careful observation, Yuan Feng confirmed the identity of the lotus. It is said that the 5 lotus seeds of the chaos green lotus fell into the primordial chaos, and one of them transformed into this 36th grade creation green lotus. The remaining 4 seeds each took different paths, becoming various 12-grade lotus platforms. This creation green lotus, though legendary, had remained undiscovered until now, and oh wonder Yang chose to establish his Dao site here. He must have known of the creation green lotus's location. Yuan Feng, seeing how closely the 36th grade creation green lotus was situated to Xuan Yang's small shop and Dao site, began to imagine Xuan Yang as an omnipotent figure, in truth, given Xuan Yang's status as a mythical primordial golden immortal. He was indeed quite formidable as for Xuan Yang's Dao site being established in the space behind the celestial shop. Yuan Feng had been preoccupied with comprehending the nuances of the Dao, leaving Xuan Yang no time to show her around. The creation green lotus had not yet fully bloomed, yet already exhibited such phenomena. Once it fully blossomed, it would likely attract all beings of Buzhou Mountain, and even those of the primordial chaos. Yang clearly knows the creation green lotus is here. Why does he leave it unattended? Could it be that he finds this treasure lacking in value and has simply forgotten it? Yuan Feng furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Given Xuan Yang's character, this possibility indeed seemed plausible. After all, even the Chaos Pearl was not deemed significant in his eyes. Never mind, I shall wait. After all, the creation green lotus has not fully bloomed yet. I will ask Yang later how to deal with this matter. With that thought, Yuan Feng settled her mind and stood aside, awaiting the full blooming of the creation green lotus. Before long, 12 streaks of light arrived, male and female, revealing themselves to be the 12 ancestral shamans of the witch clan. Earlier, Houtu had been the first to notice the extraordinary phenomena here, thinking it was the work of Xuan Yang. Coincidentally, the other 11 ancestral shamans also sensed the anomaly, prompting Houtu to consider bringing them to meet Xuan Yang. However, they did not expect to find a supreme treasure manifesting here, and that the former leader of the Phoenix clan would also be present. The ancestral shaman Houtu had met the Phoenix ancestor. Houtu transformed into an innate Dao body, bowing respectfully to Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng is the first phoenix between heaven and earth, the progenitor of the phoenixes and the former leader of the Phoenix clan. Regardless of strength or seniority, she surpasses us by far. Addressing her as Phoenix ancestor is not inappropriate. The other 11 ancestral shamans, recognizing Yuan Feng's superior strength, naturally did not contest this. The 12 ancestral shamans of the witch clan. Are they? Yuan Feng glanced at the 12 ancestral shamans, speaking with an air of indifference, her demeanor exuding pride. The Phoenix clan does not roost on non-phoenix trees, nor does it consume bamboo that bears no fruit. This signifies their nobility and aloofness, despite Yuan Feng appearing gentle before Xuan Yang. That softness was exclusive to him. In the presence of others, she remained the haughty progenitor of the phoenixes. Thank you for your praise, Phoenix ancestor. The 12 ancestral shamans transformed into innate Dao bodies, speaking in unison as the leader of the 3 clans. Yuan Feng's cultivation far exceeded that of the primordial golden immortal, and they had witnessed her commanding the South Brightleaf fire in the great battle against the initial Qilin and the ancestral dragon on the battlefield of the 3 clans. Her demeanor striking and extraordinary to speak frankly, a single South Brightleaf fire from Yuan Feng could reduce them to ashes. May I ask, Phoenix ancestor, what is this green lotus? Di Jiang, seeing the green lotus radiating with brilliance, surmised it was no ordinary object. Yet, since their witch clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, they could not discern its nature and had to inquire of Yuan Feng. He also understood that since Yuan Feng was present, this treasure was likely beyond the reach of the 12 ancestral shamans, but they still needed to clarify what it was. Otherwise, they would not be able to sleep peacefully. This is the 36th grade creation green lotus. Yuan Feng's gaze shifted to Houtu, more precisely to the white figure in Houtu's arms. She recalled Xuan Yang mentioning that there was one with Houtu, and presumably, this was it. The 36th grade creation green lotus? The 12 ancestral witches exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. Though their clan did not cultivate the primordial spirit, they had certainly heard of the illustrious 36 grades of creation green lotus. To their astonishment, this legendary lotus resided within their territory, yet it seemed destined to remain beyond their reach. Xiao Bai, it is time to return home, Yuan Feng remarked, casting a glance at Jiuming Xian. Did someone call for me? Jiuming Xian, nestled in the warm embrace of Houtu, was indulging in a delightful dream and relishing a feast of dragon meat. Upon hearing the call, she awoke abruptly, her drowsy head swiveling in search of the source. Stop looking. I'm right here, Yuan Feng said, observing the adorably daft Jiuming Xian, a smile gracing her lips as she seemed to understand why Xuan Yang had chosen to raise this little creature. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai sprang from Houtu's comforting arms and trotted over to Yuan Feng, sniffing cautiously. Meow, 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 she called, confirming the presence of her master's scent on Yuan Feng. Excitedly, she pointed a furry paw at Yuan Feng while glancing back at Houtu's day. Perhaps due to her prolonged companionship with Xiaobai, Houtu surprisingly comprehended the little one's words. How could the phoenix ancestor bear the scent of your master? She pondered, equally bewildered. The presence of a masculine aura on the dignified phoenix ancestor was utterly perplexing. Even if that individual were Xuan Yang, it was still an astonishing notion that I saw someone approaching. Before Houtu could fully grasp the situation, 3 streaks of light swiftly arrived. It was the 3 pure ones from Kunlun Mountain. Greetings to the phoenix ancestor and the esteemed members of the witch clan, Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian stated, as all 3 bowed in unison, asserting their identities with an air of arrogance, as if their mere acknowledgement was a stroke of extraordinary fortune for the witches. Yuan Feng detected a hint of disdain in the words of Laozi and Yuan Shi, her brows knitting slightly, while the 12 ancestral witches displayed signs of anger. However, they were too simple-minded to perceive the nuances of tone. They merely found the 3 pure ones irksome. Phoenix ancestor, this object holds a connection with my brothers and me. Might you consider relinquishing it to us? We would like to forge a benevolent bond with the Phoenix clan. Laozi proposed, stepping forward with a wave of his dust whisk. In the aftermath of the great war among the 3 clans, although the Phoenix clan did not retreat into obscurity like the other 2, they bore no karmic burdens post-battle. But what of the time before the conflict? Karmic ties could lead to the decline of their fortunes or even annihilation. Laozi had calculated this well. The benevolent ties with Yuan Feng were an opportunity he would not let slip. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches were left in the sidelines. Benevolent ties. Do you think you are worthy? As a former leader of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng could easily decipher the ulterior motives behind Laozi's words, perceiving them as an attempt to take advantage of a vulnerable situation. How could a mid-staged Luo and 2 low-staged Luo dare to speak of benevolence with her, a consummate Honghuang golden immortal? Benevolent ties, do you even think you are worthy? The 3 pure ones furrowed their brows, taken aback. Goodness, you are leaving no face for us, are you? Especially Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were furious, having intended to spar with Yuan Feng. But upon reconsideration, they realized her cultivation far surpassed theirs. They were not her match. Phoenix ancestor, your words are excessive. We merely wish to establish a benevolent connection with your clan. Why resort to mockery? Laozi said, suppressing his anger, his expression slightly unfriendly. Benevolent connection? Mockery. Do you believe you are worthy? Yuan Feng retorted, her tone icy. Though my clan has suffered in the aftermath of the war, we have not fallen so low as to rely on forging bonds with 3 insignificant Deluo golden immortals for survival. The 3 pure ones of Pangu. You should be aware that opportunities in the wilderness belong to the capable. This is not a matter of ownership, that if you desire it, you may challenge me. Should you win, it shall be yours. Upon hearing this, the 3 pure ones were aghast. To challenge Yuan Feng was akin to courting death. 3 against 1 might seem advantageous. Yet Yuan Feng was a consummate Honghuang golden immortal, mere steps away from enlightenment. How could they possibly prevail? At this moment, the beings of the wilderness were unaware of the realms that lay beyond Deluo golden immortal. They only knew that Deluo was not the terminus. For there existed realms beyond. It was only after Hongjun's teachings that the concepts of Xuanxing and Saint emerged in the wilderness. Yuan Feng, we respect you, but that does not grant you the freedom to act recklessly. Yuan Shi declared, his disdain for Yuan Feng and the Phoenix clan evident. Seizing the opportunity to exploit her arrogance, he could not let it pass. Laozi glared at Yuan Shi, his expression one of incredulity. As he thought his companion a fool, the witch clan, traditionally unversed in the primordial spirit, would not recognize the creation green lotus even if they saw it. It was highly likely they were drawn here by an anomaly, mistaking the lotus for a type of innate spirit herb. Yet in a fit of anger, Yuan Shi had inadvertently revealed the existence of the 36 grades of creation green lotus, thus inviting competition upon himself, a blunder of monumental proportions. Faced with such a foolish ally, Laozi was at a loss for words. I need to resort to bullying 3 to Luo golden immortals with my strength. Very well, I shall suppress my cultivation to mid-stage de Luo golden immortal. If you dare, prove yourselves. Otherwise, cease to call yourselves descendants of Pangu, for the great Pangu could not bear such disgrace. Yuan Feng nonchalantly adjusted her wine-red hair, her demeanor dismissive of the 3.my brothers, and I had no intention of resorting to violence. But matters concerning our father's honor compel us to act, Laozi declared, stroking his snow-white beard, his eyes blazing with fury at Yuan Feng's insolence. It was an affront too great to tolerate. How dare a mere creature born of mud and scales look down upon us? Such insolence cannot be forgiven. Yuan Shi seethed, his fury ignited further by Yuan Feng's humiliation of the 3. The trio would not falter against Yuan Feng, even if she suppressed her power. Enough, brothers, Phoenix ancestor, we apologize for the confrontation, Tong Tian sighed, unwilling to employ numbers against a single opponent, yet compelled by familial pride to align with his brothers. Do the 3 pure ones possess no sense of shame? The Phoenix ancestor has already shown mercy by suppressing her cultivation, yet you dare to band together against her. Do you still have any dignity left? Indeed, do not dare to claim descent from Pangu in the future, lest you tarnish our lineage. Zhurong and Gonggong, the 2 simpletons, reveled in the chaos, mockingly taunting the 3 pure ones, the other 10 ancestral witches. Though silent, shared the same disdain for the 3 pure ones' actions. Pangu's descendants resorting to numbers against a single opponent would not reflect well on their legacy. Upon hearing the words of the 12 ancestral witches, Tong Tian's face burned with shame. Although Zhurong and Gonggong's words were harsh, they spoke the truth. It was indeed disgraceful to rely on numbers against a singular opponent. Silence. Brothers, we shall advance. Yuan Shi, who valued his pride, erupted in anger at the ancestral witch's words, bellowing as he unleashed thunderous magic upon Yuan Feng. This moment, the Jade Pure Thunder technique may not have been perfected, yet was a formidable spell in the wilderness. Capable of devastating destruction, with a flick of his dust whisk, Laozi unleashed his magical force like a blade aimed at Yuan Feng without a hint of restraint. Tong Tian shook his head, wielding a superior innate spiritual treasure in the form of a sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Unfazed, Yuan Feng snapped her fingers, summoning a torrent of southern brightly fire that engulfed the trio's attacks before they could even land. Is this all you are capable of? Yuan Feng chuckled mockingly, as if deriding their feeble attempts. Laozi and Yuan Shi's fury intensified. Thunder magic? Though I may not excel in it, it suffices to deal with you. Yuan Feng waved her hand, summoning a crimson thunderbolt from the heavens, its power far surpassing Yuan Shi's Jade Pure Thunder technique. Not good. Its power is immense. Second brother, we're in danger. Rise, heaven and earth Honghuang Linglong Tower. I Laozi distinctly perceived the formidable power of Yuanfeng's thunder, and not daring to be negligent in the slightest, promptly invoked the postnatal treasure of merit, the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Honghuang, to shield Yuan Shi. Otherwise, even if Yuan Shi were to survive, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. When Pangu opened the heavens, the great Tao resonated, and the primordial void birthed boundless chi of Honghuang, gradually coalescing into a magnificent 9-tier treasure tower, hence named the Tower of Heaven and Earth. Honghuang. During Pangu's creation, a vast amount of Taoist merit was amassed, with 30% belonging to the 3 clear ones, 20% to the 12 ancestor witches, 30% merging into the primordial earth, and the remaining 20% divided into 2 parts, one merging into the Honghuang Liangtian ruler and the other into this tower of heaven and earth, Honghuang. These 2 artifacts are among the rarest postnatal treasures in the primordial realm. Though postnatal, their might is not in the slightest inferior to that of the finest innate spiritual treasures, even capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with innate supreme treasures, the tower of heaven and earth. Honghuang is reputed to ensure invincibility once summoned, a testament to its formidable nature. Despite the astonishing defensive power of the tower of heaven and earth, Honghuang, my cultivation is insufficient to fully withstand Yuanfeng's assault, resulting in both individuals within the tower spitting out blood simultaneously. Eldest brother, second brother. Upon witnessing his 2 elder brothers wounded, Tongtian brandished his sword and charged towards Yuanfeng. Swordsmanship? Quite intriguing. The South Mingli fire sword coalesced. Observing Tongtian's sword intent soaring to the heavens, Yuanfeng's beautiful eyes narrowed, as the South Mingli fire transformed into the shape of a sword, executing a graceful flourish. Clang, clang, clang. No matter how Tongtian swung his sword, he could not reach Yuanfeng, who effortlessly dissipated his onslaught. Tongtian's sword intent seemed childlike in the presence of Yuanfeng's a lackluster sword technique, impure sword intent, and a nebulous sword heart. Can this truly be called swordsmanship? Tongtian, do you understand what a sword is? What it means to cultivate the sword? What the sword path entails? With these words, Yuanfeng seized upon a flaw, effortlessly disarming Tongtian. Tongtian stood frozen in place, pondering Yuanfeng's inquiries. Despite suppressing his cultivation, he could still easily defeat the 3 Luo golden immortals, such as the might of the Phoenix ancestor. Truly terrifying, indeed, for they transcend the Luo golden immortal realm. Their comprehension of the Tao on an entirely different level from ours. Di Jiang watched as Yuanfeng effortlessly overcame the 3 clear ones, swallowing hard as waves of shock surged within him. To be outmatched 3 against 1 is a monumental disgrace. How dare they claim to be the true lineage of Pangu? What audacity! Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, unrestrained, openly mocked them. 12 ancestor witches as descendants of the Father God. You could choose not to assist us, yet you dare to ridicule us. What is your intent? Upon hearing the 12 ancestor witches' derision, Yuanshi was instantly incensed, furious, thinking how the witch clan truly lacked decorum. Did you not claim to be the true lineage of Pangu? How is it that you cannot triumph 3 against 1? The Phoenix ancestor has merely suppressed her cultivation to accommodate you. And yet, what was the result? A single strike rendered you incapacitated, and Tongtian could barely manage a few exchanges. 2 elder brothers outdone by their own sibling. Truly remarkable. Zhu Jiuyin, unwilling to be outdone, transformed into a verbal assailant, directly rebuking them. Previously, the 3 clear ones had blatantly disregarded the 12 ancestor witches, looking down upon them. The 3 clear ones even proclaimed themselves the true lineage of Pangu, implying that the 12 ancestor witches were impostors. The 12 ancestor witches, born of Pangu's essence, are legitimate descendants of Pangu's bloodline. When did they become pretenders? Now, as the 3 clear ones are publicly humiliated by the Phoenix ancestor, they can hardly contain their delight, let alone assist them. Unless they are dreaming that if your capabilities are limited to this, it would be better to spare yourselves the embarrassment. Yuanfeng, gracefully dismissing the South Ming Li fire sword, elegantly combed her wine-red hair, speaking nonchalantly. Yuanfeng, as Laozi, one of the 3 clear ones, accustomed to a dignified status, akin to a celestial body surrounded by adoring stars, has never endured such humiliation. He could scarcely accept it, causing him to spit blood. Yuanshi, too, was left aghast by Yuanfeng's thunderous strike. Had it not been for Laozi's timely invocation of the Tower of Heaven and Earth, Honghuang to shield him, he would have sustained grievous wounds. Tongtian fared slightly better, yet not by much. His pride in swordsmanship rendered childlike before Yuanfeng, leaving him shaken. Now he stood in a daze, shaking his head while muttering about the essence of swordsmanship, teetering on the brink of madness. Truly, the Phoenix ancestor's prowess has left my brothers and me in awe. Today, we have lost. Second brother, third brother, we must depart. Laozi, suppressing his fury, swallowed a handful of medicinal pills, preparing to leave with Yuanshi and Tongtian. You would be wise not to move. Tongtian is in a moment of enlightenment. Yuanfeng's captivating gaze remained fixed on the impending bloom of the transformative azure lotus, obstructing Laozi and Yuanshi's movements with her words. Upon hearing this, Laozi scrutinized Tongtian's condition. Though somewhat deranged, he was indeed in a state of enlightenment. Despite Laozi's desire to leave swiftly to maintain his dignity, he hesitated, knowing that interrupting a cultivator's enlightenment could lead to dire consequences, ranging from madness to the loss of life. Moments later, a radiant seven-colored light soared into the sky as the 36-petaled transformative azure lotus blossomed. Rumble. Above the firmament, dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and an overwhelming pressure brewed. As if forbidding the bloom of the 36-petaled transformative azure lotus. Akati seems this lotus is unwelcome by the heavenly Tao, hence the impending tribulation. Laozi sighed, reflecting upon the matter. Originally, this azure lotus bore a connection to the three of them, allowing each to claim a portion as a spiritual treasure. In such a manner, although the lotus may shatter, its essence could be preserved. Now, however, with Yuanfeng's interference, is destined to be obliterated beneath the heavenly tribulation. Lost to the world, such a pity. Contemplating this, Laozi cast a resentful glance at Yuanfeng, his teeth grinding in frustration. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended, and the just-bloomed 36-petaled transformative azure lotus instantly fragmented into three. The lotus transformed into a coiling dragon staff, the lotus stems into three exquisite jade scepters, and the lotus leaves into the clear water sword. The three treasures coalesced into supreme, innate spiritual treasures, quietly floating beside the seven-colored light pillar, as if guarding something precious. Rumble! The heavens erupted once more, lightning flashed, and within the dark clouds, a thunder dragon seemed to writhe and roar, this moment, unseen by the living. A black-clad youth observed the shattered 36-petaled transformative azure lotus beneath Buzhou Mountain, a smile creeping upon his lips. Yet the next instant, his amusement swiftly faded. Heavenly Tao, we meet again. The voice of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao echoed in his ears, causing his smile to vanish and his body to tremble. Great Tao incarnation, what brings you here? The heavenly Tao incarnation gazed at the figure clad in golden armor, swallowing hard as he asked, his voice trembling. That is a question you must answer for your own actions. Xuan Yang, donned in imperial armor, casually shifted his shoulders, exuding an aura of impending action, which greatly unnerved the heavenly Tao. As the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm, he was fearless, except in the presence of this golden armor. He knew he could not contend with it. The 36-petaled transformative azure lotus, devoid of the merit of creation, is unwelcome in the primordial realm. That is it wrong for me to destroy it. The heavenly Tao incarnation reasoned, convinced he had not harmed the primordial realm nor plotted against its beings, that I merely unleashed a heavenly tribulation to prevent the emergence of the transformative azure lotus. The incarnation defended himself. Heavenly Tao forbids it. Who established that? Is it not you, the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm? The transformative azure lotus has yet to take shape. How can it be deemed unwelcome? Moreover, the decision of acceptance or rejection between heaven and earth should be jointly made, yet with the earthly Tao still dormant. What chaos do you add to the situation? When Pangu opened the heavens, chaotic energies rampaged, and the chaotic azure lotus stabilized the tumultuous elements of earth, fire, water, and wind at the cost of its shattering point. One of its seeds fell upon Buzhou Mountain and was nurtured by the earth ancestor into the 36-petaled transformative azure lotus. Heavenly Tao, do not feign ignorance of this. Xuan Yang's meaning was clear. The chaotic azure lotus stabilized the primordial realm, and the transformative azure lotus, as a fragment of it, should not be deemed unwelcome by heaven. Anyone who dares to claim otherwise is courting disaster. I am aware. But if you know, does that not imply you intentionally sought to destroy the transformative azure lotus? Great Tao incarnation, please allow me to explain. The heavenly Tao grew anxious, realizing that without clarification, he would surely face repercussions. Explain? You presume too much that I will not allow your meddling. I will first extinguish you that I have not yet finished speaking. Ah, a familiar, piercing scream reverberated throughout the vast wilderness, causing all beings therein to look up, their heads adorned with question marks, pondering how it could possibly be that unfortunate soul once again. What misfortune had befallen them to warrant such a beating? The voice suggested that the blows were not lightly dealt. Poor child. Beneath the unyielding Mount Buzhou, free from the disturbances of heavenly tribulations, the ethereal image of the primal blue lotus fully blossomed. And from within the radiant pillar of 7 colors emerged a woman clad in a green dress. The figure in the green dress was graceful, with remarkable beauty, surpassing Houtu and Xianin by a fraction, and even rivaling Yuanshan in allure. As she stepped forth, the 3 great spiritual treasures surrounding the light pillar soared forth, heading towards the 3 figures of Laozi. Witnessing this scene, Yuanshan furrowed her delicate brows but refrained from voicing her thoughts. While the 12 ancestral witches were visibly displeased, how could a mere 3-on-1 be acknowledged by the spiritual treasures? Qing'er had met her master. The woman in the green dress approached Yuanshan, bowed respectfully, and spoke. Qing'er pays her respects to her master. She addressed Yuanshan. Yuanshan directed her beautiful gaze towards the woman in green, scrutinizing her closely, only to discover that the self-identified Qing'er was not significantly inferior in beauty. Aptitude, or demeanor. I am not your master, Yuanshan asserted. This statement held truth. The woman in green was the embodiment of the 36th grade primal blue lotus, a naturally born entity, lacking a master, if anyone were to claim such a title. It should be Xianin, as he was the first to discover her existence. Yet, Xianin had not claimed her for himself, instead allowing her to grow here. Whether or not he could be considered her master was something only she could ascertain. The ancestor of Phoenix is naturally a master to Qing'er, being the Tao partner of Xianin, Qing'er explained, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones were left astounded. A figure like Yuanshan was already among the most formidable beings in the wilderness. A woman of her pride would never become a Tao partner to a man of lesser cultivation. This implied that there existed someone even more terrifying than Yuanshan in the wilderness. Could it be that someone surpassed Hongjun and Luo, who in prowess? Good heavens, the depths of this wilderness are unfathomable. I longed to return home. The 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones gasped in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Upon learning that Qing'er was aware of her relationship with Xianin, Yuanshan smiled faintly, quite satisfied. Even though they were not yet Tao partners, she was certain they would be in the future. You, my dear, possess a sweet tongue. Henceforth, you need not call me master, but rather teacher. Yuanshan said with a gentle laugh, as she was quite pleased with Qing'er's aptitude, beauty, and demeanor, and wished to take her as a disciple. Hearing this, Qing'er was overjoyed, while others may not grasp the true terror of Xianin. She was well aware he was a figure more fearsome than the Tao itself. The previous dispersion of the heavenly tribulation had likely been his doing. Before she had taken form, Xianin had often cultivated beside the primal blue lotus. It was only through absorbing a trace of the Tao rhythm he emitted during his cultivation that she had managed to take form, avoiding the fate of splitting into 3 and losing her intelligence entirely. Thus, she had recognized Xianin as her master, out of gratitude and the desire to absorb more Tao rhythm for her cultivation. Now, to her surprise, Xuanin's Tao partner, Yuanshan, wished to accept her as a disciple. Disciple pays her respects to the teacher, Qing'er exclaimed joyfully, hurriedly bowing. Yuanshan nodded, smiling slightly, indicating her satisfaction. Xiao Bai, it's time to return home after your play. Yuanshan glanced at Houtu, who was watching the scene unfold with a bemused expression, and then led her disciple Qing'er towards the celestial shop. Meow, meow, meow. Xiao Bai mewed for quite a while, implying that Houtu should frequently come to visit. Otherwise, she would have no dragon meat to eat. And then she dashed after Yuanshan and Qin. The 3 pure ones observed that the 12 ancestral witches had yet to depart, busily gathering a pool of 3 light, divine water. while casting meaningful glances at the trio. Their expressions clearly conveyed disdain, looking down upon them. Yet the three were, no, two of them, unable to retort, as Tong Tian was still deep in enlightenment. What could they do when the three great Luo Jingxians were no match for Yuan Shen, who had been merciful throughout, yet still nearly obliterated them with a single strike? Third brother, you must hurry and finish your enlightenment. I cannot endure this gaze, Yuan Shi mumbled, his mouth twitching. Being looked down upon by Yuan Shen was one thing. After all, she was the ancestor of Phoenix, far surpassing them in cultivation. But why did these 12 fools dare to belittle them? They were on par in cultivation with Laozi, their physical forms extraordinarily robust, and outnumbering them. Yet they could not compete as Laozi and Yuan Shi endured their plight. The incarnation of the Tao finally emerged from the nightmare. Heavenly Tao, oh, Heavenly Tao, why do you lack memory? Have you forgotten so soon how I schooled you last time? Xianyin retracted his fist, the golden aura dissipating from it, while the heavenly Tao was left battered, its dignity utterly shattered. Woe is me. The incarnation of the great Tao lamented, struggling to articulate, oh, how pitiful, beaten to a pulp. Keep up the mischief, you little rascal. I eagerly await our next encounter, Xianyin said, turning away and waving his hand, vanishing from sight. Why did the mythic great Luo Jingxian resort to spatial shifting? Clad in imperial armor, it was only natural to show off. After all, was not spatial shifting more impressive than merely traversing space? After Xianyin departed, the heavenly Tao trembled as it stood, gingerly touching its already battered face, before bursting into tears. This is not how it should be. I, the heavenly Tao, am meant to unleash heavenly tribulations, not to be reduced to this state. The heavenly Tao lamented its tragic fate. Before the celestial shop, Xianyin had just prepared a grand feast, and one should not doubt whether it would be enough. There was a high likelihood it would not suffice. From Xuanying's perspective, Yuan Shen might very well be a great eater, comparable to Houtu at the dining table. Yuan Shen, Xianyin, Qing'er, and Xiaobai sat at the four corners. Xianyin poured the delightful beverage he had acquired from the system for the three of them and himself. Initially, Xianyin had intended to use the fruit juices he cultivated, but realizing the potency of those fruits was too great for Yuan Shen and the others, he thought better of it. Even Yuan Shen would fall into enlightenment after drinking it. Let alone Qing'er and Xiaobai. Qing'er would likely only need several thousand years to digest the Tao rhythm and spiritual energy, while Xiaobai would probably burst from overindulgence after sipping the delightful beverage. Yuan Shen's beautiful eyes widened, expressing that she had never tasted anything like it before, and upon savoring a piece of dragon meat, she inquired of Xianyin as to its origin, remarking on its exquisite flavor. After Xianyin explained, Yuan Shen was somewhat astonished. Although he had mentioned preparing a dragon meat feast, she had assumed it was merely talk, never anticipating it to be true. The Phoenix and Dragon clans held a long-standing feud, and with the dragon meat being exceptionally delicious, Yuan Shen, filled with indignation, devoured 3 large bowls. Meow, 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 Xiaobai protested, for Xianyin had discovered her habit of mooching off the witch clan's feasts, thus forbidding her from eating dragon meat. Was this not tantamount to taking her life? Later, Xiaobai sought assistance from Qing'er and Yuan Shen, who, seeing the little one's pitiful demeanor, pleaded with Xianyin to spare her, and only then did he relent. Brother Yang, how could such an illustrious figure as Pangu have descendants as inept as the 3 pure ones? Laozi and Yuan Shi are utterly useless. At equivalent cultivation, they cannot withstand even a single blow from me. Tong Tian is barely passable, his swordsmanship just at a rudimentary level. Yet, any one of the 12 ancestral witches could easily surpass them. Despite this, after the fracture of the 36th grade primal blue lotus, the 3 great spiritual treasures still chose them. Sigh. Yuan Shen was not particularly concerned about the treasures themselves, but rather about Qing'er, as that was a manifestation of her form before taking shape. Additionally, she was perplexed. If the 36th grade primal blue lotus had shattered under the heavenly tribulation, indicating that its body had been destroyed, how had Qing'er survived and successfully taken form? Phoenix, the 3 pure ones have taken form only within the span of a few million years. And due to the calamity of the era, they have not yet emerged into the world. lacking in combat experience. Their might is thus limited. The three pure ones were born from the division of Pangu's primordial spirit after his fall, merging with the pure essence of heaven and earth, embodying the merits of the three realms of creation. Hence, it is only natural that the three great spiritual treasures chose them. The red flower, white lotus, and green lotus, though of the same origin, are not from the same family. The moment when Xuan Yang first ascended to the realm of the Daluo Golden Immortal, he traversed the long river of time. Observing the vast trajectories of the primordial chaos, it was only then that he realized the events depicted in the ancient tales of the Primordial Era, where Laozi and Yuan Shi allied with external beings to confront Tong Tian, were not mere fabrications. During the calamity of the Fengshen, aside from a few, such as the Wudong Saint Mother, nearly all disciples of the Jie sect perished. A small number had their souls scattered and inscribed upon the Fengshen list, while the majority were reincarnated, leading to a rather tragic fate. After the fall of Emperor Xuan, the human race saw no more kings, only celestial sovereigns, and their fortunes were nearly entirely divided, reducing the human path in the primordial realm to a mere puppet of the heavenly Tao. Tong Tian found it hard to accept this reality and set up the extermination sword array, intent on shattering the primordial realm and reigniting the chaos of earth, fire, water, and wind, but was ultimately thwarted by Honghuang. Subsequently, the three pure ones were coerced into consuming the fallen sage pill, and Tong Tian was imprisoned within the Zixiao Palace. It was indeed a pitiable and lamentable fate for a saint of the heavenly Tao. Brother Yang, why do you assert that the three pure ones are not of the same family? I find that, despite their shortcomings, they still seem to value their friendships quite highly. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng was perplexed, casting a questioning glance towards Xuan Yang. In due time, you shall understand, Xuan Yang replied with a gentle smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Now that the Honghuang calamity had concluded, it would not be long before Honghuang achieved sainthood and began expounding the Tao in the Zixiao Palace. Following that, Nuwa would attain sainthood by creating humanity, and after a few epochs, the three pure ones and the two saints of the West would also establish their teachings and achieve enlightenment. At that juncture, the division of the three pure ones would not be far off. As night fell, the full moon hung high in the sky. Before the Wuyao calamity, the lunar star remained whole. Hence it was always round, with countless stars adorning the vast expanse. This moment, Xiaobai transformed into a primordial Tao body, muttering softly to express its discontent while tidying up the remnants. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and clean. Xuan Yang thought of Xiaobai's previous antics and felt a surge of anger, promptly assigning the task of washing dishes to it. As the saying goes, no grain is ever obtained without toil. Moreover, that was not mere grain, but dragon meat. To desire to feast without labor is simply fanciful. There are vacant rooms in the shop. You may find one to stay in addition to training with Foma. You are to assist in managing the shop. Do you understand? Xuan Yang felt justified in assigning Qing'er a position as a shop assistant, considering the relationship between Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng. It was akin to treating his disciple, and assigning her a lighter task was hardly excessive. Thank you, Master. From now on, you need not call me Master. You may address me as teacher. Yes, teacher. Qing'er first cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Feng, who nodded in agreement, before bowing respectfully to Xuan Yang. Feng, night has fallen. It is time to rest. Xuan Yang snapped his fingers, and a wrought tan chair, identical to the one he usually reclined upon, appeared beside him, clearly prepared for Yuan Feng. Fenger, why are you lying here? Did I not provide you with a wrought tan chair? Just as Xuan Yang lay down and closed his eyes, a waft of fragrance enveloped him, given the limited space atop the wrought tan chair. Combined with the warmth of soft jade in his embrace, the sensation was utterly delightful. Xuan Yang opened his eyes to find Yuan Feng's beautiful gaze fixed upon him, their faces so close that they could feel each other's breath. Brother Yang, I wish to enter seclusion tomorrow to strive for the mixed Yuan Duo Golden Immortal. Thus, I desire to lie beside you tonight. Indeed, 2 wrought tan chairs were excessive. One sufficed. Although Xuan Yang had never been in a romantic relationship, he was not an unyielding man. With Yuan Feng expressing her intentions so openly, he could hardly send her away. Moreover, the feeling was rather pleasant. Xuan Yang snapped his fingers once more, and the chair instantly expanded slightly. Perfectly accommodating 1.5 persons reclined. Yes, with Xuan Yang embracing Yuan Feng. This space was just right that in the primordial realm, at Yujing Mountain, an elder sat cross-legged upon a futon in the center of a palace. His hair was white as snow, yet his face bore the appearance of youth, but he held a fragment of the chaos jade plate, and the laws of the universe swirled around him, exuding an aura of celestial elegance. The chaos jade plate was indeed a treasure of chaos. It was a pity that it shattered after the creation of the world, leaving the inscribed laws incomplete and unable to guide one along the path of the mixed Yuan, Daluo, golden immortal. Nevertheless, it had still imparted to me the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood. Given time, I shall surely achieve enlightenment and become the foremost saint of the primordial realm. After several epochs, I, Honghuang, shall attain sainthood and subsequently merge with the heavenly Tao. At that point, I shall embody the heavenly Tao. Honghuang opened his eyes, the laws of the great Tao swirling around him, though due to the fragmentary nature of the chaos jade plate. These laws appeared somewhat illusory. The chaos jade plate was originally possessed by Pangu, ranking among the treasures of chaos, inscribed with the 3,000 great Taos. Its holder could swiftly comprehend the laws of the 3,000 great Taos, and even utilize it to attain enlightenment in the mixed Yuan. After Pangu's creation of the world, the chaos jade plate shattered into 33 pieces due to the absence of merit from the creation, leaving the 3,000 great Tao laws fragmented and reduced to innate treasures. The largest fragment was obtained by Honghuang, and the reason the heavenly Tao's incarnation sought him as its spokesperson was partly due to this. Although the chaos jade plate was shattered, preventing Honghuang from using it to attain enlightenment in the mixed Yuan, he discovered another path to sainthood. The severing of the 3 corpses while utilizing a supreme, innate spiritual treasure as a medium. One could sever the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse. When these 3 were unified, sainthood could be achieved. Honghuang, do you yearn to usurp my position? As the voice emerged, Honghuang trembled violently, cold sweat pouring down his brow, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Heavenly Tao, great lord of the heavenly Tao. Please allow me to explain. No, hear me out. I merely wish to attain enlightenment swiftly and merge with the heavenly Tao to complement it. I harbor no ulterior motives. Hongjuan's body quaked, his tone betraying his disbelief in his own words. The heavenly Tao had chosen this moment to appear when it could have manifested at any other time. Where had it been before? Hongjuan silently cursed, but he dared not show his resentment before he merged with the heavenly Tao. He was but an ant before it. Honghuang, it seems you have not taken to heart what I previously conveyed. The dark-clad incarnation of the heavenly Tao rolled up its sleeves, its fist as large as a sandbag, readying itself before coldly remarking, "If not for your incompetence, I would not have been so severely beaten by the incarnation of the great Tao. Now you dare to dream of usurping my position? You are courting death." Today, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao intended to show Honghuang what the distinction between master and servant truly meant. With that, the incarnation swung its fist without hesitation, disregarding all else. "Ah, heavenly Tao. You must allow me to explain." "Ah." The fist of the heavenly Tao's incarnation was suffused with the power of the heavenly Tao. While its destructive capacity was not immense, the humiliation it carried was profound. Under the oppression of the heavenly Tao, Honghuang was left wailing in agony, his situation quite pitiful. "I shall make you regret daring to usurp my position. You, Honghuang, are not but the first earthworm in the primordial realm, a mere worm daring to rebel against heaven. What audacity!" In that moment, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao reveled in the joy of administering punishment. During the period of the beast calamity, Honghuang had seized the body of the first earthworm in the primordial realm, which you may interpret as an earthworm, to survive. Hence, the heavenly Tao referred to him as a worm spirit, a grand celestial demon reduced to such a state. O Honghuang, the heavenly Tao chose you as its spokesperson for your own benefit. Yet look at yourself. After so many epochs, you have yet to achieve sainthood. Know that you are not the sole survivor of the chaos gods and demons after the creation. The heavenly Tao chose you because you were earnest in your pursuit of the Tao. But you have disappointed me greatly. Even so, the heavenly Tao has never labeled you a worthless being. Yet how do you repay the heavenly Tao? By attempting to take its place? What audacity you possess! The incarnation of the heavenly Tao's eyes glistened with tears, a visage of profound heartache, as if deeply betrayed, yet the fists it wielded grew heavier with each strike. Great Lord of the heavenly Tao, I acknowledge my transgressions that I, Honghuang, vow from this day forth to harbor no dual intentions toward the great Lord of the heavenly Tao. Should I violate this oath, may I be struck by the divine lightning of Zixiao for 100,000 years. Honghuang repeatedly pleaded for mercy, even swearing an oath, not out of genuine contrition, but because the heavenly Tao's strikes were too severe. If he did not plead for mercy, he would surely lose his life. As for the oath, bah, it was not a divine oath of the heavenly Tao. What was there to fear? However, Honghuang was unaware that even without the establishment of a divine oath, the consequences would be dire. However, this vow was made before the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, possessing the same binding power as the oath of the heavenly Tao itself. Should he betray the heavenly Tao, then his promise would indeed come to fruition, subjecting him to the wrath of the purple cloud's divine thunder for a staggering 100,000 years, a sensation that is, quite frankly, excruciating to contemplate. The performance of this heavenly Tao is truly remarkable. Even Honghuang has been convinced, showcasing the brilliance of this incarnation. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao, secretly pleased, nonetheless unleashed a flurry of punches, and it is no wonder that the embodiment of the great Tao frequently administers a beating. The experience, encapsulated in a single word, is exhilarating. The heavenly Tao grants you merely 10 yuan hui to achieve sainthood. Should you fail, I shan't hesitate to select a different representative, with a flick of his sleeves and a cold snort. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao issued a warning to Honghuang. This is not a jest. After wielding the Chaos Jade Plate for so many years, coupled with the support of the heavenly Tao, failing to attain sainthood is simply unacceptable. That if within 10 yuan hui you cannot become a saint, what purpose would this representative serve? You may as well perish alone. I am weary of this. Heavenly Tao, once I attain sainthood, the moment I merge with the heavenly Tao shall also be the day I usurp you. After the departure of the incarnation, Honghuang, who had been beaten into a pulp, seethed internally with wrath. He asked for why he did not voice his thoughts. He feared that the heavenly Tao would sense it, and would he not then be subjected to another beating? The era of primordial chaos knows no time. And unbeknownst to all, a millennium passed as the heavenly Tao pummeled Honghuang. Xuan Yang, reclining in a rattan chair, slumbered for a millennium, only awakening on this day. The perception of time between immortals and mortals differs vastly. Often, a mere nap could span a century, let alone for a figure of Xuan Yang's caliber, a legendary Deluo, a golden immortal, who once slept for eons during the Taiyi period. That a millennium is but a fleeting moment. This pillow feels rather soft. Wait, am I resting on a pillow? And why does this pillow emit a faintly familiar fragrance? With bleary eyes, Xuan Yang's consciousness was not yet fully awakened. He vaguely felt a remarkably soft pillow beneath his head, which also bore a pleasant scent. Hold on, I was clearly holding on a phone. Where did this pillow come from? Soon, Xuan Yang sensed something amiss and abruptly opened his eyes. This is no pillow. It is unmistakably 2 lofty peaks. Albeit rather soft and somewhat white, that wasn't I embracing Feng? How could I be lying in her arms? Though the sensation is quite pleasant, being cradled by a woman feels a tad peculiar. Fortunately, Feng remained asleep. Otherwise, wouldn't that be rather awkward? Xuan Yang hastily rose, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, nothing had occurred. However, Xuan Yang failed to notice that Yuan Feng, upon his rising, slowly opened her eyes, cast him a fleeting glance, and then smiled faintly before closing them once more. Afterward, Yuan Feng awakened, and both shared an unspoken understanding that nothing had transpired. Subsequently, Yuan Feng entered Xuan Yang's Taoist temple with the Chaos Pearl to enter seclusion, likely emerging next time as a Honghuang Deluo golden immortal. In the ensuing several yuan hui, the primordial lands basked in tranquility. Although minor frictions arose, they failed to stir any significant turmoil. Since the calamity of the Dragonhan era and the conflict between the three races, the system has refreshed only once every 10,000 years. Initially, Xuan Yang found this prospect quite promising, yet he was taken aback by the system's unreliability. The first refresh yielded an infinite supply of snacks. The second refresh brought forth an array of household appliances. The third refresh provided a fully furnished villa, which was somewhat useful. However, the fourth refresh, 5 consecutive times, yielded either snacks or household appliances, an utter mishmash, with only the villa being of any value, thus naturally allowing Xuan Yang to exploit the situation as for the snacks. It appeared that Houtu was quite fond of them. After sampling a few, her gluttonous nature awakened, prompting her to purchase a vast quantity and return sporadically for restocking. Xuan Yang mused that Houtu seemed to treat his place as a small convenience store. How could a dignified legendary Deluo golden immortal be reduced to the status of a mere shopkeeper? The mere thought incensed him, leading to a thorough beating of the system. After all, it was the source of his frustration. Regarding those household appliances, he felt compelled to exploit them as well, given that his villa boasted a solar panel. Today marked, well, he had lost count of how many times the system had refreshed. Ding! The system has refreshed. This time, the world of the Holy Master is available at this moment. Xuan Yang was instructing Qing'er in her cultivation. The foundation of the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus was scarcely inferior to that of the Chaos Divine Demons. And such talent must not be squandered. The world of the Holy Master. Which world is this? Xuan Yang pondered, as among the 3,000 great worlds of chaos, the myriad worlds of the Middle Realm, and the countless minor worlds, this Holy Master world seemed absent. Could it perhaps be another realm within the chaos? Although Xuan Yang is a legendary Deluo golden immortal, possessing the ability to comprehend any matter within this chaos with a mere thought, he remained uncertain whether other chaos realms or worlds existed outside of this one. However, he was certain that this chaos harbored no systems. Thus, where do these troublesome systems and the myriad shop systems originate? Xuan Yang speculated that there might be other chaos realms beyond this one. Moreover, certain items within the myriad shop systems marketplace were non-existent within this chaos, further corroborating his conjecture. Ding! The refreshed items from the Holy Master world are as follows. Ghost Shadow Mask. Terra Mask, Primordial version, classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, allowing the wielder to summon all shadow soldiers, unlimited summons, and command them, easily donned and removed without side effects. It is that Holy Master. Time has passed so long that I nearly forgot about this character. Upon the appearance of the Ghost Shadow Mask, Xuan Yang suddenly recalled a character from a certain anime named Holy Master. He pondered whether this was indeed an anime, and how it had transformed into a world. It truly is Terra's mask. Upon seeing the red mask adorned with a hint of white mustache, Xuan Yang felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, reminiscing about his childhood memories associated with that anime. Holy might! Has Hongjun attained sainthood? As Xuan Yang was lost in nostalgia, a supreme aura permeated the primordial realm, emanating the power of a saint. Indeed, Hongjun had become a saint. High amidst the 9 heavens, upon the lotus mat of Tao, I shall preside as the esteemed teacher. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall be the guiding light. Pango birthed the Taizu. The 2 instruments and 4 symbols followed. 1 path begets 3 friends, while 2 teachings elucidate and bifurcate. The myriad doors of the immortal path all lead to excellence. As a single breath transmutes into Hongjun. I am Hongjun. Today I attain sainthood, and a millennium hence, I shall preach within the chaos purple cloud's palace. All those with fate may come to listen. The celestial sounds reverberated throughout the expanse of the primordial realm. In an instant, the atmosphere was infused with purple energy as heavenly flowers rained down and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants raced through the air, and wondrous phenomena abounded, as if the entire primordial realm rejoiced that, oh, has Hongjun attained sainthood? Within the shop, a grand door swung open, revealing a woman of noble bearing, none other than Yuan Feng, who had just finished her cultivation. Hongjun has become a saint, yet he is merely a saint and not a Honghuang Deluo golden immortal. Xuan Yang cast a sidelong glance at the heavens. Withdrawing his gaze, his words tinged with a hint of disdain. Xuan Yang. The so-called attainment of sainthood through the severing of 3 corpses and the accumulation of merit is a path only chosen by those lacking the ability to comprehend the laws. Such individuals are woefully weak. Setting aside the notion of merit-based sainthood, the route of severing 3 corpses is fundamentally flawed. The 3 corpses must share the same root and origin, and the power of the heavenly Tao must be harnessed to unify them. Otherwise, attaining sainthood is impossible. This explains why, in later generations, no one besides Honghuang has achieved sainthood through the severing of 3 corpses. It is simply an imperfect method of attaining sainthood. Honghuang, fully aware of this, nonetheless disseminated the method of severing 3 corpses throughout the primordial realm, thus obstructing the path to sainthood for countless beings, a truly sinister intent. Honghuang, clearly a reincarnation of an immortal Taoist demon, chose not to pursue the path of Honghuang through the immortal laws, but instead opted for a shortcut, ensuring he could never transcend the heavenly Dao. Is it not laughable? Yuan Feng scoffed. Holding Honghuang's actions in contempt that in this era, with the great Tao retreating and the 3,000 laws obscured, it is undeniably challenging for the beings of the primordial realm to attain Honghuang. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. Honghuang, opting for a shortcut to attain sainthood, has permanently limited his strength beneath the heavenly Tao, rendering the possibility of transcendence utterly non-existent. Only the Honghuang de Luo, golden immortal, can transcend beyond the heavenly Tao. Though lacking the fruit of a saint, they possess strength that surpasses saints of the same tier. Brother Yang, throughout these several Yuan Hui, I have been comprehending the 3,000 laws of the great Tao within the Chaos Pearl, and I have grasped more than half of them, ready to attain the Tao at any moment. The difficulty for the beings of the primordial realm to attain Honghuang stems from the obscurity of the great Tao laws, making comprehension exceedingly arduous. However, the Chaos Pearl inherently contains the 3,000 laws of the great Tao, allowing beings to comprehend them directly without the need for arduous searching, essentially an external aid within an external aid, a truly advantageous boon. Additionally, Xuan Yang has manipulated the flow of time within his Taoist temple to stretch one day outside to equate to 1 year within. In the present day, several Yuan meetings have transpired outside, while within the temple, there have been hundreds of such gatherings. During this period, Yuan Feng has nearly comprehended 3,000 principles of the great Tao. Had it not been for the special restrictions within the temple, Yuan Feng would have achieved enlightenment by now. Truly, my dear Fenger, to have grasped over 90% of so many Tao principles in such a short span is commendable. Xuan Yang pulled Yuan Feng into his embrace, gently caressing her wine-red hair, which felt remarkably soft. Yuan Feng's talent is indeed formidable. Although the Chaos Pearl contains 3,000 principles of the great Tao, understanding them is no simple feat. I am grateful to Brother Yang for lending me the Chaos Pearl. Yuan Feng's cheeks flushed as she took out the Chaos Pearl, preparing to return it to Xuan Yang. What do you mean by lend? My possessions are essentially yours. Keep it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's face turned crimson once more. Yet she nodded and tucked the Chaos Pearl away, thinking she would return it to him when he needed it. By the way, Brother Yang, what is that? Yuan Feng noticed the red mask in Xuan Yang's hand. Her curiosity piqued. This is the Ghost Shadow Mask. Terra. As Xuan Yang explained, he transmitted information about the Ghost Shadow Mask into Yuan Feng's mind. The Ghost Shadow Mask, Terra version, Honghuang edition, originates from the Master World. Classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, its possessor can summon all shadow soldiers from the Ghost Legion, unlimited summons, and command them that it can be donned or removed at any time without side effects. Suggested price, 14,678 W trading points. The Ghost Shadow Mask, IKA version, Honghuang edition, also from the Master World, ranks as a high-quality innate spiritual treasure. Its possessor can summon shadow soldiers from the Blade Team, unlimited summons, without side effects, and can be removed at will, priced at 9,527 W trading points. The Ghost Shadow Mask, Bait version. While Yuan Feng was absorbing the functions of the Ghost Shadow Masks, the vast lands of Honghuang were in turmoil. Honghuang had attained sainthood, and extraordinary phenomena were manifesting at this moment. The beings of Honghuang found themselves trapped in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, uncertain of how to progress. Only the three innate clans were aware of the realms beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal and the methods of cultivation. Regrettably, the Dragon and Qilan clans had fallen into decline, while the Phoenix clan remained reclusive. Even if the three clans had not waned, it was unlikely they would share their cultivation techniques. Thus, the teachings of Hongjun a millennium later would be their sole opportunity. How could they afford to miss it? In the Honghuang, Kunlun Mountains, Elder Brother is the realm beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal, the realm of saints. Yuan Shi, feeling the might of the sage and witnessing the celestial phenomena, became immensely curious about the realm beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal and inquired of Laozi that I know not. But it seems that the clan leaders of the three clans, Luo, Hu, Hongjun, and others, are all above the great Luo Golden Immortal. Furthermore, since Hongjun has proclaimed his sainthood, it stands to reason that such a realm exists. Laozi stroked his snowy beard, gazing at the heavens, his eyes filled with fervor, clearly anticipating Hongjun's teachings. Hongjun, battling Luo Hu for the beings of Honghuang, is undoubtedly a venerable figure deserving of respect. Now that Hongjun is to impart his teachings, let us brothers go together to witness that transcendent realm of the saints. What say you, second brother and third brother? Laozi turned to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, chuckling lightly, knowing his brothers would surely acquiesce. Very well. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian nodded repeatedly, transforming into streaks of light as they soared toward the heavens. In the North Sea of Honghuang, a Kuin leapt from the surface, transforming into a golden-winged rock that ascended into the sky. Amid the boundless sea of blood, a crimson figure glanced at the heavens before also transforming into a crimson streak. Soaring upward, in no time, powerful beings across Honghuang rushed toward the chaotic expanse, eager to witness the legendary realm of Saints T O the east of Mount Buzhou, a mountain known as Chiefing Mountain stands. At this moment, two siblings are gazing at one another in astonishment. Little sister, the sage's teachings are extraordinary. I have divined that this is an immense opportunity for you, that we must not miss it. Fuxi, having calculated, discovered that Hongjun's teachings would bestow a great fortune upon Yuhua, thus preparing to persuade her to journey together to the Chaos Xiao Palace for the teachings. Elder brother is right. We should set off at once to avoid losing this chance. Fuxi and Yuhua exchanged nods, transforming into two streaks of light as they sped toward the chaos. The 12 Charms, Dog Charm, Honghuang Edition. Originating from the Master World, ranks as a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Its possessor is granted immortality, invincibility, and is priced at 9.99 W trading points. The 12 Charms, Rat Charm, Honghuang Edition, and the 12 Charms, Pig Charm, Honghuang Edition, also from the Master World, are classified as supreme innate spiritual treasures. Their possessor can unleash electric beams from their eyes, electrifying gaze, to slay foes invisibly, also priced at 9.99 W trading points. Indeed, this system refresh has yielded not only 10 ghost shadow masks, but also 12 charms. It can be said that has brought forth the most formidable items from the Master World. Aside from the Master himself, Brother Yang, are these truly merely supreme, innate spiritual treasures? After comprehending the functions of the 10 ghost shadow masks and 12 charms, Yuan Feng remained in shock for quite some time. Pondering, what are these items? Are they truly innate treasures? This is simply outrageous. The 10 ghost shadow masks can summon an unlimited number of shadow soldiers, all of whom possess a cultivation just one tier below the summoner. For instance, if you were a great Luo Golden Immortal, the summoned shadow soldiers would possess the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortal, and all would share this level of power. This amounts to an immortal army. Had our Phoenix clan possessed even one mask, no, just a single mask, the Dragon and Qilan clans would have been vanquished long ago. Moreover, the 12 charms are all potent. Even the weakest sheep charm can pull someone into a dream, rendering them invincible in that realm. The dog charm is even more absurd, granting eternal life and invincibility, even against the chaos of thunder tribulation. It is simply a bug-like existence. Fenger, remain calm. These are merely external objects. Nothing extraordinary. Xuan Yang appeared indifferent, for in truth, had he not been a mythical great Luo golden immortal, the ghost shadow masks and 12 charms would undoubtedly be treasures. Yet, since he is a mythical great Luo golden immortal, they hold little significance for him. Merely external objects? These are treasures. Must you speak so lightly of them? Yuan Feng found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. But upon reflection, she realized that Xuan Yang was indeed a mythical great Luo golden immortal, transcending all else. While these supreme innate spiritual treasures were formidable, they were trivial in his eyes. Yuan Feng had previously heard Xuan Yang briefly describe the system and was aware that it possessed some special abilities. However, she had not anticipated that the system could conjure so many innate treasures. This contradicted Xuan Yang's earlier description, where he had stated that the system could only produce worthless items. Feng, would you care to join me at the Zixiao Palace for a grand spectacle? Xuan Yang inquired, wrapping his arm around Yuan Feng's slender waist. A grand spectacle? Oh, it is merely that some amusing events are destined to unfold within the Zixiao Palace. The mere thought of those two characters from the West made Xuan Yang unable to suppress a smile. Very well. I am indeed curious to witness just how capable Hongjun is in attaining sainthood through shortcuts. Although Yuan Feng did not fully comprehend what Xuan Yang meant by grand spectacle, she sensed that intriguing events were bound to occur. Otherwise, he would not bear such an expression. The two entrusted their shop to Qing'er, offering her a few instructions before summoning the Emperor's steed and departing. However, they did not rush toward the Chaos Zixiao Palace, opting instead to meander leisurely across the vast lands of Honghuang. After all, they had not seen each other for several Yuan meetings and desired to enjoy their time together. As for heading to the Zixiao Palace, what a joke. The Emperor's steed could reach light speed instantly. Would they be late? Furthermore, Xuan Yang, being a mythical great Luo golden immortal, could traverse to the Zixiao Palace in the blink of an eye. Not that he needed to, but it did not mean he couldn't. There was simply no need. In the timeless expanse of Honghuang, over 900 years swiftly passed, beyond the skies, in the chaotic realm. Chaos reigned supreme, with elemental forces of fire, water, earth, and wind in disarray. Those beneath the great Luo golden immortal would perish in an instant, highlighting the terror of the chaotic realm. Hongyun, why are you dawdling? There are less than 100 years until the saints impart their teachings. Should we miss it, it would be a grave loss of opportunity. Jin Yuanzi glared at the leisurely red-clad Taoist following behind him, his lips twitching in exasperation. Why the rush, brother Jin Yuanzi? There's still 100 years left, isn't there? The red-clad Taoist replied nonchalantly, entirely unperturbed. Why the rush indeed? It is all because of your desire for the ginseng fruit. Consuming it is one thing, but you even insisted that I join you for a drink, which ultimately led to us becoming inebriated and sleeping for centuries. That it is this that caused us to miss the passage of time. Should we miss the sage's discourse as a result, you shall bear the burden of regret. Zhang Yunzi shot a fierce glance at Hong Yun, his anger boiling within as he pondered how he ended up with such an eccentric brother. Alas, it is all my fault. We must hasten our journey. Hong Yun, too, sensed that their tardiness was due to his own actions, that if they missed the discourse, his personal loss of opportunity might be inconsequential. But dragging Zhen Yuanzi into missing his chance would be utterly unacceptable. What is that, moving at such incredible speed? Hong Yun noticed a golden streak of light racing towards them from behind. Its velocity astonishingly rapid, traversing countless miles in mere moments. Zhang Yuanzi also recognized the golden light, his eyes widening in disbelief as he thought to himself what manner of being could be swifter than the Golden Crow's innate divine transformation. The Golden Crow's transformation is a legendary ability of their kind, capable of covering 120,000 miles in a single breath, the fastest divine technique in the primordial realm. Yet this golden light was evidently faster. Surpassing the speed of any comparison, the golden light gradually dissipated before them. A dragon-like figure interwoven with gold and silver emerged, the Emperor's steed. Upon it sat a man and a woman. The man was strikingly handsome and ethereal, while the woman possessed a beauty that could be likened to a picturesque painting, her demeanor exuding a cool elegance. But are you not Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun? Xuan Yang and Honghuang were still reeling from the astonishing speed of the Emperor's steed, caught in a state of bewilderment. Xuan Yang, recognizing their identities, was intrigued as to why these two had yet to arrive at the Zixiao Palace. Did they not realize that the sage's discourse was mere decades away? I am Xuan Yang, and this is my friend Honghuang, Xuan Yang said, bowing respectfully, having discerned that Xuan Yang was a late-stage Deluo golden immortal. May I inquire as to who you two are? Xuan Yang cast a glance at Yuan Feng, captivated by her beauty, and felt a strange sense of familiarity, as though he had seen her before. Honghuang shared this sentiment, scrutinizing Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng, as well as the remarkable speed of the Emperor's steed. I am Xuan Yang, and this is my companion Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng? The Phoenix ancestor? Both Xuan Yang and Honghuang were astonished. In no wonder they felt a sense of recognition. She was indeed the Phoenix ancestor, the former leader of the Phoenix clan. Among the 3 clan leaders of Ur, she was the sole female, her cultivation vastly surpassing that of the Deluo, making her one of the most exalted beings in the primordial world. During the past clan wars, they had merely been spectators and shared but a fleeting encounter. Hence the sensation of familiarity. However, how could the illustrious Phoenix ancestor be seated behind a man? Moreover, the individual who referred to himself as Xuan Yang seemed to claim Yuan Feng as his partner. And she offered no objection, rather exuding a sense of quiet pride. What could this possibly mean? In that moment, both Honghuang and Xuan Yang felt their minds spinning. Even more absurd was that this partner was a Deluo golden immortal. Though not weak, he paled in comparison to Yuan Feng. How is it that you both arrived so late? You will surely miss the sage's discourse, Xuan Yang remarked. Hearing this, Honghuang and Xuan Yang felt an overwhelming awkwardness. How could they respond? To admit their drunkenness and subsequent tardiness would be utterly humiliating. Perhaps they could say that certain matters had delayed their journey, making them uncertain if they would catch the sage's teachings. Xuan Yang sighed deeply, choosing not to speak the truth, clearly sparing Honghuang's dignity. Honghuang, too, scratched his head sheepishly, feeling immensely grateful for his friend's consideration. I could see this rate. They would undoubtedly be late. If you trust me, I can assist you in your journey, Xuan Yang offered. That would be much appreciated, Xuan Yang and Honghuang replied, knowing full well that their own speed would not suffice to reach the Zixiao Palace in time. Thus, they made no excuses, understanding the importance of the sage's teachings, as for Xuan Yang's motivations for aiding them. He had his own plans, do not resist. I will use my power to carry you forward. With that, Xuan Yang enveloped them in his magical energy, and the Emperor's steed transformed into a streak of light, traversing the chaotic space unimpeded by the surrounding tumultuous elements. Witnessing the spectacle, Honghuang and Xuan Yang were left speechless. It was well known that even a Deluo golden immortal had to tread carefully in the chaotic space, lest they be torn apart by the raging elemental forces. Yet Xuan Yang moved freely, unaffected by the chaos. Was this truly reasonable? In the realm beyond realms, outside the Zixiao Palace, the 3 pure ones concealed themselves within the Tower of Heavenly Yellow, undisturbed by the chaotic space, and were among the first beings to arrive at the Zixiao Palace. Brother, we owe our swift arrival to your Tower of Heavenly Yellow. Otherwise, we would have wasted an inordinate amount of time reaching the sage's abode, Yuan Shi remarked, gazing at the Zixiao Palace, feeling a swell of pride at being the first to arrive. In response, Laozi merely smiled and nodded slightly, clearly pleased by Yuan Shi's words. Third brother, be mindful of your demeanor. Once we reach the Zixiao Palace, we must not incur the sage's displeasure. Understood? Laozi admonished, stroking his snowy beard. Yes, elder brother. Both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian replied in unison. Just as the 3 pure ones were nearing the Zixiao Palace, a streak of golden light surged past them. What incredible speed! I wonder which friend that could be. The 3 pure ones marveled at the lightning-fast streak of light, astonished that even the golden crow's transformation could not match such velocity. Ah, Xuan Yang and Honghuang, is that you? They exclaimed. How could you arrive with such swiftness? As the golden light faded, Xuan Yang and Honghuang appeared disheveled, their clothes tattered and blown about by the chaotic winds. Looking quite bedraggled, to owe their credit, it was not that Xuan Yang had deliberately treated them poorly. Rather, Their cultivation was simply too weak to withstand the chaotic winds, and Xuan Yang had already slowed his pace significantly. Otherwise, the three pure ones would not have even seen his tail lights. Ah, it is the three pure ones. I have long heard of your esteemed names. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Honghuang straightened his attire and offered a respectful bow with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi, meanwhile, was deep in thought, contemplating who Xuan Yang truly was. How could a mere Deluo golden immortal possess such remarkable speed? Crossing the vast chaotic space to reach the Zhixiao Palace in less than half an hour. Moreover, his relationship with Yuan Feng appeared to be quite special, even if they were not partners. They clearly shared a strong bond. What capabilities could a Deluo golden immortal possess to achieve such feats? Is that a congenital treasure? Zhen Yuanzi's gaze returned to Xuan Yang's steed, confirming that it was indeed a congenital treasure. He was certain of in his possession was a top-tier congenital spirit treasure, the Earth Book, a creation of the primordial earth, possessing the power to suppress the earth itself. Yet Xuan Yang's steed was evidently of a higher grade. What else could it be but a congenital treasure? Phoenix Ancestor, what brings you here? As the golden light dissipated, Yuan Shi finally recognized Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng atop the Emperor's steed. Particularly upon seeing Yuan Feng, his expression soured, and he felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. It felt as though the events of several gatherings prior, where they had been defeated by Yuan Feng in a single blow, had just transpired yesterday. Since then, the three pure ones had become a laughingstock in the primordial realm, a fact widely circulated among the Wu clan. Though she was indeed the Phoenix Ancestor, the former leader of the three clans, their defeat was entirely reasonable. However, having the entire world know of their shame was a different matter entirely. During their travels through the primordial realm, they were constantly reminded of their disgrace, the shame of having been unable to overpower the Phoenix Ancestor, even when three of them banded together against her suppressed cultivation. Must I report my actions to you? Three pure ones? Yuan Feng sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Yuan Shirto. You have reached mid-Deluo. Perhaps you have made some progress and wish to spar with me? I'm more than willing to oblige. Honghuang was utterly perplexed by the exchange, while Zhen Yuanzi found amusement in the somber expressions of the three pure ones, recalling the events from the previous gatherings. Third brother, we must maintain decorum before the sage's abode. Laozi reprimanded softly, appearing to scold. Yet in truth, he was providing a means of retreat for his three brothers. He certainly did not wish for past grievances to be resurrected before the sacred hall of sages, nor to have his old wounds exposed. Humph. Yuan Shi waved his grand sleeves, feigning humility, while secretly relieved that Laozi had offered an escape. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an excuse. Brother Zhen Yuan, do you have any grievances with the three pure ones and the Phoenix Ancestor? It seems to me that there has been some unpleasantness among them. Honghuang, perplexed, pondered this matter without arriving at clarity. He hesitated to directly inquire the parties involved, as he was not well acquainted with Xuan Yang. Moreover, Xuan Yang might be a Dao partner of Yuan Feng, and he did not wish to make himself a fool. Thus, he could only turn to his good friend Zhen Yuan. Honghuang refrained from asking matters that ought not to be questioned. Knowing too much can be detrimental to you. Zhen Yuan recounted the intricacies of the situation. Laozi and Yuan Shi's lips twitched with evident agitation, having overheard their conversation. Yuan Shi's resentful gaze fixated on Zhen Yuan, thinking to himself that this two-faced Zhen Yuan dared to expose wounds in front of others. Could he not transmit his thoughts privately? Did Laozi care for Face? Although Laozi maintained a calm demeanor, he valued Face even more than Yuan Shi, and had already noted Zhen Yuan's act of revealing old scars in his little book. At this moment, Honghuang had grasped the essence of the matter and casually glanced at the three pure ones, then at Yuan Feng, who was engaged in idle chatter with Xuan Yang. Murmuring softly, the three pure ones are, after all, descendants of Pangu, claiming to be the true heirs of Pangu, often placing themselves above the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Yet the three brothers together cannot contend against the suppressed Phoenix Ancestor. How utterly pathetic. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three pure ones darkened further. This moment, Laozi and Yuan Shi's faces grew grim, as if they had just crawled out from a coal pile. Tong Tian was no better off. Although he had indeed suffered defeat in the past, It was at the hands of the swordsmanship he prided himself on. How could one feel good when one's old wounds were exposed before others? Fortunately, Yuan Feng refrained from mentioning this matter. Otherwise, the three pure ones would undoubtedly have suffered disgrace before the sacred hall of sages, though it seemed they had already achieved that unfortunate milestone. With a sudden cry from a golden crow, two streaks of flowing light appeared in an instant, revealing two three-legged golden crows ablaze with the true fire of the SU. As the flames dissipated, they transformed into innate Tao bodies, both sporting crimson hair and clad in fiery red attire, exuding an overwhelming aura. These two were none other than the only two golden crows from the Sun Star. Dijun and Honghuang Tai, wielders of the most potent of the 10 primordial divine fires, the true fire of the sun, unyielding and scorching, capable of incinerating anything, the innate divine ability of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow transformation into rainbow technique is renowned as the swiftest technique in the primordial realm, even outpacing the rapidity of the Xuan Yang. Dijun Tai greeted the three pure ones, Xuan Yang and Honghuang, with a respectful bow, his demeanor amiable as he addressed the gathered assembly. Having met the two esteemed Dao friends, may I inquire about your names? Might we forge a connection? Observing Xuan Yang, whose cultivation surpassed his own mid-stage Deluo, and another whose aura was imperceptible, Dijun felt compelled not to offend. He also harbored a nagging familiarity with the extraordinarily beautiful woman. Were it not for her close association with the late-stage Deluo man beside her, he might have considered approaching her as a potential Dao partner. I am Xuan Yang. As for her name, I believe you might not wish to know as for establishing a friendship. There is no need, as we are unlikely to intersect in the future. Xuan Yang immediately discerned the predatory glint in Dijun's eyes directed at Yuan Feng. Were it not for his superior cultivation, this old lecher would have likely approached Yuan Feng without restraint. Yuan Feng, too, perceived Dijun's gaze, her expression darkening in an instant. Had she not wished to reveal her violent side to Xuan Yang, she would have already incinerated that golden crow with her south bright fire. Why elder brother extends his goodwill towards you, yet you fail to appreciate you presume to bully my two brothers simply because of your mid-stage Deluo cultivation? Before Dijun could respond, Honghuang Tai could no longer contain himself, chiding Xuan Yang and the others, simultaneously summoning his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell, ranked among the innate treasures, is a fragment of the heavenly opening axe, possessing the power to suppress the primordial world, manipulate the forces of time and space, unravel the mysteries of heaven, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. The Chaos Bell is infinite in profundity and boundless in creation. It can imprison time, suppress space, rebound any attack from magical artifacts, and render all spells and divine techniques ineffective. It serves as both offense and defense, standing undefeated above its bearer. The bell's exterior was adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, along with the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, and once summoned, the chaotic winds surrounding it were instantly calmed. Dijun was also deeply angered, and thus did not intervene upon witnessing this scene. In his view, even if Xuan Yang was a late-stage Deluo, he was no match for Honghuang Tai, who possessed the Chaos Bell. After all, innate treasures are not trifles. However, the three pure ones, Xuan Yang and others, did not share this sentiment. Setting aside Yuan Feng, the Phoenix ancestor, with Xuan Yang's late-stage Deluo cultivation combined with that innate treasure, the outcome was far from certain. The Sacred Hall of Sages must not be disrespected. Just as Honghuang Tai was preparing to take action, two Taoist youths, a man and a woman, emerged from the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, none other than the future renowned Hao Yin and Yao Qi. With a flick of his grand sleeves, Honghuang Tai emitted a cold huff, casting a murderous glare at Xuan Yang, who remained unfazed, dismissing him as merely an ant. For a Deluo of his stature to bicker with an ant would surely diminish his standing. Subsequently, Xuan Peng, utilizing his rapid speed, arrived after the three pure ones, and Xuan Yang, sensing the tension in the air and the presence of the sage's Dao children, simply greeted them before waiting on the sidelines. Yang Gu, Is there a problem? Yuan Feng, noticing Xuan Yang's keen gaze fixed on Kunpeng, inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just considering adding a dish, Xuan Yang replied with a smile. I in Xuan Yang's previous world. There was a saying, the Kun is so large that it cannot be stewed in a single pot. The Peng is so immense that it requires 2 roasting racks, referring to the Kunpeng, whose flesh is said to be extraordinarily delectable, surpassing even that of dragons, though its veracity remains uncertain. Adding a dish? Yuan Feng was puzzled by his intent, but chose not to inquire further. Respecting Xuan Yang's plans, Kunpeng suddenly felt a chill wash over him from behind. Turning to see Xuan Yang's unwavering gaze, a fleeting sense of danger surged within him but quickly dissipated, prompting him to disregard it. Following this were Fuxi and Yuhua, who, like the others, greeted the assembly before standing by to wait. They too had noticed that the expressions of the crowd were not quite right. They were aware of the 3 Pure One's troubles. Having heard the tales circulating around the boundaries of Mount Buja, it was said that after being defeated by the Phoenix Ancestor, they had sought counsel with the Witch Clan, only to be thoroughly beaten by the 12 ancestors of sorcery in succession. Oh, do not misunderstand. The 12 ancestors of sorcery faced them one at a time, and none of the 3 managed to defeat even one. Subsequently, news of the 3 Pure One's defeat spread, leading to their becoming the laughingstock of the primordial realm, a fate they had essentially invited upon themselves. The time has come. The Purple Cloud Palace is opening. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a thunderous sound echoed as the grand doors of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open. Second brother, third brother, let us hasten inside and secure favorable positions. The 3 Pure Ones nodded in agreement, transforming into 3 streaks of light and soaring within. Little sister, let us move quickly lest we miss our opportunity. Yuan nodded and leaped forward, following Fuxi into the palace. The remaining beings followed suit, each eager to claim a prime position. Surging into the palace, Kunpeng, employing his remarkable speed, surged ahead, while Dijun and Tai, witnessing this, activated the Golden Crow transformation into Rainbow technique to follow suit. Externally, the Purple Cloud Palace appeared modest in size, yet its internal space was boundless. Not to mention the approximately 3,000 Luo golden immortals present. Even more could find room within. The interior of the Purple Cloud Palace was suffused with the essence of heaven and earth, resonating with the Tao, such that a cultivator could achieve a day's worth of progress within, equivalent to 100 days in the outside world. All eyes were drawn to the 6 purple mats beneath the main seat, brimming with fervent anticipation. Among the many mats, around 3,000 in total, only these 6 were purple, and it was evident to all but the foolish that these 6 positions held special significance. Second brother, third brother, these 6 mats must represent something extraordinary, that we 3 Pure Ones are transformed from the essence of Pangu, with profound fortunes. These first 3 mats rightfully belong to us. Sanqing swiftly moved forward to claim the first 3 mats as their own. These 3 mats belong to my 3 brothers. Who is in favor, and who is against? Yuan Sure rose from his seat and called out loudly to the crowd behind him, who in the vast wilderness was unaware of the unity of Sanqing, all being great Luo Jingshians, with 2 in the mid-stage and 1 in the late stage. Feng Zhu could be defeated in an instant, but they could not. Moreover, with 3 mats occupied, were there not still 3 remaining? There was no need to contend with the 3 of Sanqing that in Buzhou Mountain, Fuxi and Yuhua claimed 1 mat each. Who is in favor, and who is against? Fuxi pushed Yuhua towards the 4th mat, and then addressed the crowd behind him. Fuxi and Yuhua were also innate deities, albeit their cultivation was not on par. Yet they were still top-tier powers, someone they dared not provoke. Thus they could only set their sights on the other 2 mats. By the time they realized the situation, Beihai Kunpeng had already claimed the 5th mat with his swift Kunpeng speed. The final mat was also occupied by a figure in red robes. None other than Honghuang, who was, of course, pushed up by his friend Jinyuan's. In an instant, all 6 mats were taken, and the crowd was filled with regret, lamenting their sluggishness that allowed others to seize the opportunity. Now, not a single mat remained, and their morale plummeted, especially for the brothers Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. If speed were to be considered, their Jinwu transformation technique was swifter than Kunpeng's, yet they were still a step behind, allowing Kunpeng to take the lead. With this thought, the two brothers' spirits sank. It was over, their balance disrupted. The sage's place must not be noisy. As these words left Hao Yan's lips, the crowd fell into a profound silence, too afraid to utter a word. Though merely a Tao child, his status as the sage's attendant commanded respect. The crowd ceased their chatter and scrambled to occupy the mats in front, while those who could not secure a spot were forced to sit further back. Just as the gates of the Zixiao Palace were about to close, for streaks of light darted in. A plump and a slender Taoist entered in a rather disheveled state, while Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng looked at them with disdain. The plump Taoist, named Xuanti, appeared corpulent, glistening with oil, and weighed no less than 400 or 500 pounds. The slender Taoist, on the other hand, was as thin as a reed, almost as if a gust of wind could carry him away. These two brothers seemed unaware if they had lost their way or if their size impeded their speed, nearly missing the sage's teachings. They surveyed their surroundings and noticed that the mats in front had already been occupied, with some vacant mats behind. Yet, it was evident that the 6 mats in front were extraordinary, occupied by formidable figures among the great Luo Jingxians, whom they could not confront. The two began to weep uncontrollably. "Brother, we have journeyed day and night from the western lands, only to arrive a step too late. Indeed, junior brother, despite our haste, we are still too late. Having failed to secure a single position, it seems our western lands are fated to be devoid of opportunities to hear the sage's teachings. Our western lands have always been barren. The treasures of heaven and earth, the blessed lands and caves, are far inferior to the east. Now, we have lost even the chance to listen to the sage. How can we face the multitude in the west? Yes, at this rate, it would be better to perish against this pillar." Xuanti and Jiejing wept bitterly, their lamentations echoing through the air, painting a scene of utter despair. However, any person with a modicum of sense could see that they were merely feigning misery, exhibiting a remarkable lack of dignity. The onlookers were filled with revulsion at their display. Enough, these two are also great Luo Jingxians, albeit weaker, only at the early stage. But must they demean themselves so? Yuan Feng's lips twitched in disgust. Their antics were nauseating, nearly prompting her to incinerate them with the southern Ming leaf fire. Xuan Yang, meanwhile, was merely spectating. Although there was nothing to spectate, he was primarily curious to see if the legendary benevolent fool of the wilderness would truly offer his seat to these two. "My fellow Taoists, cease your weeping. I see your journey has not been easy. Therefore, I shall relinquish my mat to you." Hongyun sighed deeply and said, "Hongyun, my old friend," Zenyuanzi was at a loss for words. Had he toiled so hard to help Hongyun seize this opportunity only for it to be given away? This is too reckless. Could Hongyun be foolish enough to let it go? However, I possess only this one mat, and there are 2 of you. With Xuanti's mat claimed, Jiejing had no choice but to turn to the other 5 seated on mats. They could not confront Sanqing, and although Nuwa appeared to be alone, she was actually accompanied by Fushi, both being mid-stage great Luo powers, equally formidable as for Kunpeng. "Kunpeng, my friend, might I request a seat?" Hongyun continued his reckless behavior, leaving Xuan Yang dumbfounded. Although he had anticipated this moment, witnessing it unfold still prompted him to scoff. What on earth? Is Hongyun truly a benevolent soul or a master of self-sabotage? Xuan Yang couldn't help but lament. This was clearly digging his own grave. And not content with that, he was burying himself in one word. When it comes to self-destruction outside of the heavenly Tao, I would call you the strongest. Begone! Kunpeng roared, infuriated that this fool Hongyun not only surrendered his mat, but also expected him to give up his. "Kunpeng, my friend, this fellow has also faced difficulties. Please, grant him a seat." Hongyun persisted in his foolishness. "You, born of wetness and eggs, dares to sit alongside us." Yuan sure already looked down upon Kunpeng. Now that he had the chance to trip him, he would not let it slip. Although Kunpeng was reluctant to relinquish his mat, he found himself outnumbered and had no choice but to leave in frustration, harboring resentment towards Hongyun. Yuan sure, once the teachings conclude, we shall have our bout. Yuan Feng cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Sure, speaking coolly. That woman is Feng. Feng Zhu? It was only then that the crowd realized Yuan Sure had spoken out of turn. His words about the wet-born and feathered-horned were not limited to Kunpeng, but included Feng Zhu and most others as well. Xuan Yang admired Yuan Shi's audacity to speak such words. Truly a master of self-sabotage. Yuan Shi, too, regretted his outburst. While he indeed scorned the wet-born and feather-horned, he could not express such sentiments in front of Yuan Feng. It is troublesome. To face Yuan Feng in battle would likely lead to severe injury. And that is only if she's in a good mood. Brother Yang, where shall we sit? Should we not just seize their mats? Yuan Feng looked at Xuan Yang, her tone sweet yet commanding. Senior brother, would Feng Zhu truly come to take our mats? Surely not. Zhuanti and Jiejing began to panic. Yuan Feng was a figure surpassing the great Luo Jingxian, and if she truly desired their mats, they would not dare refuse. Beside Feng Zhu was a nameless late-stage great Luo Jingxian, and they genuinely felt a twinge of fear and no need. Their mats are too filthy from their usage. You cannot sit on them. I recall bringing several mats with me. Let me search. Xuan Yang displayed distaste. How could he sit on the mats used by the two from the west? Ugh, I wouldn't take them even if offered for free. He then rummaged through his spatial storage and produced 2 purple mats emanating a rich Dao aura, presenting them to Yuan Feng. What is this? An innate treasure. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was thrown into disarray. Casually producing 2 mats that were innate treasures was utterly absurd. It was known that the 6 purple mats were supreme innate spiritual treasures, while he casually produced innate treasures. Was he jesting? Xuan Yang declared, while you all squabble over a single mat, I bring my own, and it surpasses yours. How does that feel? Yuan Feng wore an expressionless face. She had grown accustomed to such absurdities occurring around Xuan Yang, unaware of the number of innate treasures he possessed, let alone the others. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a mat before? The crowd twitched at their lips, having seen mats, but never mats that were innate treasures. Let us sit a bit further away. With these 2 around, the air itself is polluted. Xuan Yang, with a face full of disdain, took Yuan Feng's jade hand and led her to a more open area to sit down. The duo from the west seethed with anger, yet they dared not express their fury, for they knew they could not match these 2 in strength. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones and Yuhua immediately felt their own lotus mats lacking in appeal. It was simply absurd. The lotus mats of innate treasures should not be so ridiculous. Xuan Yang nonchalantly remarked that it was not his concern. It was Hong Jun's poverty that prevented him from affording the lotus mats of innate treasures. He merely brought his own lotus mat. Was that a problem? At that moment, ripples spread through the void at a mighty and overwhelming pressure of a saint enveloped the Zixiao Palace. The Tao ancestor had arrived. All were to remain silent. The guest from a mortal realm regarded him with utmost respect, much to Hong Jun's satisfaction. His gaze then shifted to Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng, who were also seated upon purple lotus mats. What was Yuan Feng doing here? Fortunately, she was only at the perfected Honghuang golden immortal stage, likely here to seek the method to become a saint. With this thought in mind, Hong Jun nodded in satisfaction, but in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? An innate treasure lotus mat. Truly worthy of the phoenix ancestor, she possessed some depth. After a long while, Hong Jun suppressed his shock, forcing himself to rationalize in his mind. As for Xuan Yang beside her, he was entirely overlooked by Hong Jun. What storm could a great Luo golden immortal stir? With a single sound, Hong Jun signaled for silence among the crowd, then slowly began to speak. This seat possesses the creation jade dish, governing the 3,000 paths, thus achieving the saintly realm. Feeling that the creation of heaven and earth is incomplete, I have decided to expound upon the 3,000 paths and the methods to become a saint here in Zixiao Palace after achieving sainthood. Delivering 3 lectures, each lasting 3,000 years, to enlighten the beings of Honghuang. The audience displayed respectful expressions, not daring to utter a word, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Only Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng regarded this with disdain. One was a mythical great Luo golden immortal, and the other could attain Honghuang at any moment. The former understood that only those who grasped the Grand Tao or transcended it could manage the 3,000 paths. And only Xuan Yang himself could achieve such a feat. The latter knew that even attaining the Honghuang Great Luo Golden Immortal status would not allow one to control the 3,000 paths. Only a mythical Great Luo Golden Immortal like Xuan Yang could do so. Thus, both understood that Honghuang was boasting. The complete creation jade dish could only inscribe the 3,000 paths, possessing form but lacking the resonance of the Tao, let alone the fragments of the creation jade dish, which made it difficult to attain Honghuang, much less to master it. On the dais, Honghuang continued. The first lecture will be on the Great Luo Path. The second on the Quasi-Saint Path, which is the realm above the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the third on the methods to become a saint. The commencement of the first lecture on the Great Luo Path. The crowd was about to inquire about the realm above Great Luo, that is, the Quasi-Saint realm, when Honghuang had already begun his discourse, leaving them no choice but to listen intently. Great Luo signifies eternal freedom across all spaces. While gold implies immortality, the Great Luo Golden Immortal transcends the river of time, impervious to erosion. Suddenly, Honghuang paused, stating, "The law must not be transmitted to the 6 ears." The crowd, perplexed by his meaning, could only nod in agreement. And the lecturer continued that in the vast lands of Honghuang, millions of miles east of Mount Buzhou, a monkey with 6 ears spat blood and fainted. There exists something that coalesces, born before heaven and earth. Silent and desolate, standing alone yet unchanging, circulating freely yet without peril, it can be the mother of heaven and earth. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. As the saint expounded, his words flowed like a river. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Celestial flowers rained down. Purple chi enveloped the scene, and the ethereal silhouettes of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants raced about, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Upon the 6 purple lotus mats, the 3 pure ones appeared flushed, immersed in the resonance of the Tao, while Nuwa oscillated between tranquility and frowning. As for the duo from the west, they wept profusely at times, danced with joy at others, cheered ecstatically, and furrowed their brows, with the other guests from the mortal realm experiencing similarly varied emotions, each being exhibited their own state of mind, each harboring their own insights. As for Xuan Yang, he found the so-called saint's lecture utterly useless. He directly cast an illusion and then entered the Chaos Pearl to expound to Yuan Feng, pondering whether it would not be better to spend this time on someone closer. Given that Honghuang was lecturing on the Great Luo Path, all present were Great Luo Golden Immortals and thus capable of understanding. 99% of them were immersed in the resonance of the saint's teaching. With the exception of the ancestral witch, Tuesday indeed, Houtu had also arrived. However, seeing Yuan Feng here, she chose not to greet Xuan Yang. For those with a primordial spirit, the saint's lecture was a fortuitous opportunity. But for her who had not cultivated a primordial spirit, it was merely torment. Even if she forced herself to comprehend, she could never grasp its essence. Listening here was akin to squandering time. Time in Honghuang is not marked, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within those 3,000 years, all present gained something to varying degrees. Some advanced in cultivation, while others deepened their understanding of the laws. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, the duo from the west, as well as Dijuan, Jin Yuanzi, and others of exceptional standing all broke through to a significant realm, with Laozi nearly on the verge of surpassing the Great Luo. Yet the only one who gained nothing was the ancestral witch Houtu. After all, she had no primordial spirit, and thus could not comprehend anything Honghuang said. This lecture concludes. After 10,000 years, you may return to Zixiao Palace to listen to the Daos's words fell. The innate divine beings awakened one after another. Bowing in respect to Honghuang, we thank the Tao ancestor for imparting the Tao. Honghuang smiled and nodded. Tao ancestor, our witch clan is born with a weak primordial spirit and struggles to comprehend the heavenly mysteries. Might the ancestor have a solution? Houtu approached Zixiao Palace not to listen to the lecture, but to inquire the saint regarding the primordial spirit issue of the witch clan. The witch clan possesses unparalleled physical strength, unmatched among their peers. Why then the insistence on matters of the primordial spirit? Honghuang did not state it outright, yet his meaning was clear, whether he knew or not. He was unwilling to resolve the Witch Clan's primordial spirit issue. What a joke! The Witch Clan is one of the main characters in the calamity. If the primordial spirit issue were resolved, what would happen to the calamity? How would the heavenly Tao utilize the power of the calamity to complete itself? Thank you, Tao ancestor, I understand. Though disappointed, Houtu still respectfully bowed, as it was necessary to show the saint some courtesy. Upon seeing the lecture concluded, Xuan Yang also wrapped up his teachings within the Chaos Pearl. With the teachings completed, the crowd reluctantly departed from Zixiao Palace. Outside Zixiao Palace, Dijuan and Honghuang Tai were conversing with the siblings Fuxi and Nuwa. Fuxi Dao friend, Nuwa Dao friend, my brother, and I wish to establish a clan named the Yao, that we would like to invite Fuxi Dao friend and Nuwa Dao friend to be the Yao clan's Yao saint. May I ask how you both feel about this? Initially, the brothers Dijuan had also contemplated inviting the three pure ones, as their strength was well known, and they occupied the first 3 lotus mats, possessing significant fortune. However, other than Tong Tian, the remaining 2 did not seem particularly fond of them, those with fur and horns, so they abandoned that idea and sought out the siblings Fuxi and Nuwa instead. Their main intention was to invite Nuwa, while Fuxi was merely an afterthought. Sister, I have divined, and this matter is feasible. Fuxi, having conducted a divination, found that the luck of the Yao clan spoken of by the brothers Dijuan was exceedingly prosperous, and it seemed to possess a deep karmic connection with their siblings, beneficial for their cultivation. Since it is feasible, let the eldest brother decide. Nuwa, however, was not preoccupied with thoughts of joining the Yao clan. Ever since she had encountered Yuan Feng in person, she could not help but think about how to become a woman like her, with graceful demeanor, exceptional cultivation, and unparalleled beauty. Every movement resembled that of an empress. She was truly the paragon of the female immortals of Honghuang. Nuwa was utterly captivated. Eldest brother, I sense a fortuitous opportunity is about to manifest. Honghuang Tai, he suddenly felt something emerging from a certain direction, which was karmically linked to him. Second brother, I sense it too, at Mount Buzhou. Dijuan also felt the anomaly simultaneously. Eldest brother, I feel it as well that this moment. Nuwa also perceived the location of the opportunity. Also at Mount Buzhou. Let us go. The 4 did not dare to delay, swiftly soaring into the sky. Among them were the 3 pure ones, the siblings Fuxi and Nuwa, the brothers Dijuan and Tai, as well as many other formidable beings who had attended the lecture in Zixiao Palace. Buzz, a ray of 7-colored radiance soared upward, breaking through the heavens, an astonishing aura unique to innate spiritual roots enveloping millions of miles. The brilliance sparkled, illuminating the heavens and earth, as all spiritual roots within millions of miles surrounding Mount Buzhou bowed reverently towards the source of the light. Once the radiance faded, a small patch of clouds condensed upon a verdant gourd vine, descending the divine waters known as the 3 luminaries. As the gourd vine continuously absorbed the spiritual rain, in but a fleeting moment, 7 gourds of various hues materialized. Could it be the fabled primordial gourd vine, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world? It was uncertain which mighty being had uttered a word, yet all present were filled with uncontainable delight. Among the primordial realm, the 10 ultimate innate spiritual roots are renowned: the Genesis green lotus, the peach of immortality, the ginseng fruit, the yellow plum, the bitter bamboo, the gourd vine, the celestial apricot, the fusong, the hollow willow, and the laurel, though there are also vague mentions of the enlightenment tea tree and the 5-needle pine online. With various interpretations, the one that had manifested was indeed the gourd vine. Laozi stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing, shining with golden light. Indeed, it was the primordial gourd vine. I never expected the opportunity one sensed to be this very item. Displaying an air of nonchalance, he had already discerned that one of the 7 gourds was fated to him, and he was resolute in his pursuit. This item held a connection to my western realm. Zhuan Ti and Jie arrived belatedly, their gazes fixed greedily upon the gourd vine. They had departed from the Purple Cloud Palace, intending to return to the west to fully digest the insights gained from the sermon, yet encountered numerous powerful beings heading towards Mount Buzhou, hoping for a stroke of luck, and indeed, Fortune smiled upon them, but a multitude of mighty figures cast disdainful glances, pondering whether everything was somehow connected to these two. After all, they were also great Luo golden immortals. How shameless could they be? It was uncertain who had spoken, but the two from the west felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Fu Shi, Niuhua, and the likes of Honghuang also bore expressions of delight, clearly sensing the immense power contained within the 7 radiant gourds. Should one of them be acquired, their strength would undoubtedly surge, with 7 gourds present. Surely one would be theirs a we. The 3 pure ones are manifestations of the primordial deity Pangu's essence, blessed with profound fortune that my brothers, and I shall claim 3 gourds. Who is in favor? Who is against? The primordial one stepped forward, proclaiming with authority this moment. The 3 pure ones had yet to split, remaining united as brothers. Though rumors circulated that they had fallen to Yuan Feng, they still ranked among the top tier of great Luo golden immortals. And as brothers, who would dare provoke them? While the crowd furrowed their brows in discontent, they soon realized that 4 gourds remained, and one would surely belong to them. Seeing no one opposing, Lao Zi stepped forward, removing the purple golden gourd, which transformed into the purple golden red gourd after his refinement. Indeed, the very gourd later used to contain Sun Wukong. Yuan Shi took the purple black gourd, known as the Chaos Gourd, which contained a self-contained chaotic space, brimming with boundless power. Tong Tian claimed the purple-yellow gourd, the Water-Fire Gourd, which housed 2 chelants of water and fire, later known as the Water-Fire Boy beside the saint of Tongtian. My sister and I shall take 1 gourd. Who supports this? Who opposes? Fu Shi, known for his fierce protection of his sister, naturally aimed to secure this grand opportunity for her. The onlookers recognized these siblings as top-tier powers. And being 2 in number, they could not afford to offend them, thus swallowing their grievances. Fortunately, 3 gourds remained, presenting them with further opportunities. Fu Shi gestured for Niuhua to take down a gourd, the purple-blue gourd, also known as the Summoning Gourd, which contained a treasure called the Summoning Banner, capable of commanding all demons across the realm. And why elder brother shall claim 1 gourd? Who dares oppose? Upon witnessing only 3 gourds remaining, one of which was still unripe, the Eastern Emperor Tai directly summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, demanding a gourd. The crowd recognized that Emperor Jun and Tai were also brothers, and with one possessing the innate treasure. The Eastern Emperor Bell, they felt it prudent to remain silent. Yielding once more, the assembly was left without words, only hoping that the remaining 2 gourds would not attract further contention. Emperor Jun understood that Eastern Emperor Tai was securing opportunities for himself, and without hesitation, he took 1 gourd that was the purple-white gourd, containing a treasure known as the Immortal Slaying Flying Knife, which during the Fengshan era, the Taoist Lia had wielded to great effect with the phrase, "Treasure, please turn around," referring to this very artifact. This gourd bore a connection to my western realm. Thus the 2 of us shall accept it. Xuan and Jiayin, seeing only 1 mature gourd remaining while another was still unripe, sought to act swiftly. Hold on. Just as Xuan prepared to make his move, a loud shout from Zhen Yuanzi interrupted him. What is your intention, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi? Do you also wish to contest the ownership of this gourd? Xuan Ti's expression darkened instantly, but after a moment, he donned a facade of amiability and smiled. Xuan and Jiayin, this opportunity belongs to the East. You being of the West should refrain from meddling. I am claiming this gourd on behalf of my friend Honghuang. Zhen Yuanzi leisurely stepped forward, intent on plucking the purple-red gourd, only to be blocked by Jiayin. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, your words are misguided. We are all beings of the primordial realm. Why must there be a division of East and West? Moreover, opportunities in the primordial realm belong to the capable. Why should my brother and I not compete for it? Jiayin steadfastly refused to yield, adamantly defending his position to, "Oh, is that so? Have you forgotten that without my friend Honghuang, you would not be seated upon that purple mat in the Purple Cloud Palace? Now you dare speak of the capable claiming what is theirs. Why did you not directly seize the mat from the 3 pure ones then? Is it that you perceive my friend Honghuang as easy to bully?" Zhen Yuanzi shot a fierce glare at Xuan and Jin, one hand summoning the Earth Book, as if ready to confront the 2. Indeed, how dare the Westerners interfere in our Eastern opportunities? If it were not for Hongyun's kindness, I would have dealt with them long. It is a disgrace that one of such middling prowess would waste the seed of my friend Hongyun. While many mighty beings could not acquire the gourds, they also did not wish for the duo from the west to succeed. In comparison, they preferred Hongyun to obtain the final mature gourd. Enough, those uninvolved should depart. Do not force us to act, lest we find ourselves in an awkward situation. Even Yuan Shi among the three pure ones spoke up, clearly looking down upon these two shameless individuals. Thus, Hongyun acquired the final mature gourd, the purple-red gourd, containing the scattered soul red sand, also known as the 99 scattered soul red gourd. Yet, Xuanti and Jiayin remained undeterred, still intent on contesting the last gourd, unwilling to leave empty-handed. The primordial gourd vine and the final gourd were destined to be claimed by the ancestral being. Yuan Feng emerged from the spatial vortex, clad in resplendent red, her beauty and grace beyond reproach. The path of space, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Yuan Feng had indeed stepped forth from the spatial vortex. Even the blindest among them could discern that this was the path of space. To their astonishment, the Phoenix ancestor wielded the legendary path of space, a terrifying prospect. Time is revered, space is sovereign. Fate is unyielding, causality reigns. Destruction is boundless, creation is unparalleled. The five elements preside, yin and yang are supreme. Power is paramount, and reincarnation governs all. These are the top 10 among the 3,000 paths, with power being the highest. The path of time ranks second, and the path of space third. Yuan Feng wielded the art of spatial traversal with remarkable ease, evidently mastering the laws of space to a profound degree. It was indeed the Phoenix ancestor in attendance. Had she not just expressed a desire for the gourd vine and the last gourd? Xuanti, realizing he was no match for Yuan Feng, understood that contesting with her would not bode well for him. They had encountered Yuan Feng in the Purple Cloud Palace and were aware of the tensions between her and the three pure ones. Having easily triumphed over them, they stood no chance of victory that if they desired the gourd, they could only ponder their strategies. Indeed, I desire the gourd vine and the last gourd. Do you have any objections? Yuan Feng glanced at Xuanti and Jiayin, her mind flashing back to their pitiful display in the Purple Cloud Palace, almost making her feel nauseated, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in her beautiful eyes. The Phoenix ancestor seeks the gourd vine. We naturally do not dare to obstruct you. However, the last gourd is not yet ripe. Might it be possible for you to grant it to us? As long as the Phoenix ancestor consented, they would owe her a significant karmic debt, would they not? Xuanti, still undeterred, sought to claim a gourd for himself, oblivious to the growing chill in Yuan Feng's expression. The three pure ones collectively inhaled sharply, casting sympathetic glances at Xuanti and Jin. They had once spoken similarly and had nearly met their demise at Yuan Feng's hands. This woman, though beautiful, was not to be trifled with. The duo from the west proved to be quite stubborn, daring to provoke anyone. How could they not realize that the Phoenix ancestor was not someone to be trifled with? She was on the verge of becoming a saint, while they were merely mid-tier great Luo. What courage did they possess? Enhua stood by, utterly exhilarated, unable to articulate her excitement at witnessing her idol so closely. Do you believe you are worthy of the ancestral karma owed? Yuan Feng uttered coldly, her jade hand sweeping through the air, conjuring forth a massive surge of South Mingli fire that erupted skyward with formidable power. In that moment, both Xuanti and Jin were plunged into despair, realizing they had provoked forces far beyond their reckoning. They had assumed Yuan Feng would not engage them over an immature gourd, attempting to negotiate for their own gain. Little did they know, Yuan Feng was not one to be trifled with. A mere disagreement led her to act decisively, and they found themselves outmatched. The three pure ones observed this scene with a sense of delight. As the saying goes, seeing others suffer as you do diminishes your own pain. The South Mingli fire, renowned as one of the 10 primordial sacred flames of the wilderness, is the purest of all fires. Born from the innate 8 trigrams Li, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, ranking among the top 3 in power. Xuanti, an embodiment of the Bodhi tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the wilderness, stood against Jin, who was formed from the innate metal Qi. Fire conquers metal. Thus, Jin despite being an embodiment of primordial metal, could not escape the principle at play here, while typical flames might be ineffective against him. The South Mingli fire, being one of the 10 primordial flames, was an entirely different matter, one he could hardly withstand. Although Xuanti, being of the wood element, was not directly countered by the South Mingli fire. Yuanfeng's cultivation level far surpassed his, and with this disparity, Jane was not likely to fare any better. Merely avoiding being reduced to ashes would be fortunate. Ugh. Amidst the South Mingli fire, Xuanti and Jane struggled against the searing flames, their plight becoming increasingly desperate as they emitted heart-wrenching cries. Silence. Yuanfeng commanded sharply, her hand sweeping aside the enveloping South Mingli fire, casting Xuanti and Jane away to an unfathomable distance, likely ensuring their absence for a considerable time. The gourd vine returns to its ancestral root. Do you have any objections? With none daring to voice dissent, Yuanfeng plucked the final gourd, sending a stream of purple light into the gourd vine with a flick of her hand. Buzz! The gourd vine erupted in brilliance, and within a myriad of miles surrounding it, spiritual roots and plants bowed in reverence, as if welcoming their sovereign's arrival. Verdant vines began to coalesce, gradually taking on a humanoid form. Concurrently, dark clouds gathered above, accompanied by incessant thunder. This spectacle mirrored the moment when the pristine azure lotus transformed. An exceptional innate spiritual roots metamorphosis was met with the wrath of heavenly tribulation. Above in the heavens, a youth clad in black observed the unfolding drama beneath Mount Buzhou, a smirk playing upon his lips. The transformation tribulation was a necessary trial for all beings of the wilderness. Those who could withstand it would transform, while those who could not would be reduced to naught. As the embodiment of the heavenly principle, it was his duty to oversee this tribulation. Even the Tao itself would not shield him from this occurrence. Transformation was no trivial feat. Let the celestial order stoke the flames, and should one falter, the consequences were theirs to bear. With a wave of his grand sleeve, the swirling dark clouds crackled with even more terrifying thunder. Yuanfeng regarded the sinuous thunder dragon in the sky with a furrowed brow. Was the heavenly principle intentionally creating obstacles? Very well, let me assist you. Yuanfeng flicked her finger, infusing a strand of purple energy into the yet-to-mature gourd. Instantly, the immature gourd surged in growth, the essence of the Tao enveloping it, just a step away from maturity. The gourd soared into the sky, spiraling above the gourd vine, seemingly intent on aiding it through the impending tribulation. Boom! Strikes of thunder descended, half absorbed by the silver-purple gourd, while the other half struck the gourd vine. Could this be the 6-9 thunder tribulation? After 27 strikes, the tumultuous clouds did not dissipate. Instead, the thunder coalesced into a dragon form, brewing an even more formidable tribulation. The transformation tribulation was categorized into 3 types: the 3-9, the 6-9, and the most terrifying 9-9. The higher the level, the more potent the tribulation's power, and the lower the chance of survival. Boom! This time, 9 consecutive strikes of thunder fell, each more powerful than the last, capable of obliterating an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Even a Deluo golden immortal would hesitate to confront several strikes, lest they face annihilation. Following that, 21 purple strikes descended, most absorbed by the silver-purple gourd, a fraction impacting the gourd vine. The tribulation was still ongoing. Could this truly be the legendary 9-9 heavenly tribulation? The assembled powers, having retreated to a safe distance, were now in a state of panic. While they could accept the 6-9 thunder tribulation, the 9-9 was an astonishing concept that shattered their understanding. Good grief, is this innate gourd vine truly so ruthless? As if the 6-9 wasn't enough, it has attracted the 9-9. This is defiance against heaven itself. At that moment, the gourd vine exhibited clear signs of charred blackness. Steam rising from its scorched form, its condition dire. The silver-purple gourd, swirling in mid-air, appeared to be nearing its limit, emitting a low hum. Roar! From within the dark clouds, the rumbling thunder coalesced into a dragon shape, slithering through the heavens, its majesty declaring that it would not allow the gourd vine to transform. The thunder dragon, embodying destruction, swooped down, intent on obliterating the gourd vine. Gourd, arise! The humanoid gourd vine bellowed, and the 6 gourds held by the figures around it were simultaneously released, spiraling towards the silver-purple gourd, encircling it. Boom! The thunder dissipated, and the 6 gourds returned to their bearers, though they bore signs of damage from the thunder's assault. Likely irreparable, without considerable cultivation. The humanoid gourd vine had seemingly transformed into a smoldering pile of charcoal, appearing lifeless. Yet for those who observed closely, vibrant life emanated from beneath the charred exterior. Crack! Charred fragments fell away, revealing a woman clad in pale azure, her beauty striking and her figure tall, radiating an overwhelming vitality. The silver-purple gourd returned to her grasp, having absorbed the tribulation's power, now transformed into a gourd of heavenly punishment, containing the thunder of the Tao, capable of obliterating worlds. Boom! In the heavens, the tribulation, which should have dissipated, once again coalesced, the power of the thunder intensifying, its aura more terrifying than before. The tribulation had not yet concluded. The gathered powers were left utterly bewildered, uncertain how to proceed. Good grief, this tribulation seems endless. When will it cease? Imperial cannon. The thunderclouds shattered in an instant, leaving the assembled powers in a state of utter disbelief. What just happened? The clouds of tribulation were obliterated. Is this a jest? Did anyone else witness that? I think I saw a streak of golden light flash by, and then the clouds shattered. I saw it too. I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. Amidst their discussions, the embodiment of the heavenly principle quivered, clearly agitated. Maya, could it be that the embodiment of the great Tao has noticed? No, I must devise a plan. Otherwise, I shall surely be punished. The embodiment paced anxiously, recalling the shattering of the heavenly eye during the 3-clan war. A situation remarkably akin to the current predicament. Surely the work of the great Tao's manifestation. Boo-hoo. I cannot fathom this. Thinking back to the overwhelming beating received from the embodiment of the great Tao, the heavenly principle's manifestation found itself shedding tears. It was not that it was weak. Rather, the great Tao's manifestation was merciless, showing no compassion whatsoever. As footsteps approached, the heavenly principle's manifestation instinctively swallowed hard. Very well, I shall spare you this time. Let there be known next. Observing the heavenly principle's manifestation weeping like a child, Xuan Yang found it difficult to act harshly, ultimately yielding to his soft-hearted nature. Seeing Xuan Yang refrain from punishment, the heavenly principle's manifestation instantly transformed its tears of sorrow into smiles of joy. Below Mount Buzhou, Xuan Yang's figure materialized, leaving the surrounding powers wide-eyed, utterly baffled by how he had appeared before them. Gazing at the gourd vine's transformation, Xuan Yang paused momentarily. Good grief, strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year is particularly rife with coincidences. Xuan Yang found himself in a state of amusement, the reason being that the transformation of the gourd vine bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain individual. An undeniable connection. Aside from the hairstyle and attire, it was almost an identical match. Was this truly the gourd vine, or perhaps Xitong? I have met my master, the 3 pure ones, and the 12 ancestors of the witch grimaced. The last time the primal green lotus transformed, it referred to Yuan Feng in such a manner. And now, there was another transformation of the gourd vine. Did all innate spiritual roots enjoy acknowledging a master? Yet, why did they not recognize them as such? The envy and jealousy were palpable. Do you possess a name? Xuan Yang inquired. The gourd vine shook its head and replied, Please bestow a name upon me. My master. What if I were to call you Xitong? Xuan Yang proposed, observing that the gourd vine bore an almost identical appearance to Xitong from the web series, aside from hairstyle and attire. And considering that Xitong's original form was also a vine, it seemed fitting. Point 1 was an innate spiritual root transformation, while the other was a mutation of the white vine gene. They were, in essence, quite similar. Perhaps there existed a connection between the two. Thank you for the bestowed name, my master. The gourd vine appeared to take great delight in this appellation, smiling enchantingly, captivating many mighty beings. I am Xuan Yang. Simply address me as teacher. Xuan Yang had no peculiar preferences. He did not relish being called master. Thus, he preferred to be addressed as teacher, much like how the primal green lotus referred to him. Yes, teacher, the gourd vine responded. Having already achieved sentience prior to its transformation, it had witnessed all that had transpired. These mighty beings were all drawn to the seven gourds. Only Yuan Feng and Xuan Yang had not taken their gourd away, but had instead aided in its transformation, helping it endure the tribulation of transformation, and granting it the name Sitan. The debt of gratitude was immense, which was why Sitang acknowledged them as masters, both to repay the favor in the future and to ensure its own protection. It had expended considerable energy to condense the seven gourds and had endured the tribulation. Although transformed, it possessed merely the cultivation of the peak of Tai. While not weak, it was insignificant compared to the multitude of mighty beings present. Without their protection, it would likely have been taken by one of those powerful beings, perhaps to be refined into a magical artifact, or perhaps to have the last heavenly punishment gourd stolen from it. In any case, its fate would not be pleasant. Rather than that, it was preferable to be taken by Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng, for at least these two had assisted in truth. Sitang's thoughts were accurate. Had it not been for Xuan Yang's help with its transformation, not only would the seven gourds have been divided among the mighty, but the gourd vine itself would have been refined into a magical artifact. Indeed, it would have become the whip used by Nuwa to create humanity, the whip of creation. Moreover, even the 9 heavens breath soil and the 3 light divine water that nourished its growth would have been taken away. A fate far worse than being exhumed from its ancestral grave. As for why it chose Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng, the answer was simple. These two had never sought to claim its gourd, and it perceived no hint of greed in their eyes. Most importantly, they had aided it. That alone was sufficient. Now that this matter is settled, esteemed guests, I bid you farewell. The Grand Supreme Elder waved his whisk and prepared to leave. Hold on. Laozi and Tong Tian could depart, but Yuan Shi, you shall remain for a moment. The numerous mighty beings, who were about to take their leave after witnessing the spectacle, halted in their tracks, intrigued by Yuan Feng's intentions. Those who feared the consequences often brought them upon themselves. Yuan Shi, you reckless fool, dare to provoke anyone. You may look down upon the fur-clad and horned beings, but you cannot indiscriminately speak such words, especially in front of Yuan Feng, that she's so easily trifled with. You bring this upon yourself, Yuan Shi. May you seek your own fortune. Laozi had scolded Yuan Shi internally countless times, finding his second brother utterly lacking in wisdom, to the point where he felt no desire to speak further. Feng ancestor, one should show mercy where possible. Why must we harbor enmity over a careless remark? Yuan Shi recognized that his hasty words had provoked Yuan Feng. However, he did not believe he was in the wrong. How could the fur-clad and horned beings be compared to the 3 pure ones? His current humility was merely due to being unable to contend with Yuan Feng. Should he surpass her in cultivation in the future, he would surely seek to avenge today's humiliation. Are you suggesting that I, the ancestor, possess a narrow mind? Absurd. In the Zhixiao Palace, you were most imposing, declaring that the fur-clad and horned beings were unworthy to sit with you. How dare you mock me? I cannot let this slide. It was evident that Yuan Feng was incensed. She had once been the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, the first phoenix in the realm, possessing unparalleled nobility and pride. I'll put it bluntly, Yuan Feng was the most exalted being in the primordial world who would dare to utter a word against her. Yet, Yuan Shi, this fool, dared to say such things without a hint of decorum. If Yuan Feng did not teach him a lesson today, the beings of the primordial realm would think her title of Phoenix Ancestor was unwarranted. Feng Ancestor, my second brother spoke thoughtlessly and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I beseech you to show mercy and forgive him. Tong Tian, valuing brotherhood above all, noticed the south bright flame slowly coalescing in Yuan Feng's delicate hand and realized that Yuan Shi was no match for her. He immediately set aside his pride to plead for Yuan Shi. Laozi furrowed his brow. He knew that the 3 pure ones were endowed with the merits of creation, and Yuan Feng would not dare to kill Yuan Shi. Otherwise, she would invite karmic retribution upon herself. Yuan Shi would not perish. At worst, he would merely suffer Yuan Feng's torment. Therefore, Laozi, for the sake of maintaining dignity, would never lower himself to plead for mercy from Yuan Feng. Tong Tian, even if I were to die, I do not require your intercession. Yuan Shi remained obstinate, viewing his third brother's plea on his behalf as an affront to his dignity as the elder brother. Tong Tian, We three are all protected by the merits of creation. Yuan Feng would not dare to be excessively ruthless. To most, it'll be a matter of physical suffering, nothing to worry about. Laozi, seeing Tong Tian still intent on pleading, waved his whisk to stop him, simultaneously stating, Yuan sure? I, the ancestor, am a Honghuang golden immortal, and I had no intention of bullying the weak. However, your mockery cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, the beings of the primordial realm will think my title of Phoenix Ancestor is mere pretense. I shall burn you with a south bright flame for 500 years. Do you have any objections? Yuan Feng glanced at Yuan Shi, turning her back to him, her tone indifferent, as if speaking of an inconsequential matter. Despite her calm demeanor, none dared to refute her words. Yuan Shi gritted his teeth, anger simmering in his eyes, yet he dared not show it for fear that Yuan Feng might choose another method of torment. Since you remain silent, it signifies your acquiescence. South bright flame, condense it, as Yuan Feng spoke. She flicked her finger, and a flame of South bright rapidly coalesced, forming a cage that ensnared Yuan Shi within the cage. The South bright flame surged continuously, sometimes morphing into fiery serpents, at other times striking down like thunder. Yuan Shi, trapped within, could only suffer in silence, his cries echoing like a wretched spirit, the pain both absurd and evident. Second brother, you must endure, Tong Tian exclaimed, hearing the chilling cries emanating from the cage, rushing forward to check, but the South bright flame surrounding the cage made it impossible for him to approach, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation. Moments later, Xuan Yang and the others departed, and many mighty beings followed suit. Initially, they believed the primordial three clans had fallen into irrelevance, though Yuan Feng had not sworn a heavenly oath. She was still bound by karma, her cultivation diminished. Yet, they did not anticipate that while the primordial three clans had declined, the Phoenix Ancestor remained unchanged, clad in crimson, exuding unparalleled grace, still the most formidable being in the primordial realm. How unfortunate for Yuan Shi to provoke anyone. Why must he provoke the Phoenix Ancestor? Was this not a death wish? Following this, Niwa took the 9 heavens breath soil and a pool of 3 light divine water before departing. Interestingly, the brothers Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai-yi also followed them, likely to discuss matters concerning the demon clan alongside Fushi and Yuwa. After mocking them, the 12 ancestors of the witch departed as well, leaving only Laozi, Tong Tian, and Yuan Shi still ensnared within the South bright flame. Elder brother, what shall we do? Tong Tian inquired. Alas, I cannot break the South bright flame's binding. Let us first use our powers to return to Kunlun Mountain and devise a plan from there. As Laozi waved his dust whisk, a magnificent surge of magical power cascaded down, carrying the South Ming Li fire prison cage as it soared towards Kunlun Mountain. With a resounding bang, 2 streaks of light for the western wilderness raced towards them, crashing forcefully into the vicinity of Mount Shumi, causing the earth to shatter instantaneously, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading outward. In that fleeting moment, the entire expanse of Mount Shumi trembled violently, as though it had endured a great earthquake. Moments later, a wave of heat emanated from the center of those spiderweb cracks, ruthlessly obliterating the recently revived vitality of the western lands. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the dust finally settled, revealing 2 disheveled figures emerging from the 2 deep craters at the heart of the cracks. None other than the disheartened Zhuan Ti and Jian, who had been sent flying by Yuan Feng's slap. The once mighty pair now bore no resemblance to their former grandeur. Their garments were charred black, their bodies marred by burns, presenting a ghastly sight akin to wild beasts. Junior brother, what happened to your hair? Jane exclaimed, astonished at Zhuan Ti's bald head. Elder brother, you are bald too, he remarked, oblivious to his own equally hairless scalp, creating a rather comical spectacle. Elder brother, our western lands have barely regained a semblance of vitality. And now it is all gone. Woe is us, Zhuan Ti lamented. Indeed, junior brother, Yuan Feng's slap, infused with the South Ming Li fire, has utterly destroyed the little life we had just managed to restore. Jian sobbed, we have lost everything, even our hair. How shall we ever face others again? Our plight is truly tragic. Zhuan Ti and Jian wept inconsolably, their tears genuine, contrasting sharply with their earlier displays of feigned sorrow at Zhixiao Palace. Years prior, during a fierce battle between Hongjun and Luo, who in the Western territories, Luo, who had ultimately succumbed, resorting to self-detonation of the Western ancestral vein, which transformed the once bountiful lands into a desolate wasteland. After more than a dozen epochs of restoration, the flicker of hope they had managed to ignite was now extinguished once more. Most grievously, though the Western lands had perished under the South Ming fire. The karmic consequences could not be attributed to Yuan Feng, for she had merely struck Xuanti and Jian, who were not the lands themselves. The South Ming fire had been brought forth by Xuanti and Jian, and thus the karmic retribution lay squarely upon their shoulders. What concern was it of Yuan Feng's? Elder brother, how do we become ensnared in this karmic cycle? Xuanti questioned, bewildered, I do not know. It is perplexing that the South Ming fire, which annihilated the vitality of the Western lands, should bring such repercussions upon us, Jian replied, lamenting their dire fate, that we are indeed unfortunate. We have lost our hair. And now this karma weighs heavily upon us. They both cried in despair. Junior brother, do not lose hope. One day we shall ensure that Yuan Feng pays dearly for this, Xuanti consoled Jian. Both of them finding solace in one another, perhaps engaging in a form of self-hypnosis. Regardless, their spirits were reignited, two foolish souls determined to resurrect the Western lands in the primordial wilderness at Mount Buzhou. Within the Celestial Emporium, Brother Xuan Yang, Sister Yuan Feng, do you truly believe our Wu clan cannot cultivate the primordial spirit? Houtu mused, propping her left arm on the table, cradling her head with her left hand, while her right hand idly traced circles in the air, her beautiful eyes gazing toward her tribe, as if engaged in soliloquy. You 12 ancestor witches are born of Pangu's essence, mingled with the earth's murky qi and infused with the earth's malevolent energy, granting you formidable physical forms and an inherent mastery of an ultimate law, Xuan Yang explained leisurely, savoring the delightful fruit medley. As the saying goes, all things must eventually reverse. This holds true for your clan as well. While you absorb the earth's malevolent energy to enhance your physical might, it simultaneously erodes your primordial spirit, rendering it feeble and unable to comprehend the mysteries of existence. Upon hearing this, Houtu sighed deeply, seemingly resigned to the answer she had anticipated. Very well, if we cannot cultivate the primordial spirit, then we shall not. The 12 ancestor witches can still surpass the Deluo golden immortals through our innate laws. Whether we can achieve sainthood depends on the will of heaven, she declared, shoveling a sizable spoonful of fruit medley into her mouth, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Sister Houtu, fret not excessively. Though your clan may not cultivate the primordial spirit, your physical prowess far exceeds that of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness. There is no telling what feats you may accomplish in the future. Yuan Feng reassured her, taking a small spoonful of the fruit medley herself. The fruit medley, crafted by Xuan Yang from various chaotic spiritual roots, was imbued with the essence of the Tao. Despite Yuan Feng's significant advancements, she could not indulge in it as freely as Xuan Yang and Houtu. She had to savor it in small bites, lest the overwhelming essence plunge her into a state of epiphany. Conversely, Houtu was unaffected by such influences. Her primordial spirit was exceedingly weak, and even with the essence present, enlightenment was beyond her grasp. The fruit medley was merely a delicacy brimming with spiritual energy, though rich in power. It was entirely manageable for her ancestral, which formed as for her presence here. The situation was somewhat complicated. Simply put, the ancestral, which Xuan Ming had pilfered her snacks, while Houtu was at Zhixiao Palace listening to the Tao. Frustrated, she sought out Xuan Ming for a few precious treasures, which led her to replenish her stock. In no time, the entire platter of fruit medley was devoured by Houtu's day. Xuan Yang could not help but admire her voracity, noting that her appetite surpassed even his and Yuan Feng's combined. Fortunately, Yuan Feng did not possess such formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, Xuan Yang would struggle to support her, to attain enlightenment through the physical form. If only our Wu clan's 9 transformations of the mysterious art were complete, there might be a glimmer of possibility. Houtu sighed softly, a note of regret in her tone. But enough of that. Brother Xuan Yang, how many snacks do you have? I want them all. These are treasures, she declared, casually producing over 10 pieces of spiritual treasures with an air of extravagance. Witnessing this, Yuan Feng's lips twitched, and her beautiful eyes darted toward Xuan Yang, as if questioning whether Houtu had always been this way. Xuan Yang, at a loss for words, regretted ever offering snacks to Houtu's day ever since that occasion. She had come bearing spiritual treasures, intent on commandeering all the snacks provided by the system. Houtu, there's no rush for the snacks. I have as many as you desire. That I also have a few items that I think might pique your interest. Xuan Yang said, clearing his throat and adopting a serious demeanor. What items? Can they be eaten? Houtu asked eagerly. Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng exchanged glances, incredulous that the venerable ancestral, which Houtu was solely focused on food. A bit of ambition would not go amiss, would it? Qing Air, Si Tongue, bring over those 10 ghostly masks and 12 talismans, Xuan Yang called out to the Emporium. The two, Qing Air, transformed from the 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus, and Si Tongue, transformed from the innate Gourd Vine, had been nurtured into staff members by Xuan Yang, who believed it was only fair for a teacher to have their disciples perform some duties. Brother Xuan Yang, Sister Yuan Feng, what are these items? Are they treasures? Houtu inquired curiously, picking up a ghostly mask and a talisman, scrutinizing them intently. Sister Houtu, these are ghostly masks, top-tier innate spiritual treasures, with effects that, Yuan Feng began to explain, gesturing at Xuan Yang for assistance, as for why Yuan Feng was the one to elaborate. Xuan Yang admitted his laziness. He preferred to let her do the talking. Sister Yuan Feng, do these items truly possess such effects? Houtu asked, astonished after hearing Yuan Feng's explanation. These are not merely top-tier innate treasures. They are practically innate supreme treasures. Moreover, as Yuan Feng stated, they do not require the primordial spirit for activation. Anyone with magical power can wield them, meaning our Wu clan can utilize them as well. Of course you can try them out, Xuan Yang encouraged, eager for her to experience their capabilities firsthand. Houtu seized a pig talisman, channeling a trace of magical energy into it. In an instant, sparks flickered in her eyes, and 2 beams of laser-like energy shot forth in a specified direction. Bang! The 2 beams pierced through a massive rock, leaving 2 black holes in the ground beyond. This, Houtu's eyes widened in astonishment as she stood rooted in place. Utterly bewildered, the sheer penetrating power was astonishing. The 12 ancestor witches, when they struck, unleashed devastation on a grand scale, favoring overwhelming force to vanquish their foes. Thus, they were not adept at precision control. She could easily obliterate an expansive area of land with her might. However, should she be tasked with the delicate manipulation of power, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet, with the possession of the pig talismans, she effortlessly accomplished this feat, something she had never dared to imagine before. Brother Xuan Yang, would you be willing to sell me these spiritual treasures? The price is negotiable. I am open to acquiring as many spiritual treasures as you have. If the treasures are insufficient, my Wu clan possesses a fair share of rare materials and innate spiritual roots as well. Houtu's eyes were ablaze with fervor. As long as she could obtain the Ghost Shadow Mask and the 12 talismans, she was prepared to pay any price, even if Xuan Yang demanded the entire treasury of the Wu clan in exchange. After all, devoid of a primordial spirit, those treasures were mere ornaments, far better exchange for something of utility. Sister Houtu, there is no need for such impatience, since Brother Yang has presented these items. It signifies his intent to engage in trade with you. Yuan Feng was not taken aback by Houtu's reaction. She too had been astonished upon first encountering these artifacts, taking quite some time to regain her composure. Ahem, indeed, as long as the price is right, these items shall be yours, Xuan Yang said, clearing his throat, his demeanor unhurried. Brother Xuan Yang, I've brought along several hundred lower-grade innate spiritual treasures and dozens of mid-grade ones. Only a few high-grade treasures accompany me. Please assess if this is sufficient. Should it fall short, I can return to the Wu clan's treasury for more. Houtu rummaged through her spatial pouch and produced nearly several hundred spiritual treasures, encompassing all grades that, indeed, as one of the 12 ancestor witches, your wealth is truly abundant. To produce such a quantity of treasures with ease is remarkable. Xuan Yang observed with an amused glint in his eye. Although the majority of the treasures Houtu presented were lower-grade, innate spiritual items, which held minimal trading value, their sheer number was compelling. They amassed hundreds of lower-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and dozens of mid-grade ones had accrued sufficient trading points, leaving a surplus even after the purchase of the Ghost Shadow Mask and the 12 talismans. The remainder was allocated to procure snacks. With a grand flourish, Houtu indicated her financial abundance. Consequently, she successfully acquired the coveted Ghost Shadow Mask, the 12 talismans, and an entire warehouse filled with snacks, departing in high spirits. Xuan Yang harbored doubts that the allure of the Ghost Shadow Mask and the 12 talismans could surpass that of the mountain of snacks. Ding! Detection of the host selling 10 Ghost Shadow Masks and the 12 talismans. Commencing calculation of rewards for the host. Upon completion, the announcement resounded. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Saint Lord statue. The Saint Lord statue, Honghuang edition, was originally one of the 8 great demons of the Saint Lord's world. A powerful being that once unified a vast expanse of land, later sealed as a statue by the wizard Luo Pei. Current status of the Saint Lord statue. Half-sealed, conscious, no ability for action. Capable of summoning the ninja core from the Shadow Legion. The system's notification echoed within the minds of Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng. The system, under Xuan Yang's pressure, allocated a portion of its imprint to Yuan Feng. Before Xuan Yang, a dragon-shaped statue materialized out of thin air, resembling the Saint Lord statue from the anime. Still as well, ridiculous as ever. Brother Yang, why has a statue suddenly fallen here? Is this a product of the system? Yuan Feng had been informed of the system's workings by Xuan Yang, understanding that he received higher-tier items with each sale. Yet, witnessing such a phenomenon firsthand left her incredulous. Indeed, it is a product of the system. Though not a desirable one, Xuan Yang replied. Furrowing his brow, he distinctly recalled that this Saint Lord was no benevolent entity. Untrustworthy and ruthless, breeding malevolent dragons that wreaked havoc upon the world, treating all as mere slaves. Showing no mercy even to his own brethren, Xuan Yang remembered his infamous catchphrase, I'm a noble dragon and also a demon sorcerer. It is well known that I'm untrustworthy. Moreover, the Saint Lord was notorious for his curse-like attributes. Betraying allies, kin, and partners alike, reputed to deceive all beneath the heavens. Xuan Yang suspected that the system had ulterior motives in bestowing this upon him, perhaps seeking to ensnare him. Where was that fool Valon? The Saint Lord, realizing he was in an unknown realm, felt the scrutinizing gazes of 2 unfamiliar individuals upon him, sending chills down his spine. Saint Lord, I present you with 2 choices. 1. To meet your end without a trace. 2. To obediently remain a statue, serving as decor in my establishment. Xuan Yang pronounced slowly to the statue. Never. I'm a noble dragon. How could I be so subservient? The Saint Lord sensed Xuan Yang's formidable nature, but was not one to be trifled with. He immediately summoned the Shadow Legion, aiming to stall Xuan Yang. He sensed the 12 talismans nearby, and reclaiming them would render him invincible. Under the Saint Lord's command, thousands of Shadow Legion soldiers surged toward Xuan Yang, launching darts, knives, and various concealed weapons. Xuan Yang smiled slightly, snapping his fingers, and the Shadow Legion dissipated in an instant. Do you have any last words? Xuan Yang's tone remained calm, yet to the Saint Lord, it resonated like the harbinger of doom. And no. Xuan Yang flicked his fingers, and a beam of solar fire descended, resulting in a piercing, anguished scream as the Saint Lord was reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. System, should you not provide an explanation? What does bringing this thing to me signify? If you wish for an end to your existence, simply say so. I can oblige. Xuan Yang grasped the system's light orb in one hand, indifferent as he pronounced its imminent demise. Host, please allow me to explain. The high-grade items you acquire can only be from the world of the goods you sell. The finest item in the Saint Lord's realm is this statue. This system is strictly adhering to the rules. Absolutely no irregularities. The system trembled in fear, recalling the last time Xuan Yang was displeased, nearly resulting in its destruction, and hastily offered its justification. Enough, I never expected you to be of any use. Do not present me with such nonsensical items again, or else, you know the consequences. With a wave of his hand, Xuan Yang discarded the system's light orb into the shop and reclined on a lounge chair alongside Honghuang. Relishing a leisurely life of tranquility, Houtu returned to her tribe, elated, first hiding her snacks before summoning the great witches Quafu and May I inquire what commands you have for us? Lady Houtu, Quafu and knelt partially, displaying respectful expressions as they inquired in unison. With an air of cool authority, Houtu responded, for being an ancestor which necessitated maintaining a semblance of dignity before her subordinates. After all, where would her prestige be? I have summoned you both for a matter of great importance. Please, instruct us. Lady Houtu's Quafu and exchanged solemn glances, understanding that Houtu must have significant tasks for them. You two shall convey my orders to the remaining 11 ancestor witches, summoning them here under the pretense of discussing a grave matter. Understood. We shall comply with Lady Houtu's directive. Quafu and responded in unison. Soon after, the 12 ancestor witches convened. Sister, your urgency in summoning us. Has something momentous occurred? Di Jiang, perceiving Houtu's anxiousness, assumed something dire had transpired and hastily inquired. I have someone bullying you. Speak, and I shall assist you in retaliating. A concerned voice chimed in. Indeed, dear sister, whatever the matter, we brothers are here to support you. Despite the 12 ancestor witches being somewhat foolish, their camaraderie was undeniable. Upon hearing Houtu's distress, they immediately assumed she was being wronged and rushed to offer assistance. Especially Zhu Rong, whose fiery temperament ignited at the thought of his sister in peril. Brothers, you misunderstand. No one is bullying me, Houtu quickly clarified. Then what is so urgent that it warrants your summons? Zhu Jiuyin pondered, utterly befuddled. This matter is of great significance. We must convene at the Panga Hall to deliberate. With a grave expression, Houtu spoke solemnly. The ancestral shamans, upon witnessing their younger sister's demeanor, sensed that something of great importance had transpired, and they collectively nodded, making their way towards the Pangu Temple. The Pangu Temple, formed from the heart of Pangu after his demise, stands as the supreme, sacred ground of the witch tribe, from which all witches, including the 12 ancestors, were birthed from its blood pool. Besides its exceptional training effects, the temple also possesses the ability to obscure heavenly secrets, which is why Houtu summoned them here. Dear brothers, my urgent summons is due to a matter of great significance, Houtu announced, waving her jade hand, conjuring 10 uniquely styled masks and 12 crystals adorned with various engravings before them. Little sister, what are these items? Could they be exquisite innate spiritual treasures? Xianming inquired, examining one of the masks meticulously. Due to her lack of cultivation in the primordial spirit, she could not discern their grade. However, given Houtu's apparent seriousness, it was likely that these were indeed exceptional innate treasures. Elder sister Xianming, esteemed brothers, allow me to explain. These items are known as ghost shadow masks. Possessing Houtu devoted considerable effort to elucidate the capabilities of the ghost shadow masks and the 12 talismans to the ancestral shamans. After listening to Houtu's words, the ancestral shamans stood in stunned silence, grappling with the gravity of the revelation. They could not fathom that their younger sister would jest about such matters, leading them to believe that the ghost shadow masks and the 12 talismans indeed held remarkable powers. Little sister, such formidable treasures. Where did you acquire them? Di Jiang, intrigued, inquired about the origins of these peculiar items. Brother, do you not recall the esteemed figure I mentioned, the man who appeared beside Honghuang during the contest for the Gorvine? All these items were exchanged from him using several hundred innate spiritual treasures. Houtu replied, her face aglow with pride, chuckling lightly. Such the ancestral shamans exchanged glances at a loss for words. Several hundred spiritual treasures, particularly those of innate quality, simply vanished. They felt a pang of regret. While they did not cultivate the primordial spirit and had no use for the treasures, the loss of several hundred spiritual artifacts was disheartening nonetheless. Yet upon reflection, they realized that although they had lost spiritual treasures, they had gained the ghost shadow masks and the 12 talismans, which seemed a fair trade. Indeed, they had profited. Cough, cough. Little sister, your 5th brother treats you well. Does he not? Zhu Rong approached, picking up the dragon talisman and one of the ghost shadow masks, revealing a somewhat mischievous grin as he addressed her. Zhu Rong cared little for the origins of these items. Their utility was all that mattered, and he felt compelled to secure one for himself. Thus, the Navi Zhu Rong began to set his sights on his younger sister. Fifth brother, what exactly are you implying? Houtu, already suspecting Zhu Rong's intentions, feigned ignorance. Cough, cough. Little sister, considering you possess so many masks and talismans, how about you share one with your fifth brother? Zhu Rong declared earnestly. From henceforth, should you call me to the east, I shall never venture west. The other ancestral shamans looked at Zhu Rong incredulously, thinking, how brazen of you to covet your own sister's treasures. Fifth brother, these treasures were all procured using spiritual artifacts. Unlike ordinary treasures, these require magical energy to wield and are exceedingly precious. If you desire them, it is not impossible, but you must exchange them for spiritual artifacts. 300 medium-grade innate treasures for one mask and one talisman. Houtu stated without a hint of embarrassment, setting her price high. Little sister, that price seems rather steep, does it not? 300 spiritual treasures? Zhu Rong lamented, his voice tinged with despair. 300 medium-grade innate treasures, though the difference between medium and low-grade may seem slight. It is indeed a chasm apart. Fifth brother, it is already quite a bargain to you think I seek these treasures for my own gain. I aim to leverage them for our tribe's future opportunities. Houtu proclaimed with righteous conviction. The other ancestral shamans immediately believed her, except for Xianming, who suspected Houtu's motives were less than pure. After all, she was well aware of what Houtu was up to, having witnessed her pilfering snacks in the past. Houtu may have appeared noble, but Xianming understood the underlying intentions. Little sister, I know exactly what you're thinking, that if you wish to keep your secrets hidden, you must share half of your future snacks with me, Xianming mused, envisioning a mountain of marshmallows, lollipops, and spicy strips lay before her, nearly drooling at the thought. Very well, 300 medium-grade spiritual treasures it is. Zhu Rong gritted his teeth, feigning reluctance. While secretly reveling in his fortune, medium-grade innate treasures may seem impressive, but if one cannot harness their power, they merely become decorative items. Exchanging mere decorations for two treasures is an undeniable gain. The brothers were also given the opportunity to select their desired treasures, albeit needing to trade their own first. Houtu noticed her brother's eyes gleaming with excitement, eagerly anticipating the exchange. The other ancestral shamans soon followed suit. And as the treasures changed hands, Houtu amassed a bounty of spiritual artifacts, ensuring a continuous supply for future endeavors. An arrangement beneficial for all. I shall take one rabbit talisman, Jiang declared, as among the 10 masks. 9 had already been claimed by the ancestral shamans, leaving only a red Trura mask, a rabbit talisman, a pig talisman, and a dog talisman. As the eldest of the 12 ancestors, Jiang naturally wished to select a talisman suited to his needs, intending to leave the last ghost shadow mask for his 2 younger sisters. Eldest brother Jiang, you may take this ghost shadow mask. I find it rather unappealing, Houtu remarked, looking at the Trura mask with evident distaste. Indeed, we shall not wear such an unattractive mask, Houtu and Xianming concurred, casting disdainful glances at the Trura mask. Very well, Jiang conceded, seeing that Houtu and Xianming truly disliked the mask, and since he desired it, he accepted it without further protest. However, feeling somewhat guilty for taking advantage of his younger sisters, he generously offered Houtu an additional 100 spiritual treasures, which she readily accepted for the sake of her snack supply. Subsequently, the 10 eager individuals, now in possession of their treasures, departed to test their newfound powers, leaving only Xianming and Houtu within the confines of the Panga Temple. Little sister, confess honestly. How many snacks have you acquired? You must share half with your elder sister, Xianming said with a mischievous smile. Elder sister Xianming, what do you mean? I have no snacks here. All the treasures you gave me were used to purchase masks and talismans. Houtu replied, her eyes darting around, attempting to appear earnest. It must be noted that Houtu was indeed a poor liar. Her body language betrayed her as she nervously shifted. What do those shifty eyes of yours mean? Are you afraid others will discover your lies? Xianming pressed, recognizing her sister's tendencies all too well. Quickly hand over the snacks, or I shall reveal your secret stash to our brothers, Xianming threatened. brandishing her words as a weapon. "Oh dear, elder sister Xianming, I concede. I shall give you the dog talisman, for it possesses the power of immortality and is the most precious among the 12 talismans." Houtu pleaded, her tone filled with desperation. "No, the 12 talismans were all purchased with my spiritual treasures. While you may have acquired them, I deserve half," Xianming insisted firmly. "The same principle applies to the snacks." Houtu relented. "All right, you accompany me back to the Houtu tribe, and we shall share. That is more like it. Let us go," Xianming declared triumphantly, eagerly pulling Houtu along towards the Houtu tribe in the eastern expanse of Buzhou Mountain. Atop Fengqi Mountain, the agreement was solidified. "Thus it is decided. Fuxi and Yuhua, as my esteemed allies, shall serve as the sovereigns of the demon clan, sharing in our fateful fortunes," Dijun proclaimed with a hearty laugh. After millennia of deliberation, the parties finally reached a consensus. Fuxi and Yuhua, two primordial divinities, consented to join the demon clan as one of its 4 sovereigns. With the inclusion of Fuxi and Yuhua, the demon clan's aspirations were destined to flourish. Dijun expressed his joy, saying, "Fuxi and Yuhua are both innate divine beings, possessing extraordinary backgrounds. They are formidable entities in the late stage of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. With their involvement, the affairs of the demon clan will be half resolved." Initially, Dijun planned to first recruit Fuxi, as he is Yuhua's elder brother. His presence would render any decision from Yuhua regarding the demon clan inconsequential. "Dijun, my friend, and Tai, my brother and sisters joining the demon clan is indeed a significant opportunity for us." Fuxi was also elated at the prospect of joining the demon clan. He had thought that, given his younger sister's nature, she would never engage in matters concerning the demon clan, but to his surprise, Yuhua actually agreed, which was somewhat unexpected. In truth, Yuhua had no intention of involving herself with the demon clan. However, upon witnessing Yuan Feng's ability to suppress the 3 pure ones with mere gestures and confining Yuan Shi, one of the 3 pure ones, within the southern bright leaf fire for an astonishing 500 years, her perspective began to shift. Furthermore, Laozi and Tong Tian showed no signs of resistance. It is essential to note that the 3 pure ones are not ordinary Deluo golden immortals. They are incarnations of the primordial deity Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing profound foundations, and are figures who once sat alongside her on the violet lotus as a fellow female sage of the Honghuang. If Yuan Feng could achieve such feats, so could she. Hence, Yuhua decided to join the demon clan, aspiring to harness its fortune for her cultivation and ultimately surpass Yuan Feng. If Xuan Yang were aware of her thoughts, he would undoubtedly inform Yuhua that she was overestimating herself. Having attained sainthood through immense merit, Yuhua is a saint of virtue, yet her combat prowess is woefully inadequate. In contrast, Yuan Feng has long mastered the majority of the 3,000 great Dao laws and myriad minor Dao laws and can attain the Dao of Honghuang at any moment. Yuan Feng's path is one of proving the Dao through power. This does not imply breaking through boundaries to achieve sainthood through force, nor does it entail a mere demonstration of strength. Rather, it involves proving the Dao through the power of the 3,000 great Dao laws, and upon success, one becomes invincible. Pangu also took the route of proving the Dao through power, yet he ultimately failed, succumbing to himself. Had he not chosen to transform into all things and uphold the Honghuang universe with his own being, he would have undoubtedly reached the realm of the great Dao by now. The path of proving the Dao through power was Xuan Yang's suggestion and Yuan Feng's choice. Only through this method could Yuan Feng hope to achieve the mythical Deluo. Indeed, it is the mythical Deluo. The limited quantity of the 5 innate ancestral qi remaining in Xuan Yang's possession is insufficient to support Yuan Feng's attainment of the mythical Deluo, necessitating a gradual transcendence through the path of proving the Dao by power. As 10,000 years have passed, the Zixiao Palace has opened, and you may return to listen to the Dao. The resonant sounds of the Dao echoed throughout the Honghuang universe, signaling the commencement of the second lecture at the Zixiao Palace. Fuxi, Yuhua, the Zixiao Palace has opened, and the Dao Ancestor's second lecture is about to begin. It would be prudent for us to attend together, Dijun stated with a smile. Agreed, Fu Shi and Nu Hua responded in unison. As the second lecture was about to commence, beings from the Honghuang hastened towards the Zixiao Palace, exhibiting various means to arrive. Thus, the 3,000 guests of the mortal realm gathered once more outside the chaotic Zixiao Palace. However, this time, fewer attendees were present, as conflicts continued to erupt across the vast land of Honghuang. Even the Luo Golden Immortals could not guarantee their safety. Those who were absent had likely perished, for otherwise they would not have missed the Tao Ancestors lecture. Nonetheless, a few individuals were exceptions, such as the ancestral which Houtu, lacking a primordial spirit, recognized that attending the lecture would be a waste of time. Moreover, Hongjun had no means to resolve the issue of the witch clan's primordial spirits, so there was no reason for her to squander her time. Similarly, Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng, whose levels surpassed even Hongjun's, found no value in attending the lecture. After all, the most exciting events transpired during the first lecture. What was the purpose of their presence now? This time, Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin arrived last. It was not due to being lost or swept away by the chaotic winds, but rather because of the ridicule they faced. Who are these two bald heads? Are they not Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin? Those shameless beings. Why have they lost all their hair? Haha, I know, they were burned by Yuan Feng's southern brightly fire. What happened? Did Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin provoke the Fengzu? Fengzu is merciful. How is it that they were not incinerated completely? You may not know, but Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin attempted to seize the gourd that Fengzu plucked from the vine, only to be set ablaze. Is that so? How amusing. These two fellows do not even consider their own worth, daring to covet the possessions of Fengzu. They deserve it. The crowd buzzed with chatter, some sharing whispers, while others openly mocked the two, pointing fingers at them. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin's faces darkened instantly, discomfort washing over them. Yuan Feng, there will come a day when you will regret your past actions. Grudges began to fester within Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin, for the southern brightly fire had directly harmed their essence, leaving them forever bald. Moreover, due to Luo Hu's detonation of the western ancestral veins, the western lands remained desolate. They had spent over a dozen Yuan Hui painstakingly restoring some semblance of vitality to the western lands, only to have it obliterated by Yuan Feng's southern brightly fire. Most importantly, the consequences for the devastation of the western lands were not attributed to Yuan Feng, but rather fell upon their own shoulders, which was quite absurd. Even attending the Zixiao Palace to listen to the saints' lecture resulted in mockery. They blamed everything on Yuan Feng and swore to make him pay the price. At that moment, the doors of the Zixiao Palace swung open, and the crowd, disregarding their ridicule of Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin, surged into the palace. Under Hongjun's decree, the 3,000 guests of the mortal realm returned to their original seats. Shortly thereafter, Hongjun appeared out of thin air, seated upon a cloud platform, surveying the assembly. Upon seeing Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin's bald appearances, Hongjun almost burst into laughter. Ahem. This lecture will primarily discuss the realms above the Luo. Hongjun lightly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and continued speaking. As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd collectively held their breath, not daring to utter a sound, fearful of missing even a single word. Among the 3,000 guests of the mortal realm were many top-tier beings and innate divine entities. Yet, none knew what lay beyond the Luo or how to refer to it. The realm above the Luo is known as the quasi-saint realm, a state that exists between the Luo and the saints. There are three methods of proving the Tao. The first is to prove the Tao through power, also referred to as proving the Tao through the laws. One can attain sainthood by comprehending over 90% of one of the 3,000 great Tao laws. The second method is the cutting of the three corpses to prove the Tao, a technique of my own creation, wherein one utilizes innate spiritual treasures as a medium to sever the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the holding corpse. When the three corpses unite, one can attain sainthood. The third method is proving the Tao through merit, when a living being performs deeds beneficial to the Honghuang. The heavenly Tao will respond, bestowing merit upon them. Those who accumulate great merit can attain sainthood. Hongjun felt a sense of secret satisfaction. How difficult it is to prove the Tao through the laws. If I cannot achieve it, neither can you do as for proving the Tao through merit. Where does one find such abundant merit to attain sainthood? Ultimately, you will still have to rely on my method of cutting the 3 corpses to prove the Tao. Upon hearing this, the assembly displayed expressions of astonishment and reverence. Particularly, the 3 pure ones, who were incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, recognized the extraordinary nature of their lineage. Yet, they lacked any method for attaining the Tao. Now that one was presented, it was only natural they would rejoice. Laozi, do you have something to say? Honghuang inquired, noticing Laozi hesitating to speak. May I ask the saint whether there are distinctions of superiority or inferiority among these 3 methods of proving the Tao? Laozi respectfully asked. This was a question shared by the 3,000 guests. They were curious to know which of the 3 methods was superior or inferior, and which was the most effective for attaining the Tao. Honghuang nodded and replied, Saints are untouched by cause and effect, enduring through myriad tribulations without perishing, existing eternally. All beneath the saints are but ants. All 3 methods can lead to sainthood. How could there be distinctions of superiority or inferiority? The crowd nodded in agreement. While the 3 methods of proving the Tao may lack hierarchical differences, they do vary in difficulty. After the Honghuang calamity, the great Tao receded and the 3,000 great Tao became obscured, making the path of proving the Tao through power exceedingly arduous. Even during the time before the chaos, only the great Pangu took the path of proving the Tao through power. Regrettably, he ultimately failed. As Honghuang concluded his remarks, he shook his head and sighed softly. Upon hearing that even the great Pangu had failed, the assembly felt disheartened, realizing that this path was too arduous to traverse. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Honghuang had intentionally conveyed this message, aiming to dissuade them from pursuing the path of proving the Tao through power, and that Pangu had attained the great Tao. Not the path of the saints, for proving the Tao through merit. It depended entirely on individual opportunities. Without sufficient opportunity, the path of sainthood would be elusive. In essence, he was guiding them to choose the path of cutting the 3 corpses. I implore the saint to impart the method for attaining sainthood. The myriad guests of the mortal realm spoke in unison. Witnessing this scene, Honghuang nodded in satisfaction, and then proclaimed, I have attained the sacred path through the method of severing the 3 corpses. This lecture shall serve to impart this technique. You must comprehend it with great diligence. The 3 corpses are as follows. One named Pengju, residing within the head, disrupts the mind, causing dimness of vision, hair loss, halitosis, wrinkled countenance, and decayed teeth. The second, named Pengji, dwells within the abdomen, impairing the 5 organs, leading to diminished vitality and forgetfulness, inciting malevolent deeds, gluttony for life, and chaotic dreams. The third, named Peng Xiao, resides within the feet, instigating disturbances in the lower regions, stirring the 5 emotions towards lustful impulses, rendering one unable to restrain oneself. By relying upon the innate spiritual treasures as a vessel, severing one corpse may allow one to attain the rank of a quasi-saint. Should all 3 corpses be severed, unity may be achieved, leading to the status of a saint. Thus, the discourse on the method of severing the 3 corpses commenced, with golden lotuses erupting from the earth and celestial flowers cascading from above, a continuous display of extraordinary phenomena. The myriad guests of the mortal realm exhibited a spectrum of emotions, some weeping profusely, others laughing heartily, and many oscillating between joy and sorrow, such is the nature of sentient beings. Unbeknownst to them, 3,000 years slipped by quietly. During this interval, many among the myriad guests experienced direct breakthroughs in their realms, most notably Laozi, who, following the lecture, successfully severed the corpse of virtue. Before long, an elderly man clad in an 8 trigrams robe, with flowing white hair, appeared beside Laozi. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the white-haired elder said kindly, bowing to Laozi. From this day forth, you shall be known as Taishang Laojun. Observing this scene, the myriad guests of the mortal realm were filled with anticipation. Since Laozi had succeeded, it indicated that this path was indeed viable. Could they not also sever their corpses and attain the rank of quasi-saint? If Laozi could do it, they believed they could as well. As this lecture concluded, the final discourse would impart the method of unifying the 3 corpses. Additionally, I have an announcement to make. since the dawn of creation, the primordial realm has been fraught with turmoil, rife with slaughter and calamity. I intend to establish the leaders of the male and female immortals of the primordial realm to govern it." Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their gaze towards Honghuang, particularly Dijun, who puffed his chest with determination, believing no one was more suited than he for the position of the male immortal leader. As for the female immortal leader, with him, Dijun, in place, she would merely be a figurehead. However, what transpired next took Dijun by surprise as Honghuang called forth Dong Wang Gong. Shi Wang Mu stepped forward. The two dared not hesitate and promptly stepped forward. "Dong Wang Gong, you are the embodiment of the first ray of primordial yang, and the position of male immortal leader is rightfully yours. I bestow upon you the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, and I trust you will govern the male immortals well and maintain order in the primordial realm." "Yes, Saint," Dong Wang Gong exclaimed joyfully, accepting the dragon-headed staff with gratitude. Shi Wang Mu, you are the embodiment of the first ray of primordial yin, and you are the rightful female immortal leader. I grant you the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the purple gold phoenix hairpin, and I hope you will manage the female immortals and uphold order in the primordial realm." Upon hearing this, Shi Wang Mu's lips twitched. She thought to herself that this position of female immortal leader was a hot potato, one to be avoided, setting aside whether Yuan Feng, the most powerful among the female immortals, would agree to her taking this position. Even Nuwa, seated upon her violet mat, would likely not consent, given her disdainful gaze. Yet, she could not refuse the saint's offer, caught in a dilemma where acceptance or rejection bore its own burdens. What to do? I await a solution, urgently. Yes, Saint. With no other recourse, Shi Wang Mu reluctantly accepted the position, planning to retreat to the West Kunlun for seclusion after the lectures concluded, believing no one would dare disturb her then. You may all disperse. The Zixiao Palace shall reopen after 10,000 years. Yes, Saint. The lecture concluded, and with a wave of Hongjuan's grand sleeve, the myriad guests were expelled from the Zixiao Palace. Brother, you are clearly the most suitable candidate for the male immortal leader of the primordial realm. Yet the saint selected that fool, Dong Wang Gong. This is utterly unjust, raged Dong Huang Tai Yi, venting his frustrations outside the Zixiao Palace. Second brother, mind your words. We must not be reckless beyond the saint's domain. Dijun swiftly reprimanded, casting a glance at Dong Huang Tai Yi, signaling him to refrain from further comment. This was indeed the saint's domain, and should Honghuang overhear their discontent, the repercussions for the two brothers would be dire. Though the saint had appointed Dong Wang Gong as the male immortal leader, it did not preclude them from establishing a demon clan and erecting a demon court. Dijun smirked, addressing Dong Huang Tai Yi. If Dong Wang Gong wishes to be the male immortal leader, he must possess the merit to match. He cast a sidelong glance at Dong Wang Gong, who was parading about, and a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Before long, the purple-robed Dong Wang Gong approached them with a beaming smile, addressing the two brothers, Dijun and Tai Yi. My esteemed fellow Taoists, I've gained the favor of the Tao ancestor, and this dragon-headed staff confirms my position as the male immortal leader, tasked with maintaining order in the primordial realm. That I wish to establish an immortal court to govern the beings of the primordial realm. Would you two be interested in joining my court? I can assure you both a favorable position. Dong Wang Gong brimmed with confidence, believing his invitation would elicit an immediate acceptance from Dijun and Tai Yi, just as it had from a myriad male immortals before. After all, he was the Tao ancestors' appointed male immortal leader, boasting formidable power, having reached the late stage of the Great Luo. Surely, they would grant him some respect, if not immediate agreement. Begone, they replied, showing no mercy. Did he truly believe he was fit to be the male immortal leader? What strength did he possess? He ought to take a good look at his own worth. I am the Tao ancestors' appointed male immortal leader. How dare you treat me this way? Dong Wang Gong's eyes widened in disbelief, his chest heaving with indignation. Will you two assist or not? Dijun summoned the true fire of the sun, while Dong Huang Tai Yi brandished the chaos bell, both poised for confrontation. Dong Wang Gong instantly wilted, though he was the male immortal leader. He lacked the strength to match. He was merely at the late stage of the Great Luo, while Di Jun and Tai Yi had reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo, a mere step away from becoming quasi-saints. Furthermore, the two brothers possessed innate treasures. He could not contend with them. You will regret this. Dong Gong spat defiantly before fleeing. The Tao ancestor must have been blind to appoint such a fool as the male immortal leader. Thought Dong Tai Yi, who put away the Dong bell, reflecting on the matter. Merely two horned beasts, I extended a kind invitation, yet they dared to insult me. Truly, it is not in the stars. When I join forces with Xuan Yang to establish the immortal court, they will see. Meanwhile, Xuan Yang was conversing with the two female immortals, Shi He and Chang Shi. All three were innate divine beings of feminine nature, preferring solitude and sharing a good rapport. Congratulations, Sister Xuan Yang, on becoming the female immortal leader of the primordial realm. I hope you will look after us sisters in the future. Shi He and Chang Shi. Both lunar goddesses and innate divine beings of exceptional lineage were powerful in their own right. Shi being at the late stage of the Great Luo, while Chang Shi, slightly weaker, stood at the peak of the mid-stage of the Great Luo. Poised for breakthrough, the two shared a close bond with Xuan Yang. The title of female immortal leader is but a nominal distinction bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Xuan Yang replied, I do not wish to assume this role. I will express my desire to resign from it during the next lecture. Unlike Dong Gong, who was a fool, Xuan Yang was astute. The title of female immortal leader, while seemingly glamorous, was fraught with peril. Had she been the most powerful among the female immortals, it would have been different, but she was not. Why is that? The title of female immortal leader is directly conferred by the Tao ancestor, a mark of great prestige. Chang Shi inquired, tilting her head in confusion, that I am of a serene disposition, uninterested in the affairs of the primordial realm, and thus ill-suited for the role of female immortal leader. I prefer to cultivate quietly within the Taoist sanctuary. Moreover, I believe there are others more suitable for this position. Xuan Yang replied, gently stroking Chang Shi's head with a smile. Who could possibly be more suitable than you? Sister Xuan Yang? Could it be Niwa? Yet, Niwa's cultivation is on par with yours, mused Chang Shi, perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. At that moment, Dong Gong swaggered over, his eyes widening at the sight of the three extraordinary female immortals. Could these two esteemed fellow Taoists be the lunar goddesses, Shi He and Chang Shi? If I could invite them all into the celestial court with my capabilities, I would undoubtedly be able to secure them in the future. Upon witnessing the unparalleled beauty of the three female immortals, Dong Gong was instantly overtaken by unsavory thoughts. Dear Taoist Xuan Yang, today the Tao ancestor has conferred upon us the titles of the foremost male and female immortals of the primordial chaos. To jointly govern this realm that I wish to invite you, Xuan Yang, to establish a celestial court together, to oversee the order of the primordial chaos. Dong Gong spoke with an air of misplaced confidence, as if he had already secured the matter in his mind. Believing that women possessed no opinions of their own and would certainly acquiesce to his request, by the way, if the two lunar goddesses wish to join my celestial court, I shall certainly ensure they are afforded esteemed positions. Not content with merely inviting Xuan Yang, he harbored thoughts of also bringing the two lunar goddesses under his wing, envisioning a day when he could embrace them in his arms. This moment, Dong Gong's gaze roamed unabashedly among the three female immortals, revealing his intentions without restraint. This behavior incited considerable disdain from Xuan Yang and her companions. Xuan Yang, visibly impatient, remarked, Dong Gong, I have no desire to engage in the affairs of the primordial chaos. I seek only tranquility for my cultivation. I did not wish for the position of the foremost female immortal, and when the time comes for the next discourse, I shall resign from this title to the Tao ancestor. Please seek another. Dong Gong was taken aback. Xuan Yang had outright rejected him, and her demeanor was far from cordial, a stark contrast to his expectations. Dear Xuan Yang, you must think this through. The title of the foremost male and female immortals is a decree from the Tao ancestor. Do you wish to defy the words of a sage? Seeing Xuan Yang's refusal, Dong Gong resorted to threatening her with the authority of the Tao ancestor. Does Sister Xuan Yang not wish to comply? Will you force someone into a situation they do not desire? She had cast a cold glance at Dong Wangong, speaking with disdain. What do you expect? You presumptuous fool. Sister Xuan has expressed her disinterest. What more do you seek? You should leave at once. Do you not reflect on your own worth, thinking you can invite us into some insignificant celestial court? Changshi was far less diplomatic than Xuan, expressing her thoughts candidly and sparing no regard for Dong Wangong's pride. Sister Xuan, let us depart. It has been ages since I last enjoyed the peaches of immortality. Let us go to your abode and indulge. Thus, the three female immortals soared towards West Kunlun, leaving behind a flushed Dong Wangong. Dear Dong Wangong, I suddenly sense a disturbance in the Tao field. I must return swiftly to resolve it. The matter of the celestial court will have to wait. He heard from the male immortals who had initially agreed to his plans. The profundities of the Tao as expounded by the Tao ancestor are overwhelming. I urgently require seclusion for comprehension and shall be unavailable for a millennium. I apologize for the celestial court matter. Dear Dong Wangong, my spiritual beast is about to give birth. I must hasten back. These were the excuses of the primordial male immortals, witnessing Dong Wangong's repeated setbacks, feeling that following him promised no great future, and thus concocting various reasons to flee. Curse it, I am the Tao ancestor's personally appointed foremost male immortal of the primordial chaos, a position of unparalleled prestige. And you dare to look down upon me. The unfortunate Dong Wangong was left in disarray amidst the chaotic winds of the void. This Dong Wangong is truly self-important. Does he genuinely believe that being named the foremost male immortal means he stands above all? Beneath Buzhou Mountain, in front of the celestial shop, Houtu observed the scene on the luminous screen, laughing heartily. He could not inquire how the screen came to be. It was merely Xuan Yang's idle creation. Indeed, this Dong Wangong harbors great ambitions, yet sadly lacks the virtue to match his position. He is unlikely to survive long. Yuan Feng gently shook her head, sentencing Dong Wangong's fate with kindness. Oh, Sister Yuan Feng, how do you know for certain that Dong Wangong will perish? Though Dong Wangong was indeed arrogant, and his gaze towards the female immortals was irksome, he was still a late-stage Deluo. As long as he did not act recklessly, he should not meet his end soon. Fenger speaks rightly. Dong Wangong will not survive much longer. Xuan Yang relished a sip of coconut juice, his expression one of utter enjoyment. The establishment of the male and female immortals was but a scheme designed to incite conflict between Dijuan and Dong Wangong, thereby advancing the calamity of the witches and demons. Dijuan, the god of the sun, manifested as the three-legged golden crow, while Dong Wangong was the embodiment of the primordial essence of pure yang. Both bore the mandate of the heavenly emperor. However, how could two heavenly emperors coexist in the primordial chaos? Though Dong Wangong possessed ambition, he lacked the virtue to match his position, and moreover, he was inferior to Dijuan in terms of mandate. The celestial court was destined to fall to the demon court. With Dong Wangong's demise, Dijuan would complete his mandate and ascend as the demon emperor. Houtu, utterly perplexed, wondered why both Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng insisted that Dong Wangong would die, while she could not discern the same. Could it be that her lack of primordial spirit rendered her unable to perceive such matters? Buzz, just as Houtu pondered, a radiant light erupted from Buzhou Mountain, shooting skyward. Following this, a luminescent display illuminated the universe. And auspicious signs appeared in abundance, the heavenly court emerging. Xuan Yang gazed upward, piercing through the golden light, revealing a splendid panorama of palatial structures before him. After the second sermon by Hongjun, the heavenly court, also known as the ancient demon court, would emerge from Buzhou Mountain. The heavenly court? What is that? A palace, Houtu inquired, her mouth full of cake, her words somewhat indistinct. Houtu showed little concern for the heavenly court. After all, it was not edible, and what mattered more than the heavenly court was the delicious cake she was savoring. Indeed, the cake was simply divine, and she could hardly bring herself to stop eating it. As for the origin of the cake, do not ask. It was merely a product of Xuan Yang's experimentation in a villa acquired during a previous endeavor. Houtu, that was my cake. Yours has already been consumed. The cake belonging to Qing'er, who had been momentarily distracted, was swiftly devoured by Houtu, leaving her helplessly watching as her cake vanished into the abyss. She had only tasted a small bite, and now the precious dessert was gone, leaving her in dismay. Sister Chinga, I truly apologize. I simply could not resist. Houtu chuckled, then turned her gaze to the piece in Sighting's hand. The latter, disregarding her elegance, began to devour it voraciously until it was completely gone. Witnessing this scene, Houtu cast a resentful glance at Sighting, realizing she should have seized both pieces of cake. As for Yuan Feng's portion, she dared not touch it. Doing so would result in her being turned into cake herself. With the emergence of the heavenly court, the establishment of the demon race was not far off. How could she cause some mischief for Hongjuan? I have an idea, Xuan Yang mused, glancing at the unsatisfied Houtu. A subtle smile forming on his lips. Cough, cough. Houtu, I have a matter that requires your insight, Xuan Yang said, handing her the portion of cake that originally belonged to Bai, chuckling lightly. Ask away, as long as this lady knows. I will surely inform brother Xuan Yang, Houtu eagerly replied, taking the cake, and, without regard for Bai's incessant meowing, taking a large bite. I wish to inquire whether your witch clan has made any grand oaths or heavenly oaths regarding your lineage. Xuan Yang posed a question. None at all. Why would we issue such oaths? Houtu replied, thoroughly enjoying the cake. Brother Xuan Yang, what is the purpose of your inquiry? It is this way. I possess a method to obtain the merits of the great Tao. Provided your witch clan has not made any grand or heavenly oaths to gain the merits of the great Tao, is that truly possible? Brother Xuan Yang, please teach me. Houtu, fully aware of the significance of the great Tao's merits, hastily set aside her cake, her eagerness palpable. The merits of the heavenly Tao could be utilized to enhance one's cultivation, refine spiritual treasures, and condense the wheel of merit. Achieving a certain threshold of heavenly Tao merit could even allow beings to attain sainthood. Moreover, even a Luo Jingxian would not dare to act against those endowed with merit, lest they incur karmic retribution, resulting in regression in cultivation, or worse, direct self-destruction. While the heavenly Tao merits are indeed advantageous, they come with drawbacks. Utilizing heavenly Tao merits for cultivation would forever bind one to the heavenly Tao. However, the merits of the great Tao do not carry such restrictions, allowing for unrestricted use. And any who dare to act against those with great Tao merits are destined for death. Of course, in the current chaotic primordial realm, amidst the rampant slaughter, should the 12 ancestral witches issue a grand oath to govern the primordial lands, great Tao merits would undoubtedly descend upon them. However, such an oath is not to be taken lightly. The 12 ancestral witches must first undertake certain actions before proceeding. Do you understand? Upon hearing these words, Houtu's expression grew serious as she nodded. Brother Xuan Yang, I have taken your words to heart. Thank you for imparting the method to attain the merit of the great Tao. Your great kindness shall not be forgotten by Houtu. Should there come a day when the witch clan requires assistance, Houtu and the 11 ancestral witches shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. By the way, Brother Xuan Yang, please pack me 10 servings of spiritual snacks. I shall return to the witch clan at once. Upon hearing this, Xuan Yang and the 4 others were left speechless, their expressions darkened. Just a moment ago, the conversation was so earnest, and now it had taken such a whimsical turn. Brother Yang, do you have some ulterior motive? After Houtu departed, Yuan Feng looked at Xuan Yang with a playful smile, inquiring. Yuan Feng could hardly believe that Xuan Yang would casually reveal to Houtu the means to acquire the merit of the great Tao unless he had other intentions in mind. You will find out in due time, Xuan Yang remarked, lifting a slice of cake and offering a small spoonful to Yuan Feng, smiling as he did so. It's so sweet. Yuan Feng exclaimed as the cake melted in her mouth. A hint of confusion crossed her mind. Although it was the same treat, this cake seemed even sweeter than her own portion. She cast a glance at Xuan Yang, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully, as if to say she desired more. Xuan Yang noticed her gaze and gently shook his head, but still offered another small spoonful to Qing'er and sitting tactfully distanced themselves. Soon after, the remaining 11 ancestral witches arrived in succession. Little sister, what delightful treasures have you brought this time? Show them to your big brother, spoke none other than Zhu Rong, the legendary first fool of the witch clan and the ancestral witch of fire, while the other 10 ancestral witches were busy doting on their little sister. He, having recently obtained the Ghost Shadow Mask and Dragon Talisman from Houtu, had been preoccupied with his sister's spiritual treasures. Zhu Rong, you foolish one, all you ever think about is fighting, eating, and spiritual treasures. Can't you let your sister finish speaking first? Besides, if she intends to share her treasures, you would certainly not miss out, Gong retorted, casting a sideways glance at Zhu Rong with annoyance that it is well known that Zhu Rong and Gong, despite being the ancestral witch of fire and the ancestral witch of water respectively, had a deep bond as brothers, even amidst their innate elemental opposition. Their playful bickering was simply a result of their long-standing camaraderie, and the other 10 ancestral witches had grown weary of their antics. Little sister, did you summon us here because you acquired new spiritual treasures from an esteemed individual? Di Jiang inquired with enthusiasm. The Terra Mask and Rabbit Talisman had proven immensely useful, allowing him to summon an unlimited number of shadow soldiers and significantly easing his spatial traversals that I call my brothers here for another matter. Houtu replied, shaking her head before recounting the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing Houtu's account, the ancestral witches fell into contemplation, deliberating the feasibility of the proposal. Big brother, I believe this plan is viable, Zhu Juyin declared first. Ever since he had obtained the sheep talisman from Houtu, his ability to glimpse the river of time had significantly improved, freeing him from the burdensome backlash just moments prior. He had utilized the sheep talisman to peer into the river of time, confirming that establishing a clan through a great Tao oath was indeed feasible. Such an oath would not only legitimize the witch clan's governance over the wilderness, but also consolidate their fortune. Most importantly, any who dare to threaten the witch clan would face the wrath of the great Tao, a formidable consequence not to be trifled with. Very well, let us heed our little sister's counsel and establish the great Tao oath to form the witch clan, Di Jiang affirmed, placing great trust in Zhu Juin's words. The witch clan did not cultivate their primordial spirits and were unable to discern the secrets of heaven. Only Zhu Juin, as the ancestral witch of time, could harness the power of temporal laws to probe the river of time and catch a glimpse of the heavenly mysteries. Little sister, speak your mind, we shall follow your lead, the 11 ancestral witches chorused, turning their gaze to Houtu, awaiting her command. Brothers, the great Tao oath cannot be established lightly. We must first proceed in this manner, and then in that. Houtu articulated Xuan Yang's guidance in detail, and the other 11 ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Captivated by her words, a millennium later, Emperor Jun, Tai, and the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua stood proudly above the heavenly court, gazing down upon the myriad beings of the wilderness. After 1,000 years of preparation, the demon court had gathered a considerable following, including prominent figures such as Bei's, Ying Zhao, and Xuan Yang, alongside countless soldiers and millions of troops. Big brother, it is time to establish the demon clan. The Eastern Emperor Tai and his sister Yuhua said eagerly, eager to witness the grand establishment of the demon clan. Indeed, I shall now proclaim the great Tao oath, Emperor Jun stated. However, just as he was about to deliver the oath, 12 formidable auras surged forth from the direction of Buzhou Mountain, their intensity palpable throughout the wilderness. Isn't it the territory of the witch clan? What are these 12 ancestral witches up to? Emperor Jun pondered, oh well, what can a bunch of brawlers do? They're probably just clashing with some powerful entity. It is best to ignore them. Beneath Buzhou Mountain, 12 radiant beams ascended skyward, their might shattering the clouds. By the great Tao, by the Father Pangu, I, Emperor Jiang, Zhu Juin, Zhu Rong, Qiangyang Houtu, observed the chaos that ensued post-creation, with slaughter rampant and calamities unending. Today, I establish a clan named Witch to govern the wilderness and restore order. Let the great Tao witness this, and let Father Pangu bear witness. With the innate treasure, the Panga Temple, I shall suppress the fortune of the Witch clan. The Witch clan is hereby established. As soon as these words fell, dark clouds gathered ominously above, and thunder crackled, coalescing into a colossal. This is the eye of heavenly punishment. The 12 ancestral witches, having transgressed the authority of the heavenly Tao by proclaiming their oath to the great Tao, drew forth the ire of the heavens, for the heavenly Tao could not allow such affronts to go unpunished. Unperturbed by the impending punishment, the 12 ancestral witches remained calm, for Xuan Yang had forewarned Houtu of this eventuality, assuring her not to panic. Permission granted. Just as the eye of heavenly punishment was about to unleash its wrath, a resounding voice echoed from the heavens, the voice of the great Tao itself. Before the sages emerge, the heavenly Tao has yet to be completed, and the great Tao exists in a semi-retired state. However, the great Tao remains. When a living being proclaims the great Tao oath, the Tao shall naturally respond. Despite the heavenly Tao's reluctance, it could only acquiesce, for the authority of the great Tao far surpassed that of the heavenly Tao. Under the intervention of the great Tao, the heavenly Tao had no choice but to dissipate the eye of heavenly punishment. The great Tao oath had been proclaimed. The witch clan was established, and an overwhelming fortune coalesced into a tangible form, manifesting as a colossal golden dragon of fortune, spiraling around Buzhou Mountain, its roar reverberating through the air. Simultaneously, a massive golden essence of merit descended from the heavens, with 60% merging into the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches, 20% soaring into the Panga Temple, and the remaining 20% integrating into the members of the witch clan. In the heavenly court, Emperor Jun, Tai, and others observed this scene, their faces flushed with fury, their fists clenched, bodies trembling in silence. That wasn't it supposed to be Emperor Jun who first proclaimed the heavenly Tao oath to establish the demon clan? How could a bunch of brutes from the witch clan intercept it? And worse, swear allegiance to the great Tao, let alone the fact that they swore to the great Tao, but the most precious merit of the great Tao was bestowed upon them, merit that far exceeds that of the heavenly Tao. How could this be granted to a bunch of brutes? Brothers, do not use the merit of the great Tao to enhance your cultivation or fuse it into magical treasures, although the merit of the great Tao bears no side effects. Xuan Yang has advised against refining it to boost one's cultivation. It is better to condense it into merit golden wheels or integrate it into magical artifacts instead. The other 11 ancestral witches nodded in agreement, beginning to condense their merit golden wheels. Although they lacked primordial spirits, they understood that the merit of the great Tao was hard-won and should not be squandered lightly. Time passed, and eventually, the 12 ancestral witches completed the condensation of their merit golden wheels. They exchanged glances, nodding at the golden wheels behind them, and then Emperor Jiang spoke once more. By the great Tao, by the Father Pangu, I, ancestral witch Di Jiang, feel the disarray of the wilderness, the chaos of the laws. Today, I am willing to become the god of spatial speed for the wilderness, to manage its affairs. Let the great Tao witness this. Upon hearing this proclamation, the hearts of the myriad beings in the wilderness stirred with tumultuous waves. Once was not enough. They wished to do it a second time. By the plant, are these fools truly attempting to ascend to the heavens? The beings of the wilderness were astonished. Once was not enough, and they sought a second attempt. What were these foolish ancestral witches up to? In the presence of the great Tao, and under the gaze of the primordial deity Pangu, my ancestor, the shaman Zhu Chujiao of the Nine Yin, felt the disruption of the primordial order. Thus, I offer my own temporal laws to become the deity of time in the primordial realm, overseeing the flow of time. May the great Tao bear witness to my vow. Immediately thereafter, my ancestor, the shaman Zhu Chujiao, proclaimed a sacred oath to the great Tao in the presence of the great Tao, and under the gaze of the primordial deity Pangu, my ancestor, the shaman Xuan Yang, sensed the chaos in the primordial order, the disruption of laws. Therefore, I offer my own thunderous principles to become the thunder god of the primordial realm, governing the thunderous pathways. May the great Tao bear witness to my vow. In the presence of the great Tao, and under the gaze of the primordial deity Pangu, my ancestor, the shaman Zhuang, in the presence of the great Tao, and under the gaze of the primordial deity Pangu, my ancestor, the shaman Houtu, felt the chaos in the primordial order, the disruption of laws. Thus, I offer my own earth principles to become the god of the primordial land, governing the vast expanse of the earth. May the great Tao bear witness to my vow. 12 resonant voices echoed throughout the universe, reverberating across the entirety of the primordial realm. Surely the great Tao shall not refuse any longer. One primordial being swallowed hard and spoke. Upon hearing these words, the myriad beings of the primordial realm cast their curious gazes towards the heavens. There, the eye of the great Tao above gathered its focus, observing the 12 ancestors of the shaman for a time, before seemingly sensing something beneath Mount Buzhou and gradually dissipating. Granted, as the eye of the great Tao faded, it left behind resounding tones, followed by an even greater expanse of merit-laden golden clouds descending slowly. The 12 ancestors of the shaman hastily absorbed the merit, coalescing it into golden wheels of virtue. And that moment, the beings of the primordial realm erupted in fervor. The shaman clan had issued their sacred vows to the great Tao not once, but twice, and the great Tao had acquiesced each time. Moreover, it had bestowed such a vast stretch of merit-laden clouds, a range that could be counted in billions of miles. The beings of the primordial realm gazed with envy at the resplendent golden wheels of merit behind the 12 ancestors of the shaman, feeling a mix of admiration and resentment. Had they known that issuing a sacred vow to the great Tao would yield such merit, they would have done so as well, rather than allowing the shaman clan, who were merely brawlers, to take the lead. Especially the brothers Dijuan and Tai, along with the 3 pure ones, who watched the golden wheels of merit with a sour taste in their mouths, as if they had just bitten into a lemon. "Brother, shall we also issue a sacred vow to the great Tao?" Yuan sure felt a pang of discontent as he observed the 12 ancestors of the shaman garnering such an abundance of merit. In his eyes, the 3 pure ones were the true descendants of Pangu, and the 12 shamans were unworthy of such a title. Their fortune in receiving so much merit was merely a stroke of luck. What the 12 shamans can achieve, we 3 pure ones have no reason to be unable to do as well. Brother, the 12 shamans have issued their sacred vows to govern the primordial land, which is a boon for the primordial realm. Thus, the great Tao has granted them merit-laden clouds in the eyes of Tong Tian. The merit obtained by the 12 shamans was their own capability, and for the 3 pure ones to involve themselves in this would risk the suspicion of imitation. He did not wish for the beings of the primordial realm to speak of the 3 pure ones in such a light. Tong Tian, what do you understand? The merit of the great Tao is exceedingly precious. If we 3 pure ones were to obtain it, we could easily sever our corporeal forms and ascend to the status of quasi-saints. Yuan Shi rebuked immediately. He perceived Tong Tian's rebuttal as a challenge to his authority. Refusing to grant him the courtesy due to an elder brother, Tong Tian, Yuan Shi speaks with some merit. Before the word reason could escape his lips, a voice resonated once more from the heavens. In the presence of the great Tao, I, Dijuan, Tai, Fuxi, Nuwa, sense the chaos of the primordial realm and the bloodshed that ensues. Today, I wish to establish a clan, named the Yao, to govern the primordial heavens and earth. With the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Houtu and Luo Shu, the innate treasure, the chaos bell, I shall suppress the fortune of a Yao clan. Yao clan, established. As soon as these words were spoken, the beings of the primordial realm erupted once again. Dijuan and Tai wished to emulate the 12 ancestors of the shaman by issuing their sacred vows. What was happening in the primordial realm that it had suddenly descended into such chaos? Above the heavens, the colossal eye of the great Tao once more gathered its focus. Though this time the situation appeared somewhat different. Boom! The eye of the great Tao cast a glance at Dijuan and the others in the heavenly court, then quickly dissipated, replaced by rolling thunderclouds. Seeing this, Dijuan, Honghuang, Tai, and the siblings Fuxi and Yuhua were left in a state of bewilderment. What was occurring? What had happened to the promised merit of the great Tao? Oh no, this is the heavenly tribulation of the great Tao. Brother, quickly use the chaos bell. Dijuan thought swiftly, urging Donghuang Tai to summon the chaos bell for protection. Fuxi and Yuhua also hastily summoned the Fuxi Qin and the Qian Kuanding to defend against the impending heavenly tribulation. Bang! With a single strike of thunder, the chaos bell could no longer withstand the force, and the 4 were directly hurled away, crashing against the palace of the heavenly court, causing untold destruction. Dijuan and Tai spat blood, severely wounded, while Nuwa fared somewhat better, though blood trickled from her lips. Fuxi suffered the worst, his essence waning, on the verge of collapse. Boom! Above the heavens, the heavenly tribulation of the great Tao coalesced once more. Just as it seemed ready to descend, that moment, Hongjun appeared. Hurry and issue a heavenly oath. The shaman clan has been recognized by the great Tao to govern the primordial land, but the ancient stars do not fall within this purview. Honghuang hastily reminded them. This is problematic. He had thought Dijuan and Tai to be formidable figures, but they turned out to be foolish. The 12 shamans had issued their oaths to govern the primordial land and receive the recognition of the great Tao. By following suit, were they not provoking the authority of the great Tao? If the heavenly tribulation did not strike them, who else would it strike? Such reckless behavior was unprecedented. Dijuan and Tai disregarding their injuries. Once more pledged, in the presence of the heavenly Tao, I, Dijuan, Tai, Fushi, Nuwa, sense the disorder of the primordial realm, the chaos of the ancient stars. Today, I wish to establish a clan to govern the ancient stars, named the Yao, with the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the Houtu and Luo Shu. I shall suppress the fortune of the Yao clan. Yao clan, established, granted. The heavenly Tao recognized their vow, and at last, the heavenly tribulation of the great Tao dissipated, allowing Dijuan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your guidance. The four expressed their gratitude in unison. Honghuang frowned, waving his sleeve, for droplets of the three-light divine water flew towards them, healing their wounds. The three-light divine water is composed of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, each a potent poison in its own right. The golden sunlight water could erode flesh, the silver moonlight water could corrode the primordial spirit, and the purple starlight water could devour true spirits, rendering one irretrievably lost. Yet when these three waters combine, they become a miraculous elixir capable of reviving the dead and restoring the withered. Any grievous wound, as long as one does not perish, can be healed with a single drop of the three-light divine water. This precious water is exceedingly rare, each drop as valuable as a treasure, and Honghuang possessed only a limited supply. Take care of yourselves, Honghuang spoke, before turning and departing. It seems that issuing a vow to the great Tao cannot be done lightly. Indeed, no one knows whether their vow to the great Tao is appropriate. One misstep could lead to their own demise. Certainly. The beings of the primordial realm were filled with trepidation, relieved that they had not rushed to issue vows. Otherwise, they would have been the ones struck by the heavenly tribulation. Thank goodness we refrained from making a vow. Otherwise, I would have been struck by lightning that I in Kunlun Mountain. Laozi felt lingering unease, silently reflecting. Alas, it is better to focus on cultivation and strive to sever my second corporeal form as soon as possible. Laozi shook his head, sighed deeply, and declared, above the heavenly court, the four of Dijuan, under the effects of the three-light divine water, fully recovered from their injuries. Simultaneously, above the heavens, a cloud of merit, spanning 1,000,000 miles in diameter, descended. 4 tents merged into the bodies of Dijuan and the others, for tents flowed into the Houtu, Luo Shu, and the Dongwang Bell, while the remaining 2 tents drifted towards the heavenly court and other Yao clans. Is this all the merit? Dijuan and his brothers, along with Fushi and Nuwa, could hardly believe their eyes. Even without the merit of the great Tao, they could accept the merit of the heavenly Tao. Yet, what did it signify that such a meager amount of merit was granted? Previously, the great Tao had bestowed merit with clouds stretching billions of miles, while for them, a 1,000,000-mile cloud was akin to charity. This scant merit, when combined, could barely suffice for one person to sever their corporeal form. Yet they were 4, and this was insufficient to share. How could it be that despite issuing the same vow to establish a clan, the Yao clan was left in such a miserable state? Moreover, the fortune golden dragon of their clan could only barely coalesce into a dragon form, dim and seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Dijuan and Tai gazed at the dim fortune golden dragon, feeling an impulse to spit blood. 2 Esteemed Yao emperors, the heavenly oath has been issued, and the Yao clan is established. Nuwa has attained the merits of the heavenly Tao, enhancing her confidence in the art of corpse severing. I am not adept in matters of governance. I shall leave the affairs of the demon clan to the 2 demon emperors. With that, Nuwa soared into the sky, heading towards the Fengqi mountain dojo within the bounds of the Buzhou mountain. She had initially intended to join the demon clan, hoping to cultivate through their fortune. But due to the reckless actions of the brothers Dijuan and Tai, she nearly found herself in dire straits. Had it not been for Hongjuan's sudden appearance, she and her brother would have likely perished beneath the thunderous tribulations of the Tao. Moreover, the merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao were woefully insufficient for her to sever corpses, rendering her efforts laughable in comparison to the 12 ancestor witches. As a proud goddess, Niwa could not bear the humiliation witnessed by the myriad beings of the wilderness. Having almost lost face, what business did she have remaining in the heavenly court? Merely to be ridiculed. To the two demon emperors, I, Niwa, do not relish in the clamor, and I hope for your understanding. Fuxi, being the elder brother, naturally comprehended Niwa's temperament. The previous incident had indeed caused her some embarrassment. Hence, her reaction was entirely justifiable. Nevertheless, it is imperative that the Queen of Niwa focuses on severing corpses. As for the affairs of the demon clan, I trust that Emperor Xian will take great care in managing them, and I presume he will not decline. Dijuan cast a sidelong glance at Fuxi, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, pondering that while Niwa is a person of pride, does he not share the same trait? The Queen of Niwa, one of the 4 demon emperors, cast aside the demon clan without a second thought, taking the merits and departing, leaving the 2 brothers in a precarious position. The demon emperor was being overly courteous. Fuxi, as one of the 4 demon emperors, was inherently responsible for managing the demon clan. Fuxi remarked. He also noticed the dissatisfaction in Dijuan's gaze, acknowledging that his little sister's actions were indeed inappropriate. After all, she too was one of the 4 demon emperors, and her sudden departure was unwarranted. Thus, I must trouble Emperor Xing. Dijuan, with a flourish of his sleeve, departed in haste. In the skies above, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, a youth clad in black, trembled before the golden armor before him. Indeed, the invincible incarnation of the heavenly Tao was about to face a beating once more. And as for the reason, you understand. Oh, incarnation of the heavenly Tao, I have long warned you against meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Why have you not heeded my words? Are you not merely providing me with a reason to act? Xuan Yang, adorned in imperial armor, slowly raised his hands, his fists lightly clenched, golden radiance mingling with golden thunder swirling above. Gulp. Upon witnessing this scene, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao instinctively swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. This moment mirrored those instances when he had been beaten previously. Great, the incarnation of the great Tao. You must listen to me. Allow me to explain. This is all Hongjuan's doing. He compelled Dijuan and Tai to swear oaths to the heavenly Tao to evade the tribulations of the great Tao. With someone swearing an oath to the heavenly Tao, I cannot simply ignore it. I am merely following the rules. If you wish to strike, then strike Hongjun. He can take a beating. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao stammered, desperately seeking someone to bear the blame. No, this matter was not his fault. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to Hongjun, the true mastermind. Enough of your rambling. Simply state whether or not you consented to Dijuan's oath to the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, the incarnation fell silent. Indeed, while Dijuan could have sworn the oath without his consent, he had nevertheless agreed, leaving no room for further argument. After many years, a familiar yet mournful scream echoed through the wilderness once more. Which unfortunate soul must suffer such a fate, being beaten every few epochs? Can one not learn from past experiences? At this moment, Hongjun, just returned to the Zixiao Palace, furrowed his brow. Why does this voice sound so much like that of the heavenly Tao? Impossible! In the wilderness, the heavenly Tao is supreme. Who could possibly defeat him? And so brutally at that. Thus, the lamentations of the incarnation of the heavenly Tao resonated throughout the wilderness for several hundred years before finally ceasing. Only when Xuan Yang felt the futility in continuing did he relent, leaving the bruised incarnation to weep silently at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. In the celestial store, Yuan Feng brought Qing'er in sitting into the dojo for seclusion, leaving Xuan Yang and Jiuming Zhengxibai behind at tea this moment. Xuan Yang reclined leisurely in a rattan chair, propping his feet up. At tea must be said that after administering a lesson to the mischievous incarnation of the heavenly Tao, he felt considerably more at ease. Thus, engaging in occasional physical activity proved beneficial. Ding! The system has refreshed. The current connected world is a notification resonated in Xuan Yang's mind, causing him to suddenly rise, in disbelief that the system had finally become reliable. Time has come. The 3 lectures at Xixiao Palace are about to commence. You may proceed. Beyond the 33 heavens, amidst the chaos, voices announce the impending commencement of the 3 lectures at Xixiao Palace. Across the vast land of the wilderness, nearly 3,000 streams of light surged simultaneously towards Xixiao Palace, eager to partake in Hongjuan's teachings on the path to sanctification. Brother Xuan Yang, why are you the only one here? Where are Sister Yuan Feng and Qing and Situng? Xuan Yang turned to the sound of the voice, seeing Houtu bouncing towards him, a bag of cotton candy in hand, her expression one of pure delight. It must be said that Xuan Yang harbored a degree of admiration for Houtu. Her days revolved around snacks and delicacies, free from the burdens of the witch clan, living blissfully carefree. Moreover, due to Houtu bringing seeds back to the witch clan for cultivation, the clan now thrived on grains and vegetables as their staple food, occasionally hunting to diversify their diet, living quite comfortably. Consequently, Houtu, having provided the seeds, became the most beloved ancestor among the 12 ancestor witches. Receiving tributes of delicacies from her kin daily, a life enviable in every regard at Xuan Yang's celestial shop had effectively been transformed into a snack shop by Houtu, a rather absurd situation, to say the least. Houtu, have you come here because you're running low on snacks and need a restock? Xuan Yang teased, offering her a chaos spirit coconut with a straw inserted. Snacks are a trivial matter. I've come to express my gratitude to you, Brother Xuan Yang, for teaching us how to acquire the merits of the great Tao. Houtu replied, patting her chest, and why brothers have stated that our witch clan has always been clear on matters of gratitude and revenge. Those who harbor enmity towards us must not be easily forgiven, while those who have shown us kindness must also be repaid. Thus, snacks are but a small matter. Xuan Yang regarded Houtu's evasive gaze, thinking to himself, I believe you. Not at all. I know precisely what you are scheming. Beyond the realms, within the chaotic Xixiao Palace, the 3,000 guests of the mortal world gathered once more, gazing respectfully and expectantly at Hongjuan seated upon the cloud platform. This time, Hongjuan's lecture was on the path to sanctification. How could they not be excited? The content of this lecture concerns the path to sanctification. You are to listen attentively. The way of heaven is to diminish excess and replenish deficiency. As the sage lectured, golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Heavenly flowers rained down, and purple cheese surged from the east for millions of miles. Within Xixiao Palace, the 3,000 guests of the mortal world listened raptly. Some weeping, others laughing, each experiencing their own epiphanies. Time in the wilderness is unmeasured, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. This lecture encompassed Hongjuan's insights on the path of the saint, albeit a censored version. Alongside the method of uniting the 3 corpses, the notion of severing the 3 corpses to attain sanctification was inherently flawed, an impractical route. Even Hongjuan himself had only achieved the unification of the 3 corpses through the power of the heavenly Tao, utilizing treasures of the same origin. Of course, Hongjuan did not disclose that the most effective method for severing the 3 corpses required treasures of the same origin, thus making the path to sanctification through severing the 3 corpses impossible. This lecture concludes here. If you have any questions, feel free to voice them. Hongjuan stroked his snowy beard and stated, May I ask, Tao Ancestor, what constitutes a saint? Laozi inquired that a saint is one who is touched by cause and effect, yet remains untainted, enduring through countless tribulations without perishing. After the Dragon Han calamity, when the great Tao recedes and the laws become obscure, to attain sanctification, one must utilize the primordial purple qi as a foundation to communicate with the laws of the great Tao. Hongjuan gently stroked his beard, responding thoughtfully, May I inquire, esteemed saint, how can one obtain this primordial purple qi? Yuan sure asked. The guests of the mortal world perked up their ears, clearly eager to learn the answer to this pressing question. The great Tao encompasses 50. Heaven subtracts 49. Thus the primordial purple qi should amount to 8. Having traversed the wilderness eons before, was fortunate enough to acquire it. When I attained sanctification, I consumed one, leaving 7 primordial purple qis remaining, that I beseech the saint to bestow upon us some primordial purple q In unison, the myriad guests of the mortal realm exclaimed. However, Hongjun paid no heed to the crowd and continued. The heavens have their ordained fate. I shall have 6 disciples. Upon hearing this, the gathered multitude instantly comprehended that the primordial purple energy was evidently intended by Hongjun for his 6 disciples, rendering them unrelated to the matter. The probability of selecting 6 disciples from over 3,000 was exceedingly slim, leaving everyone wondering which 6 fortunate souls would be chosen by the sage. At that moment, Hongjun turned his gaze towards the 3 pure ones and said, 3 pure ones, you are transformed from the primordial essence of Pangu, possessing the merits of creation. You have the potential to attain sagehood. Do you wish to become my personal disciples? Upon hearing that the Tao ancestor intended to accept them as personal disciples, the 3 pure ones were filled with uncontainable joy and responded in unison. We are willing. This is the primordial purple energy, the foundation for the path of enlightenment. Today I bestow it upon you, hoping you will diligently cultivate and soon achieve sagehood. After speaking, Hongjun waved his hand, and 3 streams of purple light flew into the 3 pure ones, which was indeed the primordial purple energy. Thank you, Master, the 3 pure ones expressed, eliciting envy from the onlookers, after accepting the 3 pure ones. Hongjun turned his gaze to the woman seated on the 4th cushion. Nuwa, you possess profound blessings and will gain great merits in the future. You may become my 4th disciple. I am willing. Nuwa responded eagerly, her joy evident. Once again, a stream of primordial purple energy surged forth, heading towards Nuwa. Fushi, seeing his sister receive the primordial purple energy, was elated, as though he himself were the recipient. Although the brothers Emperor Jun and Tai harbored some discontent towards Nuwa due to previous events, they too felt joy seeing one among the 4 sovereigns of the demon race receiving the primordial purple energy. What are the 12 ancestral witches of the witch race? Could they attain the merits of the great Tao and achieve sagehood? Yet, Nuwa of the demon race could. No matter how powerful the 12 ancestral witches were, they remained insignificant before a sage, easily extinguished at a mere gesture. As Hongjun accepted 4 disciples, only 2 spots remained, and the myriad guests of the mortal realm began to panic. This was not merely about being a sage's disciple. The primordial purple energy was paramount. Once this opportunity was lost, it would be gone forever. Please, esteemed sage, consider our humble Western land and grant us this chance, for we fear not hardships and are devoted to the As the crowd hesitated, Xuanti and Jane suddenly fell to their knees. Weeping and lamenting, shameless, no sense of dignity, the gathered beings, all-powerful figures above the great Luo golden immortal level, mocked them. They had previously disregarded their dignity to acquire a purple cushion and now sought to employ the same tactics for the primordial purple energy. Truly lacking in decorum, it was laughable. The sage's acceptance of disciples was a predestined occurrence, not to be swayed by their pleas. However, the next moment left everyone in astonishment. Hongjun raised his hand, signaling for the 2 to rise, and then said, Jin and Xuanti, since you sit upon this cushion, it indicates your affinity with the sagehood. You may become my named disciples. In the past, during the battle between Hongjun and Luo Ho over the western lands, Luo Ho, unable to withstand defeat, self-destructed, causing Hongjun to owe a karmic debt, repayable only through 2 sage positions. Thank you, sage. Xuanti and Jin quickly bowed in gratitude. Meanwhile, those in the Purple Cloud Palace also realized that the 6 seated on the purple cushions had all received the primordial purple energy, which surprisingly represented sagehood. Those who had not contended for the cushions now regretted their decisions immensely, particularly Kunpeng, who felt he had narrowly missed the opportunity for sagehood. Red Cloud, Xinyuanzi lamented, wishing that Red Cloud had not relinquished his seat. For had he not, that sagehood would have been his. Alas, Red Cloud, I shall make you pay this moment. Kunpeng glared at the seemingly indifferent Red Cloud, filled with resentment. Had it not been for Red Cloud's insistence on yielding his position, he would not have been compelled to relinquish it, losing the chance for sagehood, all of which he blamed on Red Cloud. Sage, might I inquire if the final stream of primordial purple energy can be bestowed upon me? Emperor Jun, now anxious, realized that the 6 streams of primordial purple energy had already found their places, leaving only one remaining in Honghuang's hands, the last opportunity for attaining sagehood, the demon race's sovereign. Emperor Jun harbored great ambitions. He must acquire this final stream of primordial purple energy. Otherwise, once Niwa achieved sagehood, the leadership of the demon race might change. Let us not entertain impossibilities. How could a sage subordinate himself to one of lesser strength? If it were you, would you accept such a fate? We beseech the sage to bestow the primordial purple energy upon us. The myriad guests implored in unison, with a flick of his feather fan. Honghuang silenced the clamoring purple cloud palace, the assembly instantly falling silent, not daring to utter a word. Though they coveted the primordial purple energy, they valued their lives even more. Offending the sage was no trivial matter. Very well, I have attained sagehood. This final stream of primordial purple energy holds no value for me. Yet, to whom shall it belong? Indeed, there was but one stream of primordial purple energy amidst over 3,000 seekers. To whom would it be granted? Let it be as fate dictates. As soon as the words left his lips, Honghuang's grand sleeve waved, and the primordial purple energy transformed into a stream of violet light. Darting chaotically throughout the purple cloud palace, the crowd attempted to seize it, yet the primordial purple energy eluded them like a feather, escaping their grasp. Ultimately, the final stream of primordial purple energy entered Red Cloud's body. All eyes turned towards Red Cloud, some filled with envy, others in shock, while some glowered with murderous intent, their hearts seething with animosity. Witnessing this scene, Xuan rejoiced. His dear friend Red Cloud had indeed acquired the primordial purple energy. Suggesting that one day Red Cloud might also attain sagehood, not mistake his intentions. He harbored no desire to snatch the primordial purple energy from Red Cloud, merely feeling genuine happiness for him. Legend has it that Red Cloud was the first Red Cloud to take form in the primordial realm, while Xuan was an incarnation of the ginseng fruit tree. Before they took form, Red Cloud would often shower the ginseng fruit tree with nourishing rains, and their bond ran deep. The mere primordial purple energy was inconsequential. Red Cloud, you are doomed. Kunpeng's eyes reddened with fury upon seeing Red Cloud's primordial purple energy. His anger boiling over. Were this not the sage's sacred ground, he would have already acted against Red Cloud. Why, old friend Red Cloud, congratulations, Xuan said. But at this moment, Red Cloud remained dazed, seemingly unable to believe that the primordial purple energy had fallen into his hands. Even when Xuan spoke beside him, he paid no heed. Enough, the primordial purple energy has been distributed. Cease your clamor, Honghuang commanded. Following this, he waved his hand, and 3 streams of light flew towards the 3 pure ones. Taoist, this is the Taizu diagram, a paramount innate treasure, possessing the powers of earth, fire, water, and wind, capable of refining the energies of yin and yang, and encompassing the myriad forces of creation that I bestow it upon you today. A vast scroll, shimmering with 5 colors and suffused with a radiant glow, flowing with the energies of yin and yang, flew into the hands of Laozi. Primordial beginning. This is the Pangu flag and the celestial celebration clouds. Both innate treasures. The Pangu flag was forged from the divine axe of Pangu, capable of rending the primordial chaos and shattering the fabric of time and space, embodying the power of limitless creation and the ability to forge the heavens and earth. The celestial celebration clouds are born from the righteous essence within Pangu's heart, serving as a defensive treasure, repelling all evils and preventing any harm that I bestow them upon you today, with a grand sweep of his sleeve. 2 beams of light soared forth, landing in the hands of primordial beginning, namely the Pangu flag and the celestial celebration clouds, the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram, treasures of the heavenly Tao's execution. Initially belonged to the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Their murderous aura is overwhelming. After Luo Ho's demise, I mitigated much of the malevolence, yet they remain formidable. This array can only be broken by 4 beings of equal cultivation. Today, I gift it to Tongtian. Niwa, I perceive you do not favor bloodshed. This is the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, capable of uniting heaven, earth, and humanity in marriage, gathering the aspirations of all beings. Even sages can be harmed by it, and thus I present it to you. Afterward, Honghuang bestowed upon Yuhua the red embroidery ball, a treasure of considerable size, adorned in pink hues, with shimmering ornaments cascading from it, producing a melodious chime. Though it is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it is indeed a manifestation of the path of marital destiny, governing the unions of all beings in the primordial world. Master, our western land is barren. Please bestow upon us treasures. Xuan and Jean began to whine once more, lamenting and pleading for gifts. This is the 12-petal merit golden lotus and the divine staff of empowerment, bestowed upon Jean and Juni. Additionally, I possess many other spiritual treasures placed outside the purple cloud palace in the treasure rock. You may go and retrieve them as you wish. I have delivered my teachings thrice, achieving complete fulfillment. Soon, I shall merge with the Tao, restoring the heavenly principle, and from henceforth, I shall embody the heavenly way, no longer the great Honghuang. Unless a matter of monumental significance arises, Honghuang shall remain absent. Upon concluding my words, Honghuang waved his grand sleeves, and the assembly found themselves outside the Zixiao Palace. Look, that is the Funbao Rock. A fool's exclamation echoed, and instantly, the myriad guests of the mortal realm were transfixed, soaring towards the Funbao Rock, determined to seize their share. Elder brother, let us hasten, lest others claim the advantage. Indeed, the spiritual treasures upon the Funbao Rock resonate with my Western lineage. Xuan and Jie swiftly employed their evasion techniques, darting towards the Funbao Rock. Noticing this, numerous powerful beings followed suit, fearing that Xuan and Jie, unashamed as they were, might seize the lead. Xuan, Jie, you shameless ones, relinquish the spiritual treasures. Many powerful beings expressed their indignation. The spiritual treasures themselves were of little consequence, primarily driven by the desire to vex Xuan and Jin. After all, with their cultivation, they could hardly claim many treasures, so why not irk the duo from the west? What grievance do you hold against us? We have not wronged you, Jie fumed, witnessing so many Deluo golden immortals neglecting the treasures to oppose them, preventing their advance. An outrage, indeed. Is it not permissible to merely find you displeasing? Many allies echoed, pledging to share the spoils of the spiritual treasures once acquired. Then we extend our gratitude, dear friends. The powerful beings banded together, uniting against the Western duo, driven by the mindset of, if I cannot have the treasures, neither shall you. 12 ancestors of the Wu. What schemes do you harbor? A voice cried out, and upon turning, the assembly beheld the 12 ancestors of the Wu occupying a corner of the Funbao Rock. 6 ancestors obstructed the powerful beings outside, while the other 6 frantically excavated treasures, amassing numerous spiritual artifacts in mere moments. We harbor no ill intentions. This corner of Funbao Rock is claimed by our Wu clan. Kindly relocate. Di Jiang transformed into his ancestral form, standing alongside the remaining 5 ancestors at the corner of Funbao Rock, and none dared to advance, as those who had previously approached were swiftly repelled by the ancestors. When asked why the 12 ancestors were present, it was revealed that the Earth Mother ancestor was at the Heavenly Merchant Shop on Buzhou Mountain. Apologies, the tale is lengthy. To summarize, the Earth Mother inadvertently mentioned her dwindling ability to purchase snacks, prompting Xuan Yang to bake her cakes, resulting in an excess. Subsequently, Xuan Yang persuaded the Earth Mother that after the 3rd sermon outside the Zixiao Palace, treasures aplenty awaited at Funbao Rock, enough for her to acquire many snacks. Only Xianming was privy to the Earth Mother's true intentions. The other 10 ancestors believed she devised this scheme to secure more treasures from Xuan Yang, thus agreeing without hesitation. Hence, this scenario unfolded. 12 ancestors. These treasures are bestowed upon us by the Tao ancestor. Dare you act thus? Indeed, you 12 ancestors lack the cultivation of the primordial spirit and cannot wield the treasures. To you, these spiritual artifacts are but a mere trifle. 12 ancestors. Make way, lest you incur the displeasure of the saint. Numerous powerful beings voiced their demands for the 12 ancestors to depart. If you wish us to vacate, prove your strength first. Among the 12 ancestors, The fire ancestor Zhu Rong possessed the most volatile temperament. He stepped forth and addressed the powerful beings. You, forget it that I shall not quarrel with a horde of barbarians. The treasures lie in that direction. Let us proceed. Although all were to Luo golden immortals, some having achieved the pinnacle, they were ultimately not of the corpse-slain caliber, thus not quasi-saints. The 12 ancestors, having refined a portion of the great merits of the Tao. Near the early quasi-saint level, and not just one, but all 12 ancestors stood at this threshold. Even the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and their associates could not match the 12 ancestors in strength. Consequently, the powerful beings conceded, redirecting their efforts towards other treasures. Unhindered by their interference, the 12 ancestors reaped abundant rewards, with the 3 pure ones collecting the most. The 3 pure ones being 3 individuals, all at the quasi-saint level. Indeed thrived. After the 3rd sermon, Laozi once again severed the evil corpse, while Yuan Shi and Tong Tian eliminated their respective evil and virtuous forms. Presently, Laozi stood at the mid-quasi-saint level, while Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained at the early quasi-saint level. United, the 3 siblings feared none save the 12 ancestors. Following them were Fuxi and Nuwa, alongside Dijun and Tai Yi, who also garnered significant treasures, while other powerful beings acquired varying amounts, as for Xuanti and Jane. Regrettably, these shameless figures, targeted by many, obtained very little, their expressions darkening considerably. Before long, more than half of the treasures from Funbao Rock had been divided among the assembly. Among them, Laozi acquired the southerly D-Flame Light Banner, the 9-dragon gold staff, and the 8 scenery palace lantern, while Yuan Shi received the central Wu-E apricot yellow banner, the 9-dragon Qinshan carriage, and the jade void Liuli lantern, among many treasures. Tong Tian obtained 24 Zhenhai pearls and the purple lightning hammer. Nuwa claimed the treasure lotus lantern, the heavenly radiance divine sword, and the book of fate, while Dijun Tai Yi also profited. Although Xuanti and Jane were targeted, they nonetheless managed to secure the Eastern Green Lotus Treasure Banner and various other treasures. However, even combined, their gains paled in comparison to those of the 12 ancestors, who occupied roughly a quarter of Funbao Rock, while others merely competed for scraps. Jumong, the time is nigh. Let us proceed as planned at Dijiang. Sensing the moment was ripe, conveyed this to Jumong, one of the 12 ancestors. The latter understood and stealthily retreated behind the other 11 ancestors, employing a serpent talisman to conceal his presence. Enhanced by the system, the serpent talisman not only granted invisibility, but also temporarily shielded one from the heavenly mechanism, rendering even the Tao unobtrusive. Most crucially, those concealed by the serpent talisman experienced a complete severance of causal ties during the invisibility period, even if someone later attempted to trace the cause through the Tao of causality. No trace would remain, as the powerful beings continued their fervent scramble for treasures. A massive shadow suddenly loomed beneath Funbao Rock. Shortly thereafter, an unknown number of shadowy figures clad in ninja attire emerged. Their bodies elongated and contracted like taffy. This was the abnormal unit among the 9 shadow legions, enveloping Funbao Rock and swiftly drawing it into the darkness. This is bad. They intend to steal Funbao Rock. Stop them. A powerful being reacted first, shouting loudly and promptly taking action. Yet they had underestimated these abnormal soldiers, each possessing Deluo golden immortal strength, coupled with their exaggerated transformation abilities and strength, which sent the assailing powerful being hurtling away in an instant. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa could easily dispatch the shadowy soldiers, but the Shadow Legion could summon endlessly. Slaying 1 or 2 proved utterly futile. Within mere moments, Funbao Rock was entirely engulfed in shadow, and some powerful beings attempted to slip into the darkness, yet they were ultimately a step too late. Witnessing this scene, the throng of 3,000 mortal guests exchanged bewildered glances, their minds buzzing in confusion. What is happening? Such a substantial Funbao Rock. How can it simply vanish? Which shameless wretch has stolen Funbao Rock? Step forward, roared a powerful being, incredulous that the treasure they had almost grasped had vanished before their eyes. They had been so close to obtaining a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, yet now it was gone. At this moment, some powerful beings attempted to trace the perpetrator through causality, but found nothing, as if no one had ever disturbed Finbao Rock. Strange, exceedingly strange, there's not a trace of causality. How can this be? Earlier, Laozi had attempted to deduce causality, only to find the heavenly secrets blank, as if Finbao Rock had fled of its own accord. Most peculiar. Yet that shadow was clearly manipulated by someone. Why was there no causality? Laozi was utterly perplexed, pondering endlessly without resolution. 12 Ancestors. Could it be you who orchestrated this? I noticed you did not intervene against those shadowy creatures. Could you be behind this? In the stillness, Xuan Yang suddenly directed a pointed inquiry at the 12 Ancestors of Wu. Previously, the 12 Ancestors had established a solemn vow of the Great Tao. Consecutively attaining the merits of the Great Tao twice, jealousy brewed within Xuan Yang and Jane, who contemplated orchestrating a scheme against the 12 Ancestors at some future juncture. Now, with an opportunity presented, even though they were aware that the matter at hand was not the doing of the 12 Ancestors, they were determined to cast blame upon them. The assembled powerful beings cast disdainful glances at Xuan Yang and Jane. Fully aware of their ulterior motives driven by envy towards the 12 Ancestors' possession of great merits in the Tao, I implore you, Xuan Yang and Jane, can you not exhibit a modicum of dignity? What grievance have the 12 Ancestors inflicted upon you that warrants such baseless accusations? Indeed, while the 12 Ancestors have acquired numerous treasures of the spirit, it is a testament to their own abilities. You ought not to harbor such envy. Among the many formidable beings present, some were visibly displeased with the demeanor of the duo from the West. Even those with no particular allegiance to the Wu clan voiced their righteous indignation, condemning Xuan Yang and Jia for their actions. Others simply sought to vex the two, and in the end, as long as one opposed Xuan Yang and Jia, they found camaraderie with the rest. It is clear that this incident was not orchestrated by the 12 Ancestors, and Xuan Yang and Jia have overstepped their bound, as the crowd denounced Xuan Yang and Jia. Tong Tian, known for his sense of justice, also spoke up. Although the Sanqing had consistently been at odds with the 12 Ancestors, such matters were theirs alone, merely a competition for the title of the true Pangu. Such competition was conducted openly and honorably, which Tong Tian could accept. However, he could not condone the underhanded tactics employed by Xuan Yang and Jin. Third brother, Yuan Shi cast a glance toward Tong Tian, silently urging him not to interfere. Yuan Shi. Both the 12 Ancestors and the duo from the West were equally irksome, with the 12 Ancestors being even more distasteful, as he secretly wished for a swift conflict to arise between them. As for the outcome, Yuan Shi was indifferent. He would be most pleased with a mutual downfall. You have all witnessed that it was that shadowy figure who brazenly absconded with the treasure at the center of everyone's gaze, while the 12 Ancestors merely stood by, making no move. Yet, the true nature of that shadow remains a mystery. Was it a divine ability or a result of the spirit treasure? The amiable Honghuang interjected, stating, regardless of whether it be a divine ability or a magical artifact, it could not possibly be attributed to the 12 Ancestors. It is well known that among the 12 laws governed by the 12 Ancestors, there exists no principle capable of commanding such a shadowy entity. As for magical artifacts, it is even less feasible. The Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit. How could we wield any spirit treasures bestowed upon us? Xuan Yang, Jane, your deliberate slander is based on the assumption that the 12 Ancestors possess a forgiving disposition. This moment, the ancestral Wu of Xianming stepped forward, delivering a cold reprimand. The atmosphere grew increasingly hostile as the onlookers, known as the 3,000 guests of the Red Dust, turned their disapproving gazes towards Xuan Yang and Jia. Truly, the duo from the West displayed a remarkable lack of shame, audaciously voicing unfounded allegations. Xuan Yang and Jia, do you not owe an apology to the 12 Ancestors? Zheng Yuanzi spoke up. Ultimately, under the pressure of the assembly, Xuan Yang and Jia, albeit reluctantly, offered an apology to the 12 Ancestors, harboring even greater resentment towards Zheng Yuanzi and Honghuang. Since you have sincerely apologized, we, the 12 Ancestors, are not petty individuals, and we shall forgive you. Indeed, we, the 12 Ancestors, are magnanimous and shall not hold a grudge against you. Upon hearing this, Xuan Yang and Jia nearly spat blood. realizing that such magnanimity implied they were the small-minded ones. When did these brutish beings, who only knew how to brawl, become so adept at mockery? Thank you, fellow Taoist, Xuan Ti and Jie Yin forced a smile, their bitterness palpable. Ultimately, they could no longer endure the situation and excuse themselves back to the Western lands. The remaining powerful beings, witnessing the disappearance of the treasure, could only sigh and return to their respective abodes. Beneath the Unzao mountain, within the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestors gazed upon the treasure of divination before them, each pair of eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although half of the treasures contained within had already been divided among the guests of the red dust, the remaining quantity was still quite substantial. After all, this treasure housed an abundance of spirit treasures meant for the distribution among the 3,000 guests of the red dust. Could the number truly be insignificant? The remaining treasures, combined with those previously seized by the 12 ancestors, amounted to no less than 10,000 spirit treasures. This figure is not merely a whimsical estimate. Just among the likes of Sanqing, Fuxi, Niuhua, Dijuan, Zhuangmu, and Zhenyuanzi, the number of spirit treasures obtained exceeds several hundred, with the guests of the red dust adding to this tally, bringing the total to nearly 10,000. This represents merely a fraction of what is contained within the treasure of divination. When combined with what the 12 ancestors have acquired, the total is conservatively estimated to exceed 10,000. The ghostly mask and the serpent talisman have proven to be remarkably effective. That Zhu Meng surveyed the satisfied expressions of his brothers and sisters, pride swelling within him, for it was he who had brought back this treasure of divination, earning himself considerable merit. Indeed, it is quite effective. One must not forget who procured these spirit treasures, in comparison to Zhu Meng. Houtu was even more elated. Had it not been for her acquisition of the ghostly mask, could they have absconded with the treasure of divination beneath the very noses of 3,000 Luo golden immortals? Indeed, my little sister is the most formidable, Zhu Meng acknowledged, fully cognizant that his possession of the ghostly mask and talisman was largely due to Houtu's efforts. Moreover, this was his own little sister. He dared not offend her, and who knows what extraordinary items Houtu might bring back in the future. He still desired a share of any newfound treasures. Yet, wait a moment, was he becoming akin to that foolish Jerome, harboring designs on his own sister's spirit treasures? Such thoughts were utterly disgraceful. Nevertheless, the ghostly mask and talisman were indeed quite useful. Subsequently, the 12 ancestors resolved to entrust a portion of their spirit treasures to Houtu for safekeeping, allowing her to procure additional magical artifacts from Xuan Yang, while the remainder would be deposited into the Wu clan's treasury. After all, the Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit. They have no use for spirit treasures. Consequently, both Houtu and Xianming were overjoyed. With spirit treasures in hand, who could worry about snacks? As for the brothers' request for Houtu to purchase magical artifacts, that was merely a secondary matter. Not far from the Unzao mountain, at the Celestial Merchant Store, Houtu and Xianming each held a bag of spicy strips, savoring the moment as they approached the establishment. Brother Xianyang, I've brought my sister Xianming to see you, Houtu exclaimed excitedly, waving her hand from several hundred meters away. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianyang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, thinking to himself, another little glutton, and here I go, getting busy again. Previously, Houtu had complained to him, stating that her sister Xianming had threatened her, insisting that she share the snacks she had purchased, leaving Houtu with insufficient treats of her oat tea that time. Xianyang had felt grateful that another little glutton had not come along. Otherwise, he would surely be worn out from cooking. Now, both gluttons had arrived, and he was certain he would be inundated with requests to bake dozens of cakes. Resolving to distract them, Xianyang sought a clever ruse, refusing to be burdened with cake-making duties. An idea! With a flash of inspiration, he reached out, summoning a book that materialized before him, its cover emblazoned with a bold title, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. During the last system refresh, he had been pleasantly surprised to discover that the system had connected to the world of the Holy King, unveiling several top-tier cultivation techniques, among which was this Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. The system had ingeniously adapted it into a Honghuang version, its potency surpassing that of the original. Mastering it to perfection would not only allow one to attain the Tao, through physical cultivation, but could also potentially lead to the realization of the Great Tao. Rivaling even the 9 transformations of the mysterious Art.it, is worth noting that while the Wu clan possesses the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, a top-tier physical cultivation technique capable of achieving the Tao at its peak. The Wu clan's version is incomplete, rendering the possibility of attaining the Great Tao, or even becoming a saint with a physical body, an uncertain endeavor. With such a technique in hand, I refuse to believe that you will still have the leisure to pester me for cakes. I wonder how the Wu clan's experience of cultivating this divine elephant-suppressing prison technique will alter the dynamics of the Wu and Yao calamity. It promises to be quite intriguing. Oh, Hongjun, I eagerly anticipate your expression at that time. Do not disappoint me. By providing this divine elephant-suppressing prison technique to Houtu, not only can I free myself from her cake and culinary demands, but I can also set a clever trap for Hongjun. Truly a twofold benefit. How delightful. Brother Xuan Yang, what are you thinking about that has you so cheerful? As Xuan Yang was secretly basking in his own triumph, Houtu and Xuan Ming had already approached his side. Observing Xuan Yang's smug demeanor, Houtu felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. Ah, Houtu, what brings you to my humble abode? Let me guess. Has your stash of snacks run low again? Xuan Yang gently lowered the life-saving Xian Xiao Bai from his arms and playfully offered the 2 cups of grape juice. Not at all. This time, I have come with Sister Xuan Ming to express our heartfelt gratitude to Brother Xuan Yang for assisting our Wu clan in acquiring the Fun Bao Yin, replied Houtu, her eyes darting away as she spoke. Xuan Ming glanced at her younger sister, and then at Xuan Yang. Realizing that her sister had once again been seen through it, was evident that Houtu was incapable of deceit. She would unwittingly betray herself before anyone else could expose her. By the way, this is my sister, the ancestor Wu Xianming. Houtu introduced. Sister Xianming, this is Brother Xuan Yang. Thanks to Brother Xuan Yang, we were able to obtain the merits of the Great Tao and the Fun Bao Yin. Houtu continued to introduce Xuan Yang to Xianming. Ancestor Xianming, I am deeply grateful for your repeated assistance to our Wu clan. Xuan Ming said respectfully, bowing with sincerity. Although Xuan Yang appeared to her merely as a Deluo golden immortal, she did not underestimate his capabilities, for he possessed the knowledge of how to acquire the merits of the Great Tao and wielded rare treasures like the 12 talismans and the ghostly mask. Perhaps Xuan Yang was a hidden powerhouse, weary of conflict, who had chosen to open a small shop and indulge in the pleasures of life. Xuan Ming, despite her uncertainty regarding Xuan Yang's motivations for aiding the Wu clan, felt immense gratitude for his actions. Friend Xuan Ming, you flatter me that if you don't mind, you may refer to me as Brother Xuan Yang. Just as Houtu does, Xuan Yang responded. His assistance to the Wu clan in acquiring the merits of the Great Tao and the Fun Bao Yin was merely a means to thwart Hongjun, whom he found to be quite displeasing, rather than a genuine desire to help the Wu clan. Thus, he felt undeserving of Xuan Ming's gratitude. Brother Xuan Yang, Xuan Ming said, sensing Xuan Yang's amiable disposition and shedding her initial reserve. Mirroring Houtu's address, she perceived a distinct difference in Xuan Yang compared to other practitioners. He did not look down upon the Wu clan as others did. Instead, he treated them with remarkable kindness, imparting knowledge on how to achieve the merits of the Great Tao and assisting them in obtaining the Fun Bao Yin. Brother Xuan Yang, what is that book over there? Houtu inquired, noticing a book on the table emanating an ethereal glow, an object of extraordinary significance. Her intuition suggested that this book held the potential for both her and their entire Wu clan. At that moment, Xuan Ming followed Houtu's gaze and felt a similar sense of intrigue. Little one, you've taken the bait, Xuan Yang thought to himself, feeling a swell of pride. The divine elephant-suppressing prison technique had been intentionally placed there to pique Houtu's interest. He doubted she would still pester him for culinary delights with such a treasure in sight. Oh, this book contains a method for physical enlightenment, known as the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. I stumbled upon it by chance, and, according to its description, is a physical cultivation technique that rivals your Wu clan's 9 transformations profound art. Mastery of this technique can lead to sanctification of the body, and if taken to the utmost limit, it can even validate the Great Tao. I cannot vouch for its authenticity, but if you're interested, feel free to take a look, Xuan Yang said nonchalantly. The words, spoken without intention, struck a chord with Houtu and Xianming, leaving them in a state of astonishment. The notion that there existed a physical cultivation method that could rival their Wu clan's 9 transformations profound art was something they would have never believed previously. Yet, given Xuan Yang's repeated assistance, they could not dismiss the possibility. Especially for Houtu, she could not fathom that Xuan Yang would utter falsehoods. Thus, it seemed highly plausible that this divine elephant-suppressing prison technique could indeed be on par with their own. After much deliberation, Xianming and Houtu finally picked up the book by using qi to invoke spirit, and by spirit to form images. Every gesture embodies the strength of a colossal elephant, comprising 800 million particles. Should their latent potential be awakened, each minuscule particle embodies the might of the elephant itself, all awakening together to rival the divine elephant, overturning rivers and seas, shaking the stars, and swallowing the moon and sun, all within a single thought. The forms of the elephant are myriad. The great elephant transforms into the dragon elephant into the azure into the primal into the robust, and the robust into the divine elephant. This represents the culmination of mastery. As Xianming and Houtu peruse the cultivation method, they exchange glances, simultaneously swallowing hard. They had previously believed that no matter how formidable the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique was, it could not surpass their Wu clan's 9 transformations profound art, which had been cultivated by their progenitor, Pangu, capable of creating the heavens and the earth for them. It was the supreme method, unmatched by any other. However, after reading through the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, they realized that Xuan Yang's words bore no falsehood. This technique was indeed not inferior to their own 9 transformations profound as, for which was superior. They could not ascertain, for their own 9 transformations profound art was incomplete, rendering direct comparison impossible. Nevertheless, in the hearts of the Wu clan, the 9 transformations profound art would forever hold the highest regard, for it was the cultivation method of their progenitor, establishing its esteemed status. Brother Xuan Yang, could we purchase this divine elephant-suppressing prison technique for our Wu clan? We can offer any number of spirit treasures. Houtu asked nervously, swallowing hard. Though their 9 transformations profound art was powerful, it was incomplete, lacking a significant portion of the teachings beyond the 6th transformation, leaving them unable to attain true enlightenment. After Hongjuan's teachings, the myriad beings of the wilderness began to pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses, leading to an influx of quasi-saints. While the wilderness appeared tranquil, hidden dangers lurked beneath the surface. The demon clan, led by Emperor Jun, harbored ambitions, and the foremost male celestial, Dong Wang Gong, established his celestial court, equally ambitious. The Wu clan, lacking the means to cultivate the primordial spirit, could not pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses. Though the 12 ancestral witches could attain the status of Honghuang golden immortals through the laws, they were still outnumbered, and the reproduction of the Wu clan was exceedingly challenging. While the 12 ancestral witches did not cultivate the primordial spirit, they were not devoid of intellect. At the very least, they could recognize the apparent dangers. The 9 transformations profound art held an exalted status within the Wu clan, yet its inability to lead to true enlightenment necessitated the search for alternative methods. And now a glimmer of hope lay before them. Generally speaking, profound methods are not to be easily disseminated, especially extraordinary techniques like the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. Although Xuan Yang held goodwill towards their Wu clan, it was highly unlikely he would part with such a technique. Upon contemplating this, both Houtu and Xianming felt a pang of disappointment. The fish has taken the bait, Xuan Yang noted, observing their growing interest, a slight smile gracing his lips as he relished in his own cleverness. Expecting him to become free labor to prepare delicacies for them was out of the question. He had no desire to labor for his own enjoyment, let alone for theirs. Although the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique was indeed presented to them with intent, partly to divert their attention and partly to lay a trap for Hongjuan, Xuan Yang understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Ahem, Houtu, this divine elephant-suppressing prison technique can indeed be sold to your Wu clan, but the price is rather steep. This is a method capable of leading to enlightenment. After all, and it should be worth no less than 2 or 3 supreme innate spirit treasures. Wouldn't you agree? Xuan Yang said with utmost seriousness. The price for the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique was exorbitantly high, set at a staggering 999999999 trading points by the system, even surpassing the value of the Imperial Shadow Stone. Even if Houtu and Xianming sold their entire Wu clan treasury, they would still find it unattainable. Faced with this reality, Xuan Yang resolved to shamelessly exploit the system once more to ensure the price became feasible for the two of them. After all, this was not his first time engaging in such tactics. A repeat was inconsequential, for he was certain there would be future opportunities. 2 or 3 supreme innate spirit treasures. Houtu and Xianming's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to grasp the words they had just heard. Brother Xuan Yang, you must be jesting. Such a price is simply too low. They had assumed that the price for the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique would be exorbitantly high. Not to mention their own spirit treasures. Even emptying the Wu clan treasury might not suffice. Yet, to their astonishment, Xuan Yang's price was merely 2 or 3 supreme innate spirit treasures, an astonishingly low figure that defied all expectation. What's wrong? Is it too cheap for your liking? If you find the price unsatisfactory, I can certainly reconsider, Xuan Yang replied with a smile. No, please, Brother Xuan Yang, we've already agreed on the price. You mustn't change it. Houtu hastily exclaimed, fearing that Xuan Yang might raise the price. Brother Xuan Yang, this is the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, along with the Xianyuan water controlling banner from the Primordial 5 Directions flag, and 10 exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Houtu and her companions swiftly presented the spiritual treasures as they spoke. The 12th grade Pure World White Lotus originally resided in the waters of Luo, fortuitously obtained by Xianin, who subsequently nurtured it in a certain pond beneath Mount Buzhou. As for the Xianyuan water controlling banner, it was acquired atop the Inferior rock, and the 10 exquisite innate spiritual treasures were similarly obtained. Well, you may take this divine elephant-suppressing prison force with you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Xianin promptly tucked the divine elephant-suppressing prison force into his bosom, for it represented the hope of the witch clan, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Thank you, Brother Xuan Yang. Xianin and his companion expressed their gratitude in haste, and then eagerly rushed aside to attempt to cultivate the divine elephant-suppressing prison force in the North Sea of Biming. Located at the extreme north of the primordial realm, it is said to be the counterpart of the undying fire mountain of the south, symbolizing the Tao. This place lies at the frigid northern edge of the primordial realm, where even sunlight fails to penetrate. The renowned Kunpeng of the primordial realm was born in this very location. Indeed, Kunpeng is considered a most extraordinary being within the primordial realm, possessing 2 forms, the fish Kun and the great Peng. However, what has rendered Kunpeng most famous is the saying, the Kun is so large that it cannot fit in a single pot, and the Peng is so grand that it requires 2 grilling racks. It is uncertain who originated this saying, but it gained considerable fame in the novels of Xuan Yang's past life. That, of course, in the present primordial realm, such a saying does not exist. Otherwise, Kunpeng would have been stewed long ago. Kunpeng, come forth. Above the North Sea of Biming, brothers Dijuan and Donghuang, Taizu stood tall in the air, their solar true fires scorching the cold mist of the North Sea, causing vast schools of fish and shrimp to be instantly cooked. Dijuan Tai, you are being excessively oppressive. That I, Kunpeng, have not wronged you, yet you come to my doorstep unprovoked. What is the reasoning behind this? Do you think me, Kunpeng, easy to bully? Kunpeng cast a glance at the deceased aquatic beings in the North Sea, the aroma wafting through the air, serving as the utmost mockery to him. Though he cared little for the lives of these insignificant creatures, they were, after all, beings within his domain. If he did not seek an explanation, where would his dignity lie? Kunpeng, we harbor no intentions of provocation. We have come to seek your cooperation. Dijuan remained unfazed by Kunpeng's fury, as both brothers were at the initial stage of quasi-sainthood. Dijuan possessed the supreme innate spiritual treasure, Hichu Luoshu, while Donghuang Tai wielded the chaotic bell, an innate supreme treasure. How could they fear a mere Kunpeng? Cooperation. Does your notion of cooperation entail the slaughter of my aquatic kin in the North Sea? Kunpeng seethed with rage, yet his apprehension of the innate supreme treasures restrained him from taking action. Kunpeng, Honghuang has caused you to miss the primordial purple qi. Do you not desire revenge? Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's murderous intent surged forth. Indeed, he sought vengeance. That kind-hearted Honghuang had led him to lose the primordial purple qi, a grudge that could not be overlooked. The primordial purple qi, the very foundation of achieving sanctification, was rightfully his, all due to Honghuang's momentary kindness. Not only did he relinquish his seat, but he also caused Kunpeng to lose his mat, missing the opportunity for the primordial purple qi. How could he not be enraged? If he did not eliminate Honghuang, he would find no peace in his slumber. Honghuang caused me to miss the primordial purple qi. I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance, that if I do not slay Honghuang, my heart shall remain restless. A tempest of murderous intent swirled around Kunpeng, stirring the North Sea into a frenzy, nearly leading to catastrophe. Honghuang has Zenyuanzi aiding him, and with his earth book in hand. You cannot kill Honghuang. Only by cooperating with us do you stand a chance. Dijuan narrowed his eyes as he addressed Kunpeng. Esteemed Lord Dijuan, as the esteemed Emperor of Beasts, you personally seek me out and claim to assist me in avenging my grievances. Surely, you have demands of your own. Speak plainly, if you will, Kunpeng replied, his gaze narrowing as he discerned Dijuan's intentions. The primordial purple qi, I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. But the primordial purple qi must belong to me. Dijuan stated resolutely, as anticipated. Kunpeng pondered this. Though you, Dijuan, desire the primordial purple qi, I too covet it. Who shall ultimately claim it remains uncertain. Kunpeng mused inwardly. After feigning contemplation for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Very well. As long as the Beast Emperor is willing to aid me in avenging my grievances, what of the primordial purple qi belonging to you? However, I have one more condition. I wish to become a Beast Master. Upon hearing Kunpeng's agreement to relinquish the primordial purple qi, Dijuan was overjoyed. Moreover, since Kunpeng was already a quasi-saint powerhouse, Dijuan would naturally not refuse his desire to join the Beast Clan. Friend Kunpeng, your desire to join our Beast Clan is most welcome. From this day forth, the position of Beast Master shall be yours at the foot of Mount Buzhou in the primordial realm at the Heavenly Merchant Store. Houtu waved goodbye to Xuan Yang, saying, Brother Xuan Yang, my sister Xianin and I shall return to the Witch Clan. We will come to visit you again when we have the chance. After the two departed, Xuan Yang gazed with a melancholic expression at the numerous plates scattered across the table, each littered with remnants of cake. Damn it, I underestimated them. Xuan Yang had thought that with the divine elephant suppressing prison force in hand, Houtu and her companion would surely not allow him to make the cake. But alas, he was mistaken. Xiaobai, I'll leave these plates to you. Remember to wash them clean. Xuan Yang cast a glance at the gluttonous Jinyan Xianin, speaking earnestly. Meow, meow, meow. Upon hearing this, Jinyan Xianin protested vehemently. Why is it that Houtu and Xianin can indulge in cake while I'm left to wash the plates? This is most unfair. Xuan Yang ignored her, thinking, Houtu and Xianin have paid. Have you paid? No. Then go wash the plates. With no other recourse, Jinyan Xianin could only sob while washing the plates. Upon returning to the Witch Clan, Houtu and Xianin immediately convened a gathering of the Ancestor Witches, where the 12 Ancestor Witches congregated in the Panga Temple. Sister, Xianin, what urgent matter brings you to us? Have you perhaps acquired another special spiritual treasure? Show us. Ancestor Daijang and Ancestor Zhu Rong spoke in succession. Houtu and Xianin exchanged knowing smiles, and then Houtu, with a proud expression, declared, Brothers, my little sister has indeed found something remarkable this time. Though it is not a spiritual treasure, I have procured a wondrous technique known as the divine elephant suppressing prison force, which is exceptionally suitable for our witch clan's physical cultivation. Upon hearing this, the other 10 Ancestor Witches, aside from Xianin and Houtu, furrowed their brows. Techniques? Does our witch clan lack techniques? Our 9 transformations of mysterious art is the foremost technique in the world. A path to physical enlightenment. We are confident that no other technique can surpass the 9 transformations of mysterious art, even if it is incomplete. Sister, we possess the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, which renders other techniques unnecessary. Indeed, Our 9 transformations of the mysterious art was bequeathed by our Father God. Its significance is unparalleled and cannot be compared to any other technique. Sister, our 9 transformations of the mysterious art is the pride of our witch clan. How can we practice other techniques? The 10 ancestor witches spoke one after another, their tones filled with confidence. They understood that Houtu's intentions were for the benefit of their witch clan, so their words were not meant to reproach her, but rather to express their own convictions. That to shift to other techniques was an impossibility, a notion they firmly rejected. Brothers, my little sister is certainly aware of the significance of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art for our witch clan. However, you are also aware that our 9 transformations of the mysterious art is not complete. The cultivation methods beyond the 6th transformation are severely lacking, insufficient for us to achieve enlightenment and become saints. Now that Honghuang has imparted the method to sever the 3 corpses, how many beings in the primordial realm will break through to the quasi-saint or even saint realm? At that time, can we truly rely solely on the 12 of us ancestor witches and the 12 heavenly divine array to safeguard our witch clan? As her words fell, the 10 ancestor witches fell into contemplation. They recognized that the current situation was indeed dire. They had witnessed with their own eyes many powerful beings breaking through to the quasi-saint realm in the Zixiao Palace, including the likes of the 3 pure ones. Niwa, Dijuan, and Tai. In the future, the number of quasi-saints would only increase, and even the saint realm was not out of reach. The 12 ancestor witches could break through to the quasi-saint realm through their inherent laws and exceptional roots. But could other members of the witch clan accomplish the same? Sister, can you show us the technique you possess? After a long period of deliberation, Ancestor Daijang finally made a decision. He wished to see the technique that Houtu spoke of. If the divine elephant suppression technique could genuinely enhance the strength of the witch clan, then what harm would it do for him to cultivate this technique? Of course, it is possible. My sister acquired this method explicitly to augment the prowess of our witch clan. Houtu handed the divine elephant suppression technique to Daijang, who, upon opening it, immediately furrowed his brow, seemingly unable to read. Sister, why don't you recite it for us so everyone can experience this technique, he suggested, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment and seeking a pretext for Houtu to read it aloud to the 11 ancestors. Houtu, without further thought, took the divine elephant suppression technique and began to recite the cultivation methods. Guide the spirit with the breath. Manifest the form through the spirit. With every gesture, wield the might of a colossal elephant. An individual comprises 800 million particles. The dragon elephant is azure, transforming into the primordial form. The primordial form is robust, evolving into the divine elephant. This is the pinnacle of achievement. Aside from Houtu and Xianming, the other 10 ancestors were, unbeknownst to them, beginning to cultivate according to the methods inscribed within the divine elephant suppression technique. Upon closer inspection, they noticed ethereal images of dragon elephants coalescing behind them. Indeed, it was the ethereal image of the dragon elephant. Within the primeval world where spiritual energy was dense, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan possessed physiques exceptionally suited for cultivating the divine elephant suppression technique, allowing them to skip the colossal elephant stage right from the outset and coalesce the dragon elephant's ethereal image. Time passed, and eventually, the 10 ancestors awakened, their faces alight with excitement. Initially, they believed that no matter how formidable the divine elephant suppression technique might be, it could not surpass their witch clan's 9 transformations profound art. They had approached the practice merely with a mindset of experimentation, hoping not to disappoint their sister. Yet, unexpectedly, once they began, they found it impossible to cease. To encapsulate their sentiments in but 2 words, utterly delightful. Indeed, this divine elephant suppression technique possesses unique qualities that can stand shoulder to shoulder with our witch clan's 9 transformations profound art. What are your thoughts? Daijang inquired of the other ancestors. Brother Daijang speaks the truth. I find the divine elephant suppression technique remarkably suited for our witch clan, and its completeness suggests that achieving mastery might indeed lead to enlightenment and sanctity. Zhu Jiuyin concurred. The technique is undeniably powerful, though it does demand a greater abundance of spiritual energy. Several of the 12 ancestors chimed in, each offering their opinions, since we all acknowledge the merits of the divine elephant suppression technique. Let us, the ancestors, undertake its cultivation first. When we achieve success, we shall then pass this method on to our kin, suggested Honghuang, to which everyone agreed. Subsequently, the 12 ancestors commenced seclusion to cultivate the divine elephant suppression technique. Within the Panga Divine Hall, a single day could equate to 1,000 days in the outside world, and unbeknownst to them, 10,000 years had swiftly elapsed, due to the differing flow of time between the Panga Divine Hall and the outside world. While 10,000 years had passed beyond its confines, countless millennia had transpired within. After 10 millennia, when the 12 ancestors emerged from their retreat, they had attained the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Indeed, they had each advanced 2 minor realms during this time. Thanks to the peculiarities of the Panga Divine Hall and the divine elephant suppression technique. Were it not for the concerns regarding the safety of the witch clan, given a few more millennia, they would have been confident in achieving full sanctity. Afterward, the 10 ancestors returned to their respective tribes, while Xianming accompanied Houtu back to her tribe. For reasons that were understood that a millennium later, a voice resonated throughout the primordial world. I am Yuan Feng. Today, I attain the Tao of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. I end 30,000 years. I shall expound the Tao beneath the Unzao mountain, and all beings of the primordial realm are welcome to listen. As the proclamation echoed, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, celestial flowers cascaded from the skies, and purple energy surged from the east for endless miles. Ethereal images of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilans raced forth, the extraordinary phenomena surpassing even the time when Hongjun attained sanctity by 100-fold. Meanwhile, the beings of the primordial realm gazed in astonishment towards the direction of Unzao Mountain. Yuan Feng, the leader of the Phoenix clan, the first phoenix to grace the heavens, the progenitor of all phoenixes, had astonishingly achieved enlightenment. Yet, what was this mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? Was it merely a different appellation for a saint? During Hongjuan's teachings, he had mentioned 3 paths to sainthood: the path of laws, the severance of the 3 corpses, and the attainment of great merit. Among these, achieving the Tao through laws was the path to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, but Hongjun had only discussed his method of severing the 3 corpses and had not mentioned the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Leaving the beings of the primordial realm in ignorance, I in the outer heavens, within the chaotic purple cloud palace, Hongjun pondered, how could Yuan Feng have achieved the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal through the laws? After the calamity of Honghuang, the great Tao has receded, and the 3,000 laws are obscured. Even I cannot attain the Tao through the laws. How did Yuan Feng accomplish this? Sitting atop a cloud platform, Hongjun furrowed his brow, attempting to discern the heavenly secrets, only to find a veil of chaos surrounding him. Reluctantly, he shook his head and sighed. Such a variable. Fortunately, my alignment with the heavenly Tao has not reached a critical juncture. Since such an anomaly has arisen, I shall make a pilgrimage to Unzao Mountain. With that, Hongjun rose and stepped forth, vanishing into the fabric of space on Kunlun Mountain. Within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 purities simultaneously gazed towards Unzao Mountain. Laozi and Yuan Shi wore frowns, while Tongtian fell into contemplation. Elder brother, what realm does the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal represent? Could it possibly be another term for the saintly realm? Although Yuan Shi looked down upon Yuan Feng, a being adorned with feathers and horns, at that moment he was more interested in the realm of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal than in mocking Yuan Feng. I do not know. The realm of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal has not been present in the primordial world. I am unaware of its strength compared to the saintly realm. But one thing is certain. Yuan Feng has transcended the quasi-saint realm and achieved a status that rivals that of a saint. Laozi replied, shaking his head, in my view, the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal must be inferior to the saintly realm. The method of severing the 3 corpses that our master imparted is immensely profound. How could the shortcut created by a being like Yuan Feng, adorned with feathers and horns, be compared to it? Although Yuan Shi recognized that Yuan Feng had transcended the quasi-saint realm and reached a level comparable to that of a saint, he still spoke with disdain. Laozi remained silent, merely nodding slightly. In his eyes, The method of severing the three corpses passed down by Honghuang was indeed extraordinarily profound. Even though Yuan Feng had attained enlightenment, it was highly probable that she could not surpass Hongjuan's path to sainthood. However, Tong Tian had a different perspective. He believed that since Yuan Feng had attained enlightenment, it indicated her remarkable talent and auspicious fate. Otherwise, how could she have achieved such a feat? Second brother, since Yuan Feng has already attained enlightenment. Regardless of whether her method of attaining the Tao is a shortcut or her strength is inferior to that of the saintly realm, she deserves respect, Tong Tian asserted, showing a degree of deference to Yuan Shi. Yet Yuan Shi, believing Tong Tian was deliberately opposing him and refusing to give him the respect due as the second brother, became incensed and retorted, Tong Tian, what do you mean? Am I wrong? Yuan Feng's method of attaining the Tao is merely a shortcut. How can it compare to our master's method of severing the three corpses? Tong Tian was unwilling to yield, thinking to himself that Yuan Shi had not yet heard Yuan Feng's teachings and could not definitively claim that her method was a shortcut or inferior to the method of severing the three corpses. Second brother, enough. You two must cease your quarrel. We are all brothers here. If you wish to discern the strengths of the method of severing the three corpses and Yuan Feng's method of attaining the Tao, we can simply attend Yuan Feng's teachings in 30,000 years. Laozi admonished the two elder brother, we already possess the method of severing the three corpses imparted by our master. Do we still need to listen to Yuan Feng's teachings? Yuan Shi replied with dissatisfaction, recalling the time he was severely wounded by Yuan Feng's strike and how he had endured 500 years of being burned by the southern brightly fire. Asking him to attend Yuan Feng's teachings felt like a slap in the face. Although we have the path to sainthood, we have yet to fully comprehend the primordial purple energy, let alone attaining sainthood. Even severing the three corpses remains a distant prospect, Tong Tian said, conceding that it is true that we do not know how Yuan Feng attained the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, but there must be something unique about it. The Great Tao has 3,000 paths, all leading to the same destination. It would not hurt for us to listen. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for us. Laozi was well aware of Yuan Shi's small-mindedness. He understood why Yuan Shi had been defeated by Yuan Feng, as for the minor grievances from over a decade ago. Those were in the past. What mattered more than pride was the opportunity for sainthood. Elder brother, what do you wish to say? If you do not desire to attain sainthood, you need not go. Yuan Shi was about to express his desire to abstain. Laozi's words caught him off guard. Across the vast expanse of the primordial world, many powerful beings shared the same thoughts as Laozi. For instance, the Kunpeng of the Northern Sea, the Blood Sea, and the Underworld River, the Eastern King of Penglai Island. Emperor Jun, Tai, and the Western Queen Mother, all of whom lacked the primordial purple energy. Even with the method of severing the three corpses bequeathed by Hongjuan, without the primordial purple energy, one could not attain sainthood. Perhaps after 30,000 years, Yuan Feng would impart her method of enlightenment, which, while not a path to sainthood, could indeed lead to the attainment of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. They were not particularly choosy. At this moment, in the eastern part of Mount Buzhou, on Fengqi Mountain, the elder brother exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Yuan Feng has achieved enlightenment. She has reached the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal through a different method of realization, which is comparable to sainthood." The fervent admirer, Niuhua, was shaking Fuxi's arm with admiration. "Little sister, I heard you. Please let go, or my arm will be torn off," Fuxi replied, hastily pulling away. Grimacing in pain, he could not fathom how his little sister had grown so strong. They consumed the same food, yet he did not share such strength. "Elder brother, do you know what a mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal is?" Niuhua inquired curiously. "A mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal? I do not know. No one in the primordial world has ever achieved this realm." "Allow me to calculate." Fuxi shook his head. Fuxi began to deduce using the innate 8 trigrams technique. Moments later, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. "Little sister, I cannot calculate it." After uttering these words, Fuxi's vision darkened, and he fainted. One must admit that Fuxi was somewhat naive. He could have simply calculated without overthinking. While attempting to discern the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal's realm was one thing, trying to deduce Yuan Feng's state could invite backlash. "Elder brother, what has happened?" Is it so severe as to render yourself unconscious from mere calculations? Niwa wailed. Little sister, I am not dead yet, Fushi responded. Seemingly roused by her voice, he was fearful that if he lingered too long in waking, Niwa might bury him alive. However, due to the severe backlash, Fushi fainted again shortly after awakening. Elder brother, please wake up! In the primordial Mount Bujo at the heavenly store, Yuan Feng donned a crimson robe, standing proudly in midair. After resonating with the Tao sound thrice, she gradually retracted her aura and descended beside Xuan Yang. Yuan Feng, having attained the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal through 3,000 Tao laws, had proven her strength through her method of realization. At that moment, her realm was at the 12th level of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, just a step away from the heavenly Tao realm. In the primordial world, apart from Xuan Yang, none could stand against her, including Hongjuan. This exemplified the terrifying power of realizing through strength. Fenga, it seems an uninvited guest has arrived. Indeed, it is Hongjuan. The two turned their gazes skyward, where stood a figure. Hongjuan, why do you come here instead of merging with the heavenly Tao? Yuan Feng coldly inquired. Xuan Yang had previously informed her that behind the Dragonhan calamity lay the machinations of Luo Ho, Hongjuan, and the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. During the Three Races War, countless beings perished, with her Phoenix clan suffering grievously, her sister having tragically fallen amidst the calamity. Were it not for these events, she would never have led her clan into such peril, almost vowing against the heavenly Tao. Had it not been for Xuan Yang's intervention, Yuan Feng herself would have faced eternal entrapment in an indestructible volcano. Given all this, it was remarkable that Yuan Feng could muster any civility towards Hongjuan. Hongjuan stood aloft in the heavens, exuding an air of supremacy, looking down upon Yuan Feng and Xuan Yang, with the latter barely registering on his radar. Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng, I have come to personally witness your momentous achievement in becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal and to extend my congratulations. Hongjuan said, stroking his beard nonchalantly. Yuan Feng scoffed inwardly, thinking to herself that she had no reason to believe his hollow words. Since the Tao ancestor has witnessed it and offered congratulations, why do you linger? Hongjuan's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. I am the foremost sage of the primordial world, the Tao ancestor. Although you are a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, is it not unreasonable for you to show me no respect? Suppressing his displeasure, Hongjuan continued, in my early years, I too attempted to walk the path of realization through laws, but alas, the great Tao receded and the 3,000 laws faded, leaving me with no recourse. Subsequently, I forged a new path, creating the method of severing the 3 corpses, ultimately achieving enlightenment and attaining the sage's fruit position. Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng, your realization of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal through the path of laws is formidable. Though the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal lacks the sage's fruit, the power is equivalent, if not surpassing, that at this juncture. Hongjuan's eyes narrowed, and he added, I wish to spar with you, fellow Taoist Yuan Feng, to discern which method of realization is superior. Having achieved sainthood for over several millennia, bolstered by the power of the heavenly Tao, Hongjuan's strength had long surpassed the 5th level of the heavenly Tao sage. While Yuan Feng had merely just attained her status, her power likely limited to the 3rd level of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Hongjuan sought to use the guise of sparring as a warning to Yuan Feng. She could preach, but she must not disseminate the method of sainthood. Otherwise, his carefully laid plans would be rendered futile. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally reveled in delight, thinking that as a 12th level mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, she had no reason to fear a 5th level heavenly Tao sage. Hongjuan, if I do not teach you a lesson today, you might truly forget your place, she mused, since the Tao ancestor wished to impart wisdom. Yuan Feng readily accepted, though she harbored concerns that the primordial realm had not yet matured enough to withstand the might of sage. Yuan Feng narrowed her beautiful eyes, stating, since you have agreed to a duel, let us proceed to the chaos for our battle. Agreed. Both transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the void. Witnessing this scene, Xuan Yang smirked, thinking that Hongjuan was likely in for a rough time. Given Yuan Feng's disposition, Even if she did not defeat Hongjun, she would certainly leave him battered. He would not be so naive as to believe that Yuan Feng could not contend with the ancient sage. After all, his disdain for Hongjun stemmed from the latter's penchant for scheming, as for engaging in battle. What strength could a mere bottom-tier deity among the 3,000 demons possess? Without the aid of the creation jade disc and the heavenly Tao, he would likely need millions of Yuan meetings to achieve sainthood, and that was a conservative estimate. Xuan Yang reclined comfortably in a wrought tan chair, leisurely observing the unfolding events on the luminous screen. Relishing the sensation of being a carefree bystander on the screen, the two had already entered the chaotic space beyond the heavens. They hovered in mid-air, Hongjun stroking his beard, exuding an air of ethereal grace, albeit with a heart shrouded in darkness. Yuan Feng, clad in crimson, radiated unmatched elegance, her every movement embodying regal grace, truly deserving of the title of Phoenix Ancestor. Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng, I have been enlightened for several millennia before you, and my realm surpasses yours considerably. Ensure fairness. I shall suppress my power to the third level of the heavenly Tao Sage and allow you 3 moves, Hongjun declared, brimming with arrogance. Intent on ensuring Yuan Feng's defeat was both thorough and convincing. Yuan Feng's lips twitched, nearly bursting into laughter. Suppressing your cultivation and allowing me 3 moves. You must not have experienced a proper beating before. A 12th level mixed Yuan, Deluo, Golden Immortal. I certainly do not require such leniency. However, seeing your eagerness, I shall go easy on you. Tao Ancestor, since this is a spar, one should give their all. The outcome is left to fate. Hongjun chuckled upon hearing this. Underestimating Yuan Feng's self-confidence, since she had sought her own demise, he would not hold back. This was an opportunity to cripple Yuan Feng's foundation, sending her back to the mixed Yuan Deluo Golden Immortal realm. After all, in a sparring match, some injury was to be expected, was it not? Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng, I invite you to begin. Tao Ancestor, please. As the two engaged simultaneously, Hongjun elegantly waved his wide sleeves, unleashing a seemingly ordinary palm imprint that arrived in an instant. Though it appeared unremarkable, he did not hold back in the slightest. This strike was sufficient to severely injure a cultivator at the third level of the Houtu Jinxian realm. However, he underestimated Yuan Feng. Harnessing the power of the Chaos Pearl, she commanded the 3,000 laws of the Tao, her own cultivation reaching the 12th level of Houtu Jinxian. What could a mere palm imprint do against her? With a delicate lift of her jade hand and a subtle flick of her fingers, a blazing south bright leaf fire surged forth, instantly incinerating the palm imprint as it continued its trajectory towards Hongjun. Poor Hongjun, caught unprepared, was sent hurtling back millions of miles, crashing directly into the Zixiao Palace, which suffered significant structural damage. Unable to withstand the impact, Hongjun reverted to his original form, suffering grave Tao injuries from this encounter. Were it not for the augmentation of the heavenly Tao's power, he would have been reduced to ashes by this moment. This was still a case of Yuan Feng holding back, cautious not to reduce Hongjun to cinders with a single blow. Yuan Feng had intended to enjoy the unfolding of Xuan Yang's plans. Hongjun could not simply perish in this manner. Hongjun, are you all right? Yuan Feng inquired. I never anticipated that the saint of cutting 3 corpses would be so feeble. I momentarily struck too hard, so do not hold it against me. As Hongjun swallowed dozens of drops of the 3 light, divine water and utilized the power of the heavenly Tao to heal his wounds. He barely managed to maintain his innate Tao body. Yet upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, the injuries he had sustained flared up once more, resulting in a violent spurt of fresh blood. Hastily, he consumed the remaining 3 light, divine water, managing to recover a fraction of his Tao injuries. Feeling the intense pain coursing through him, Hongjun inwardly cursed, is this truly the newly enlightened Houtu Jinxian? Was it not said that Houtu Jinxian are stronger than saints of the same tier? I am a 5th level saint of the heavenly Tao, yet Yuan Feng merely flicked her finger and sent me back to my original form. What a farce! Initially, Hongjun had believed that Yuan Feng, having attained the Houtu Jinxian through the laws, would not surpass him in strength, especially since he had achieved enlightenment thousands of years before her. However, he was taken aback by Yuan Feng's formidable power, narrowly escaping death at her hands. Yuan Feng, my esteemed friend. You are indeed a remarkable Honghuang Daojixian, Hongjun admitted, his heart still racing with trepidation, choosing to feign a demeanor of nonchalance. Dao Ancestor, it was merely a momentary lapse on your part. Might I request you to impart your wisdom once more? Yuan Feng, well aware of Hongjuan's precarious state, feigned ignorance. She did not believe he would dare to receive another of her strikes. I could see her words. Hongjuan's expression darkened, cold sweat trickling down his back. Impart wisdom, unless I am a fool. I nearly met my demise just now. What difference would receiving another of Yuan Feng's strikes make to my survival? Hongjun was certainly too wary to make another move, yet he could not afford to lose face. Thus he said, Yuan Feng, our exchange was merely for the sake of sparring. That last strike has confirmed that a Honghuang Daojixian is indeed stronger than a saint at the same tier. Continuing this duel serves no purpose and would only harm our camaraderie. Shall we cease here? Hongjun felt a pang of anxiety. What if Yuan Feng insisted on continuing their battle? Another strike from her, even with the heavenly Tao support, could lead to his demise. After all, he had only just achieved the rank of saint, earning the respect of the beings of the primordial world, and he was on the verge of merging with the heavenly Tao. He did not wish to perish so soon. Yuan Feng, inwardly mocking him, thought, since the Tao ancestor is reluctant to continue our spar, I shall not press the issue. In that case, I shall return to my home, Mount Buzhou. Having recently attained the rank of Honghuang Daojixian, Yuan Feng had yet to fulfill her promise to Xuan Yang and did not wish to squander time here. With a wave of her jade hand, she turned and stepped into the spatial vortex. Once Yuan Feng departed, Hongjuan's complexion turned ghostly pale, a fresh stream of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. I merged with the heavenly Tao. Unforeseen events arose in the primordial world, injuring my foundation in the process. Now, after battling with the freshly enlightened Yuan Feng, my injuries have worsened. Quickly wiping the blood from his lips, he ascended to the cloud platform of the Zixiao Palace and addressed Hao Yin and Yao Qi. You two must not disturb me during my healing point. One must admit, Hongjuan's audacity was remarkable, rivaling that of the duo from the west. Despite being struck down by Yuan Feng's single blow, he insisted on claiming that he had forced his way out of seclusion and injured his foundation, only to engage Yuan Feng in battle afterward, exacerbating his injuries. Indeed, Tao Ancestor, both Hao Yin and Yao Qi readily believed Hongjuan's words. After all, he was the foremost saint of the primordial world. Who could possibly harm him? Even Yuan Feng, a fellow saint, could not. Thus, what the Tao Ancestor said must be true. After Hao Yin and Yao Qi departed, Hongjun spat out several more mouthfuls of blood, his aura waning that Yuan Feng's strike had directly harmed his foundation, inflicting severe Tao injuries. Though the three-light divine water was a miraculous healing elixir, its efficacy diminished when used by a saint. Moreover, the injuries he sustained were of the Tao variety, which were not easily remedied. Hongjun, you fool! A young figure clad in black materialized within the Zixiao Palace. It was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Lord, you must take responsibility for me. Yuan Feng has employed some unknown technique to inflict grave injuries upon me. Upon witnessing the heavenly Tao's incarnation, Hongjun immediately lamented, resembling a 200-pound child. At this sight, the heavenly Tao's incarnation grew even angrier, coldly admonishing, Hongjun, you reckless fool. You, a 5th-level saint of the heavenly Tao, dared to provoke a 12th-level Honghuang Daojixian. Who gave you the audacity? The heavenly Tao. Do you not realize that had Yuan Feng's strike been any heavier, you would never have seen me again? How could I have chosen such a fool as my representative? The heavenly Tao's incarnation was seething. Could Hongjun not discern Yuan Feng's level? Why provoke someone so far beyond his capabilities, as if he wished for a swift demise? If you seek to establish your authority, choose your opponents wisely. Yuan Feng is not one you can afford to provoke. Hongjuan's mind buzzed at these words. Yuan Feng has only just attained the Honghuang Daojixian. How could she possibly be at the 12th level? Surely, you jest. He found it impossible to believe, preferring to think that Yuan Feng had acquired a chaos treasure that allowed her to injure him, rather than accept that she had reached the 12th level of Honghuang Daojixian. The heavenly Tao's incarnation, incensed by Hongjuan's disbelief, retorted, How should I know? Yuan Feng was meant to suffer the unrelenting karmic fire beneath the immortal volcano day and night, yet she somehow escaped that fate and forged her path through strength, achieving the 12th level of unyielding upon enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Hongjuan's heart churned with tumultuous waves to attain the Tao through strength. This path was once tread by the Panga deity, utilizing the 3,000 great laws. Even achieving enlightenment through a singular law is no small feat. To do so through the combined 3,000 laws is virtually impossible. Could it be that Yuan Feng has discovered one of the 4 legendary chaos treasures? The Chaos Pearl? A terrifying thought arose in his mind. The Chaos Pearl, one of the 4 great chaos treasures, remained the only intact treasure following the creation of the world, containing 49 significant restrictions and housing a complete chaos realm within. With the 3,000 laws of the Tao fully encompassed, akin to the creation jade plate. Furthermore, the Chaos Pearl possessed the ability to obscure heavenly secrets. Within it, even the heavenly Tao would be oblivious to its inhabitants. Only through this possibility could Yuan Feng have evaded the heavenly Tao's karmic retribution and achieved enlightenment through strength. While this possibility indeed existed, it was not the time to discuss it. Hongjun, refrain from causing trouble, lest you one day bring about your own demise. Additionally, expedite the matter of calamity. Do not let further chaos arise. Otherwise, I may consider replacing you as my representative. With these parting words, the heavenly Tao's incarnation departed. What does it matter if Yuan Feng is at the 12th level of Hunyuan Dojingxian? Once I merge with the heavenly Tao, I shall possess the strength of the heavenly Tao realm at that time. I shall reclaim my honor, and the Chaos Pearl shall rightfully belong to me. Greed flickered in Hongjuan's eyes as he surmised that the Chaos Pearl must be in Yuanfeng's possession. Otherwise, she could not have evaded the heavenly Tao's karmic retribution and achieved the 12th level of Hunyuan Dojingxian. As for the Chaos Pearl, once he eliminated Yuan Feng, it would be his to claim. Beneath the Buzhou mountain of the primordial world, in the shop of the myriad heavens, Yuan Feng emerged from the spatial vortex. After surveying her surroundings, she discovered Xuan Yang reclining in a wrought-tan chair. Relaxed, Feng, come, nestling into my embrace. As Xuan Yang beheld Yuanfeng's return, he chuckled softly and remarked, now that Yuan Feng has attained enlightenment, I too have long since reached the pinnacle of the mythic De Luo, golden immortal. Surely, it is only natural for our bond as partners to be acknowledged, and for us to grow closer. The corners of Yuanfeng's lips curled slightly upward, yet she remained silent as she stepped forward. Approaching the wrought-tan chair, with delicate hands, she gently lifted the 9 lives Xian from Xuan Yang's embrace and gracefully nestled herself within his arms. Xuan Yang wrapped his arms around Yuanfeng's waist, as supple as a willow branch, and was enveloped by a fragrant aura that intoxicated the senses, the warmth of her presence igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Poor 9 lives Xian had been fed an abundance of grain. A most unjust situation indeed. The little white cat mewed incessantly, voicing its grievances with pitiful cries. Fenger, having achieved the status of a Hunyuan De Luo golden immortal, should we not select a date to consummate our union? Xuan Yang was reluctant to delay any further. With the beauty in his arms and their mutual affection, it would be unnatural to hold back. After all, it was an inevitable step, and he harbored a selfish desire to keep Yuan Feng by his side forever, never allowing her to depart. Yuan Feng felt a pang of guilt for having delayed this moment due to her late enlightenment, and recognizing that their relationship had long reached this juncture, she did not refuse. With a maiden's modesty, her cheeks flushed, she whispered, very well. Yang Gu, please choose a date. Yuan Feng naturally hoped for an early date, as she did not wish to prolong matters any further. Upon hearing Yuanfeng's acquiescence, Xuan Yang lowered his gaze to her beautiful eyes and instinctively suggested, how about this evening? No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Xuan Yang regretted them, fearing that Yuan Feng might perceive him as overly eager and perhaps object. Creating an awkward atmosphere in that moment, his mind was a whirlwind. Despite being a mythic De Luo golden immortal, he was utterly inexperienced when it came to matters of the heart, having no romantic experience from either of his lifetimes. Yuan Feng, upon hearing his words, quickly averted her gaze, instinctively wishing to decline. However, Recalling how Xuan Yang had waited for her for over 10 yuan meetings, she retracted her initial response and, "Very well," she nodded slightly, her voice barely audible, known only to the two of them. Xuan Yang was momentarily taken aback, and then he tenderly caressed Yuan Feng's slightly flushed cheek. That moment, 9 lives Xian, having had its fill, could not be any more satiated. Ding, the system has refreshed, and the current connected world is the pirate world. The system's notification echoed in their minds. The refreshed items are as follows: Thunder Fruit, Honghuang Edition, a natural-type devil fruit that allows the consumer to wield lightning, transforming into thunder and harnessing the world's thunder as their own, regarded as one of the most formidable natural-type devil fruits. Suggested retail price, 99,990,000 trading points. Burning Fruit, Honghuang Edition, a natural-type devil fruit that enables the consumer to command flames, their body becoming a vessel of fire with no upper limit on temperature, one of the devil fruits with immense potential. Suggested retail price, 99,990,000 trading points. Smoke Fruit, Honghuang Edition, one of the natural-type devil fruits. The consumer can Lava Fruit, Honghuang Edition, a natural-type devil fruit that allows the consumer to control the Earth's magma. Suggested retail price, 99,990,000 trading points. Rubber Fruit, Honghuang Edition, a mythical beast-type devil fruit that permits the consumer to stretch or compress any part of their body at will. Possessing infinite elasticity, reputed as the devil fruit desired by all men. Suggested retail price, 99,990,000 trading points. Xuan Yang was quite taken aback that the system had connected to the pirate world. It seemed the recent updates had been more reliable, which was rather peculiar. However, he was somewhat concerned about the seriousness of this system, particularly with the last devil fruit it presented. All were natural-type devil fruits, and suddenly introducing a mythical beast-type devil fruit was puzzling. Not to mention the description seemed rather dubious. "Yang, what exactly are these devil fruits?" Yuan Feng inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Are they some kind of special, innate spiritual root? What do they taste like? Are they delicious?" She had heard of the top 10 spiritual roots of Honghuang and had seen many at Xuan Yang's dojo, though alas, none were edible. The spiritual roots cultivated by Xuan Yang, such as amethyst jade grapes and chaotic spirit coconuts, were quite delectable and imbued with Tao rhythms, aiding cultivators in their practice. However, she had never heard of these devil fruits, though she presumed they could not be too unpalatable. Xuan Yang furrowed his brow, a line of frustration forming. How could he explain to Yuan Feng that the taste of these devil fruits was far from pleasant, a matter difficult to articulate? Furthermore, the abilities of these fruits were utterly useless to them. "Fenger, the taste of the devil fruits is not particularly good. If you wish for fruit, you can pick some at the dojo." Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's interest waned immediately. While those fruits possessed impressive abilities, they were of no use to her, and with an unpleasant taste, she had no desire to consume them. Xuan Yang pondered whom to bestow these devil fruits upon. The thunder fruit could be given to Sitong, as she possessed the heavenly punishment gourd, and with the thunder fruit paired with it, she would become invincible. Who would dare oppose her when struck by the wrath of heavenly thunder? Other devil fruits lacked suitable candidates for the time being, and he would decide later. Ding, system refreshing, system refresh complete. The current connected world is the blue and white star parallel universe. The refreshed items are as follows: Women's Clothing Warehouse, priced at 10,000 trading points. The system notification echoed once more in their minds. Xuan Yang was puzzled. Was the system not supposed to refresh once every 10,000 years? How could it refresh twice in such a short span of time? And in different worlds? Yang, what are these? They seem rather peculiar, Yuan Feng said. Xuan Yang instinctively glanced at the items refreshed in the warehouse, only to be left utterly dumbfounded. This was indeed women's clothing, various stockings, fishnets, and sheer garments, and a wonder Yuan Feng remarked on their oddity. This was indeed bizarre. Would she not strike him down for suggesting she were such things? This question echoed in Xuan Yang's mind. System, are you perhaps being a bit indecent? Xuan Yang suspected the system was intentionally playing tricks on him, perhaps because he had not reprimanded it in a while. The system, detecting the host's needs, had consumed a refresh opportunity and automatically refreshed twice. With no further refreshes to occur for 10,000 years, these are all gifts for the host. Please do not feel shy. the system proclaimed proudly, believing its thoughtfulness would spare it from a beating. What give you the right to claim you've detected my thoughts? Explain yourself. Xuan Yang's patience was wearing thin. This system was truly up to mischief. Did he require devil fruits or these peculiar clothes? The system remained silent, as if everything was beyond its concern. It was merely a system devoid of emotion, unable to comprehend why satisfying the host's desires could be wrong, nor why Xuan Yang appeared intent on destroying it. Yang, does the system refresh according to your thoughts? Yuan Feng looked up at Xuan Yang, her lips curling into a knowing smile, mischievously inquiring. She was well aware that the system was behind this. She merely wished to observe Xuan Yang's reaction, finding it rather amusing. Feeling a chill run down his spine under Yuan Feng's teasing gaze, Xuan Yang found himself at a loss for words, and no matter how he explained, it would sound feeble. If he chose not to explain, Yuan Feng would surely think him frivolous, jeopardizing their plans for the evening. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Of course not. This is all the doing of the system. It was impossible to admit culpability. After all, he was not the one responsible for this situation. Why should he take the blame? There was no way he, as a dignified mythic Deluo, golden immortal, would accept blame, especially not for the system. That's so. Seeing Xuan Yang's slightly flustered demeanor, Yuan Feng could not help but giggle. Resettling herself in his embrace, she had full faith that these strange garments were not of Xuan Yang's doing. However, it was evident that Yuan Feng perceived Xuan Yang's gaze lingering upon those peculiar garments for several breaths. She contemplated the possibility of donning them for Xuan Yang on a future occasion. Night fell. The jade plate hung high in the sky, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Yuan Feng lay quietly beside Xuan Yang, yet her heart was anything but tranquil, fluttering like a startled fawn. Though a day typically passed in the blink of an eye for her, today felt interminable, akin to an epoch of countless years. Each moment a torment that made her yearn for time to hasten its passage. Fenger. It is evening. Xuan Yang spoke softly. Yuan Feng's delicate face flushed as she nodded, her mind racing with vivid imaginings of what might unfold next. Xuan Yang rose, enveloping Yuan Feng in his embrace, and with a single step, they found themselves upon the cloud bed within the palace of the Taoist temple. Xuan Yang drew Yuan Feng close, pressing his lips to hers. I know you might not wish to envision the ensuing scene, so I shall refrain from detailing it. Please indulge in your own imagination. In the timeless wilderness, 2 myriad years had swiftly elapsed. During this span, several significant events had transpired in the primordial realm. The foremost male immortal, Dong Gong, established the celestial court, actively recruiting talents far and wide. Emperor Jun sought to amass strength for the demon court, augmenting its fortunes. Today, the demon court boasted formidable forces, its prestige surpassing even that of the celestial court. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and other such figures busied themselves with refining the primordial purple energy, seeking opportunities for enlightenment, leaving little attention for the affairs of the wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi and Han Yun remained in secluded meditation at the 5 on Mount Wanshou, ostensibly in seclusion, yet indulging daily in ginseng fruits and tea, living a life of ease. The reason for this was that Hong Yun possessed primordial purple energy, drawing the covetous eyes of others. Protect his old friend. Zhen Yuanzi kept him at his temple, sharing tea and leisurely days. Thanks to Zhen Yuanzi's efforts, figures like Emperor Jun and Kunping found no opportunity to act against them. After all, Zhen Yuanzi, with his unique defenses, was impervious even to the combined might of the 4 demon monarchs. Reluctantly, Emperor Jun and his companions had to temporarily abandon their attempts to seize the primordial purple energy, instead sending observers to monitor the 5 before the store of the heavens, beneath Mount Buzhou. Houtu languidly sat upon a stool, swinging her snow-white legs while munching on beef jerky. Sister Qinger, Sister Situ, Brother Xuan Yang, and Sister Yuan Feng have been in seclusion for over 20,000 years. When will they emerge? Houtu mumbled with a mouthful of jerky. During these 2 millennia, Houtu occasionally visited the celestial store to stock up on supplies and enjoy some cake. However, she was surprised to discover that Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng had remained in the temple, inaccessible due to its closure. Little did they know, Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng were not merely in seclusion. They were relishing their time together. Houtu, deprived of her beloved cream cake, found her joy waning, reduced to snacking on jerky. We don't know either. 20,000 years ago, teacher Xuan Yang and teacher Yuan Feng suddenly went into seclusion and have yet to emerge. However, it seems they will soon return as the 3,000 years of preaching time approaches. Qing'er ponder aloud. Indeed, Houtu, do not fret. There are plenty of snacks to enjoy as long as you possess spiritual treasures. The snacks are endless, Situ chimed in with a smile. Houtu would visit the store every few thousand years, often clearing out the snack stockpile, a formidable feat. The combined consumption of Qing'er and Situ paled in comparison to Houtu's ravenous appetite. But do you want cake? Houtu pouted, leaning on the table. Who was it that devoured my cake while I wasn't looking? You still owe me. The mention of cake ignited Qing'er's ire, as she vividly remembered the cake theft. Sister Qing'er, I apologized that I couldn't help myself that I can share my snacks with you. Houtu nonchalantly offered, producing a bag of cotton candy. Now that is more like it, Qing'er replied, eagerly accepting the cotton candy and stuffing a generous handful in her mouth, savoring the sweet reprisal. Although she could indulge in snacks at will, there was an undeniable delight in consuming someone else's treats. Houtu, are the snacks running low again? A voice broke through, and Xuan Yang appeared beside them, observing with keen interest. Brother Xuan Yang, you're out of seclusion. That's wonderful. Houtu exclaimed, joyfully leaping to her feet, thrilled that her precious cakes would soon be within reach. Houtu, what has you in such high spirits? Yuan Feng, draped in a crimson gown, floated gracefully over to Houtu, gently ruffling her hair. It's sister Yuan Feng. Brother Xuan Yang has emerged from seclusion, which means someone will bake us cakes. How can I not be joyful? Houtu replied, her eyes gleaming with cake-filled dreams. The four exchanged exasperated glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Yuan Feng covered her mouth with her delicate hand, unable to suppress a laugh. It was astonishing to think that one of the 12 ancestral witches, Houtu, was an unabashed cake enthusiast. Who would believe it? Xuan Yang couldn't help but smirk, realizing that even a figure of his stature, a legendary Deluo, golden immortal, was not exempt from the trials of cake-making. A true burden indeed. Houtu, didn't you and Xianin consume 10 cakes in one go? Are you still not satisfied? Xuan Yang recalled the scene vividly, shuddering at the memory. If given the choice, he would prefer never to bake another cake again. Yuan Feng settled down, a hint of concern knitting her brow as she shifted to a more comfortable position. Brother Yang, why not bake another cake? This little one wants to rest until she gets her fill. Observing Houtu's eager expression, Yuan Feng glanced at Qing'er and Situ, noticing their longing as well, and took the initiative to suggest. Very well, Xuan Yang relented, unable to refuse Yuan Feng's request, and resignedly embraced the arduous task of cake making. After a considerable time, an enormous cream cake lay completely devoured, leaving only 6 empty plates. Among them, Houtu showcased her formidable prowess, single-handedly demolishing half of the cake and still eyeing Qing'er's and Situ's portions. Alas, both had been prepared and thwarted her attempts. Houtu dared not touch Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng's share, ultimately directing her hunger towards the pitiable 9 lives Xian Xiaobai. The unfortunate little one, deep in cake consumption, fell victim to Houtu's stealthy assault, losing her precious cake and resignedly finishing what remained with tears in her eyes. The poor Xiaobai lamented, feeling bullied by Houtu's antics. In the end, Houtu packed her snacks and returned to her tribe, utterly satisfied that in the timeless wilderness, several thousand years passed, to the front of the celestial store, on a rocking chair, Xuan Yang held Yuan Feng's slender waist, inhaling the fragrant aroma that enveloped him, relishing the soft, warm touch of her presence. Yuan Feng nestled closely beside him, her legs elegantly draped over Xuan Yang's. Do not misunderstand. It was not Xuan Yang's request. Yuan Feng had tried wearing stockings once and became enamored with the sensation, leading to an irresistible obsession. Fenger, in about 1,000 years, it will be your turn to preach. Are you prepared? Xuan Yang inquired, lifting Yuan Feng onto his lap, one arm encircling her waist while the other rested upon her leg. Yuan Feng's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, it's merely preaching. Even a heavenly Tao saint like Honghuang can manage it. How could a mixed Yuan Deluo golden immortal like myself falter? Brother Yang, Do not underestimate your Tao companion. Seeing her determination, Xuan Yang couldn't help but lean in, capturing Yuanfeng's lips in a kiss that lingered long before he released her. Of course, my Feng is the most formidable. Even with the presence of the Chaos Pearl, comprehending even one of the 3,000 great Tao laws was no simple feat. It is known that aside from proving one's path through strength, achieving enlightenment through laws is the most arduous task. For an ordinary mixed Yuan golden immortal, possessing a complete great Tao law would likely require countless epochs to hope for sanctification in a remarkably brief span. Yuan Feng comprehended the principles of the 3,000 great Tao laws, thereby achieving enlightenment, which undeniably attests to her exceptional understanding. Although the support of the Taoist temple and the Chaos Pearl played a role, it in no way diminishes Yuanfeng's innate insight. With a mere snap of his fingers, Xuan Yang transformed the surrounding scenery. Purple aura swirled about, the resonance of the Tao permeated the air, and a magnificent palace rose from the ground. Exuding a profound Taoist essence, as Honghuang imparted his teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace, it was only fitting that my dear Feng did not miss the occasion. A millennium hence, you shall deliver your own teachings here. Having completed this, Xuan Yang nodded in satisfaction and addressed Yuan Feng. Thank you, Brother Yang. Yuan Feng replied with a gentle smile. Is there any need for such formalities between us? However, if you wish to express your gratitude, there are alternative methods, Xuan Yang remarked, lightly tapping Yuanfeng's fair forehead. What methods might those be? Yuan Feng inquired. Xuan Yang leaned down to whisper a few words in her ear, causing her delicate face to flush crimson. Turning away, she finally responded after a considerable pause. Let us discuss it after the teachings. I am Yuan Feng, and a millennium from now, I shall deliver teachings at the Taoist temple on Mount Buzhou in the primordial realm. Open to all beings of the wilderness. As the echoes of this proclamation reverberated thrice, it spread throughout every corner of the primordial world. Upon hearing this news, the powerful beings of the wilderness erupted in excitement. 30,000 years prior, Yuan Feng attained the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal status, her extraordinary manifestation surpassing even that of Honghuang's sanctification. Since then, rumors have circulated that the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal is superior to the saints, while others claim parity between the two. Furthermore, there are accounts of beings who witnessed Honghuang Taoist ancestor and Yuan Feng waging battle in the chaos. Yet none could assert a victor. In summary, various versions of the tale abound. But there is no doubt that Yuanfeng's cultivation has transcended the quasi-saint level, standing on par with the saints. Honghuang once stated that the great Tao has receded, and to achieve sanctification, one must connect with the primordial purple aura to commune with the great Tao laws. However, the 7 strands of primordial purple aura have already found their masters, leaving those who seek sanctification to pursue alternative paths. That Yuanfeng's method of attaining enlightenment thus becomes their beacon of hope. For instance, the Demon Emperor Dejuan is among those most eager to achieve sanctification. It is well known that Honghuang granted 7 strands of primordial purple aura, one of which belongs to the demon race, and is in the hands of Nuwa, one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan. This is advantageous for the demon race, yet not for Dejuan. Although the demon race boasts 4 emperors, there is but one demon emperor, and that is he. Dejuan. Should Nuwa attain sanctification in the future, surpassing him in power, to whom would the demon race pledge their loyalty? Would the countless demon soldiers still heed his command? Clearly not, for in the primordial world, power reigns supreme, and the mightiest fist claims dominion. Thus, Dejuan must discover the method of enlightenment. Over the past several millennia, he has tirelessly recruited soldiers to amass the fortune of the primordial realm, aspiring to emulate the ancestral leaders of the innate 3 races who achieved enlightenment through fortune. Therefore, with Yuanfeng's impending teachings, Dejuan is certain to attend, as are many other renowned powers, such as the 3 Pure Ones, Mingyi, and the Queen Mother of the West, who does not desire the method of enlightenment, who does not aspire to become a saint, who does not yearn for high status. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, they shall flock to her, especially considering Yuanfeng's successful path to becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, indicating that the route is indeed viable in the vast expanse east of Mount Buzhou. A monkey adorned with 6 ears, bloodied and disheveled, gazed longingly toward the mountain, hope shining in his eyes, a mixed Yuan de Luo, golden immortal. You say, I, the six-eared macaque, shall surely acquire the method of enlightenment from the ancestor foam. Clenching his fist tightly, his body trembled with determination. Once merely a Tai golden immortal, he lacked the strength to traverse the chaotic space beyond the heavens and sought to eavesdrop on Honghuang's teachings using his innate talent for listening. However, he was discovered, gravely injured, and his abilities sealed, with a warning that the teachings were not to be passed down to the six ears. Since then, the six-eared macaque had wandered in search of the Tao, facing numerous setbacks, with the words of the Taoist ancestor echoing in his mind. Who would dare to accept him? It was not until 30,000 years prior, when Yuan Feng attained the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal status, that he realized hope had finally arrived. Only those of equal standing with the saints could confront Honghuang without fear. He vowed to learn from Yuan Feng the method of achieving the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal status and avenge his grievances against Honghuang. Beneath Mount Buzhou lies the Phoenix Palace, a name bestowed by Xuan Yang. The Phoenix clan is one of the three innate races, only dwelling upon the Wudong tree, and their pride is no less than that of the other two clans. Yuan Feng, as the ancestral phoenix, bears this title as her emblem. Throughout the 900 years, powerful beings arrived in succession, filled with anticipation as they awaited the commencement of the Taoist teachings outside the Phoenix Palace. The Taoist temple of Yuan Feng is situated beneath Mount Buzhou, though it may not be as perilous as the chaos beyond the heavens. Entering beneath the Great Luo is a fatal endeavor. However, Mount Buzhou is the transformed spine of Pangu, perpetually radiating immense pressure, rendering it impossible for those below the Tai realm to linger for long. Thus, the majority of the powerful beings present were above the Tai level, predominantly at the Great Luo golden immortal tier, with a small portion being quasi-saint cultivators. This included the three pure ones, who possessed primordial purple aura, Nuwa, the duo from the west, as well as quasi-saint powers like Zenyuanzi, Honghuang, Dijuan, and Dongwang Tai. After all, Yuan Feng is a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, comparable to a saint, wielding an alternative method of achieving enlightenment. For those numerous powerful beings lacking primordial purple aura, this opportunity is akin to that of primordial purple aura. How could they let it slip away? Why have you two, Zhuanti and Jiejing, come here? A powerful being noticed the duo from the west, prompting derisive remarks from the crowd. Many powerful beings cast their gaze upon the western duo, their expressions laced with mockery. They were all aware of the event that transpired atop Mount Buzhou, where the duo had foolishly attempted to seize a gourd from Yuan Feng, only to be soundly slapped away by her. It is said that they lost their hair in that incident, and since then, they have faced contempt for their baldness, their dignity thoroughly tarnished. My brother, and I have come to hear the teachings of the ancestor Feng. Jiejing stated, directly ignoring the disdainful gazes of the many powerful beings. Listen to the esteemed teachings of the ancestor Feng. Do you believe yourselves worthy? Have you forgotten the events that transpired atop Mount Buzhou 30,000 years ago? The speaker was an elder of the Phoenix clan, a great Luo golden immortal who had heard of the events and was unrelenting in his retort against the Western duo. Though the Phoenix clan may have fallen from grace, they're still not so lowly as to be on friendly terms with the likes of them. Suggest forming a bond with their ancestor for the sake of the gourd is nothing short of a pipe dream. It is a miracle that Yuan Feng did not strike them down on the spot. Elder of the Phoenix clan, Zhuanti, incensed, found the elder's words intolerably brazen, as he exposed their past. Brother, we must not create a ruckus at the ancestor Feng's teachings. Jiejing shot a glance at Zhuanti, signaling him to keep his composure, before admonishing him. He then turned to the elder with a smile, stating, Elder of the Phoenix clan, that incident was merely a misunderstanding. The past grievances have long since dissipated. Moreover, the ancestor Feng has not explicitly forbidden my brother and I from attending, so why should we not be here? Jiejing, undeterred by the elder's hostility, continued to smile. Despite his welcoming demeanor, Jiejing's hypocrisy rivaled that of a certain trio. Had it not been for the elder's close ties to Yuan Feng, a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, he would have sought an opportunity to eliminate him. Shameless, many powerful beings whispered among themselves, decrying Zhuanti and Jiejing for their utter lack of shame. Although one should not strike a smiling face, The overwhelming desire to end Jiejing's life loomed over the assembly. Surely, it was due to the nauseating nature of Xuanti and Jiejing that prompted such feelings. In contrast to Jiejing and Xuanti, Yuan Shi appeared far more reserved, hiding behind his brother and employing a treasure to conceal his form. Yuan Shi was one who valued his reputation and wished to avoid the embarrassment of being reminded of how Yuan Feng had burned him with the southern bright leaf fire for 500 years. Should that incident resurface, his humiliation would be monumental. Thankfully, he possessed foresight and hid away in advance. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly end up like Xuanti and Jiejing, their past laid bare as 30,000 years elapsed. The Phoenix Palace opened, and the powerful beings were invited to attend the teachings. The echoes of the Tao resonated thrice, and the barriers before the Phoenix Palace dissipated, allowing the multitude of powerful beings to surge in like a tide. Truly, the grandeur of the Phoenix ancestors' Taoist temple surpassed even that of the Taoist ancestors' Purple Cloud Palace. Numerous formidable beings entered the sacred hall, where they beheld a swirling mist of purple aura and an overwhelming presence of Tao. Creating an atmosphere of rich profundity, the palace was magnificent and imposing, leaving all who gazed upon it in awe. Above the main hall, the 3 gilded characters Phoenix Palace were inscribed, while before it lay 3,000. Each a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Beneath the cloud platform, 7 purple cushions of innate treasure grade radiated a profound Tao aura. Upon witnessing this scene, the many mighty beings widened their eyes, utterly astonished beyond belief. 3,000 cushions of supreme, innate treasures. Surely, this was an absurd jest. Moreover, what could be said of those 7 cushions of innate treasures? When did such treasures become so commonplace? This spectacle was nothing short of extravagance, dazzling their 24K titanium alloy eyes. All of this was orchestrated by Xuan Yang, as his wife was giving a lecture, and the grandeur could not be lesser than that of Honghuang. Otherwise, how would it reflect upon him? A mythic Deluo golden immortal. On the first purple cushion, a blossomed, and as its petals fell, a woman clad and appeared before the crowd. She was transformed from the 36th grade of the chaotic blue lotus. Following her, on the second cushion, emerald green vines sprouted from the ground, swiftly coalescing into a breathtaking woman in A. This was Sitong, transformed from the innate gourd vine. The purple cushions surely held great opportunities. Hurry and seize them. The mighty beings recalled that the 6 purple cushions in the Yuan Shi Palace represented positions of sanctity. Thus they believed these 7 cushions must be extraordinary as well. That a tumultuous rush ensued as many powerful figures surged forward. This cushion is mine. Who is in favor? Who is against? Jin Ning transformed into a golden fire-feathered phoenix. Her presence overwhelming as she leapt onto the 3rd cushion, staff in hand, addressing the assembly. Jin Ning, now the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, though merely a Deluo golden immortal, commanded respect due to her lineage. Who would dare oppose her claim? After all, who in the primordial realm was unaware of how much Yuan Feng cherished Jin Ning during her tenure as clan leader, following the Great War of the 3 clans? Yuan Feng had bestowed the leadership upon Jin Ning, highlighting her significance in his eyes. This cushion is for my friend Honghuang. Who is in favor? Who is against? Zheng Yunzi pushed Honghuang onto a cushion while addressing the crowd behind him. Zheng Yunzi's words took Honghuang by surprise, leaving him in shock. Honghuang, if you dare to relinquish your seat again, I shall have words with you, Zheng Yunzi threatened, wary of his foolish brother's benevolent nature, potentially causing him to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This cushion belongs to my Wu clan. Who opposes? Di Jiang and the 11 ancestral witches jointly pushed Houtu onto a purple cushion, then addressed the numerous mighty beings behind them. The 12 witch clans were all late-stage Honghuang golden immortals, having mastered the unparalleled body-refining technique known as the divine elephant suppressing prison. Simply standing there, they exuded an immense pressure. The other beings could only sigh in resignation, unwilling to contest, for they did not wish to face a collective assault from the 12, each comparable to late-stage quasi-saints. Only 2 cushions remained. Brother, we can no longer hesitate. Dong Huang Tai quickly summoned the chaos bell, preparing to place Di Jun upon one of the cushions. Di Jun, not daring to delay, swiftly employed the golden crow transfiguration technique to leap into the air, only to be blocked by Laozi. Apologies, Dao friend Dijun, but these last two cushions are for my brothers and me. Laozi summoned the heavenly earth profound yellow Linglong tower to obstruct Dijun, preparing to sit down. Yuan Shi also summoned the celestial celebration clouds and the Panga banner, intending to claim a cushion for himself. As for Tong Tian, he too desired a cushion but recognized that with only two remaining, he had to yield to his two elder brothers. 3 pure ones. You already possess the primordial purple aura. For you, achieving sanctity is merely a matter of time. Why must you contest my elder brother's opportunity? Laozi remarked, not be too overbearing. For though you are a mid-stage quasi-saint, my brothers and I together are not to be trifled with. Retorted Dijun and Taizu, both presenting their innate spirit treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, as well as the chaos bell, preparing for confrontation with Laozi and his companions. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed throughout the sacred hall. And at the same time, a phoenix ablaze with golden flames and adorned in golden fire feathers spiraled above the venue, as the phoenix transformed into a great conflagration of southern bright fire. Once it dissipated, Yuan Feng, donned in resplendent red, emerged from the remnants of the flames, stepping upon the void and gracefully approaching the cloud platform. With a wave of her grand sleeves, she elegantly seated herself atop the platform and surveyed the crowd below. Proclaiming, "I shall impart the Tao. You must not create a ruckus." Upon hearing her words, all the mighty beings, save for the 3 pure ones, Dijun and Taizu, fell silent, refraining from speech as they sought out cushions to settle upon. Dijun, Taizu, and the 3 pure ones remained rooted in place, clearly unwilling to relinquish the purple cushions, for the 6 cushions in Yuanshi Palace represented the allocation of sanctity. Who knew what these 7 cushions might signify? What if they too held extraordinary opportunities, and they missed out? Just then, Xuan Yang appeared seemingly out of thin air atop the cloud platform, calmly taking a seat beside Yuan Feng and glancing at the crowd below. "The lecture is about to commence. Why do you not take your seats?" Xuan Yang inquired. The 3 pure ones, along with Dijun and Taizu, regarded Xuan Yang with disdain, perceiving him merely as a Deluo golden immortal, and looked down upon him as if he were an opportunist. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and the 2 brothers Dijun remained adamant in their desire for the purple cushions, while Tong Tian, seeing his elder brother's reluctance, felt compelled to follow their lead. "Then let it be as fate wills," Xuan Yang declared, waving his hand, causing 4 of the 5 figures to retreat and settle upon them, while 2 figures soared toward the purple cushions. Elder brother, second brother, this, Tong Tian was left bewildered, having not yet processed what had transpired, only to find himself seated upon one of the cushions. Could it be that the Phoenix ancestor had intervened? Laozi and the others were similarly perplexed. How could this occur? With a wave of Xuan Yang's hand, they found themselves uncontrollably propelled away, despite being quasi-saints, while Xuan Yang was merely a Deluo golden immortal. They speculated that the intervention must have been Yuan Feng's doing, as it seemed implausible for Xuan Yang alone to achieve such a feat. "The lecture is about to begin. Your seating arrangements must not be altered," Yuan Feng instructed. "Yes, Phoenix ancestor," the crowd replied in unison. "I am seated atop a purple cushion." The 6-eared macaque was even more astounded. With his golden immortal strength, he could not even secure and had anticipated sitting on the ground to listen to the Phoenix ancestor's discourse. To his surprise, fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly, and he found himself inexplicably positioned upon the purple cushion. This was, of course, Xuan Yang's deliberate act, as among the 4 great spirit monkeys, the 6-eared macaque had suffered the most tragic fate. First, he had eavesdropped on Hongjun's teachings and had his divine powers sealed, injuring his essence. Then, he fell victim to the Buddhist sect, meeting a tragic end at the hands of his fellow spirit monkey, the stone monkey son Wukong. Seeing his sorrowful plight, Xuan Yang wished to lend a hand, leaving the rest of his fate to the whims of chance. "Tong Tian, we brothers are of one family. There is no need for division. Since you have taken your seat upon the cushion, listen well to the Tao and do not squander this opportunity." Laozi spoke nonchalantly, though Laozi was displeased at not securing a purple cushion for himself. He acknowledged that it was better for Tong Tian to occupy it than for the two horned figures, Di Jun and Tai. Yuan Shi, on the other hand, felt a pang of jealousy, pondering why it was Tong Tian seated upon the cushion rather than himself, struggling to comprehend what he lacked compared to Tong Tian. Nevertheless, jealousy aside, he was wise enough not to voice his thoughts in front of Tong Tian. I, the ancestral master, have attained the Tao of the Honghuang de the Luo, golden, immortal, in light of the incomplete creation of the myriad beings in the primordial realm. I have resolved to lecture for 30,000 years following my attainment of the Tao, expounding upon 3,000 principles of the Tao and the method to achieve the Honghuang de Luo, golden immortal. The multitude of mighty beings below the cloud platform listened intently, not daring to utter a word, their hearts brimming with elation. The method of attaining the Tao, Yuan Feng indeed intended to pass down the teachings. Thus, even without the primordial purple aura, they too could potentially achieve a status comparable to that of saint. Do you have any questions? If there are no objections, this ancestor shall commence the sermon. Yuan Feng, observing the mixed expressions of anticipation and confusion among the beings present, spoke up. May I inquire, O Fengzu, what is the essence of the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian? Laozi rose, performed a bow, and posed a question. Yuan Feng nodded slightly and replied softly, to attain sainthood through the understanding of the laws is to become a Honghuang Daluo Jingxian. May I ask, Fengzu, what distinguishes a Honghuang Daluo Jingxian from saint? After bowing, Emperor Jun inquired that the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian is indeed a saint, yet not all saints are Honghuang Daluo Jingxians. Yuan Feng responded that is it necessary to possess the Hongmeng purple qi or other fortunes to achieve the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian? Emperor Jun continued to question, an inquiry that many powerful beings of the Honghuang sought to understand. Yuan Feng, gazing at the multitude of mighty beings below the cloud platform, chuckled softly. To attain the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian through the laws requires merely the comprehension of these laws. No Hongmeng purple qi or other fortunes are needed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in commotion, their composure shattered. The notion that one could achieve the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian without the Hongmeng purple qi and other fortunes was astonishing. Did this not imply that they too could attain the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian through understanding the laws? May I ask, Fengzu, is it true that after the Honghuang calamity, the great Tao has receded, and the 3,000 laws have become obscure, rendering the path to enlightenment exceedingly arduous? Laozi pressed further. The gathered beings, equally curious, shared the same doubt, eager for answers, though Hong Jun had no reason to deceive them. Yuan Feng had indeed achieved enlightenment through the laws and succeeded. In response, Yuan Feng addressed the assembly. Indeed, after the Honghuang calamity, the great Tao has receded and the 3,000 laws are not manifest. However, this does not imply their non-existence. The path may be difficult, yet it is not entirely unattainable. Do you understand? Upon hearing Yuan Feng's explanation, the assembly gradually found clarity. Thus, the path of enlightenment through understanding the laws was still viable, albeit highly challenging. Thank you, Fengzu, for clarifying. They chorused in unison. Not mention it. Before the sermon commences, this ancestor has a matter to disclose. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings perked up, eager to listen to Yuan Feng's words. The method through which this ancestor attained enlightenment may be imparted to you. Yet you must understand that the path is exceedingly difficult, and you may not succeed. Furthermore, those who have severed their corpses are barred from this method. As Yuan Feng uttered the latter part, her gaze flickered toward Laozi and the others who had severed their corpses. Fengzu, what is the reason for this? You once stated that all beings of Honghuang could come to listen. Could it be that you now wish to retract your words? Yuan Shi, under the impression that Yuan Feng was unwilling to share the method, rose in indignation, forgetting that Yuan Feng was already a Honghuang Daluo Jingxian. Be silent. Yuan Feng's gaze darted toward Yuan Shi, and an overwhelming pressure descended, causing Yuan Shi to instantaneously suffer grievous injuries and spit blood. Yuan Shi, you have offended this ancestor. You ought to have perished. However, as today is the day of my sermon, I shall spare you this once. Laozi and Tong Tian, witnessing Yuan Shi's grievous state, wished to assist him but dared not move under Yuan Feng's oppressive aura. Moreover, Yuan Shi had brought this upon himself. offending a Honghuang Daluo Jingxian and surviving was already a stroke of luck. Since you are eager to know why, I declare that those who have severed their corpses cannot practice the laws of enlightenment. I shall enlighten you, lest anyone claim I lack fairness. The reason those who have severed their corpses cannot practice the laws of enlightenment lies in the deficiency of their original essence. Yuan Feng spoke to the multitude gathered beneath the cloud platform. May I inquire, Fengzhu, why is there a deficiency in the original essence of those who have severed their corpses? Niwa promptly asked, her urgency evident as she herself had severed the good corpse. The method of severing the three corpses relies on the innate spiritual treasures as a vessel to sever the good, evil, and attachment within oneself. The three corpses originate from the practitioner themselves. Once severed, their original essence is divided among the three corpses, thus rendering it incomplete. The prerequisite for enlightenment through the laws is the integrity of the practitioner's original essence, in which the Honghuang must remain unified. Hence, I assert that those who have severed their corpses cannot practice the laws of enlightenment. Upon hearing this, those who had already severed their corpses erupted in turmoil, realizing the inherent flaw in the method they had adopted, which they previously remained unaware of. Instantly, they felt as though their worldview had shattered. Without the Hongmeng purple qi, they could not attain sainthood. Their desire to cultivate the laws of enlightenment was thwarted by their incomplete original essence, leaving them in a state of despair. As the sermon commenced, the supreme principle of strength among the 3,000 laws was proclaimed. The path of strength, dear beings, is the overarching principle of the 3,000 laws. Yuan Feng began her discourse, and the previously raucous crowd fell into silence. Not wishing to provoke Yuan Feng, as Yuan Shi had done, as the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian delivered her teachings, golden lotuses erupted from the ground. Celestial blossoms cascaded from above, and the Hongmeng purple qi flowed for countless miles. A myriad of auspicious signs and ethereal visions raced about. The audience immersed themselves in Yuan Feng's elucidation of the 3,000 laws. Recognizing the rare opportunity presented by a Honghuang Daluo Jingxian sermon, a tremendous stroke of fortune for them. Even those who had severed their corpses hastily engaged in comprehension, although Yuan Feng stated that they could not practice the laws of enlightenment. Enhancing their understanding of the laws could only be beneficial. The multitude of powerful beings beneath the cloud platform became engrossed in Yuan Feng's teachings, expressing a myriad of emotions, some weeping, others laughing, while some danced with joy or scratched their heads in confusion. And others sat with closed eyes, smiles gracing their faces, each experiencing their own unique revelations. Unbeknownst to them, 2,000 years passed. After 2 millennia, the worldview of the powerful beings of Honghuang lay utterly shattered. During these 2,000 years, they witnessed Yuan Feng summon the ethereal currents of time while elucidating the Tao of time and conjure the currents of fate while discussing the Tao of fate. Such feats left the mighty beings awestruck. Was this truly something a Honghuang Daluo Jingxian could accomplish? It seemed utterly preposterous, of course. Yuan Feng could not achieve this solely by her own means. Indeed, it was Xuan Yang who aided her. Would he not support his own wife in maintaining the spectacle? The currents of time and fate were the two most enigmatic rivers within Honghuang, and while they were referred to as rivers, they were, in essence, manifestations of the Tao of time and the Tao of fate, fundamentally rooted in the laws. The river of time has neither beginning nor end, its source and terminus unknown, chronicling all events from the inception of chaos to the present, including Pangu's creation, the calamities of fierce beasts, the Honghuang calamity, and the trajectories of all occurrences. The river of fate, in contrast, records the fateful paths of all beings, detailing the birth, growth, and demise of every blade of grass and flower. With the conclusion of the discourse on the 3,000 laws, the next millennium would focus on the methods of enlightenment. To this proclamation, the beings beneath the platform held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. The methods of enlightenment, the very essence of their desires, were finally to be revealed. Upon this declaration, the audience's worldview shattered once more. Was it not previously stated that the methods of enlightenment consisted solely of the laws? The severing of 3 corpses and merits? How had this now transformed into 6 methods? Were there indeed 3 additional methods of enlightenment beyond the initial 3? The powerful beings of Honghuang grew increasingly agitated. May I ask, Fengzhu, what are these 6 methods of enlightenment? Upon hearing that there were 6 methods, Emperor Jun's hope reignited. Yuan Feng, noting the inquiry from Emperor Jun, responded, "These 6 methods of enlightenment are as follows: enlightenment through strength, enlightenment through the laws, enlightenment through the physical body, enlightenment through the primordial spirit, enlightenment through the world, and enlightenment through merits." Upon hearing this, the beings of Honghuang were left in a state of confusion. Setting aside the unfamiliar concepts of primordial spirit and world enlightenment, they were aware of the merits method, while the physical body method was merely a legend, with no known successes. Were not enlightenment through strength and enlightenment through the laws essentially the same method? Had not Hongjun previously proclaimed this? Dare I ask, Fengzhu, are not enlightenment through strength and enlightenment through the laws the same method? Dong Huang Tai queried. Clearly, the audience shared the same curiosity regarding this matter. Yuan Feng replied, both enlightenment through strength and enlightenment through the laws derive from the laws, yet they indeed represent 2 distinct methods of enlightenment. Are they not both based on the laws? The audience pondered internally. Amidst their confusion, Yuan Feng, with a playful smile, posed a counter-question. Enlightenment through strength is achieved by following the 3,000 laws, while enlightenment through the laws pertains to a singular law. Can they be the same? The beings of Honghuang found themselves momentarily at a loss. Perhaps there was some truth to this assertion. Although both paths to enlightenment are based on principles, the disparity between the myriad laws of the 3,000 great Tao and singular doctrines is profoundly vast. May I inquire, esteemed Fengzhu, which method do you employ to attain enlightenment? Laozi posed the question. Upon hearing this, the assembly began to comprehend. How could Yuan Feng discern the distinction between the path of strength and the path of laws? This was a matter even Hongjun remained oblivious to. In that moment, a chilling speculation took root in the hearts of many. Could it be that Yuan Feng attained enlightenment through sheer force? Indeed, I, the ancestor, have embraced the path of strength. This revelation would inevitably reach someone, and besides, within the vastness of the primordial chaos, no one aside from Xuan Yang could rival her. Thus, she harbored no fear of potential repercussions. Furthermore, it was only she who could trouble others, who would dare to seek trouble with her. The path of strength necessitates a profound understanding of the 3,000 great Tao laws, each one indispensable, rendering this method exceedingly arduous, bordering on the unattainable. Consequently, the ancestor chose to elucidate the remaining 5 methods of enlightenment, starting with the first, the law-based path. Listen closely, Yuan Feng urged, ignoring the astonishment of the crowd. She commenced her discourse on the path to enlightenment. The audience, including the Reaper, quickly adjusted their states of mind. Though Yuan Feng asserted they could not follow the law-based path, what if they could? Would it not be a pity to disregard it? With 3,000 great paths and myriad lesser ones, mastering just one could lead to the attainment of the status of a Honghuang Daojingxian, a being whose essence embodies the vast laws, unbound by the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Below, the myriad beings of the primordial chaos listened, entranced, each finding their own insights. 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, when the time came to discuss the method of physical enlightenment. Those with corporeal forms among the primordial beings possessed boundless potential. Refining the physical body to its utmost could shatter the shackles of heaven and earth, thus achieving the status of sage. Another 2,000 years later, she spoke of the merit-based path to enlightenment. This method, the simplest yet weakest, involved amassing vast quantities of merit, with the true spirit residing within the heavenly Tao, gaining its recognition to attain the fruit of sagehood. The method was as follows. Next, she elaborated on the world-based path. Any who achieved the pinnacle of Daluo could open a realm within themselves, embodying the will of the heavenly Tao. Once perfected, they could reach sagehood. For each of the 5 methods of enlightenment, Yuan Feng expounded for 2,000 years, culminating in 30,000 years of discourse, including the 2,000 years dedicated to the 3,000 great Tao laws. During this time, the audience remained captivated, gaining profound insights. The majority directly broke through their realms, ascending to greater heights, while a select few, with higher foundations and exceptional comprehension, leaped two small realms in succession. With that, the teachings came to a close. As her voice faded, vast swathes of golden clouds appeared in the heavens, multiplying by the moment. Were these the clouds of merit from the Tao? Indeed, they were. Golden clouds of merit enveloped the sky, extending endlessly into the horizon. The onlookers gazed in awe, utterly astonished. When had they ever witnessed such a plethora of merit clouds, let alone those of the Tao? Their worldview shattered once more. The quantity was likely 1,000-fold greater than what the Witch clan had previously received at Yuanfeng's teachings, imparting the methods of enlightenment and nurturing the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. Were expected to elicit a response from the heavenly Tao, prompting it to bestow clouds of merit. However, the heavenly Tao remained indifferent, and thus the Tao itself had to emerge to grant the merit. Furthermore, since the last oath of the Witch clan, the Tao was aware that Xuan Yang, the legendary Taizu, was present. Hence, the clouds of merit were slightly more abundant, merely a billion-fold increase. What were these merit clouds worth? The essence of life was paramount. He would not be foolish enough to court death like the heavenly Tao. What were merely a billion merit clouds to him? To him, they were insignificant, akin to a mere sprinkle of water. As the clouds of merit descended, Yuanfeng did not hastily refine them, but chose to collect the merits instead. Below, the myriad beings of the primordial chaos gazed longingly. After all, these were the merits of the Tao, coveted by all. Yet, desire alone was futile without the means to claim them. Yuanfeng, a Honghuang, was not easily swayed. Even the Tao ancestor would find it challenging to sway her. They had no intention of courting death. Silence, the ancestor proclaimed, that I have words to impart. Upon hearing this, the mighty beings present fell silent, refraining from uttering a sound that I, the ancestor, have attained the status of Honghuang, observing the myriad beings of the primordial chaos yearning for enlightenment in vain. I have lectured for 30,000 years, nurturing the primordial realm. Today, my merits are complete. I sense the profound mysteries of the 3,000 great Tao laws and wish to bestow upon you opportunities. At this declaration, the audience stirred with anticipation, yet they soon realized that this opportunity would elude them. Qing'er, you were originally a 36th rank transformational Qinglian, and your foundation is among the pinnacle of the primordial realm. I perceive your extraordinary comprehension. You may cultivate my method of enlightenment. Before her words faded, the assembled mighty beings could no longer maintain their composure. They recognized that Qing'er was indeed a 36th rank transformational Qinglian with an exceptional foundation. Even among the other 10 innate spiritual roots, none could compare. Though they could accept this, the notion of Yuanfeng imparting her strength-based path to enlightenment to a mere girl was intolerable. Yet, the subsequent scenes shattered the hearts of many mighty beings. This is the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl, containing 49 significant prohibitions. Harboring a realm of chaos within. It holds the complete 3,000 great Tao laws and possesses the ability to obscure heavenly secrets. It is bestowed upon you. Qing'er expressed her gratitude to her teacher. Rising, she performed a respectful bow, her face aglow with joy. This. The mighty beings rubbed their eyes in disbelief, and some even slapped themselves to ascertain the reality of the situation. The Chaos Pearl, one of the legendary 4 Chaos Supreme Treasures, was so casually bestowed. Was this truly a Chaos Supreme Treasure and not a mere trinket? Was it their lack of experience or Yuanfeng's extravagant generosity? Yet the unfolding events continued to evoke their envy. Sidong, you are one of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the innate gourd vine. Your foundation is also among the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Upon your transformation, you summoned the 99 heavenly tribulation and absorbed the lightning of the tribulation with the gourd you produced, thus becoming the punishment gourd. Therefore, you have gained mastery over the heavenly tribulation's thunder. I see your affinity with thunder. Today, I bestow upon you the thunder fruit and the thunder emperor's art, as well as the lightning rapid fist. The thunder fruit is a fruit born of a special spiritual root of heaven and earth. Consuming it allows you to command the thunder of the primordial realm and even transform into thunder, becoming immortal and indestructible. The Thunder Emperor's art and the Lightning Rapid Fist are supreme techniques of the Thunder Tao. The former complements the Thunder Fruit, while the latter serves as an offensive technique of the Thunder Tao. Cultivate diligently and do not become complacent. With a wave of her hand, 3 streams of light darted towards Sitten. The mighty beings of the primordial realm could hardly contain their envy. Had it not been for Yuanfeng's intimidation, they would have long since made a move. "Thank you, teacher," Sitten said, rising to express her gratitude. Do not inquire where the Thunder Emperor's art and the Lightning Rapid Fist originated. It suffices to say they were acquired by Xuan Yang through cleverness. The Thunder Emperor's art was procured from the system's marketplace, while the Lightning Rapid Fist was obtained during a refresh over the past 30,000 years. Yuanfeng expounded, Xuan Yang must gather some items to bolster the occasion, correct? As for the system, it must at least show some token of appreciation for the teachings of its mistress. But the revelations did not cease there. Yuanfeng continued, Jinning, you are the chieftain of the Phoenix clan, one of the 3 innate tribes, wielding the Phoenix Nirvana fire and the South Mingli fire. Both among the 10 fundamental divine fires of the primordial realm, I perceive your pure Phoenix bloodline. Today, I bestow upon you the true Phoenix art and the magma fruit. The true Phoenix art is the Phoenix clan's supreme technique, enabling the practitioner to undergo continuous transformations in their bloodline, becoming the only true Phoenix besides the ancestor. The magma fruit, born of a special spiritual root, allows the consumer to transform into the molten earth. Wielding the power of magma, with effect dependent on their level of cultivation, Jinning rose, offering a profound bow to Yuanfeng upon the cloud platform, and expressed, Jinning thanks the chieftain. For the Phoenix clan, Yuanfeng was their faith. Their chieftain would forever be Yuanfeng, even as she publicly claimed to relinquish her title, but a smile graced Yuanfeng's lips as she nodded and turned her gaze to Hongyun. Hongyun, you are the first innate red cloud, a being of extraordinary lineage, blessed with abundant fortune. That I observe that while your fortune is great, you face a deadly calamity. Thus, I bestow upon you the yin-yang mirror and a chance, which you should utilize wisely. The yin-yang mirror is a companion treasure of the yin-yang demon god, one of the 3,000 primordial chaos deities prior to the creation of the world, ranked among the finest innate spiritual treasures. Containing the laws of the yin-yang as for this chance, I shall not elaborate. You must comprehend it for yourself. Upon hearing that his fate was entwined with a murderous calamity, Hongyun was instantly drenched in cold sweat, rendered motionless, neglecting even to retrieve the yin-yang mirror and the orb of light. It was Xinyuan Zizi who stood up promptly, offering a respectful salutation and inquiring, might I ask, Fengzu, is there a way for my brother to evade this calamity? Xinyuan Zizi had already surmised the general cause of this predicament, likely stemming from the primordial purple chi. He felt pity for his foolish brother, whose moment of kindness had inadvertently summoned a murderous fate, putting his life in jeopardy. Unutterable, unspeakable. Thank you, Fengzu, he said. Despite his urgency, he knew better than to confront Fengzu. Unlike Yuanshi, he still wished to preserve his own life and ponder ways to assist Hongyun in escaping this calamity. Yinfeng then turned his gaze toward Tong Tian and declared, Tong Tian, you are a manifestation of 1/3 of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, transformed from the pure essence of heaven and earth. Your origins are extraordinary. Endowed with profound merits of creation, I observe that you possess a righteous aura and have cultivated both the sword and formation paths. You must choose one, and I shall grant you an opportunity along with an additional treasure. Tong Tian pondered momentarily before responding. May I inquire, Fengzu, what do you mean by the opportunity in the formation path, and what of the sword path? If you choose the formation path, I shall impart the laws of formation for 5,000 years. However, since you have already severed the corpse, you cannot attain sanctification through the formation laws. The opportunity in the sword path lies in a sword technique known as the grass character sword technique. Tong Tian reflected, realizing that since he practiced the method of corpse severance, attaining sanctification through the formation path was not feasible, and the formation opportunity would only yield him limited insights. The grass character sword technique, although not explicitly detailed by Yunfeng, seemed to him a significant opportunity. With his formation inheritance rooted in Pangu, he preferred to carve his own path. Fengzu, I wish to choose the sword path opportunity. With a graceful wave of his hand, Yunfeng sent forth two beams of light toward Tong Tian. This is the Emperor's Light Shadow Stone, an innate treasure of the highest order, representing the supreme power of the heavenly way. Capable of suppressing fate, it may only be wielded by one who possesses righteous aura. Upon hearing this, many formidable beings were astonished. This crystal was on par with the Taizu diagram, the Panga banner, and the Chaos Bell, and it could even harness the power of the heavenly way. Quite excessive. To claim this treasure, you may drop a drop of your blood to acknowledge its ownership. The grass character sword technique is an inheritance from the 9-leaf sword grass clan. A sword technique powerful enough to sever time and space, and to cleave through chaos. You may comprehend it at your own pace. Beneath the cloud platform, on the ink jade mat, Yuanshi's expression darkened. Consumed by jealousy. Why should Tong Tian sit on the purple mat and receive teachings? Why should he be granted such a grand opportunity? The innate treasures and sword techniques should rightfully belong to him. It was Tong Tian who had caused him to lose this fortune. Although Laozi feigned indifference, appearing nonchalant, he too thought how fortunate it would be if he were seated upon that purple mat. Had he occupied the mat, he might have gained some opportunity in alchemy, and that innate treasure crystal would have been his. Though both Laozi and Yuanshi possessed innate treasures, the Taizu diagram and the Panga banner, who would not desire an additional innate treasure? Alas, they were not the ones seated on the mat, and so this opportunity was beyond their reach. That moment, the attention of the crowd shifted to the remaining two mats occupied by Houtu and the six-eared macaque. The previous few had all received opportunities, and it was likely these two would not be exceptions. The six-eared macaque, you are a manifestation of 1/4 of the source of the chaos demon ape, a being of considerable origins, skilled in listening, able to discern the past and future, understanding all things. That I observe that you have suffered a loss of your divine powers due to eavesdropping on Honghuang's teachings. I shall grant you a drop of 3 light divine water to restore your source and unseal your divine powers, along with a suitable cultivation method and a divine ability. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, the six-eared macaque joyfully scratched his ears and jumped about. Realizing he had become overly exuberant, he quickly bowed to Yunfeng. I accept with gratitude. After kneeling in reverence, he continued, this cultivation method is called the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. A physical cultivation technique that, when mastered to a certain extent, can break through the confines of heaven and earth and attain sanctification. The divine ability is known as the Zhu Yin Treasure Technique, a top-tier transformation art. I shall say no more, and you may comprehend it at your own pace. With a wave of his hand, Yunfeng sent 2 orbs of light toward the six-eared macaque, who did not rush to receive them, but instead bowed thrice to Yunfeng before accepting the gifts. Thank you for your generous bestowal, Fengzu. There is no need for thanks. Your presence on the mat signifies your affinity for this opportunity. Yunfeng gently shook his head and remarked, now, it is time for my sister. Zhu Jun gazed at Houtu, seated upon the purple mat. Among the 7 on the mat, 6 had already received opportunities, and Zhu Juin thought to himself that his sister would surely be no exception. As expected, Houtu turned her gaze toward Houtu and proclaimed, Houtu, you are one of the 12 ancestor witches, born from one of the 12 drops of pure blood of the great Pangu, combined with the earth's malevolent energy, inherently governing the laws of the earth. However, your path does not reside solely within the laws of the earth. I observe a connection between you and reincarnation, and thus I bestow upon you the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc was originally the companion spirit treasure of the reincarnation demon god, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods. The dawn of creation, the reincarnation demon god perished at the hands of Pangu, and its companion spirit treasure fell into the wilderness, where it was acquired by me. This treasure contains the essence of reincarnation. Take your time to comprehend it. Houtu promptly bowed and said, thank you, Fengzu. Although Houtu was uncertain why Yunfeng had granted her this item, the companion spirit treasure of the reincarnation demon god was undoubtedly a valuable gift, something to be cherished. After all, even if she could not utilize it, it could always be traded for some snacks. Well, the teachings have concluded. Everyone may disperse. Yunfeng waved his hand, signaling for the assembly to depart. And as he turned, he added, Jining, Houtu, six-eared, you three remain. Many powerful beings felt a lingering desire for more. Yet they dared not provoke Yunfeng's authority and could only leave one by one. Tong Tian, should you find yourself uncertain on the path to sanctification in the future, you may return here. As Tong Tian was preparing to depart, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Tong Tian froze momentarily, scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss, assuming he had misheard and preparing to leave. Third brother, what are you pondering? Laozi, noticing Tong Tian's initial surprise followed by his searching gaze, curiously inquired, Big brother, it is nothing. I simply misheard, Tong Tian replied with a smile. Third brother, could you? Laozi hesitated, wishing to borrow the crystal-like innate treasure from Tong Tian, but feeling reluctant to voice his request. Big brother, what is it? Tong Tian asked. Laozi's face flushed, feigning nonchalance as he said, No, it is nothing. I was merely curious about whether your sword technique is a cultivation method or a divine ability. Tong Tian, not overthinking it, replied, Big brother, although the grass character sword technique is called a sword technique, it is in fact a sword divine ability, wielding formidable power that transcends heaven and earth. Tong Tian beamed, having gained immensely. Not only had he acquired an innate treasure, but he had also obtained an extraordinary divine ability. In contrast, Yuanshi fared poorly, having been gravely injured by Yunfeng in a single strike. No, it was not even a strike. For a full 30,000 years, Yuanshi had been recuperating while others absorbed the teachings of the 3,000 Great Tao. Among all present, only Yuanshi had gained nothing. If he was not the one suffering, who was? Yet, who could he blame? After all, Yunfeng had already attained the status of a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. While Yuanshi dared to confront him, if not him, then who would perish? In terms of self-destructive tendencies, Yuanshi was only slightly beneath the heavenly Tao. Big brother, let us return to Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi, feeling disinclined to linger any longer, suggested they head back to Kunlun Mountain. There was no choice. Confronting the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, who was akin to a saint, and being gravely injured by Yunfeng's overwhelming presence had left him utterly humiliated. For 30,000 years, many powerful beings have been engrossed in the teachings, ignoring him. But now that the teachings had concluded, every gaze turned toward him, as if mocking Yuanshi for his folly. Unlike the two shameless figures from the West, Yuanshi was a man of pride. How could he endure such scrutiny? In no time, he yearned to depart, wishing to leave and let others discuss him as they pleased. After all, he would not hear it, and what he could not see would not trouble his heart. Very well, the teachings have concluded. My brothers and I are eager to digest what we have learned, so let us take our leave. How could I possibly be unaware of Yuanshi's thoughts? Thus, I sought a pretext to depart. East of Buzhou Mountain, in a place spanning billions of miles upon a certain peak, Dijun and Tai, two brothers, fixed their gaze intently on Zhen Yuanzi and the direction in which Hong Yun had vanished, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. Elder brother, shall we take action? Tai inquired. They must acquire the primordial purple chi that Hong Yun possesses. Otherwise, once Nu Hua attains sainthood, the leadership of the demon race is likely to undergo a significant change. Even if Nu Hua harbors no such ambition, Dijun's standing within the demon tribe would drastically decline. In the world of Honghuang, strength is paramount. One must question, to whom would the demon race pledge their faith, an exalted sage or a quasi-sage? The outcome is all too predictable. Taiyi's body trembled as he asked in confusion, Elder brother, what is the reason for this? After Yuan Feng's discourse, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun departed from Wanshou Mountain, and this presents our sole opportunity. With the Easter Emperor Bell in my possession, even if Zhen Yuanzi holds the Earth Book, I shall not fear him that time. With your collaboration with Kuan Peng, can we not subdue a mere Hong Yun? Dijun's gaze flicked towards Tai Yi as he spoke. Tai Yi, some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Yuan Feng conferred upon Hong Yun two opportunities. One was the Yin-Yang Mirror, a companion spiritual treasure of the Yin-Yang demon god. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure, its might rivaling that of the River Diagram and Luo Book. The other opportunity remains unknown, yet Yuan Feng once mentioned that Hong Yun faces a killing tribulation. And this opportunity is likely meant to shield him from such a fate. Should we act recklessly, success is not guaranteed. If Honghuang becomes wary, it will be exceedingly difficult to strike again. Lastly, though Dijun did not explicitly state it, he understood that Kunpeng's collaboration with them and his accession to the demon race was not merely to seek a protector. Kunpeng's true motive in joining the demon race was also to acquire the primordial purple chi. Aware that he had no chance to obtain it himself, he sought to conspire through Dijun, ultimately reaping the benefits as a fisherman. Such scheming is indeed worthy of Kunpeng, who can bear such a title. Let us go, Tai-yi. We shall converse with those two fellows in the west, Dijun proclaimed. Tai-yi, bewildered, asked, elder brother, why would we seek out those two detestable individuals? To collaborate. As Dijun and Tai-yi assumed their true forms and sped towards the west. Another major event transpired in the world of Honghuang, in the heavens. A man clad in white stood proudly, gazing at the black-clad youth before him. This white-clad man, with hair like snow and a youthful visage, exuded an air of ethereal grace, while the black-clad youth was none other than my old acquaintance, the first master of self-destruction in Honghuang, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Who are you? The embodiment of the heavenly Tao furrowed his brow and inquired, fixating on the middle-aged man before him, whose aura was ancient, profound, and tinged with a hint of mystery. Moreover, this aura struck him as vaguely familiar, as though he had encountered it before. That I am your father. The words of the Tao sounded somewhat presumptuous, yet they were entirely truthful. The three paths of humanity, earth, and heaven in the world of Honghuang were all derived from him, making it not unreasonable for the heavenly Tao to address him as father. Upon hearing this, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao was instantly enraged, thinking to himself that he, the supreme heavenly Tao of Honghuang, feared no one other than the Tao itself. Having called someone father was preposterous. You dare to take advantage of this heavenly Tao? You seek death, the heavenly Tao bellowed. In response, the Tao felt a surge of anger and thought. This insolent brat dares to insult me. I intended to let it slide, but now I must teach you a lesson. You little rascal, how dare you insult me? He declared. The heavenly Tao was suddenly alarmed. The Tao? Was this a joke? Why was he not clad in armor this time? Would he be beaten again? His mind raced with questions, intertwining like threads, leaving his thoughts in disarray. In a flash, the Tao seized the right arm of the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, lifting him effortlessly and swinging him about, shattering the very fabric of space. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the realm of Honghuang. Numerous powerful beings looked up, only to disperse, accustomed to the plight of this unfortunate soul, who seemed to be beaten every few epochs or tens of thousands of years. After several classic Hulk-like slams, the heavenly Tao fell silent, questioning his existence. Such a weak heavenly Tao. The Tao wiped his hands and glanced at the vacant-eyed embodiment of the heavenly Tao, disdainfully remarking, not bad, not be and no wonder Yang Zun enjoys educating unruly children. This feeling is quite pleasurable. The Tao turned away, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. While the Tao reveled in his comfort, our heavenly Tao embodiment was left in a pitiable state, bruised and battered, weeping profusely, feeling as though his very being had come undone. After a considerable time, the heavenly Tao struggled to rise, lamenting, "What on earth have I done wrong to deserve this? Why must I be beaten again? I swear, I have done nothing wrong. Could it be that Honghuang, that self-destructive fool, has once more provoked someone?" Unable to fathom the truth, he placed the blame on Honghuang, disregarding the actual circumstances. After all, he had been beaten, and if he did not retaliate against Honghuang, he would feel a sense of imbalance within himself. Whatever suffering he endured must also be experienced by Honghuang. Perhaps after punishing him, he would feel somewhat relieved, right? Honghuang, just wait. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao waved his hand, conjuring a spatial passage, and with a step he entered, shortly after, within the chaos purple cloud palace. Piercing screams echoed forth. Poor Honghuang, whose injuries had yet to heal, was subjected to a merciless onslaught from the heavenly Tao. Centuries later, as Hongzhuang's aura waned, and he teetered on the brink of death, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao finally ceased his assault. Out of concern that Honghuang might perish, He humanely bestowed upon him a large vial of Sanguang, divine water. Poor Hongjun. However, genuinely believed he had done something wrong. Unbeknownst to him, he had been unjustly burdened with blame. Should there be a next time, this heavenly Tao shall eliminate you. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao coldly declared. Hongjun, thinking that his ambition to replace the heavenly Tao had been discovered, hastily begged for mercy. Great heavenly Tao, I implore you to spare me this once. I shall never again harbor treasonous thoughts against you. Hearing this, the anger that had subsided within the heavenly Tao surged forth once more. Da. Not only have you erred, but you also dare to entertain treasonous thoughts? I shall eliminate you. Yet in the next moment, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao reconsidered. If he killed Hongjun, who would he torment in the future? Upon reaching this conclusion, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao refrained from striking and instead imposed a restriction, ensuring that any harmful thoughts Hongjun harbored would be revealed to him. Hongjun, take heed. What I can grant you, I can just as easily reclaim. Humph! The embodiment of the heavenly Tao snorted coldly, turning to vanish into the fabric of space. Hongjun, drenched in cold sweat, realized that it was only after the heavenly Tao's departure that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As though he had narrowly escaped a disaster, it must be said, while Hongjun may lack certain abilities, his vitality is remarkably resilient. During the great calamity of the opening of the heavens, over 90% of the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons perished, with more than half of the top 10 chaotic deities and demons meeting their end, even the most resilient among them. The time demon was left unaccounted for. Yet he, ranked among the lowest, survived a fatal blow from Pangu, clinging to life through his innate divine powers. Had it not been for the severe injuries sustained from the Tao, he would not have been forced to reincarnate, nor would he have seized the body of the first eel in the world of Honghuang. Heavenly Tao, one day, I shall usurp your position. Despite his misfortunes, Hongjun remained undeterred, believing that once he attained the Tao, he would wield the authority of the heavenly Tao, standing shoulder to shoulder with it, or even transcending it to become the new heavenly Tao. Little did he know that the restriction placed upon him by the heavenly Tao had already betrayed his intentions to, "Oh, Hongjun, how foolish you are. It is precisely because of your folly that this heavenly Tao chose you in the first place." The embodiment of the heavenly Tao mused, chuckling coldly as he plotted to find an opportunity to teach Hongjun yet another lesson. Beneath Buzhou Mountain in the Phoenix Palace, Sitong bit into a small piece of thunder fruit, its flesh exploding with a bitter taste in her mouth. The sensation was indescribable, exquisite yet excruciating. However, considering the ability to control thunder that would come with consuming the fruit, Sitong braced herself and swallowed whole. Gazing at the remaining flesh, she gritted her teeth. For the extraordinary power of embodying thunder, she, Sitong, the innate gourd vine, was determined to endure. After all, was she not the dignified Miss Sitong? How could she falter? Yet, in the next moment, Sitong admitted her bravado was misplaced. This fruit was indeed unbearably distasteful. Not merely bitter, but laden with numerous indescribable flavors, it is undeniably unpalatable. Alas, I lament my choice to consume this. Upon tasting the thunder fruit, Sitong burst into tears, inconsolable. Beside her, Qing Er, Jin Ning, Houtu, and Lu Er stood in bewilderment, questioning whether the thunder fruit was truly so distasteful as to provoke such weeping. Could my magma fruit possibly be just as unpalatable? Surely not. Jin Ning furrowed her brow at the magma fruit in her hand, a sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. Regardless, I shall taste it first. Unable to resist, Jin Ning took a bite of the magma fruit. And in that instant, the entire phoenix was thrown into disarray. The flavor was beyond description. Oh, at last, Jin Ning understood Sitong's tears. The taste was indeed outrageous. That moment, Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng emerged from the dojo, only to witness Sitong and Jin Ning weeping as though they had suffered great injustice. Qing Er, Houtu, what has transpired? Xuan Yang inquired curiously. Oh, it's nothing. They simply consumed the devil fruits that Sister Yuan Feng offered them, and now they are in this state. Houtu mumbled, her mouth full of cotton candy. Grateful that she was not the one to have eaten the devil fruit, she believed that even the most miraculous of flavors would not compel her to partake in such a repugnant treat. Hearing this, Xuan Yang slapped his forehead, realizing that he should have anticipated it. The system had indeed not altered the taste of this fruit. Qing they didn't eat the entire devil fruit, did they? One bite is sufficient. Xuan Yang's mind began to form a hypothesis. Surely these two girls had consumed the whole fruit, or else they would not be wailing in such a manner. Indeed, they devoured it in one go. And thus fell into this state, Qing replied. Upon hearing this, Si Tung and Jin Ning wept even more fervently. It turned out that only a single bite was necessary, and yet they had both consumed the entire fruit. Whoa! Si Tung, Jin Ning, cease your weeping. Here, have a sip of grape juice, and all will be well. Xuan Yang offered them 2 cups of grape juice, freshly squeezed from the purest amethyst grapes, naturally sweet and untainted. What was a mere devil fruit in the grand scheme of things? 1 cup of grape juice would remedy the situation that in the primordial world, at Mount Wanshou, within the 5 last, we have arrived. After delivering his teachings, Zhen Yunzi hurried along, wary that someone might covet the Hongmeng purple qi associated with Hong Yun and act with malice. Only when he reached his own dojo did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yunzi placed 2 ginseng fruits before Hong Yun, preparing to partake of one himself. Yet, Hong Yun appeared restless, showing no inclination to eat, noticing his old friend's unusual demeanor. Zhen Yunzi inquired, Hong Yun, what troubles you? Brother Zhen Yunzi, do you truly believe I am destined to face a great calamity? Hong Yun asked. Previously, Zhen Yunzi had warned him that possessing Hongmeng purple qi might attract unwanted attention. At that time, Hong Yun had believed that the qi bestowed by the Tao ancestor would shield him from harm. However, during the teachings, Yuan Feng had mentioned a significant calamity awaiting him, which instilled a sense of caution within Hong Yun. Zhen Yunzi pondered for a moment before responding. If it was spoken by the Phoenix ancestor, it is likely to hold truth. The Hongmeng purple qi is a tremendous opportunity for anyone. For those who cut corpses, it is the sole path to sanctification. Were it not for our friendship, I too might have been tempted to act. Hong Yun fell silent, contemplating for an extended period before finally speaking. Brother Zhen Yunzi, how might I evade this calamity? He felt a rising panic, as he had no desire for demise. The Phoenix ancestor bestowed upon you this opportunity precisely because she is aware of your impending calamity. The method to navigate through it lies within that very opportunity, Zhen Yunzi suggested. An opportunity? Very well, Brother Zhen Yunzi. I shall borrow your dojo for this purpose. Between us, there is no need to discuss borrowing. Use it as you wish. In the primordial world, at Kunlun Mountain. Upon their return to Kunlun, the 3 pure ones each retreated into seclusion. Laozi had listened to Yuan Feng expound on the principles of the 3,000 Great Tao for 30,000 years. Gaining immense insights, he gifted Yuan Shi a gourd of healing elixir before immersing himself in meditation. Yuan Shi, having been injured by Yuan Feng's authoritative presence due to his disrespectful words, had spent 30,000 years nursing his wounds. Even upon returning to Kunlun, he was preoccupied with his recovery. Meanwhile, Tong Tian was the most fortunate. Not only had he inherited the 9-leaf sword grass and the grass character sword technique, but he had also acquired a primordial treasure. Upon his return to Kunlun, he was immediately engrossed in perfecting the grass character sword technique. After several thousand years, atop a peak of Kunlun Mountain, sword qi soared into the heavens, cleaving the space around it with dark lines that lingered ominously. Simultaneously, a phantom river flowed through the vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain, resonating with the sounds of swords, echoing endlessly. What is this? Laozi exclaimed. The phantom river surged with waves, brimming with an incredibly sharp sword intent, as if each droplet of water embodied supreme sword qi. Laozi recognized this as the Sword Dao River, not only due to the overwhelming sword intent permeating the Phantom River, but also because Yuan Feng had summoned the Sword Dao River while discussing its principles. The river at Kunlun Mountain was even more ethereal than that summoned by Yuan Feng. Yet its form and significance could not be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi grew agitated, exclaiming, Elder brother, do you mean to say this is the Sword Dao River? Having spent the 30,000 years of Yuan Feng's teachings healing, he had no opportunity to observe the Sword Dao River and now found it hard to believe. Who dares to pry into my affairs? Tong Tian was also roused by this exclamation and, wielding his Qing Ping sword, unleashed a slash of sword chi. This is not good. As a mid-stage quasi-saint, Laozi quickly reacted and pulled Yuan Shi aside. The sword chi brushed past Yuan Shi, severing a lock of his hair. Gulp. Yuan Shi instinctively swallowed, realizing that had Laozi not intervened, he might have been cleaved in two to, it is you, elder brother, second brother. You startled me. Upon recognizing Laozi and Yuan Shi, Tong Tian finally exhaled in relief. How did you accomplish this? Laozi asked in astonishment, as that single sword chi had nearly matched his full-powered strike, despite Tong Tian being merely a novice quasi-saint. Moreover, how could Tong Tian, as a quasi-saint, evoke the Sword Dao River? This was a feat beyond the capabilities of a quasi-saint. Tong Tian assumed Laozi was inquiring about the cultivation of his sword chi and replied, Elder brother, this is the result of my training in the grass character sword technique. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Laozi's mouth twitched, realizing that such formidable power stemmed from a single sword technique. It was truly a remarkable gift from a saint. The Honghuang Duo Jingxian is also a saint. Marking it as extraordinary to how I wish it were I sitting upon that mat. Laozi mused, regretting that it was not. Yuan Shi was similarly envious, even harboring feelings of jealousy. After all, they were both members of the Three Pure Ones. Why did Tong Tian possess two grand opportunities while he had gained nothing despite listening to the teachings for 30,000 years? Surely, Yuan Feng had deliberately withheld opportunities from him due to his prior disrespectful remarks. There could be no other explanation. Third brother, in your future cultivation, be more restrained. Do not create such a commotion again. Laozi sighed softly at the fading Sword Dao River. Furthermore, we brothers have already severed our corporeal forms and cannot cultivate the methods to achieve sanctification through the laws. Though the sword technique is commendable, it remains but a means, incapable of leading one to the path of sainthood. The pressing matter now is to refine the Hongmeng purple chi to comprehend its mysteries, and to attain the realm of saints. Laozi spoke earnestly. Whether this was out of genuine concern for Tong Tian remains uncertain. Indeed, third brother, comprehending the Hongmeng purple chi and achieving sainthood is the true path. Do not lose sight of the essentials. Yuan Shi admonished. Taizu was envious of Tong Tian's powerful sword technique, not wishing for him to continue cultivating it. Tong Tian, however, did not dwell on such thoughts, believing that his two elder brothers were looking out for him. He nodded, saying, Elder brothers are correct. Tong Tian will remember this. Although he understood that the Hongmeng purple chi was indeed his only path to sanctification. However, he would not forsake the cultivation of the grass character sword technique. Feeling that this particular sword art was exceptionally suited to him, that on one hand, it aligned with his foundational practice of swordsmanship. On the other, the grass character sword technique itself held profound significance. According to the initial description of the grass character sword technique, the nine-leaf sword grass is not a particularly rare spiritual root. It can be deemed extraordinarily commonplace. Yet it has risen from the ordinary to become one of the 10 fiends of ancient times, which resonates deeply with his principles. Once Laozi and Yuan Shi departed, Tong Tian resumed his meditative posture. However, this time he did not continue his cultivation. Instead, he retrieved a crystalline stone that sparkled with clarity. Upon it was inscribed the character light, which shimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays, presenting a striking sight. Fengzu had mentioned that in order to utilize this innate treasure, one must possess a righteous aura. Surely, I should be able to use it. He mused, recalling Yuanfeng's words. Yet uncertainty gnawed at him. While Tong Tian was inherently upright, he found himself questioning his own righteous aura. Regardless, he decided to test it out. Gritting his teeth, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of essence blood to fall upon the imperial light stone. As the drop landed, a flicker of light momentarily enveloped the stone. Could this innate treasure be a counterfeit? Just then, a piece of information blossomed in Tong Tian's mind, the method of utilizing the imperial light stone. Astonishingly, it could only be activated in the presence of sunlight, and if one wished to use it without sunlight, prior charging was required. Moreover, the The charging method was peculiar. It necessitated basking in the sun. What sort of innate treasure requires sunbathing? Tong Tian's lips twitched in disbelief as he gazed at the imperial light stone, which was gradually absorbing the sunlight, feeling an overwhelming urge to smash it. Fortunately, he had not revealed the bizarre nature of his innate treasure to Lao Zi and Yuan Shi. Otherwise, he would surely be the subject of their ridicule. Nevertheless, it was still an innate treasure, and though peculiar, it was what it was. With a flourish of his sleeve, Tong Tian placed it before the hull of the azure pool, allowing it to bask in sunlight. No, rather, to charge. Would it summon the imperial armor? He wondered about its power. According to the information regarding the light, the imperial light stone could indeed summon the imperial armor, which represented the heavenly way and could harness its power. It is crucial to understand that the power of the heavenly way is supreme, governing all within the primordial chaos. Only Honghuang, the saint of the heavenly way, could wield such power. If he too could command the power of the heavenly way, would that not place him on par with the Tao ancestor? Should Xuan Yang become aware of Tong Tian's thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock his ignorance. How could that mere worm, Honghuang, be compared to the exalted imperial? Even if Tong Tian's imperial light stone could only summon an ordinary imperial, devoid of the 5 elements' power, it was still far beyond what Honghuang could match. He might as well let the heavenly way manifest itself. What? You inquire why the imperial light stone can only summon an ordinary imperial without the 5 elements' power? A fine question indeed. The reason it can only summon an ordinary imperial is that the imperial light stone is merely a summoning tool, lacking the energy required to call forth the ultimate imperial. As for its lack of the 5 elements' power, that is because the essence of the 5 elements resides within the celestial shop. Indeed, those 5 elements light stones. The fusion of materials is not a trivial matter. If Tong Tian desires the 5 elements power for the imperial armor, it is simple. Acquire it through the spiritual treasures. Does he think Xuan Yang is engaged in charity? He could always negotiate a price for the 5 elements light stones. Yes, that idea has merit. Meanwhile, as the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and other powerful beings with primordial purple qi were in seclusion contemplating their paths, Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng also withdrew into solitude. Sister Qing'er. When will Brother Xuan Yang and Sister Yuan Feng emerge? They have been in seclusion for nearly 3 epochs now. Houtu remarked, popping a purple crystal grape into her mouth, her words somewhat garbled. Shortly after the last sermon, Xuan Yang and Yuan Feng had entered their sanctum. Though termed seclusion, in truth, they were indulging in their own world. Qing'er sighting, and the others were well aware of this, while only Houtu, who was solely focused on snacks and cakes, mistakenly believed that Xuan Yang was inspired by Yuan Feng's breakthrough to the Honghuang Daoyuo Jingxian and was thus compelled to instruct her to elevate her cultivation. The two in seclusion was of little concern. However, with Xuan Yang absent, no one was there to bake cakes for Houtu, which caused her considerable distress. She would frequently check in on them to see if they had emerged. Qing'er, seated in meditation nearby, finally opened her eyes and sighed. Sister Houtu, if you wish to eat cake, you can learn to make it yourself. You need not wait solely for teacher Xuan Yang to return. Although Qing'er too desired cake, she hesitated to intrude upon the couple in their private world. Yet it seemed that their world had persisted for quite a while. 3 epochs, to be precise. Each epoch spanned 129, 600 years, and time within the sanctum flowed differently from the outside world, leaving one to wonder how long had truly passed. But I do not know the method of making it. Otherwise, I would have tried already. Houtu continued to stuff grapes into her mouth, seemingly finding solace in this action to alleviate her obsession with cake. That I, too, lack the knowledge of the method. But sighting has assisted Brother Xuan Yang before. She might know, Qing'er suggested, casting her gaze towards sighting, who was training amidst the thunderbolts of the primordial chaos. Ever since sighting had consumed the incredibly memorable thunder fruit, gaining a body imbued with the elements of lightning, and subsequently practiced the techniques of the Thunder Emperor, she had undergone a transformation, becoming a thunder gourdvine. Each day, she harnessed the primordial thunder to cultivate her lightning body while diligently practicing the Thunder Emperor's techniques and the lightning fist, maintaining a state of brilliant flashes perpetually. Sister Qing'er, what is it? Sighting inquired, having absorbed the remaining thunderous energy into her body, her gaze shifting towards Qing'er and Houtu. Since 2 epochs prior, the six-eared macaque had successfully ascended to the Daluo realm through the might of the divine elephant suppression technique and had been clamoring to leave. After all, he possessed the top-tier transformation technique, known as the Zhuyin treasure technique, which rendered him nearly undetectable, provided he did not act recklessly. Subsequently, Jining returned to the immortal Fire Mountain, expressing concern for the Phoenix clan residing there. Setting aside the relationship between Yuan Feng and the Phoenix clan, no one dared to provoke the current Phoenix race, with Jining's true Phoenix treasure technique and the capabilities of the lava fruit. Within the confines of the immortal Fire Mountain, she was as formidable as a quasi-saint. After the sermon, Jining's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Daluo, and combined with her true Phoenix treasure technique and the lava fruit abilities, her combat prowess within the immortal Fire Mountain had increased exponentially. Since then, only Qing'er and Sighting remained within the Phoenix Palace, with Houtu occasionally dropping by. Sighting, do you know how to make cake? Qing'er asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sighting chuckled softly and replied, I do not know how to make it, but I have a rough idea of the steps. Upon hearing this, Houtu's eyes sparkled, and she quickly sprang to her feet, grasping Sighting's hands and shaking them excitedly. Sighting, please teach me how to make cake. I want to eat cake. Qing'er echoed. Sighting, since teacher Xuan Yang is absent, you're the only one who knows the steps to make cake. Sighting pondered for a moment, realizing she too had not savored cake in quite some time, and thus agreed. Ultimately, the three of them reached a consensus and embarked on their cake-making venture. As for whether the final product would be edible, that remained uncertain. Meanwhile, within the sanctum of Xuan Yang, he lounged languidly in a wicker chair, while Yuan Feng sat gracefully beside him, leaning slightly forward, one hand resting upon his chest, her beautiful eyes brimming with tenderness as they gazed at his face. Xuan Yang inhaled a fragrant aroma, roused from his feigned slumber, and found Yuan Feng's enchanting gaze fixed upon him, her lips curving into a subtle smile. What is it? He gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Rising to embrace her, Yuan Feng's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes averting momentarily as she spoke. Brother Yang, the watermelon you cultivated seems to be ripe. Shall we taste it? Following the Ling coconut, purple crystal grape, and yellow middle plum, Xuan Yang had cultivated many new varieties of fruit over the years, and this watermelon was among them. That's so. Watermelon, bring it here. With a snap of his fingers, a fruit adorned with dark green stripes appeared in his hand. Such a sizable melon is bound to be ripe. I wonder if it will be sweet? Divide, as his words fell, the watermelon effortlessly split into numerous small pieces, landing gracefully on a nearby plate. The flesh glistened with clarity, bursting with moisture, exuding a refreshing sweetness. Here, Fenger, do taste and see how it fares. Xuan Yang impaled a piece of watermelon flesh with a toothpick, a token of his resourcefulness in navigating the system, and presented it before Yuan Feng, whose cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted gently as she took a delicate bite. That's so sweet, she remarked with a smile, though it was unclear whether the sweetness stemmed from the watermelon or something else entirely. Brother Yang, you should have some too. Yuan Feng offered him another piece. Xuan Yang shook his head, replying, I prefer the imported kind. This imported does not refer to the usual meaning, as Xuan Yang was a patriotic youth before his journey. Imported? What do you mean? Yuan Feng asked, tilting her head in confusion. Xuan Yang remained silent, chuckling softly while his gaze fixated on her cherry lips. Upon sensing his intent, Yuan Feng's face turned crimson, and she became quite indignant. After a moment's hesitation, she took a small bite of the watermelon and slowly approached Xuan Yang to offer it to him. Indeed, it is quite sweet, for reasons unknown, since the two had confirmed their relationship. Xuan Yang had grown bolder. Oh, you still want more? You vain one? Yuan Feng exclaimed, her irritation flaring anew as she noticed Xuan Yang's unwavering gaze upon her lips, and she playfully pinched his waist. Do women inherently possess such skills? Xuan Yang found himself at a loss. Who had taught her this? It seemed that occasionally indulging Xuan Yang's unreasonable whims was permissible, but only on rare occasions. Once was sufficient. Any more would threaten her pride as the Phoenix ancestor. Understanding Yuan Feng's thoughts, Xuan Yang showered her with sweet nothings until she reluctantly forgave him. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa within the Phoenix Palace, guided by Si Tung, Xuan Yang, and Houtu, two culinary novices, finally achieved their ambitious cake-making endeavor after countless unsuccessful attempts. However, the cake's appearance left much to be desired, with cream haphazardly smeared on. Yet, compared to their previous failures, this creation was a notable success. A peculiar object sat atop the stone table in front of the heavenly merchant's shop, barely recognizable as a cake. Houtu eagerly cut a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. Not bad. It tastes like cake now, she said, her expression one of satisfaction. Observing this, Xuan Yang and Si Tung also took a piece to taste it. As the cake melted in their mouths, both frowned simultaneously. Besides the delightful flavors of the cake and cream, there lingered an odd burnt taste, a reminder that Houtu had overseen the baking process. Surely she hadn't miscalculated the oven time? Despite the peculiar burnt flavor mingling with the sweetness, it was still passable compared to their earlier attempts, so they chose not to comment further. At worst, they would eat less and leave the rest for Houtu, who they suspected could consume the cake all on her own as expected. With both Xuan Yang and Si Tung intentionally yielding their portions, Houtu devoured over half of the cake, still looking unsatisfied, which left them speechless, perhaps driven by her desire for more. Houtu insisted on making another cake. Simultaneously, at Fengqi Mountain, in Nuwa's sanctuary, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and sighed, speaking to herself. After 3 Yuan meetings in seclusion, I have yet to comprehend the profound mysteries of the primordial purple energy. While Yuan Feng had achieved the status of a great Luo Jingxian long ago, I remain merely a quasi-saint. It seems Nuwa, may never catch up to Yuan Feng's pace. Perhaps sensing Nuwa's emergence from a retreat, Fuxi hurried over, noticing his younger sister's dejection, and immediately offered words of comfort. Sister, do not belittle yourself. You are a formidable being who has severed 2 corpses that in the wilderness. You stand among the mightiest. Who among Dijun, Honghuang, and the others can compare to you? Even among the 3 pure ones. Only Laozi surpasses you by a narrow margin. As for the saintly realm, you possess the primordial purple energy, and you will undoubtedly attain it. There is no need to rush. She understood Nuwa well. She was exceptionally proud and would never allow herself to fall behind others. Among the male immortals, she would not tolerate any female immortal surpassing her. But Yuan Feng was an exception. Even when Nuwa was still a great Luo, Yuan Feng had already perfected her status as a Honghuang Jingxian. Now, she had further walked the arduous path of proof through strength, attaining the great Luo Jingxian, equal to the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Nuwa's pride was inevitably shaken, prompting her to hasten her efforts to refine the primordial purple energy in search of the path to sainthood. Regrettably, after 3 Yuan meetings, she remained empty-handed. Glancing at Fuxi, she shook her head and said, Elder brother, Yuan Feng has already attained sainthood, while I remain in the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, unable to sever even the 3rd corpse. This rate. When will I achieve sainthood? How can I not feel anxious? I cannot deduce the path to sainthood either. How about this, dear sister? The wilderness is rife with opportunities. Perhaps you might find a path to sainthood through exploration. Fuxi suggested. He certainly did not believe that there were any paths to sainthood hidden within the wilderness. He simply wished for Nuwa to clear her mind and change her mood through travel. As for danger, Nuwa, in her mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, would only be at risk if she sought it out. Who would dare provoke her? Nuwa lowered her head, contemplating for a moment, and began to feel that this journey could indeed lead her to the path of sainthood. Thus, she nodded and replied, Elder brother, you are right. The wilderness is filled with opportunities, and it is indeed possible that I may discover the path to sainthood. Afterward, Nuwa set forth into the wilderness, leaving Fuxi behind to sigh in contemplation. Time in the wilderness is unmeasured. 6 Yuan meetings passed. One day, at the shores of the eastern sea, Nuwa arrived, gazing at the tumultuous waves of the boundless ocean, suddenly feeling a pang of loneliness. After 6 Yuan meetings, I have traversed much of the wilderness, yet still bear no fruit. Where lies my opportunity for sainthood? Nuwa sighed softly, a sense of desolation washing over her. Alas, the path to sainthood seems elusive. If I continue searching like this, I fear I will find nothing. Perhaps it would be better to return to Fengqi Mountain and enter seclusion once more. Striving to sever my corporeal attachments, unite the three corpses, and with the aid of the primordial purple energy, perhaps I may achieve sainthood. With this thought, Nu Hua prepared to depart. Buzz, at that moment, the primordial purple energy within her stirred, filling Nu Hua with joy. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded her mind, and she paused momentarily before murmuring to herself, create a new race. Could this truly be my opportunity for sainthood? High above in the heavens, Hongjun beamed at Nu Hua's elation by the eastern sea, a smile gracing his lips. Nu Hua, attain sainthood. Then you shall be the first heavenly sage beneath me. Hongjun, huh? When the primordial purple energy was distributed from the purple cloud palace, Hongjun had subtly infused it with a hint of heavenly power. Should any sentient being achieve sainthood with it, they would be forever bound by the heavenly order. While they would not be entirely subject to its control, they would never be able to defy the will of the heavenly order, compelled to act in accordance with its dictates. With the heavenly power's enhancement, Nu Hua's thoughts became increasingly clear, and she grew ever more certain that creating a new race was her path to sainthood. Unbeknownst to her, this was a trap. She was still merely in the mid-stage of the second corpse of quasi-sainthood, and achieving sainthood through the merit of creating humanity would not significantly enhance her power. Ultimately, among the 6 saints of the heavenly order, Nu Hua's combat strength was only slightly superior to that of the 2 Western saints who borrowed merit from the heavenly order. Yet the 2 Western saints were 2 individuals, whereas Nu Hua was but one. This is why she was often deemed the weakest among the 6 saints. However, the current Nu Hua was immersed in the joy of imminent sainthood, with no time to ponder such matters. What kind of race should I create? The path to sainthood was clear. The only uncertainty lay in the nature of the race she would create. This contemplation lasted for centuries, as Nu Hua continued her journey. It wasn't until she reached a certain lake that she instinctively glanced at her reflection in the water, and inspiration struck her to, I've got it. I will use my innate Tao body as a template to create a new race. With that, Nu Hua retrieved the 3 light divine water and the 9 heavens restoring soil, beginning to mold the clay in the likeness of her own innate Tao body. After shaping a clay figure, she felt something was amiss and continued to sculpt a male figure in the likeness of Fu Shi. Now this feels right. Nu Hua nodded with satisfaction and remarked, the light of creation merge with a casual wave of her hand. She sent forth 2 beams of creation light, infusing them into 2 clay figures. In an instant, the 2 figures transformed, growing to the same size as Nu Hua herself. Thus, the first and second beings of the human race in the primordial world were born, slowly opening their eyes to gaze upon this world. Concurrently, an indefinable rhythm of Tao gradually awakened upon the vast primordial land, representing the consciousness of humanity within the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. As the mother of humanity, Nu Hua's act of creating humans positioned her as the sovereign of the human path. However, due to the machinations of Hongjun, she was forced to adopt the method of severing her own corpse. Utilizing the primordial purple energy to connect with the powers of the heavenly Tao, and ultimately achieving the status of a sage through immense merit. The sovereign of humanity was thus relegated beneath the heavenly Tao, rendering humanity a mere appendage to it. Subsequently, Laozi established the human path, and Hongjun, being Nu Hua's teacher, along with Nu Hua and Laozi, collectively shared the fortunes of the human race. A staggering 90% of the human fortune was claimed by the heavenly Tao sage, leaving only a fraction to return to humanity. This explains why the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of later generations had to suppress the fortunes of humanity in the fire cloud cave, ensuring they would never rise again. At this point, the human path of the primordial world had completely devolved into a subordinate of the heavenly Tao, with no hope of resurgence. Under the scheming of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, the representative of sentient beings, the primordial human path was brought to decline, a lamentable fate. In the heavens, Hongjun observed this scene with a nod of satisfaction that on the primordial earth. Seeing this, Nu Hua continued to mold clay figures, tirelessly shaping them until she could no longer continue. Then, as if recalling something, she waved her jade hand, and a segment of gourd vine materialized from thin AI, or I in the past, when Si-Tung transformed. The heavenly Tao unleashed 9 layers of tribulation thunder, and Si-Tung utilized the power of 7 gourds and her surrounding vines to withstand most of the divine punishment thunder, ultimately succeeding in her transformation. The 7th gourd, having absorbed the power of the 9 tribulations, became the heavenly punishment gourd, while the protective vines turned to charcoal. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, within that lump of charcoal, a segment of gourd vine still retained vitality. Nuwa gathered it along with the 9 heaven soil in a pool of divine water, which proved fortuitous in this moment. With a flick of the gourd vine, clay droplets descended, transforming into numerous clay figures. Seeing this method was effective, Nuwa felt immense joy and continued to wave the gourd vine. She stopped only when the number of clay figures reached 12,960, precisely the number corresponding to a yuan meeting. With a wave of her grand sleeves, a vast expanse of creation light descended, giving birth to 12,960 human beings. You are shaped by me from the 9 heaven soil and the divine water, born of my path of creation, formed in the shape of the innate Tao body. From now on, you shall be the human race of the primordial world. Nuwa proclaimed as she gazed at the 12,960 beings. Their voices, filled with vigor, echoed throughout the primordial realm, akin to the sound of the Tao, reaching every corner. Originally, it would have been impossible for their cultivation to resonate across the primordial world. But the birth of the primordial human race resonated with the heavenly Tao, hence this extraordinary effect that we, the human race, shall henceforth regard Nuwa as our holy mother, declared a male and a female among the newly born. Their voices spread throughout the primordial realm, attracting the attention of many powerful beings who turned their gazes towards this event. That Nuwa of Fengqi Mountain? What has she done? It seems she has created a new race. At the eastern seashore, as the 12,960 beings cried out, the primordial world suddenly trembled. In the southernmost part of the primordial realm, the immortal volcano erupted, and countless phoenix apparitions soared into the skies. Their calls resounding continuously in the eastern expanse. The boundless ocean surged as 10,000 dragons emerged, creating towering waves that echoed through the heavens on the primordial land. The once vanished Qilin raced forth, though merely as apparitions. During the calamity of the Dragonhan era, the Qilin had vowed to the heavenly Tao that they would not reveal their auspicious presence until now. With the Qilin's emergence, auspicious signs must surely follow. The only auspicious sign capable of stirring the 3 races simultaneously could only signify the arrival of a sage. Now, with Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace merging with the heavenly Tao and Yuan Feng in seclusion, could it be that a 3rd sage has emerged in the world? Above the eastern sea, rolling golden clouds gathered, spreading over vast distances. This golden cloud was the manifestation of accumulated merit, indicating that the heavenly Tao was about to bestow great merit. Is Nuwa on the verge of becoming a sage? On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi gazed at the eastern seashore, sighing that he had initially thought he would be the first to achieve enlightenment after Hongjun and Yuan Feng, only to find Nuwa had seized the opportunity first, which stirred a sense of discomfort within his prideful heart. However, if Nuwa could attain sagehood, then the 3 purities could as well. Meanwhile, powerful beings across the primordial realm directed their attention towards this event. In the west, on Mount Shumi, the duo from the west felt a sense of joy upon witnessing this scene. Like Nuwa, they too possessed primordial purple energy, and if Nuwa succeeded, their time would come eventually. In contrast, Dijun did not share their joy. As a fellow member of the 4 celestial sovereigns, Nuwa's ascension to sagehood was not beneficial for him as the leader of the demon race. In the boundless sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld river, upon learning of Nuwa's impending sagehood, was struck by a sudden idea. Observing the eastern sea, the vast golden clouds of merit descended, with 70% merging into Nuwa's body, 20% infusing into that segment of gourd vine, while the remaining 10% entered the 12,960 human bodies. The merit clouds entered her being. The primordial purple energy within Nuwa surged uncontrollably, absorbing the heavenly Tao's merit. Nuwa was taken aback, but felt her cultivation rapidly ascend, soon surpassing the threshold of quasi-sage, merely a step away from sagehood. Believing this to be a normal progression, and thus paid it no mind that in the next moment, Nuwa's aura shifted dramatically, becoming immensely sacred, with her cultivation breaking through to the sage realm, the moment of Nuwa's ascension. The primordial world trembled, with flowers raining from the heavens, golden lotuses erupting from the earth, an auspicious purple energy spreading for millions of miles, as the apparitions of dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants raced forth that I am Nuwa. Today, I attained sagehood, establishing a Tao field in the chaos beyond the heavens, to expound my teachings a millennium hence. Welcoming all who are fated to listen, proclaimed Nuwa as her voice resonated in the primordial realm thrice before subsiding. The three purities, the duo from the west, Dijun, and others were all profoundly shaken, their hearts filled with hope, for they too yearned to attain sagehood. While Nuwa reveled in her newfound sagehood, the gourdvine, having absorbed 20% of the heavenly Tao's merit, quivered slightly, as though searching for something. Moments later, that segment of gourdvine, no, at this moment it should be referred to as the creation whip, quietly slipped into the fabric of space. At this time, the focus of many powerful beings was solely on Nuwa's ascension, leaving the gourdvine's movement unnoticed, even by Nuwa, who should have been aware. Yet, she was so engrossed in the adoration of the myriad beings that she remained oblivious to the absence of her creation whip. After basking the admiration of all beings, Nuwa waved her grand sleeves, transporting the human race from the eastern sea to the base of Xuan Mountain. The newly birthed human race was decreed to be free from harm from any beings for 100,000 years. Nuwa's voice echoed once more through the primordial world. Having completed all that, Nuwa slowly ascended towards the heavens. The human race was established, and her sagehood attained, leaving her no further need to remain. As for the fate of humanity, she cared little. As long as they did not perish, their circumstances were of no concern her. Nuwa's act of molding clay figures was merely a means to achieve sagehood. Now that her goal was accomplished, her purpose had been fulfilled, we bid farewell to our Holy Mother. The 12,960 beings gazed at the receding figure of Nuwa, their eyes brimming with tears, filled with reluctance. Yet as Nuwa chose to depart, they could not hinder her, only raising their voices in unison to bid farewell to their Holy Mother. Thus, the third sage of the primordial realm was born. However, unlike Honghuang and Yuanfeng, although Nuwa attained sagehood through primordial purple energy, she had not completely severed her three corpses, nor had she unified them, in her haste for accomplishment. Though she achieved enlightenment, she remained the weakest among the merit sages. Not to mention the Honghuang, Duo Jingxian. Even among those who had severed their three corpses to become sages, she was inferior, among the 6 sages of the heavenly Tao in later generations. Her combat prowess was only slightly superior to that of the 2 Western sages, and that was bolstered by the faith of the human race. Were it not for the faith of the human race, she would fall short even of the Western 2 saints, who achieved holiness through borrowed merit. This can be regarded as a retribution for the countless slaughters of the human race by the demonic beings during the calamity of the liches in later generations. A fate she chooses to ignore that in the boundless chaos beyond the heavens. With a mere wave of Nuwa's hand, the chaotic space transformed in an instant, morphing into a unique realm in no time. Within this space, palaces rose in abundance, shimmering with gold and jade, adorned with various rare spiritual plants and treasures, resembling a paradise beyond the mortal realm. This was none other than the illustrious palace of Nuwa. After completing her task, Nuwa nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Inside the palace of Nuwa, she took out a jade vial containing the divine water of the 3 luminaries, intending to place her gourdvine within it. Yet a sudden realization struck her. Where had her gourdvine gone? Nuwa was taken aback. Her gourdvine had inexplicably vanished. Who had the audacity to steal her treasure of enlightenment? She vowed to uncover the culprit and make them pay. Enraged, she could hardly tolerate the audacity of those who dared to trouble her so soon after her own ascension. Hastily, she began to calculate, and moments later, her eyes widened in shock, her lips twitching slightly. Through her calculations, she discovered that the gourdvine had, in fact, fled of its own accord. This was not merely absurd. It was utterly outrageous. Moreover, she found herself unable to ascertain its whereabouts, despite the fact that she was a sage. Albeit freshly ascended, a heavenly sage could utilize the power of the celestial laws to divine the fate of all things. Yet she could not locate the gourd vine, as if it had simply vanished from existence. Furthermore, under the influence of the celestial laws, Nuwa sensed that the bond between her and the gourd vine was growing increasingly tenuous. If this continued, their connection would soon dissolve entirely. Should that occur, the gourd vine would no longer belong to her. The gourd vine itself held little importance. What truly mattered was that it contained a portion of the merit for creating life. Whoever possessed it would wield a fraction of the human race's fortune, a matter of grave significance. After her ascension, with the backing of the celestial laws, Nuwa could faintly perceive that the human race would eventually become the protagonists of the primordial world. Thus, their fortune was of utmost importance. Should it fall into the hands of others, the consequences would be dire. How infuriating! Who was behind this scheme, daring to cast their gaze upon her? It seemed she had no choice but to consult her master. In her fury, Nuwa sped towards the palace of the chaos-purple clouds. Meanwhile, beneath Mount Bujo, in the Phoenix Palace, dark clouds roiled above the Phoenix Palace. Thunder crackled and resonated, creating a deafening cacophony. A thunderbolt, as thick as a water barrel, struck down upon Situ, yet caused not a scratch. Instead, the power of the lightning was gradually absorbed by her. Ever since Situ had cultivated the Thunder Emperor's technique, she had gained the ability to summon heavenly thunder, enhanced further by consuming thunder fruit. Not only did she not fear the might of the celestial thunder, she could also command it. Upon her first attempt to harness the heavenly thunder for her cultivation, she discovered that not only could she strengthen her thunder spirit body with it, but she could also comprehend the principles of the thunder path while being struck. Thus Situ, the innate gourd vine, transformed into lightning vine, crackling with electricity daily, feeling uncomfortable unless struck by lightning. A sudden distortion rippled through the space of the Phoenix Palace as a green stream of light darted towards the lightning vine, halting just a meter before it. Sensing something, Situ opened her beautiful eyes, awakening from her meditative state. "What is this? A postnatal treasure of merit," Qing'er exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. Situ, upon hearing this, was equally baffled. How could such a treasure appear before her? Furthermore, it felt as if this object was of the same essence as her own, evoking a profound sense of familiarity, as though it were a part of her being. The gourd vine that Nuwa had used for creating life had undergone a transformation due to the absorption of celestial merit, now resembling a whip, bearing a portion of the merit for creation. It had evolved into a postnatal treasure for creating life. That moment, Xuan Yang, reclining in a vine chair, cast a curious glance and remarked, "Isn't that Nuwa's whip for creating life? How did it end up here?" With a mere closing of his eyes, Xuan Yang quickly discerned the situation's origins. It turned out that when Situ transformed, a fragment of the innate gourd vine she used to withstand the heavenly tribulation had been inadvertently left behind and subsequently collected by Nuwa, later used to mold clay for creating life. The celestial laws granted merit, and two portions merged into it, transforming it into a postnatal treasure of merit. However, since the whip for creating life was derived from a fragment of the innate gourd vine, and Situ had transformed from the same root, it could be said that Situ was the true body, while the whip was merely her avatar. After the gourd vine absorbed the celestial merit and transformed into the whip, it instinctively sought out its master. "Yang, you mentioned that this is Nuwa's whip for creating life. What does this mean?" Yuan Feng, elegantly seated nearby, inquired curiously as she read the novel refreshed by the system. Xuan Yang proceeded to explain the entire situation. "So, you mean to say that Nuwa's treasure of enlightenment simply vanished?" Qing'er couldn't help but chuckle at Xuan Yang's explanation. Generally composed, Qing'er rarely laughed, unless she found it utterly irresistible. In truth, it was hardly her fault. The absurdity of the situation was simply too amusing. Nuwa had spent nearly 10 epochs searching for the path to enlightenment, only to have her treasure of enlightenment run away. Anyone hearing this would struggle to suppress a laugh. Yuan Feng, upon hearing this, glanced at Xuan Yang and chuckled lightly. So this postnatal treasure for creating life now belongs to Houtu. Xuan Yang nodded and replied. Not only that, but the whip for creating life inherently carries a fraction of the human race's fortune. Thus, 2 portions of their fortune will forever belong to Houtu. It's merely a fraction of the fortune of a nascent race. It hardly matters. What truly matters is that this whip for creating life is a postnatal treasure of merit, which is a valuable artifact for me. Houtu was indifferent to the human race's fortune. Her sole concern was the whip itself. Hearing this, Xuan Yang chuckled and shook his head, saying, Houtu, do not underestimate the human race. Though their physical forms may be frail and their roots weak, they are destined to become the rulers of the primordial world. If you can possess even a fraction of their fortune, it would be a tremendous boon. As Xuan Yang spoke, he harbored another plan in his mind. Houtu frowned at his words, naturally believing in Xuan Yang's wisdom. However, she could not comprehend how such a weak primordial human race could possess any unique qualities that would allow them to become the future rulers. Forget it. Unable to fathom it, she decided to refine the whip for creating life first. Feeling overwhelmed, Houtu resolved to stop pondering and continued to flicker with electricity while wielding the whip. In the chaos beyond the heavens, within the palace of the purple clouds, Honghuang sat cross-legged upon a cloud platform. Surrounded by myriad starry apparitions, with each breath, stars vanished and were reborn, while the 3,000 great laws encircled him, all of which displayed Honghuang's immense power. After 10 epochs of time, Honghuang had merged with the celestial laws, elevating his cultivation to the 12th realm of the heavenly sage, only one step away from transcending the celestial laws and standing above them. Thus, feeling confident, Honghuang prepared to seek out Yuan Feng for a friendly contest. Just then, Niwa arrived, seeking to address the matter of her whip for creating life having mysteriously vanished. Master, Niwa has come to seek your counsel. Her voice resonated outside the palace of the purple clouds. Enter, Honghuang commanded with a wave of his hand, and the doors of the palace opened wide. Upon seeing this, Niwa promptly entered and bowed respectfully. Niwa, what brings you here? Speak your mind. Honghuang thought this was an excellent opportunity to assert his authority before Niwa, and he could not let it slip away. Master, the situation is as follows. Niwa recounted the tale of the runaway whip for creating life and the results of her calculations. Upon hearing this, Honghuang's lips twitched, as he too found it somewhat unbelievable. Niwa, do not be anxious. Allow me to investigate. With that, Honghuang closed his eyes and began tracing the threads of causality to uncover the event's origins. This search proved alarming. He was nearly startled by what he uncovered. The whip for creating life had indeed fled of its own accord, and its whereabouts were shrouded in obscurity, as though something was actively obstructing further investigation. Strange, exceedingly strange. Niwa, your deductions were correct. The whip for creating life has indeed run away, and it seems someone is deliberately concealing its path. Upon hearing this, Enwa hurriedly implored, Master, I beseech you to assist your disciple. The creation whip is intrinsically linked to the fate of the human race and must not fall into the hands of others. Honghuang nodded thoughtfully and replied, Do not fret. Allow me to probe with the power of the heavenly Tao. With unwavering confidence, Honghuang believed that nothing in the primordial chaos could elude the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao. He merely needed to exert a modicum of its power. Even if someone were to deliberately obscure the whereabouts of the creation whip, he would be able to uncover the truth with clarity. Closing his eyes once more, Honghuang enveloped himself in the energy of the heavenly Tao. Upon opening his eyes, countless threads of causality emerged before him. From this web, he discerned a singular thread linked to the creation whip and pursued it. Yet moments later, his complexion turned ashen, and he spat out a mouthful of vital blood. When had such a calamity arisen in the primordial chaos? Just now, as he traced the thread of causality, he discovered that the creation whip had vanished into the spatial realm, subsequently entering the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. However, as he continued his inquiry, he found the thread abruptly severed, as if some malevolent force was obstructing his exploration. Had he not hastily ceased his probing, the repercussions could have been far more severe than merely spitting blood. Mount Buzhou, could it be a remnant of Pangu's handiwork? Or perhaps Pangu had never perished at all. This chilling possibility crossed Hongjuan's mind. While he had considered the notion that Yuan Feng might be hindering him, upon reflection, he realized that although Yuan Feng was indeed a grand Luo Jinxian of the 12th realm, he too had ascended to the 12th realm of the heavenly Tao Sage. Should Yuan Feng attempt to intervene, he would be utterly powerless against Hongjuan, given that Mount Buzhou was derived from Pangu's spine. This conjecture was not unfounded that in truth, was not Pangu, nor Yuan Feng, nor even Xuan Yang who was obstructing Hongjuan's gaze, but rather the system itself. Indeed, the very system. Following a certain refresh, the system had undergone a sudden evolution, transforming into its original state of refreshing once every millennium. Although it remained as unreliable as ever, the items it produced were still utterly confounding. Fortunately, the protective range of the system had expanded, now encompassing an area of millions of miles centered around Mount Buzhou. Though the system was not particularly powerful, it surpassed the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos by a slight margin. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the heavenly Tao itself attempted to pry into the matter, it would be equally ineffective. Master, are you well? Enhua, having noticed Hongjuan's bloodshed, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. I am fine. I have yet to fully merge with the heavenly Tao, and exerting too much of its power results in minor backlash. This is normal. Enhua, my dear, the inexplicable disappearance of the creation whip is the work of a meddler. I have discerned that it lies within the bounds of Mount Buzhou. I end my attempt to divine the secrets of heaven for you. I have suffered backlash and require time to recuperate. You must seek your path alone. With a wave of his hand, Hongjuan signaled Enhua to depart. Thank you, Master, Enhua replied as she took her leave. Having discerned the whereabouts of the creation whip and witnessing Hongjuan's distress, she chose not to linger and swiftly turned away. Where could the creation whip have possibly gone? Atop Mount Buzhou. In the place where Sithong transformed, Enhua gazed at the desolate pool that had once nurtured the primordial gourd vine, her brow furrowed in contemplation. When Hongjuan had informed her that the creation whip's last known location was Mount Buzhou, Enhua had anticipated it might return here, as it was its birthplace. Thus, upon entering Mount Buzhou, she had immediately come to this spot in hopes of fortune. Yet it now appeared that the creation whip had not returned. Detecting no trace of the whip, Enhua began to sense the area, meticulously searching inch by inch for any sign of it. Disappointingly, despite her ascension to sagehood, her perception could encompass the entirety of the primordial realm. Yet she still could not locate the creation whip. Even when utilizing the power of the heavenly Tao to trace the thread of causality, her efforts yielded nothing. Moreover, under the enhancement of the heavenly Tao's strength, she felt the thread linking her to the creation whip growing increasingly dim. If this continued for several thousand years, it would surely sever, at which point this spiritual treasure would no longer belong to her. Very well, I shall turn Mount Buzhou upside down. I refuse to believe I cannot find the creation whip, Enhua declared, shaking her head before vanishing from her original location. Meanwhile, within the Phoenix Palace, Sithong wielded a whip crackling with silver and purple lightning, skillfully maneuvering it in a manner that resembled a breathtaking dance, elegant and captivating. This very whip was Enhua's creation whip, now transformed into her thunderbolt whip. Seeding's true form was the primordial gourd vine. The creation whip had been cultivated from the vine's absorption of the merits of the heavenly Tao, making them inherently compatible, as if it were a part of her very being. The thunderbolt fist was a method of attack rooted in the principles of thunder, though it was called a fist. It was not a fist in the traditional sense, but rather a technique harnessing the power of lightning. Sithong had merged this technique with the whip arts, amplifying its potency beyond compare. Xuan Yang observed Sithong's graceful movements, reminiscent of a dance, and spoke slowly. I recall that the thunderbolt fist is the signature technique of Shi Jian, the senior disciple of the Maoshan sect, renowned for summoning the thunder of heaven as a means of attack. With a single strike, even the most formidable of spirits would be left in disarray, and even Jiu Shu would be no match. Alas, he ultimately fell victim to the constraints of the narrative. Otherwise, he might have ascended to a status akin to that of a celestial master. His Sithong practiced with the thunderbolt whip The outside world had elapsed for several thousand years. During this span, Inwa had scoured every corner of Mount Buzhou in her quest to locate the creation whip, neglecting her duties at the Inwa Palace to the extent that she sent a mere avatar to deliver her teachings, inciting dissatisfaction among various powerful beings who believed Inwa had grown disdainful after attaining sagehood, resorting to using an avatar for her teachings. Inwa had only recently achieved enlightenment, yet she carried herself with such arrogance. After all, neither Hongjun nor Yuanfeng had ever been so presumptuous following their ascensions that least they personally delivered their teachings, particularly Yuanfeng, who not only expounded upon the 3,000 laws of the Tao, but also disseminated the 5 methods of enlightenment. What a grand vision! In stark contrast, Inwa seemed to have become haughty upon her ascension. Were it not for her status as a sage, many powerful beings would have already erupted in outrage. Although Fuxi endeavored to defend Inwa, dissatisfaction still lingered among the powerful, leading many to depart in silence after her teachings, unwilling to utter a single word. Eventually, when Inwa could no longer locate the creation whip, she returned to Fengqi Mountain, seeking Fuxi's assistance in divining its whereabouts. Although Fuxi was not a sage and could not wield the power of the heavenly Tao, he was skilled in divination, and perhaps he could yield results. Upon seeing his younger sister return, Fuxi, with a stern expression, inquired why she had sent an avatar to deliver her teachings. Though Inwa was a sage, she should not act so dismissively. How could the illustrious Inwa, a sage, send an avatar to teach, disregarding the beings of the primordial realm? While Fuxi himself was indifferent to the matter, the shame would fall upon Inwa, affecting how the beings of the primordial realm perceived her. After Inwa explained her predicament, Fuxi realized he had misunderstood her. The disappearance of her enlightenment treasure was indeed a significant matter. He hastily attempted to divine the situation, but was met with failure. Not only did he find nothing, but he also suffered a severe backlash as if he had transgressed some forbidden taboo. Observing this, Inwa quickly produced the remaining 3 drops of the divine water of the 3 lights for Fuxi to consume, aiding him in recovering from the backlash. Once Fuxi's injuries had somewhat abated, Inwa set off once more in search of the creation whip. It seems I must seek Yuanfeng for assistance. Inwa sighed, feeling helpless. Yuanfeng, having verified her enlightenment as a grand Luo Jingxian, was well versed in the 3,000 laws of the Tao, and naturally adept in the laws of causality. Tracing an object through the threads of causality would be child's play for her. Inwa should have sought Yuanfeng's help upon learning of the creation whip's presence in the vicinity of Mount Buzhou, but her pride as the first female immortal of the primordial realm and the fear of losing face had deterred her. Moreover, she could not bear to let Yuanfeng know that she had misplaced her enlightenment treasure so soon after achieving sagehood. Where would her dignity lie? Yet now, she could not afford to wait any longer. For the thread of causality linking her to the creation whip was on the verge of severing, and she could not gamble with such stakes at the foot of Mount Buzhou, outside the Phoenix Palace. Inwa initially intended to disregard the restrictions and enter directly. Yet, to her dismay, she found herself unable to break through the barrier and resorted to calling out, "Saint Inwa has come to visit. I request to see Taoist Yuanfeng." What a transformation! After attaining sagehood, her address for Yuanfeng had shifted. She once referred to her as Fengzu, but now she proclaimed herself as a saint and directly addressed her as a friend, almost calling her by name. Inside the Phoenix Palace, Yuanfeng, engrossed in a novel, furrowed her brow. "Yang, Inwa has arrived. Should we let her in? In contemporary times, the creation whip of Nuwa rests in the hands of Sidu, having come to her not through theft but rather by its own accord. However, should Nuwa happen upon this situation, would it not incite chaos?" In response, Xuan Yang nonchalantly remarked, "If she comes, so be it that we possess the righteousness. Why should we fear? The creation whip was not stolen by me. What is there to fear? Furthermore, it originally transformed from Sidu's own vine, thus returning it to its rightful owner, is it not?" Nuwa lamented her unfortunate fate. Having lost her treasured artifact, with no recourse for redress, beyond the grand gates of Phoenix Palace, Nuwa, noticing the prolonged silence, felt a flicker of displeasure. She mused, "As a dignified saint, I humbly approach your Yuanfeng's domain. Yet you have the audacity to impose barriers, ignoring even my direct address? This is utterly excessive. Consequently, our esteemed Nuwa found her inner equilibrium disturbed. Saint Nuwa, the Phoenix ancestor summons you, announced Qing'er as she gracefully opened the gates to Phoenix Palace and offered a respectful bow. Upon realizing that the visitor was not Yuan Feng, but rather the transformed Qing'er of the primal lotus, Nuwa's displeasure deepened. As a saint herself, she felt it should be Yuan Feng, of equal stature, who welcomed her. Instead, she was met by a disciple, a clear affront to her dignity. Though anger bubbled within her, Nuwa, recognizing her need for assistance, gritted her teeth and restrained her eye. She entered the Phoenix Palace alongside Qing. She could not help but be captivated by the magnificent surroundings. The palace was enveloped in ethereal purple mist, rich with primordial spiritual energy, its architecture harmoniously arranged, the ground lush with verdant grass and dotted with spiritual flora, while shimmering pools brimming with the divine waters of the three luminaries lay scattered about, far surpassing her own Honghuang palace. This grandeur was overwhelming, nearly blinding in its opulence. Nuwa recalled the time Yuan Feng had lectured, producing over 3,000 exquisite primordial spiritual treasures, including the purple Wu Dao mat of supreme quality. Items she herself lacked. In terms of magnificence, she found herself woefully outmatched by Yuan Feng, but a sense of inferiority washed over her as she surveyed the scene. Her gaze settling on the creation whip in Situ's grasp, a resplendent instrument entwined with silver and purple lightning, her form exuding elegance. Yet, the crux of the matter lay not in her grace, but in the fact that the whip she wielded was indeed Nuwa's own treasured artifact. No wonder I have searched for millennia without success. It has been right here all along. Witnessing this, Nuwa gritted her teeth in frustration, her hatred simmering. She finally grasped why Hongjun had claimed her creation whip resided on Mount Buzhou. While her searches had yielded naught, it had merely found its way into Situ's possession. A natural occurrence given its origin as a vine of the primordial gourd. Yuan Feng, do you not owe me an explanation? Nuwa seethed, her anger flaring as she suspected Yuan Feng had obscured the truth of fate, thereby thwarting her attempts to locate the whip. Yuan Feng's expression turned icy. She thought, what concern is this to me? Did I steal the creation whip? By what right do you question me? Furthermore, she considered Nuwa merely a minor saint of merit, nearing the Tao realm, and wondered who granted her the audacity to speak thus. Hongjun, perhaps? Nuwa, temper your words that I acknowledge the difficulty of your arduous cultivation journey and the rarity of your achievement in attaining sainthood. I shall overlook your initial transgression, but do not lead yourself astray. Yuan Feng had intended to regard the creation whip as now belonging to Situ. Although it had arrived of its own accord, it still offered a semblance of advantage to Nuwa, and as a mentor, she contemplated compensating her disciple. However, Nuwa's tone was simply intolerable. Upon hearing this, Nuwa laughed, a mirthless chuckle, thinking, we are both saints. Your Yuan Feng has merely attained enlightenment a few epochs prior, elevating you by only a single realm. Should I truly fear you, Yuan Feng, are you not aware that this creation whip is my testament to the Tao? Nuwa demanded. And should I care? The creation whip came to me unbidden. What relevance does it hold for me? Yuan Feng's eyes narrowed as she regarded the increasingly agitated At this juncture, Nuwa's face darkened with murderous intent, and she unleashed a surge of power toward Situ. Dare to pilfer my treasure, and you shall meet your demise. Such a notion of indifference is laughable. I too can take a life, and it bears no consequence to me. That Nuwa's cold chuckle was laced with malice as she turned her gaze upon Situ, intent on witnessing Yuan Feng's disciple fall by her hand. Moreover, she harbored intentions of eliminating Xuan Yang, wishing to plunge Yuan Feng into despair. Just as Nuwa reveled in her impending triumph, Xuan Yang snapped his fingers, and her power dissipated in an instant. I ask you, Nuwa, the weakest of the merit saints, what audacity do you possess to oppose a being of the 12th layer of the primordial chaos? Xuan Yang casually sipped his wine, crafted from purple crystal grapes. Its flavor exquisite, though he often faced Yuan Feng's reprimands. Such matters were inconsequential. And you, a celestial being living off women as fortunes, how dare you speak of me? Furthermore, what folly is this talk of the 12th layer? Do you suppose I would believe such nonsense? Nuwa scoffed dismissively. Xuan Yang shook his head, unable to suppress his admiration for Nuwa's ignorance. Had Hongjun not enlightened her on such matters? Yet, it seemed unlikely. A person as prideful as Hongjun would never divulge his own defeat at Yuanfeng's hands. As for Yuanfeng's true capabilities, they were far too precious to be shared, for such revelations would only serve to expose his own vulnerabilities. Yuanfeng had no desire to engage Nuwa further, yet Nuwa had crossed a line by insulting Xuan Yang, a transgression she ought not to have made. Even if there was a kernel of truth in her words. You consider yourself a saint? You, who have merely attained sainthood through minor merits, dare to claim such a title? Yuanfeng pointed a delicate finger at Nuwa, causing the space before her to warp and constrict. Nuwa felt an overwhelming pressure, instinctively striving to resist, yet found herself unable to move even a finger. Nuwa, since you have spoken so disrespectfully, it is time for you to reflect on your actions. With a flourish of her sleeve, Yuanfeng caused Nuwa's form to gradually fade into nothingness. That, of course, Yuanfeng did not slay Nuwa. Rather, she was cast into the river of time. Yuanfeng lacked the strength to execute such a feat. But Xuan Yang possessed that power. Within the confines of Phoenix Palace, their energies intertwined, facilitated by a vital red thread that conveyed their strengths. The thread of fate, a supreme treasure of primordial origin, had witnessed the deaths of over 99% of the 3,000 chaotic demons following the Great Calamity, with many perishing without a trace, some narrowly escaping, while others fell to the primal earth. The demon of fate had been one of those who fell, and her accompanying treasure mirrored this fate. During the time of the beast calamity, Xuan Yang roamed the nascent wilderness, scavenging the treasures of the slain chaotic demons, most of which were supreme primordial artifacts. Xuan Yang. They held little value, thus filling his storehouse. Previously, while Xuan Yang and Yuanfeng enjoyed their seclusion together, Yuanfeng, seeking diversion, rummaged through the storehouse and stumbled upon this artifact. Upon hearing Xuan Yang's explanation of the thread of fate, Yuanfeng's mind sparked with a notion. She desired to bind herself to Xuan Yang with it. Though she understood the thread held no significance for him, the desire remained. The accompanying treasure of the demon of fate symbolized the bond of love between a couple. Thus, Xuan Yang found himself unable to refuse. As Yuanfeng's eager anticipation was palpable, he subsequently reforged the thread, transforming it into a chaotic treasure that also enabled the sharing of their powers. Moreover, they used this connection to sense one another's intentions. From that moment forth, the glances exchanged between them were laden with sweetness, leaving poor Qing'er and Situ to endure their daily displays of affection, feeling as though they were living in torment. Meanwhile, within the river of time, Saint Nuwa gazed upon the vast currents before her, narrowing her eyes and curling her lips. Yuanfeng, you have severely underestimated me. Your methods are but a means to confine those below the saintly realm. I am a saint, and I could easily shatter your trivial constraints. Having spoken, Nuwa summoned the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, a treasure that governs the destinies of all beings in the world. Capable of validating the three marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, and gathering the collective will of all sentient beings, even capable of injuring a sage. With a single hand, Nuwa propelled the red embroidered ball towards a relatively tranquil section of the River of Time. After a resonant boom, the barrier of the River of Time remained utterly unchanged, while her red embroidered ball rebounded, forcing Nuwa to stagger backwards. I refuse to believe that as a dignified sage, I cannot break a restriction set by a great immortal of the mixed yuan. Nuwa furrowed her brows, her anger intensifying, and once again summoned the red embroidered ball to strike against the barrier of the River of Time. However, after a considerable time had passed, the River of Time showed no signs of alteration, while Nuwa herself grew increasingly fatigued. Gradually, desperation began to creep in. She had never anticipated that as a sage, she would be incapable of breaking even a single restriction, left to drift aimlessly within the River of Time. Yuanfeng, what have you done to me? Speak. Within the River of Time, Nuwa vociferously demanded, showing no signs of repentance. After a long while without receiving any response, her fury swelled. That it was clearly Sighting who had seized her creation whip, and it was Yuan Feng who shielded Sighting from divine insight. The fault lay with Yuan Feng and Sighting. They were the ones who had erred. Not only did they refuse to apologize, but they also exiled her to the river of time. Was there any justice in that? Yet she failed to realize that it was her own insistence on taking a segment of the innate gourd vine. The 3 light divine water and the 9 heaven's essence soil, all of which rightfully belonged to Sighting to take something that belonged to another as if it were her own. Was that a reasonable act? Moreover, Hongjun had already informed her that the creation whip had fled of its own accord. How could it be blamed on Sighting? The creation whip was inherently a part of Sighting, akin to a split soul seeking its origin. Was that not entirely natural? Niwa had approached without inquiry, intent on harming Sighting. It was already a courtesy that Yuan Feng had not directly slain her. Yuan Feng had repeatedly offered counsel, but she had turned a deaf ear. Believing herself invincible due to her sagehood, maligning Yuan Feng's companion, and even attempting to kill Xuan Yang. Was that not courting death? It could be said that Niwa's entrapment within the river of time was entirely of her own making, and she had no one else to blame. As time flowed on, Niwa grew increasingly frantic. Even after several epochs had passed, she had yet to find any means of escaping the river of time's constraints. Instead, she became weaker under the relentless onslaught of the temporal torrent. Had it not been for her sage cultivation sustaining her against the river's erosion, she would surely have been reduced to mere dust within its depths. In the external world, within the Phoenix Palace, merely half an hour had elapsed. Yet within the river of time, epochs had come and gone. This moment, Niwa was weeping bitterly within the river, barely managing to preserve her remaining magical power. Soon, even as a sage, she would meet her demise here. With this thought, Niwa finally felt regret, discarding her so-called pride. Ancestor Feng, I have erred. I beseech you to release me. Regarding the matter of the creation whip, I shall no longer pursue it. I implore Ancestor Feng to show mercy. Yes, soon as the words left her lips, a fissure appeared in the ceaselessly flowing river of time. Seeing this, Niwa was instantly filled with joy. Hastily channeling her last vestige of magical power to escape, in truth, Yuan Feng had never intended to kill Niwa. However, she felt compelled to teach a lesson to Xuan Yang, for to do otherwise would tarnish her dignity. Thus, she had exiled Niwa into the river of time, subjecting her to prolonged torment to wear down her will. It would have been simple for Niwa to escape the river's grasp. She needed only to admit her fault. Indeed, it was that simple. Yet having just attained sagehood, her pride was at its peak. How could she possibly admit her mistakes to another sage like Yuan Feng? Wouldn't that be tantamount to inviting her own demise? Thus, Niwa endured for epochs. Only when she was on the brink of death and annihilation did she finally concede, I am free at last. Niwa gazed upon the sights within the Phoenix Palace. Unable to contain her tears, for the sake of a few words, she had been trapped by Yuan Feng in the river of time for epochs, enduring countless trials. She had been relentlessly battered by the river's power, nearly losing her very existence. Epochs had passed. Can you fathom how Niwa endured? Niwa, do you recognize your error? At this moment, Yuan Feng elegantly turned the pages of a novel, casting a fleeting glance at the disheveled Niwa, and spoke. Recognize my error? I recognize the folly of that notion. Niwa thought, you seized my creation whip, imprisoned me in the river of time for epochs, and now you demand an apology. Are you still human? Though she harbored such thoughts, Niwa dared not voice them, fearing Yuan Feng would ensnare her for yet more epochs. Ancestor Feng, I acknowledge my error. Besides, this matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. It is unlikely that Yuan Feng, a great immortal of the mixed Yuan, would spread this affair far and wide. As long as the beings of the primordial chaos remain unaware, then Niwa shall still be regarded as the exalted sage. Niwa, do you understand why I have punished you? Yuan Feng delicately turned a page, her gaze briefly assessing the disheveled Niwa, and spoke softly. The mannerism, the glance, there was no hint of regard for Niwa, as if this sage were no different from an ordinary being of the primordial chaos. Niwa keenly sensed this gaze, yet felt no disdain. She maintained an air of indifference, as if she were unworthy of even provoking a hint of contempt from Yuan Feng. Nuwa clenched her fists, her body trembling with indignation, her heart brimming with resentment. How could a sage such as herself be treated with such disregard? I should not have spoken out of turn. I implore the sage for forgiveness. Nuwa bowed respectfully, her demeanor ostensibly sincere. Yet internally, she was filled with humiliation, plotting to inform Hongjun of this incident to seek justice. While Yuan Feng continued to peruse the book in her hands, she spoke lightly. Nuwa, you have indeed spoken out of turn, but my punishment is not merely for your words, but for your slander against my disciple and my companion. Considering this as your first offense, I have only exiled you to the river of time for reflection, rather than taking your life. Upon hearing this, Nuwa hastily prostrated herself, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, sage. Internally, Nuwa was seething with anger, thinking, I was trapped in the river of time for so long, nearly facing annihilation, and I am to thank you for sparing my life? Yet, to escape the Phoenix Palace, she had no choice but to comply. In comparison to her life, her pride was but a trifle. You may leave now. Nuwa, begone. With a graceful wave of her hand, Yuan Feng signaled for Nuwa to depart, her thoughts already drifting towards a private moment with Xuan Yang. Nuwa's presence was nothing but an annoyance. Hearing this, Nuwa felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Disregarding her injuries, she hastily departed, eager to escape this place. Upon leaving, Nuwa immediately channeled the power of the heavenly Tao to mend her wounds before soaring towards the Zhixiao Palace. In the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, there exists an infinite sea of blood, a remnant of the great Pangu, who, having exhausted his strength in the creation of the world, transformed upon death into all things of the primordial chaos. This boundless sea of blood is formed from his umbilical blood, murky and foul. After the heavens and earth were born, countless streams of turbid air and vengeful spirits coalesced here, further compounded by the calamities of ferocious beasts and the calamity of the dragon Han. Gathering the blood of beings who perished within these tribulations, neither returning to heaven nor sinking into the earth, reaching depths that could lead to the 9 nether realms, where chilling winds howl, creating an atmosphere of profound desolation. Thus, this boundless sea of blood is also known as the Sea of Nether Blood, within which no creature survive, and birds dare not fly, rendering it a true hellish abyss. As time ebbs and flows, the sun and moon cycle, and countless epochs have passed since the heavens were opened, this boundless sea of blood has gradually become the most tainted place in the primordial chaos, often attracting vengeful spirits that are consumed by the surging waters. Yet, in this dreadful void, there arose an anomaly, the ancestor of the Nether River. Born from the Sea of Nether Blood, the ancestor of the Nether River mastered the laws of destruction, perfectly harmonizing with the essence of the sea, accompanied by the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus as his innate spiritual treasure. It is also said that he possessed the swords Yuan-Tu and Ubi, which kill without entanglement in karma. After Yuan Feng preached, the ancestor of the Nether River recognized that, having practiced the path of corpse severing, his foundation was lacking, preventing him from cultivating other paths to enlightenment. Thus, he contemplated seizing the primordial purple energy of Hongyun, for it was his only opportunity. However, Hongyun was protected by Xinyuanzi, remaining hidden like a turtle in the Wanshou Mountains Houtu temple, leaving the ancestor of the Nether River to seek other chances. Until several tens of thousands of years ago, when Nuwa attained sagehood through great merit, a spark of inspiration ignited within the ancestor of the Nether River, leading him to a brilliant idea. Indeed, he would mimic Nuwa and create a new race. If Nuwa could do it, there was no reason he could not. Thus, the River of Hades embarked upon his grand endeavor of creating a new race. However, he himself lacked the mastery of the art of creation, and without the 3 glorious divine waters and the 9 heavens resting soil, he was compelled to seek alternative materials. Until today, the esteemed ancestor of the River of Hades finally conceived a brilliant idea to amalgamate the murky essence from the sea of underworld blood with the blood divine seed, refined by himself, to forge a new race, named the Azura. With a swift motion, the ancestor of the River of Hades grasped a large mass of murky essence, and as it fused with the blood divine seed, it gradually took on a human form. Then, with a flash of red light, a figure leaped forth and knelt before the ancestor, proclaiming, "Thank you, ancestor, for the grace of creation." The ancestor nodded with satisfaction, seeing that his concept was viable, and immediately set to work. Before long, 3 more figures materialized. The first 4 Juras to emerge were later renowned as the And. After an undetermined period, the sea of underworld blood was populated by a staggering 12,960 Azuras, all emerging as a singular essence. The heavenly Tao resounded above. "I'm the river of Hades." Moved by the chaos unleashed after the opening of the heavens, where souls of the deceased wreak havoc upon the wilderness, I now wish to establish a race, named Azura, to exterminate these malevolent spirits and restore tranquility to the primordial world. May the heavenly Tao witness this, with the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petaled fiery red lotus. I suppress the fate of the Azura race. Let the Azura race be established. The voice of the ancestor of the river of Hades echoed from the sea of underworld blood, resonating throughout the wilderness. The myriad beings of the primordial realm were drawn to this proclamation, casting their gaze upon it. This is the ancestor of the river of Hades. Why does he also seek to create a race and make a vow to the heavenly Tao? Could it be that he too aims for enlightenment? Surely not. Could simply creating a race and then pledging to the heavenly Tao lead to such a thing? Perhaps we should give it a try? As the clouds of the heavenly Tao gathered above the sea of underworld blood, thunderous roars ensued, mirroring the scene when Nuwa attained her enlightenment. The mighty beings of the primordial realm speculated that the ancestor of the river of Hades was also on the path to enlightenment. However, after a considerable time had passed, the clouds of merit did not descend. Instead, the thunder grew ever more intense. Boom! In an instant, countless bolts of heavenly Tao thunder struck the infamous sea of blood, and innumerable Azuras were obliterated beneath the divine fury. The ancestor of the river of Hades was left stunned. This was not at all what he had envisioned. Where were the merits of the heavenly Tao he had anticipated? Why had his Azuras vanished, leaving only the 4? And, barely clinging to life, boom! A bolt of purple lightning fell again, gravely injuring the ancestor of the river of Hades, leaving him weak and gasping for breath. Was it possible that the path of creating a race was not meant for everyone? Why had Nuwa succeeded while he had not? This left the beings of the primordial realm in bewilderment. According to their calculations, even if one could not attain enlightenment through the creation of a race, it was still reasonable to expect some merits from the heavenly Tao. Yet, why had the river of Hades been met with calamity instead of blessings? Not only the beings of the primordial realm, but even the river of Hades himself was utterly confounded, feeling that he had been unjustly punished despite his efforts to create a race and swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. In reality, the fault lay with the river of Hades himself. After the opening of the heavens, as reincarnation had not yet been established, the souls of the deceased could not be reborn, wandering the world instead. Some succumbed to the erosion of time and ultimately vanished, while others absorbed the grievances of the universe, transforming into vengeful spirits. They were meant to enter the cycle of rebirth, but as the river of Hades established the Azura race and vowed to eliminate these lingering souls, who else but him could be struck by the divine punishment? The unfortunate river of Hades remained oblivious to his missteps, feeling only the injustice of the heavenly Tao. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances, enduring his injuries in silence within the depths of the sea of underworld blood. Meanwhile, after Nuwa departed from the Phoenix Palace on Mount Bujo, she flew directly towards the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace beyond the heavens. Upon her arrival, she hurriedly knocked on the door. "What brings Sister Nuwa here?" With a creaking sound, the door opened, revealing the heavenly youth, Houtu, who greeted Nuwa with a bow. Upon seeing Houtu, Nuwa's heart filled with disdain. Casting a glance at him, she coldly replied, "Please inform Taoist ancestor that Nuwa has matters to discuss." Nuwa did not address him as a fellow disciple, for in her eyes, Houtu was merely a minor attendant beside the Tao ancestor, not worthy of being considered among the elite. Despite his respectful demeanor, she believed that Houtu lacked the qualification to be compared with her. "Sister Nuwa, since your last departure, Master has entered seclusion, and I am unaware of when he will emerge. I hope you can understand." Houtu seemed to sense Nuwa's condescension in her gaze and words, and though he felt displeased, he dared not show it. He was merely a great Luo, while Nuwa was a sage, second only to Hongjuan and Yuanfeng, making her far beyond his reach. Seeing that Hongjuan remained in seclusion, Nuwa could only sigh softly, shake her head, and leave without further ado. I too desire the primordial purple energy. I, Houtu, aspire to attain sated. Nuwa disregarded him, as if he were air. Houtu felt a bitter taste in his mouth, and his fists clenched tightly, a bold idea gradually brewing in his mind. Since Nuwa achieved enlightenment through the creation of humanity, over 30,000 years had elapsed. The three pure ones, the duo from the west, and others possessing primordial purple energy, had yet to comprehend the path to sagehood. This situation had persisted for many epochs, and for these renowned powerhouses, several epochs merely passed in the blink of an eye. However, since Nuwa's attainment of enlightenment, everything had changed. After Hongjuan and Yuanfeng, another had attained sagehood, and through the primordial purple energy no less, leading those possessing it to become increasingly restless, who would not wish to achieve enlightenment sooner and ascend to the lofty status of sage. Thus, the three pure ones began to engage in fierce competition. Among them, Taizu Laojun was the most prominent. Being a transformation of 1/3 of Pangu's primordial spirit, he was inherently extraordinary, with unparalleled talent in the primordial realm, and held himself in high regard, even more so than Yuan Shi. Hongjuan was a reincarnation of the celestial and demonic beings from before the opening of the heavens, favored by the heavenly Tao, making his attainment of sagehood unsurprising. Yuanfeng, the first phoenix of the primordial world, held a noble status, had a long cultivation history, and wielded a treasure of chaos, making his emergence as a mixed Yuan great Luo gold immortal both expected and understandable. After listening to the teachings of Hongjuan and Yuanfeng, Laojun felt he could become the third sage after them, but to his dismay, he was outpaced by Nuwa, his own junior sister. This shattered the fragile heart of Laojun, and for over 30,000 years, he had been in seclusion, attempting to comprehend the primordial purple energy, yet to no avail. Brothers, I have spent over 10 epochs pondering the primordial purple energy with little to show for it. I have yet to discover the path to sagehood. Thus, he resolved to traverse the primordial realm, seeking both a change of perspective and the means to attain enlightenment. I leave the management of Kunlun Mountain to the two of you. Laojun had heard that Nuwa stumbled upon the mysteries of primordial purple energy during her travels in the primordial realm, receiving guidance from the heavenly Tao, which enabled her to achieve sagehood. Hence, he, who had gained nothing from seclusion, sought fortune in the primordial realm. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, aware of their elder brother's temperament, did not impede him and allowed him to depart. After another several thousand years, Tong Tian awoke from his meditation. In the time that had passed, he had also devoted most of his efforts to comprehending the primordial purple energy, with his own gains being extremely limited. Alas, this primordial purple energy is indeed profound. I have struggled to grasp it for 10 epochs without finding the path to enlightenment. The Phoenix ancestor once stated that those who sever the corpse cannot pursue other paths to enlightenment. For us cultivators, the only route to sagehood lies within the primordial purple energy. But how can I attain sagehood? Reflecting on this, Tong Tian gazed up at the heavens and sighed. Perhaps I too should follow in my elder brother's footsteps and traverse the primordial realm, seeking the opportunity for enlightenment. Even if I do not find it, the wonders of the primordial realm will not make my journey in vain. Thus, Tong Tian departed from Kunlun Mountain, taking with him the Emperor's Shadow Stone. This object had long been situated in the most radiant area of the Bo Palace, brimming with energy for countless years. It is estimated that it could summon the Emperor's armor, and the energy of light contained within should suffice for a couple of exchanges against the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. However, judging by the reaction of that mischievous child of the heavenly Tao upon encountering the Emperor's armor, it seems that opportunity has slipped away. When shall my father attain enlightenment? He, the Supreme Laojun, is a manifestation of 1/3 of the primordial deity Pangu's essence, possessing extraordinary roots and profound fortunes, accompanied by the postnatal treasure, the Tower of Heaven and Earth, a true figure who has won at the starting line. Yet even so, he remains oblivious to when he himself might achieve enlightenment. Let us set aside Honghuang and Yuan Feng for the moment. Both possess chaotic treasures and have naturally comprehended the path to enlightenment. But what of Enhua? What does she possess? In terms of lineage, Enhua is merely a congenital saint. Although her roots are commendable, they pale in comparison to the three pure ones that lie in the realm of spiritual treasures. As one of the three pure ones, with profound fortunes and the foremost defensive treasure, the Tower of Heaven and Earth, how could Enhua possibly compare? Nevertheless, Enhua attained enlightenment before him, which fills Laozi with a profound sense of discontent, a bitter taste lingering in his heart. Both being bearers of the primordial purple energy, why did Enhua achieve enlightenment first? What qualities does she possess that surpass him? At this moment, Laozi stands on the shores of the Eastern Sea. Gazing out at the boundless ocean, his heart tumultuous like the terrifying waves before him, Enhua created humanity, and the heavenly Tao responded by bestowing merits upon her, allowing her to directly break through the obstacles of sainthood and attain enlightenment. What is so special about humanity that it enabled a quasi-saint of the two corpses to ascend to sainthood? Throughout his years of wandering the wilderness, Laozi has encountered countless races, yet he has never seen humanity. He has witnessed great powers attempting to create races to obtain the merits of the heavenly Tao, but the merits bestowed by the heavenly Tao are exceedingly scarce, far less than the 1 in 10,000 when Enhua molded humans from clay. Suddenly, Laozi recalls that the shores of the Eastern Sea are the birthplace of humanity and the site where Enhua attained enlightenment. Thus a thought arises in his heart. Enough of this. A visit to Xuan Mountain will reveal much. Laozi calculates, but finds no useful information, so he decides to journey to the ancestral land of humanity, Xuan Mountain. After Enhua created humanity, and before heading to the chaos to establish the Enhua Palace, she settled a number of humans beneath Xuan Mountain, and it has now been tens of thousands of years. During this time, humanity has thrived under Xuan Mountain, and, as Enhua said, a 10,000-year period. The various races of the wilderness dared not act against humanity. Even their actions were merely minor skirmishes. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, humanity has continued to multiply, and with minimal danger. They now number in the billions and live in relative ease. Laozi flies to a human tribe, transforming into an old man, wishing to discern what is so special about humanity that allows the heavenly Tao to bestow such abundant merits, supporting Enhua's ascent to sainthood. "Old man, where are you from? I've never seen you before," a young man in the tribe asks. Noticing Laozi's unfamiliarity, seeing the youth's inquiry, Laozi responds with a kind demeanor. "Young lad, I hail from another tribe. So it is quite normal that you have not seen me before. Then why have you come to our tribe?" The young man nods, not doubting Laozi's identity, and continues to ask out of goodwill. Laozi strokes his beard and replies, "It is like this. Our tribe has heard that the Swearen tribe possesses a thing called fire, which can ward off the cold and drive away beasts. We wish to learn the method of using fire, so I was sent here." The youth, upon hearing this, does not question Laozi. The chief of the Swearen tribe, Swearen, is well known for mastering the art of fire. Moreover, many tribes have recently sent individuals to learn this technique, so they trust Laozi's words. "Old man, come with me. Our chief Swearen also intends to spread the method of fire. You have arrived at just the right time." Thus, Laozi remained in the human tribe under the pretext of learning the method of obtaining fire. In the Phoenix Palace of Mount Buzhou, Xuan Yang lazily remarks, "Sighting and Qing'e, both of you have reached the pinnacle of the Honghuang golden immortal realm. It is time to venture out and hone your skills." Xuan Yang's decision to send Qing'e and sitting out for training at this moment is not without his considerations. According to the trajectory of fate in the wilderness, Laozi has now arrived among humanity, and in another 20 to 30,000 years, he is set to establish the human teachings and attain sainthood. Laozi is reputed as the foremost figure in the wilderness after Honghuang, establishing the human race as saints, yet disregarding their fates, even taking only one human, Xuan, for the sake of causality. During the calamity of the witches and demons, Dijuan and Tai engaged in a massacre of humanity to forge the slaughter witch sword. Laozi, as a saint, not only did not assist humanity, but also exacerbated the situation, blocking the entrance to the Enhua Palace, Such actions cannot simply be described as neglecting humanity. One could say Laozi has shamed the name of the great deity Pangu. Therefore, Xuan Yang plans to replace the current leader of the human teachings. If necessary, he could even change the human saint mother, hoping Hua does not misinterpret his intentions. Dare I ask, Master Xuan Yang, why do you wish for us to venture out at this moment? Is some great event about to unfold in the wilderness that requires our intervention? Qing'er, ever astute, quickly detects Xuan Yang's ulterior motives and inquires. As for Sidong, she is preoccupied daily with how to summon the heavenly Tao's tribulations to cultivate her Thunder Emperor's arts and lightning whip of thunder. Moreover, with her thunder spirit body, she feels that the chaotic divine lightning is no longer sufficient for her cultivation needs. Thus, she hardly pays attention to other matters. Unless someone offers her cake, will she show even a modicum of interest? Xuan Yang nods and says, indeed, shortly, 5 saints of merit will emerge. One of them will be the one who establishes the human teachings as a saint. However, this person will disregard humanity after attaining sainthood, seizing their fate for himself and plotting against them, exhibiting truly malicious intent. I have some ties to humanity, thus I do not wish for their fate to fall into this person's hands. I want you two to venture out now, to look after humanity. The two nod in understanding, particularly Sidong, who can overlook many things. Yet there are 3 exceptions: being struck by lightning, eating cake, and the fate of humanity. The lightning whip of thunder in her hand has absorbed a portion of the merits from the creation of humanity, combined with the power of the heavenly Tao's tribulations, allowing her to control a significant portion of humanity's fate as long as they exist. Now that someone schemes against humanity's fate, can she remain indifferent? If she can endure this, she is no longer sitting. Master, rest assured, whoever dares to plot against humanity will face the wrath of my lightning whip of thunder. Sidong declares, conjuring the lightning whip of thunder with a single gesture, silver and purple lightning swirling around it, emanating a sense of annihilation. I could see that moment. Laozi, far away on Shouyang Mountain, suddenly feels a chill rise from his back. I have long attained the quasi-saint realm. Why do I still feel such unease? Could it be that some great power is peering at me? It cannot be. Within the wilderness, only Hongjun, Yuan Feng, and Hua possess higher cultivation than I. They could not possibly be so idle. Laozi ponders for a moment, but derives no conclusion. Liar, my friend, what troubles you? Did you not understand the method I just imparted for obtaining fire? Suiren, noticing Laozi's distraction, assumes he did not grasp the technique and inquires. This Li'er is indeed Laozi's pseudonym, which he adopted when he later transformed into a Buddhist figure during his westward journey beyond the Hanga Pass. The method of obtaining fire from the Suiren tribe is indeed profound. Laozi comprehended it, having realized that humanity could use it to ward off the cold and drive away beasts. Hence he momentarily lost himself in joy. I hope Suiren Taoist can forgive me. Laozi feigns a respectful bow, smiling as he speaks. Yet, in his heart, he muses that the method of obtaining fire is so simple, it would be strange if he did not understand it. Furthermore, as one of the 3 pure ones, to seek the way of sainthood while discussing philosophy with a group of beings of lowly lineage, how laughable it would be if it were to be known. For the sake of attaining sainthood, he endures. After arriving in the human tribe, the primordial purple energy within him, long dormant, stirs slightly, and intuition tells him that his opportunity for sainthood lies within humanity. And for that, he can endure anything. For the prosperity of humanity, this is but a duty. Suiren, with no suspicions, envisioned a future where humanity would master the art of fire, and he laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Qing'er and Sitong embarked on their own journey of training. Although termed as training, it was, in fact, a mission bestowed by Xuan Yang to prevent Laozi from establishing the teachings of humanity. Poor Laozi remained oblivious to the impending end of his path to sanctification. Wandering naively among the human tribes, savoring the local customs and culture, it is said that Tong Tian, in pursuit of the opportunity for sanctification, had roamed the vast wilderness for thousands of years that on one particular day, he vanquished a chaotic great demon wreaking havoc in the western wilderness. What were the brothers Dijuan and Tai scheming, allowing their subordinates to rampage across the wilderness? Did they aspire to gather the fate of the wilderness akin to the ancestral leaders of the three innate races? Seeking to attain the Tao through destiny, Tong Tian gazed upward towards the celestial expanse, where the heavenly court of the demon race, the Lingxiao Palace of Dijuan and Tai, resided. Throughout his travels, he had witnessed the minions of the heavenly court unleashing massacres across the wilderness time and again, resulting in rivers of blood or, at worst, the total annihilation of life, leaving no trace of flora or fauna. Tong Tian had always held disdain for bullies who preyed on the weak, though he could not oversee every calamity wrought by the demon race. He would intervene whenever he encountered one. It seemed that even those without the primordial purple energy were not idle, all in search of their own paths to enlightenment. If Dijuan and Tai sought to attain the Tao through fate, then how should Tong Tian proceed on his own path? Over the years of his travels, Tong Tian had traversed many locales within the wilderness and discovered numerous opportunities, yet he had achieved nothing on the road to sanctification. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Tong Tian's mind. If one day you find yourself a loss for the path to sanctification, you may come here. Might it be worthwhile to consult Fengzhu at Buzhou Mountain? Tong Tian remained unaware of who had uttered those words, though it was most likely Yuan Feng, a being of the Honghuang Diojingxian rank. Who dares to slay my demon race's general? Just as Tong Tian contemplated visiting the Phoenix Palace at Buzhou Mountain, a thunderous roar filled with immense pressure erupted. Tong Tian turned to see a golden streak of light approaching rapidly. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a three-legged great bird engulfed in the true fire of the sun, one of only two golden crows in the wilderness. Dongwang Tai. Tong Tian. Dongwang Tai gazed down at the figure on the ground, momentarily taken aback, surprised. Recently, rumors had spread among the demon race of a powerful being, suspected to be at the pinnacle of the Daoyojingxian realm. Prompting Dongwang to come and assess the situation, to his astonishment, the one who had slain his demon general was none other than Tong Tian, one of the three pure ones, which posed quite a dilemma. However, given the circumstances, Dongwang Tai had no choice but to muster the courage to question, Tong Tian, my friend, we harbor no enmity. Why have you repeatedly slain my kin? Hearing this, Tong Tian frowned, pondering that Dongwang Tai was indeed unreasonable. It was the demon race that had first unleashed chaos upon the wilderness, yet now he was being blamed. With his righteous spirit, Tong Tian could not condone such behavior. Having only slain the demon general without demanding an explanation from the demon court was already a concession. Dongwang Tai, your subordinates wreak havoc across the wilderness, instigating slaughter. I fear they may tarnish your race's fortune. So I intervened. Oh my dismay. They had succumbed to demonic ways, leaving me no choice but to act. Tong Tian casually wiped the blood from his Qingping sword, unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Dongwang Tai instantly erupted in fury, incredulous that Tong Tian's words could be believed. One subordinate may have succumbed to darkness, but do you mean to suggest all of them have? Do you take me for a fool? You have gone too far, Tong Tian. Dongwang Tai's rage ignited, the true fire of the sun radiating from him, scorching the void. You have pressured the various races of the wilderness excessively. Let me be frank. I intentionally dispatched those subordinates for their misdeeds, and they deserve their fate. Tong Tian's eyes narrowed, filled with righteous indignation. This. Dongwang Tai could no longer contain the tumultuous fury within him. Summoning the true fire of the sun to strike at Tong Tian. Tong Tian, you court death. Today, Tong Tian would confront the might of the demon emperor. Tong Tian brandished his Qingping sword and leaped into action, the two engaging in fierce combat. In an instant, the surrounding area, spanning millions of miles, was rife with the clash of sword energy and the true fire of the sun, leaving the earth shattered and desolate. Both were at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. One wielded the first source of divine fire, the true fire of the sun, unyielding and radiant, while the other executed the grass character sword technique with unparalleled ferocity, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange. However, as time passed, Tong Tian grew more invigorated in battle, his mastery of the grass character sword technique reaching new heights, each strike more formidable than the last. Gradually, Dongwang Tai found himself on the defensive. Cursed be this fate! How could the swordsmanship bestowed upon Tong Tian by Yuan Feng be so extraordinary My true fire of the sun is being utterly dismantled by sword energy, Honghuang lamented. Feeling the wounds inflicted by the sword energy, Tongtian, behold my chaos bell. In a moment of desperation, Honghuang resorted to using his chaos bell. He had not wished to escalate matters to this extent. But he was no match for Tongtian and had no alternative. The Honghuang bell ranked among the innate supreme treasures, embodying both offense and defense. Once summoned, it was invincible among the innate, even though Tongtian possessed his own innate supreme treasure. It was merely a stone. How could it possibly contend with the might of his chaos bell? I possess an innate supreme treasure as well. Emperor armor, merge. Tongtian produced a crystal stone, raising it above his head. A beam of sunlight illuminated it, and an exquisite suit of armor, interwoven with gold and silver, instantly enveloped him. As the golden light flickered, the ethereal form of the armor solidified around him, revealing a magnificent suit with a dragon's body. Eagle's arms, tiger's shoulders, mastiff's back, and rhinoceros's legs, all in a resplendent golden hue accented by silver embellishments. However, unlike Xuan Yang's armor, Tongtian's emperor armor was merely an ordinary one, devoid of the 5 elemental powers. What manner of armor is this? Wasn't it said that Tongtian's innate supreme treasure was but a stone? How has it transformed into armor? Honghuang sensed an ominous turn of events within his heart. As Honghuang felt the overwhelming aura radiating from the emperor armor. It exuded a supreme presence akin to that of an emperor, compelling all beings to instinctively submit. Simultaneously, Tongtian reveled in the inexhaustible power coursing through the emperor armor, feeling an indescribable exhilaration in that moment. He felt invincible, emboldened even to confront a saint, daring to challenge Hongjun himself. What of the armor? I, Honghuang possess an innate supreme treasure as well. My chaos bell is forged from 1/3 of the Pangu axe. It shall not yield to your mere armor. At this juncture, the great powers of the wilderness had turned their attention to the unfolding spectacle. Though Honghuang felt apprehensive, he had no choice but to maintain a fa ade of strength. He believed that with both possessing innate supreme treasures, their powers would be comparable. Even if the aura of the armor unsettled him, the outcome of their battle remained uncertain. Let us test this. For I, Tongtian, fear not. Tongtian refrained from further words, clenching his fist and striking the chaos bell with a forceful blow. Boom! The resounding chime echoed throughout the wilderness, and upon looking at the two, Tongtian remained rooted in place, while Honghuang was sent careening away for millions of miles. Poof! Within the chaos bell, Honghuang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale, his aura significantly diminished. This innate supreme treasure possesses formidable power. Tongtian observed Honghuang and the chaos bell sent flying by his strike, casting a glance at his own emperor armor and marveling. The chaos bell of Honghuang was indeed an innate supreme treasure. Crafted from the handle of the Pangu axe, embodying both offense and defense, renowned throughout the wilderness. Yet, even this formidable treasure was sent flying by a single punch from Tongtian, clad in armor. Was this reasonable? After some contemplation, Tongtian deemed it quite reasonable. The innate supreme treasure bestowed upon him by Yuan Feng was said to represent the power of the heavenly Tao. Once unleashed, it could harness the vast might of the heavenly Tao to empower the wielder. How could its power be anything less than extraordinary? Though the chaos bell was powerful, it depended on the strength of its wielder. Honghuang was merely a quasi-saint, and he had yet to fully refine the restrictions within the chaos bell. How much power could he truly unleash? It is entirely normal for such circumstances to arise. However, the formidable beings of the primordial realm are no longer composed. They ponder the nature of this armor worn by Tongtian. With a single punch, he has sent the chaos bell, an equally powerful innate treasure, hurtling away, and even injured the Eastern Emperor Tai. This seems excessive, does it not? It is worth noting that Tongtian unleashed merely a single punch, exerting little effort, yet his power appears to rival that of Saint Yao Huang. Let us engage once more. Tongtian, sensing the power of the armor, has become suddenly addicted to testing its limits. Tongtian, do not overstep your bounds. The Eastern Emperor Tai retorts, not hastening to retaliate, but instead voicing his ire. After that previous punch, he realizes that even with the Chaos Bell in his possession, he is no match for Tong Tian clad in armor. How shameful it is for the dignified Yao Huang to lack the resolve to confront him. Tong Tian scoffs derisively, for he clearly perceives Tai's hesitance to engage. Thus he delivers a scathing remark. Perhaps stung by Tong Tian's taunts, Tai's face flushes with anger as he grits his teeth, declaring, "Tong Tian, cease your condescension. This emperor merely refrains from severing all ties. It is not that I fear you." Enduring his injuries, Tai once more summons the Eastern Emperor Bell to battle. The Chaos Bell, under Tai's command, hurls down toward Tong Tian with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the space around Tong Tian shatters, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outwards, from which the chaotic winds howl, rendering the area devoid of vitality. In a moment, as the chaotic winds dissipate, the golden armor remains unscathed, not even a trace of damage visible. "What the hell?" The Eastern Emperor Tai can't help but exclaim. "I have exerted all my strength, yet not even a mark remains. Tong Tian, you are making me, the illustrious Yao Huang, lose face. Do not harm my second brother." From afar, the sky brightens as Dijuan transforms into his true form. The golden crow, swiftly approaching while bellowing that he too and Luo Shu. Arise. These artifacts, he too and Luo Shu, are Dijuan's innate treasures, ranking among the utmost innate spiritual treasures. They possess the ability to discern heavenly mysteries, predict celestial movements, and contain an unparalleled formation. This formation, known as the Primordial Luo Great Array, encompasses the geography and rivers of the primordial land. Within this array, beings lose track of time, able to witness the transformation of the world in an instant. Zen Seal, Tong Tian, aware of the array's formidable nature, promptly employs the Zen Seal technique. This skill, unique to the Emperor and the 5 elements light shadow armor, can suspend time and freeze all beings, and no matter how powerful one's divine abilities. As long as they do not exceed the bounds of heavenly law, escape is impossible. It is undeniably overpowered. Subsequently, Tong Tian reaches out and hurls Dijuan onto the Chaos Bell, causing him to spit blood instantaneously. Confused, Dijuan wonders what transpired. Why was he thrown away, and why is he injured? Tong Tian, cease this at once. A woman's voice reverberates from above the heavens. Nuwa. Tong Tian recognizes the voice of Nuwa, given that Dijuan and Tai, the 2 great Yao Huangs, are being humiliated. It is only natural for her, one of the 4 sovereigns of the Yao clan, to intervene for the sake of her dignity. Behold, golden lotuses emerge from the void. Celestial flowers cascade, and the ethereal images of dragons and Qilins race forward, as purple chi stretches across the eastern horizon for miles. Why are only dragon and Qilin apparitions present? The reason lies in Nuwa's previous conflict with Yuanfeng, leading the current Phoenix clan leader, Jin Ning, to decree that no Phoenix auspices are permitted in Nuwa's vicinity. Tong Tian, grant me Nuwa some face. Let us put an end to this matter today. Nuwa casts a glance at Tong Tian. Clad in the Emperor's armor, and an unexpected inclination to submit stirs within her. Moreover, as the Emperor embodies the supreme power of heavenly law, Nuwa, a saint of this law, feels its weight acutely, confident in her saintly status. Nuwa believes Tong Tian will certainly acquiesce to her request. After all, he is merely a quasi-saint. How could he dare to disregard her authority? Nuwa, today, I shall not grant you that favor. Upon hearing this, Nuwa is taken aback, wondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? At this moment, she reflects on her saintly status, questioning why, since her ascension, no one has shown her the respect due to a saint. First, her creation whip abandoned her. Then she was suppressed by Yuanfeng, and now even Tong Tian, a quasi-saint, has disregarded her. She is bewildered. Despite her sanctification, she has not received the respect befitting her status, suffering humiliation time and again. If her thoughts were to reach the ears of the primordial beings, they would surely mock her. While Hongjun became a saint, passing down the method to sever 3 corpses and offering countless treasures, what has Nuwa accomplished for the benefit of the primordial realm? She became a saint through creation, yet has never cared for the lives of humanity. Even her teachings were delivered by her avatar. yet she still hopes for the respect of the primordial beings? Pa! It is a miracle she is not scorned. After a brief moment, Nuwa regains her composure, her anger boiling over as she feigns calmness, stating, Tontian, do you know to whom you are speaking? Although Tontian is aware of Nuwa's saintly status, he perceives her not only as a saint but also as the Houang. Given the chaos wrought by her kin, she cannot claim ignorance, since she is aware yet chooses to indulge them. He resolves to take action where she will not, and he will not be swayed by her attempts to present herself as virtuous. With this armor, he believes he can truly contend with a saint. Clenching his fist, he feels the unparalleled power of the Emperor's armor coursing through him, an instinct telling him that clad in the Emperor's armor, he is not inferior to the Saint Nuwa. O Saint Nuwa, I inquire why you permit your subordinates to unleash slaughter upon the primordial lands. Tontian, neither humble nor servile, points his extreme light sword directly at Nuwa, his aura piercing the heavens. In this moment, the power of the Emperor's armor is truly unleashed. The Emperor represents the supreme heavenly power, usable only by those who embody righteous spirit, should Tontian submit to the authority of saint. The armor would fail to unleash even half of its potential. Tontian, I am a saint. Do you dare question me? I have spared you some dignity due to your connection with my elder brother. But that does not grant you the right to disrespect the authority of a saint. Today, I shall teach you, this ignorant fool, a lesson on behalf of your two brothers, with a gentle wave of her palm. An overwhelming force cascades down, infused with saintly power, capable of obliterating all in its path. A hint of disdain graces Nuwa's lips. Though her strike appears casual, it is charged with saintly might, capable of overwhelming even the Eastern Emperor Tai's chaos bell. With a resounding crash, Tontian takes a step back, yet remains completely unharmed, leaving the primordial beings in utter shock. Is this the exaggerated power of the innate treasure bestowed upon him by Yuanfeng? To withstand a saint's attack without so much as a scratch. It is indeed absurd. Since when did innate treasures possess such extraordinary might? Even I, Yuan Shi, and the Eastern Emperor Tai possess innate treasures. Yet none of us could withstand a saint's blow like Tontian has. Saints are not so formidable after all. Tontian initially believed the power of a saint to be immensely daunting, only to discover it is not as formidable as he had anticipated. On the other hand, he has confirmed that with the Emperor's armor, he can indeed contend with a saint. Though the innate treasure requires sunlight to recharge, its strength is undeniable, having absorbed a saint's strike without any consequence. Nuwa, prepare yourself. 5 Saints' ultimate strike. Tontian twists his waist. Yet in the next moment, nothing transpires, resulting in a profoundly awkward silence. Beneath the armor, Tontian's face reddens, perplexed as to why he cannot execute the 5 Saints' ultimate strike. It feels as though something is missing within the armor. Xuan Yang, of course, something is missing. Do you think I would bestow this innate treasure upon you, without conditions? Tontian reaches out, drawing energy from the solar star, unleashing a radiant beam to mask his previous embarrassment. Nuwa remains indifferent, believing Tontian's armor possesses merely enhanced defensive capabilities, and in terms of strength, it cannot possibly rival her saintly power. Thus, she does not even attempt to evade, instead conjuring a magical barrier with one hand. However, in the next instant, she regrets her decision. The barrier, formed of her saintly might, is pierced as if it were mere paper, forcing Nuwa to hastily evade. Even so, a lock of her hair is singed by the searing ray. Tontian, you seek death. In a fit of rage, Nuwa unleashed the red embroidered ball, hurling it towards Tontian. She disregarded the fact that Tontian was one of the 3 pure ones, consumed only by the desire to reclaim her lost dignity, intent on making Tontian pay. With a mere thought, Tontian summoned the Aurora Shield, effortlessly deflecting Nuwa's onslaught. Following that, he teleported, delivering a fist imbued with golden thunder towards Nuwa's abdomen, sending her flying. It took a considerable distance before she could regain her composure, her eyes flashing with astonishment. The power of the golden armor surpassed her wildest imagination. Was this truly just a primordial treasure? Nuwa sensed the might of the imperial armor and, realizing her peril, summoned numerous spiritual treasures, including the map of mountains and rivers and the divine blade of heavenly radiance. Nuwa's assault with her spiritual treasures was fierce and formidable. Yet each attack was met with the steadfast defense of Tongtian's Aurora shield, sometimes without even needing to employ the shield. The sheer defensive capability of the armor alone was sufficient to withstand Nuwa's attacks. As the great beings of the Primordial Era observed, their astonishment grew. Tongtian, a quasi-saint, was matching a saint in combat, or rather, overpowering her. This revelation shattered their preconceived notions. Were saints not meant to be invincible? How could one be so thoroughly bested by a quasi-saint? Was Tongtian truly that formidable, or was Nuwa simply too weak? In contrast to the shock of the primordial beings, Nuwa felt the weight of her predicament. She was being thoroughly dominated by Tongtian. Her spiritual treasures could not penetrate his defenses, while his assaults inflicted considerable pain upon her. To this point, she had sustained significant injuries, while Tongtian remained unscathed, which was utterly absurd. Had she known the immense fortune associated with the 7 purple cushions during Yuan Feng's teachings, she would have fought desperately to claim a seat upon one. Tongtian, I, Nuwa, will give your 2 brothers face. Consider your actions wisely. With a feint, Nuwa uttered her fierce words and retreated. This maneuver left the primordial beings in disbelief. A dignified saint was unable to best Tongtian, a mere quasi-saint, and then fled while leaving behind such bold words. How could she possess the audacity? Nuwa had lost face in a grand manner. The entire primordial realm now knew that a saint could not overcome a quasi-saint. The dignity of the saints had been tarnished, and it was likely that she would become a subject of ridicule for a considerable time to come. Elder brother, Nuwa has been defeated. What shall we do? Honghuang Tai, while astonished, also worried for his own fate, for he did not believe Tongtian would let them off easily. Although he was a quasi-saint, facing a Tongtian who rivaled saints left him feeling helpless. What could he do when they could not win? Who would have thought that Tongtian, also a quasi-saint, would be this formidable, openly challenging a saint and even prevailing? Absurd, utterly absurd. Tongtian, we have shared teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. We have a bond as fellow disciples. Today's events are our fault. We should not have allowed our subordinates to commit such unjust acts. Spare us this once, and we shall ensure our brothers strictly manage our subordinates to prevent any recurrence of such incidents. In desperation, Emperor Jun had no choice but to plead for mercy. Although this act cost him some dignity, what was dignity compared to life? Moreover, they were quasi-saint beings, who among the myriad creatures of the primordial realm would dare claim otherwise. That would be tantamount to courting death. Given our shared experience in the teachings of the Tao ancestor and the Phoenix ancestor, I shall let you go this once, should there be a next time. I, Tongtian, will not be so lenient. Begone. Tongtian scoffed. It must be said that as the demon emperor, Emperor Jun possessed some cunning. He understood Tongtian's character and thus spoke in this manner. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Tongtian chose to spare them, which filled Emperor Jun with a sense of triumph, thinking that despite Tongtian's astonishing primordial treasure, he was still quite susceptible to schemes, posing little threat to their brothers. Meanwhile, Tongtian pondered the flaws of his imperial armor and how to rectify them. During his battle with Nuwa, he had attempted to unleash the 5 saints kill, but had been unable to do so, resulting in a rather awkward situation. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun and his companion felt as though they had been granted amnesty, instantly employing the Golden Crow transformation technique to escape with remarkable speed. However, should Tongtian wish to pursue them, it would be a simple task, as the speed of the Imperial Steed far surpassed that of the Golden Crow transformation technique. Moreover, it possessed the power to traverse space. What was the Golden Crow transformation technique in comparison? The Phoenix ancestor surely knew how to address the flaws in the Imperial armor, thought Tongtian, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the direction of Mount Buzhou and the Phoenix Palace. Imperial Steed, come, Tongtian commanded, as he mounted the Imperial Steed, transforming into a streak of light, soaring towards Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, atop Xuan Mountain, Laozi observed the scene that had just unfolded, one hand resting upon his snowy beard while the other clenched tightly within his sleeve. He could hardly believe the prowess of the primordial treasure bestowed upon Tongtian by Yuan Feng. It was so formidable that even a saint could not contend with it. What a pity that the one seated upon the cushioned back then was not him. As Laozi marveled, he also lamented silently, wishing that the primordial treasure had been his. Alas, he resolved to seek his own path to sainthood. He could feel that his opportunity for enlightenment lay within the human race. If given a little more time, he would surely attain the Tao and become a saint. At this point, Laozi's eyes burned with fervor on the other side. Atop Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi was not faring well. How was this possible? How can Tongtian's primordial treasure be so powerful? A saint? Niuhua is a saint. How could she possibly be defeated by Tongtian? This is inconceivable. There must be some mistake. The Jade Void Palace was in disarray as Yuan Shi witnessed Tongtian. Clad in the imperial armor, mercilessly overpowering the two great demon emperors, to the extent that even Niuhua could not contend with him. Yuan Shi's jealousy surged, unable to accept that his normally comparable third brother, Tongtian, had transformed into such a formidable being, capable of reducing a saint to submission. This was utterly absurd, beyond belief. How infuriating. The one who should have sat upon the cushion was me and my elder brother, not Tongtian. The grass character sword formula and the primordial treasure ought to belong to me. Why? At this moment, Yuan Shi felt as though he had bitten into a lemon, overwhelmed by bitterness, consumed by jealousy of his own brother. Yuan Feng, you have truly frightened me. What is it that I lack compared to Tongtian? What is it that I lack compared to that monkey? Why grant them and not me? I, Yuan Shi, refuse to accept this. In a fit of utter dissatisfaction, Yuan Shi gazed skyward and howled, his words dripping with envy. Rumble. Above Kunlun Mountain, the heavens darkened, clouds swirling ominously, and thunder crackled, accompanied by the intermittent sound of thunderclaps. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning descended from sky, striking the unfortunate Yuan Shi directly, transforming him into a charred remnant in an instant. Yuan Shi, how dare you question my authority? Yuan Feng's voice reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Upon hearing this, many great beings turned their gazes towards Kunlun Mountain. Witnessing the barely conscious Yuan Shi truly has a short memory. Having been chastised by the Phoenix ancestor twice, he still dares to speak out in defiance. He is simply courting death. But what does Yuan Shi seek? What benefit does provoking the Phoenix ancestor bring him? Ah, I see. It seems Yuan Shi grew jealous upon witnessing Tongtian's formidable primordial treasure, so it turns out that Yuan Shi is indeed petty. Feeling envious of his brother's treasure, who could argue against that? In the primordial chaos, the mighty beings engaged in fervent discussions, their words laced with disdain for Yuan Shi. Upon hearing these remarks, Yuan Shi was consumed by rage, causing him to faint instantly. On Mount Xuan, Laozi gazed towards Kunlun Mountain, shaking his head and sighing. Yuan Shi had brought this calamity upon himself. Even Laozi could not offer assistance. Initially, Laozi believed that after enduring 2 lessons, Yuan Shi would finally learn to be cautious and refrain from speaking recklessly. But alas, Yuan Shi had once again stumbled over his own words. Yet, who could be blamed? This was merely the consequence of Yuan Shi's own actions. Contemplating this, Laozi chose not to return to Kunlun, but instead continued his journey among the human race, seeking enlightenment on the path to sanctification. At this moment, Tongtian, riding the imperial steed, yearned to visit Kunlun and check on Yuan Shi. However, recalling the rumors circulating among the primordial powers, he dismissed this thought and soared towards Mount Buzhou instead. Poor Yuan Shi, unloved and uncared for, remained in Kunlun to nurse his wounds. Tongtian gently knocked on the door and announced, "Is the Phoenix ancestor present? Tongtian has come to pay a visit." Yes, soon as he spoke, the great doors of the Phoenix Palace creaked open, aware that Yuan Feng was signaling him to enter. Tongtian stepped inside. Within the Phoenix Palace, he surveyed his surroundings, where the innate spiritual energy was abundant and rich. The decor was meticulously arranged, with every blade of grass and every tree appearing to resonate with the great Tao, making it immensely beneficial for cultivators to practice here compared to the outside world. Not only that, but the entire palace was enveloped in a mist of purple energy. Although it was not the primordial purple energy, it still shimmered with the essence of the Tao, greatly aiding those above the great Luo in comprehending the laws of power, despite having spent 30,000 years here during his teachings. Tong Tian could not help but marvel upon his return. Yuan Feng's opulence was truly unmatched, surpassing even Hongjun. Tong Tian, why are you not in Kunlun comprehending the primordial purple energy? What brings you to my Taoist temple? Yuan Feng remarked, holding a copy of the autobiography of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens while casting a glance at Tong Tian, who appeared as naive as a country bumpkin. Meanwhile, Xuan Yang lounged leisurely in a wrought-tan chair, cradling the 9 lives' mysterious white, relishing in the pleasure of petting, and one understood Tong Tian's motivations better than Xuan Yang. Previously, he had witnessed Tong Tian's inability to unleash the 5 saints' ultimate skills clearly. Thus, whether it was for the chance to achieve sanctification or the Emperor's light and shadow stone, Tong Tian had no choice but to come. Tong Tian has met the Phoenix ancestor and Taoist friend Xuan Yang. Tong Tian first offered a bow, then continued, Phoenix ancestor, I have 2 requests of you. The first is to seek your guidance on how to attain sanctification. My aptitude is limited, and despite my arduous attempts to comprehend the primordial purple energy, I have gained nothing. I humbly ask for your enlightenment. The second matter concerns this innate treasure. It possesses great power, yet I feel it lacks something when I wield it. I hope you can illuminate this for me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng slowly set down her book, observing Tong Tian's confused expression, then glanced at the leisurely Xuan Yang, a faint smile gracing her lips. The Emperor's light and shadow stone was a gift from Xuan Yang to her, and if it were truly flawed, it must have been intentional on Xuan Yang's part. The only one who could resolve it would be Xuan Yang himself, as for the method to achieve sanctification. She regrettably could not assist, for she practiced the path of proving the Tao through strength. If Tong Tian also sought to prove the Tao through strength or laws, she could have helped him. But unfortunately, he had adopted Hongjuan's method of severing the 3 corpses that if he wished to attain sanctification through that approach, he would have to turn to Xuan Yang, as she was powerless to aid him. Tong Tian, your path does not align with the method of law-based sanctification. I am unable to assist you. Regarding your innate treasure, it originally belonged to my Tao partner. You should consult him. Yuan Feng resumed reading the autobiography of the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. Tong Tian initially thought Yuan Feng was unwilling to help and was intentionally evading his requests. After all, what could a peak great Luo Jingxian do to assist him in achieving sanctification or rectifying the flaws of his innate treasure? Thank you, Phoenix ancestor, he replied, contemplating that he would have to muster the courage to consult Xuan Yang, the great Luo Jingxian. After all, failing to do so would be disrespectful to Yuan Feng, and the consequences could be dire. He did not wish to end up like Yuan Shi. Xuan Yang remained motionless in his chair, fully aware of Tong Tian's thoughts. However, what Tong Tian failed to realize was that not all great Luo Jingxians were like Xuan Yang. Though Xuan Yang appeared to be a great Luo Jingxian, he was in truth a mythological great Luo Jingxian. Tong Tian, although a quasi-saint, could not withstand even a single finger from Xuan Yang. The beings of the primordial chaos undoubtedly believed that Xuan Yang was merely living off Yuan Feng's wealth. But was he truly that? It was a misconception. What one assumes does not necessarily reflect reality. Taoist Xuan Yang, could you enlighten me on how to rectify the flaw of this innate treasure? Tong Tian's face flushed crimson as he reluctantly sought Xuan Yang's guidance. In his view, consulting someone of lesser cultivation was incredibly humiliating if word got out. Where would he hide his face at that moment? Xuan Yang slowly rose, gazing at Tong Tian standing beside the chair, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. What a fine catch. It would be remiss not to carve him up properly as a merchant. One must seize the opportunity to profit. Besides, in recent Yuan meetings, aside from Houtu occasionally coming to restock, no other customers have graced my door. If I do not exploit someone, where is the joy in my venture? Tong Tian, perceiving Xuan Yang's playful expression, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, as though he were being set up. Ahem, Taoist Tong Tian, Xuan Yang began. The Emperor's light and shadow stone has no inherent flaws. The reason you cannot unleash the 5 saints' ultimate skills lies elsewhere. The solution is quite simple, but he trailed off, leaving Tong Tian in suspense. Tong Tian's heart raced with anticipation. Please, speak plainly. Do not leave me hanging. It is rather frustrating. Well, the cost of this matter is secondary. First, let us discuss why you cannot utilize the 5 saints' ultimate skills. The root of the issue is that the Emperor's armor lacks the innate power of the 5 elements. Without the 5 elements, how can one discuss the 5 saints' ultimate skills? Xuan Yang coughed lightly. Tong Tian furrowed his brows in realization. In a wonder he was unable to unleash the 5 saints' ultimate skills. It was because of this. May I inquire how to restore the 5 elements to the Emperor's light and shadow stone? I am willing to owe you a great favor, Taoist. Tong Tian spoke earnestly. The concept of owing a favor was nebulous and often undesirable among the beings of the primordial chaos. Once incurred, it needed to be repaid swiftly. Lest it evolve into something unforeseen, it could be a trivial debt easily settled with a favor, or it could bear a heavy weight, potentially causing one to regress in cultivation or even face death. The Western duo's desire to eliminate Honghuang stemmed from the enormous debt they owed him for achieving sanctification, a debt they could not repay without relinquishing their primordial purple energy and other exceptional innate treasures. Once they became saints, Honghuang could use this debt to directly topple them from their positions, such as the terror of karma. It is no surprise that it ranks among the top 10 paths in the Tao of Karma. Xuan Yang shook his head, pondering the implications of Tong Tian's offer. Tong Tian, you should be wary of the repercussions of owing me a favor. Do you not fear the potential backlash? Can a quasi-saint like you truly afford the karma of a mythological great Luo? Tong Tian initially believed that a single cause would not sufficiently sway Xuan Yang, and thus contemplated proposing additional conditions. As long as he could complete the Emperor's Shadow Stone, everything would be worth it. Just as Tong Tian was about to speak directly, Xuan Yang interjected once more. Tong Tian, my friend, acquiring the 5 elements power necessary to complete the Emperor's Shadow Stone is quite simple. You require 5 spiritual treasures, each representing one of the innate 5 elements. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian nodded. The condition was not overly difficult, as innate treasures embodying the 5 elements were not hard to find, though gathering them all would pose a challenge. The 5 directions flags are indeed innate treasures of the 5 elements. The southerly Earth Flame flag is in Laozi's possession. The central Wu Earth Apricot Yellow flag is held by Yuan Shi. The Plain Cloud Boundary flag is with Zhuangmu, while the whereabouts of the remaining 2 are unknown. These are the 5 elements shadow stones, of the same root and origin as the Emperor's Shadow Stone, capable of completing its 5 elements power. However, they cannot be offered freely. Do you understand? With a wave of his hand, Xuan Yang conjured 5 crystals of identical shape but varying colors, suspended before Tong Tian. Tong Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had just been contemplating trading several treasures for the plain cloud boundary flag in Zhuangmu's possession. While seeking the other 5 directions flags, he had not anticipated that Xuan Yang would possess shadow stones of the same essence as the Emperor's Shadow Stone. This was truly unexpected. Well, Xuan Yang, my friend, I can offer treasures in exchange. Perhaps we can negotiate? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian immediately grasped Xuan Yang's intent and expressed his willingness to trade treasures. Thus began Tong Tian's formal descent into this entanglement. The 5 elements shadow stones themselves were merely mid-grade innate treasures, yet Tong Tian, misled by Xuan Yang, exchanged over a dozen high-grade innate treasures and 1 supreme innate treasure. As for the outcome, both parties were quite satisfied. Xuan Yang had finally ensnared someone, and Tong Tian had obtained the coveted 5 elements power. Indeed, both were content. Xuan Yang, my friend, I am truly grateful for your assistance. Oh, it is nothing, my friend. It is only right, should you ever require anything in the future. Do not hesitate to seek me out, that I end this humble shop of mine. While I may not have much, I certainly possess a plethora of oddities that may pique your interest at this moment. The 2 were exceedingly harmonious, resembling longtime friends, much to the astonishment of Yuan Feng, who was engrossed in reading. Subsequently, Xuan Yang produced a freshly brewed amethyst grape wine. Tong Tian, unaccustomed to such exquisite liquor, found himself entranced by its delightful flavor. Xuan Yang, my friend, you speak of laboriously contemplating the primordial purple energy for several epochs, yet achieving naught. Meanwhile, Niuhua, who obtained the primordial purple energy alongside me, has already attained sainthood. When shall I ever reach that esteemed state? Tong Tian, buoyed by the wine, spoke with heartfelt emotion. it was evident that Tong Tian, like Laozi, yearned for sainthood. It was no wonder, for the three pure ones were descendants of Pangu, carrying their own pride. They could endure embarrassment, yet they could not tarnish the name of Pangu's heirs. Tong Tian, my friend, you desire to achieve sainthood? Why not say so sooner? I possess the methods to attain sainthood. That Xuan Yang's lips curled into a smile. Tong Tian paused momentarily, then replied, Xuan Yang, your assistance in completing the Emperor's Shadow Stone's 5 elements power has already been a tremendous help as for the method to achieve sainthood. Alas, you know I cultivate the path of corpse severance, which precludes my pursuit of other methods of enlightenment. At this point, Tong Tian felt a pang of regret in his heart, lamenting his choice to pursue the path of corpse severance, which had severed his own avenues of advancement. What if I told you I know the opportunity for your ascent to sainthood, or that I can enable you to cultivate other methods of enlightenment? Would you care to try? Tong Tian, Xuan Yang continued, speaking to himself. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian halted, holding his wine cup, gazing at Xuan Yang with disbelief. Xuan Yang, my friend, is this truly the case? Xuan Yang met Tong Tian's gaze, nodding as he spoke. I, Xuan Yang, never speak falsehoods, that I can indeed reveal to you the path to sainthood. But be warned, you may not be able to bear the consequences. Tong Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, why is that? For every cause, there is an effect. I'll tell you how to attain sainthood is the cause. Your subsequent attainment of sainthood is the effect. Causes must be repaid. Ordinary causes can be managed, yet the cause of sainthood is not so easily settled. Would you have to repay your sainthood with your status as a sage? Xuan Yang's casual remarks struck Tong Tian like a tolling bell. Indeed, he could not bear the weight of such consequences. It was akin to being offered a glass of water in the desert, only to discover it was poisoned. Refusing the water would lead to death by thirst, yet drinking it would lead to demise by poison. Such a dilemma was profoundly distressing. It seemed he would have to slowly comprehend the path on his own. Someday he would surely attain sainthood. Fortunately, with the Emperor's Shadow Stone in his possession, he need not fear even the sages. After contemplating for some time, Tong Tian sighed deeply, downing his drink with remarkable boldness. Xuan Yang, witnessing this, activated his grand scheme of deception, saying, Tong Tian, my friend, is not absolutely necessary to achieve sainthood. Becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal is also a viable option. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian replied without hesitation, you jest. My friend, I cultivate the path of corpse severance. My origin is flawed. How can I attain enlightenment? Unless the 3 corpses unite and the origin returns, but by then, I would have already achieved sainthood through the path of corpse severance. Xuan Yang, noting that Tong Tian was already ensnared, continued, your origin is flawed? Then simply destroy the 3 corpses and let the origin return. Tong Tian shook his head at this suggestion. It was not that he had not considered it. However, severing the 3 corpses and returning to the original body was no simple task. The 3 corpses were dependent on innate treasures. To destroy the 3 corpses required first destroying the innate treasures. And success was not guaranteed. After all, no one had ever attempted such an act. Destroying the 3 corpses, destroying innate treasures, unless one were quite foolish, especially for those like them, who possessed primordial purple energy. Destroying the 3 corpses would mean obliterating their own path to sainthood. Who would be foolish enough to undertake such an act? Of course, for those without primordial purple energy, it could be considered a method. Yet the risks remained immense. That sever the 3 corpses would signify a regression in cultivation. The mighty beings of Honghuang labored tirelessly to reach the quasi-saint level, who would willingly regress to pursue the arduous path of enlightenment. Xuan Yang, my friend, does not destroying the 3 corpses also entail the destruction of the innate treasures? Moreover, my cultivation would undoubtedly regress. At this juncture, Tong Tian found himself in a quandary that a regression in cultivation was not particularly concerning. For with the Emperor's Shadow Stone, there was little distinction between the early and mid stages of quasi-sainthood. What truly mattered were the innate treasures, as he had relied on the Qingping sword and the water and fire gourd to sever the good and evil corpses. He had no desire to see the Qingping sword and water and fire gourd destroyed. Although Tong Tian was known as the master of spiritual treasures, he possessed few supreme, innate treasures and could not afford such waste. Tong Tian, my friend, let me be frank. The three corpses can be severed but must not unite, that if you wish to attain sainthood, you must do so through great merits. Meriting sainthood is the weakest path. You, my friend, possess the grass character sword technique. Why choose the weakest option? If you are resolute in your decision, I can assist you in severing the three corpses without harming your innate treasures, allowing your origin to return. Xuan Yang gently swirled the luminous cup in his hand, speaking with nonchalance. This, Tong Tian hesitated, recalling Yuan Feng's earlier teachings that there were 6 methods of enlightenment, among which the path of merit was the weakest. And there was no mention of the path of severing the 3 corpses. T turned out that severing the 3 corpses was a fruitless endeavor. Become the weakest sage of merit. Tong Tian, as one of the 3 pure ones, naturally held a sense of pride. To be the weakest sage was hardly an achievement. Coming to this realization, Tong Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Please assist me in severing the good and evil corpses." At worst, he could start anew. After all, he had the Emperor's Shadow Stone, and he feared no sage. With this thought, Tong Tian resolved. Xuan Yang smiled. Finally, Tong Tian had fallen into the trap. Now, Xuan Yang was ready to initiate his grand scheme to ensnare Honghuang. The first step of the plan was to help Tong Tian achieve mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal status, freeing him from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Tong Tian waved his grand sleeves. Summoning the good and evil corpses, Xuan Yang chuckled lightly and then snapped his fingers. Tong Tian's good and evil corpses transformed into specks of light, merging into Tong Tian's being. Meanwhile, Tong Tian's Qingping sword and water and fire gourd floated before him. Entirely unharmed, is that all? As Tong Tian felt the essence within him gradually restoring, he opened his eyes, astonished, and spoke to him. This was truly unfathomable. After all, his dual bodies of good and evil were both at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. For Xuan Yang, a great Luo golden immortal, or so Tong Tian believed, to obliterate his 2 bodies would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Yet, what was the outcome? Just a snap of the fingers, and it was all over. Was it truly so nonchalant? Did Tong Tian not deserve some dignity? Indeed, it was merely the destruction of a good and evil body. What else could it be? Xuan Yang cast a glance at Tong Tian, as if to say that dealing with such trivial bodies required no effort whatsoever. Tong Tian's lips twitched, pondering whether Xuan Yang was concealing his true cultivation level as a saint. This thought lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate, and the more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Yuan Feng, the progenitor of the phoenix, was exceedingly proud. How could her partner's cultivation be anything but comparable to hers? At this realization, Tong Tian was taken aback, cold sweat beating down his back. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a profound truth? After hearing Yuan Feng mention that the Emperor's Shadow Stone originally belonged to Xuan Yang, he wondered whether the other items bestowed upon him during Yuan Feng's teachings were also Xuan Yang's. Was it possible that Xuan Yang, possessing such treasures, was merely an ordinary individual? Might he not be of higher cultivation than Yuan Feng? A Honghuang great Luo golden immortal? A saint? Or even beyond, which seemed entirely plausible. Had he uncovered some monumental secret? Tong Tian suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, increasingly convinced of its likelihood. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xuan Yang," he said hurriedly, bowing deeply in the presence of a potential entity surpassing the realm of saints. He dared not be negligent, lest he suffer a fate akin to that of Yuan Shi.